Hey everyone, Coach Keith Kepner here. Let's jump into another awesome, nuanced, detailed video, this time about footwork. All right, so first, let's jump into the history a little bit to give us some context before we get in deep into all these different little technical aspects. Right? So modern boxing, meaning over the past 150, 200 years or so, comes from fencing, right? So it's basically like fencing with fists. So therefore, obviously boxing has its lineage with that fencing type movement, but as you guys might know, with fencing, you only go forward and backwards. That's where a boxing stance is obviously a little bit different, and we're going to talk about that base, where you want to be a little bit offline with those feet, not completely bladed, because you're not just going in and out, but you're also doing lateral movement in conjunction with that. Also, you're also receiving force, not only from punches coming this way, but punches coming from the side, so that also means you want to have some type of lateral base as well, while being sided up is important, right? But talking about the history, you think about people who have really innovated boxing footwork over the century, right? You have, really honestly, a lot of people don't think of it as a footwork guy, but you have someone like Joe Louis, that Joe Louis, like Ali would say, flat-footed, old, slow Joe Louis, but that more precision of footwork, because remember, good footwork isn't necessarily flashy. It's not stuff like, oh my gosh, that's exciting to watch and fun to watch. That's not always the case. Sometimes little precise steps is actually the footwork you need and is the best footwork. But then on more of the entertaining side, perhaps, is people like Willie Pep, who obviously influenced people like Muhammad Ali. And then, of course, in a modern round, you got to give it to Lomachenko. Lomachenko, I think, will go down in the history books as somebody that just really popularized and modernized a lot of footwork and did it very well. And on a larger scale, right, for the standard boxing person that isn't going deep into some of these characters that you can name from the 80s and other eras that had very good footwork as well, but just is not commonly known or as popular, and they're not in the common lexicon. All right. With all of our footwork, though, we have to remember it's going to start from where? It's going to start from our base. If you are in some crazy whacked out base stance position, it doesn't matter what footwork you know or don't know, it's not really going to quite work. You need to have that base. Think about, when you're talking about base, when someone thinks of fighting, they oftentimes widen their base out hard because they want to feel more stable, all right? And I haven't honestly seen a wider base make somebody more stable. Obviously, if your feet are close together, like super close, you're not stable, but I just haven't seen it honestly be much of a benefit. There's one context nuance of a benefit of a wider stance that I'm not going to talk about in this video. I'll talk about it in one of my other videos. Also, I'm working on writing a book too about boxing strategies and tactics, and in that are some things that have to do with the wider base. But if you have a wider base, that's what everyone wants to do because they want to kind of dig themselves into the canvas and they want to have that wide mound under them because they feel like punches won't move them as much. But obviously, even if that is the case, it comes at a big detriment. The big detriment is that now you're shut down. And if you do have movement, go back to the fencer idea. If you do have movement, it's now just going to be really a forward and backwards, right? Because that's where you are. You're wide. So naturally also, by the way, the more wide you are, the more bladed you are going to be just because. But now you're wide, so therefore he knows you're probably going to be somewhere on that line, at least with your body. You can move the head a little bit, but at least with your body, you're probably going to be on that line. And if you look at the greatest footwork fighters in general, right? Not every single one of them, but in general, what do they all have in common? They all have in common that they have a little bit of a narrower base. Their base isn't so wide. Their feet aren't spread at double their shoulder length. When someone just plants their flag and stays in one spot, maybe you'll see that happen. And you'll see a lot of fighters that have struggled with footwork that have wide bases. So that is something like, look at Muhammad Ali. Look at how narrow his base is, and he's known as the greatest moving heavyweight ever in the history of boxing. All right, so you need to make sure you're aware of these things with yourself, because what I find is people tend to not, be too narrow. I find, specifically when someone starts sparring, maybe someone's like doing goofy, weird things when they're shadow boxing or hitting a bag, maybe. But in general, almost all human beings that I've ever worked with, when they start sparring, they start getting really wide, all right? Because they want to try to lock themselves so they don't get knocked around. Now, remember, like I'm saying, when we have that more of a narrow base, not only does that allow you forward and backwards movement, but also allows you that lateral movement, right? So you're not stuck on that line. And again, any great lateral fighter will generally have a more narrow base. Also, think about it as well. It allows you to then widen out if you want to, right? For a reason, right? Think about it. If I have a narrow base and I want to get a little bit closer to you, I can just step out my lead foot and now I'm closer to you. If I want to go back a little bit and I'm in a narrow base, I just step out my back foot and now I'm a little bit away from you. Or if I want to go off to a side a little bit, I just step out that foot from that narrow base and I can do that versus just being stuck with that wide base where you're already as spread out as you're going to be. Now, something else as well that you might not be thinking about with having a more wide base is it's actually going to kill your range. I've seen this play out time and time again. Guys that have that wide base going, at least in relation to where their lead foot is going to kill their range, specifically on their right hand. All right? So the more you can get that back foot under you, the more range you're going to have with that right hand. And also you're going to be able to rotate a little bit more even as well. I find that there's sort of a kind of an optimal place for your feet to be distance-wise to maximize your rotation to have more powerful punches too. All right? But if you have that jab and you go out and you put that left foot out, because people tend to gauge a lot of their range off of their lead foot. I've noticed that their lead foot will be out there, and from where their lead foot is actually versus even sometimes their upper body, that's where they kind of feel where they are. And that's also where sometimes someone can read where you are, not because they're looking at it, but that thing is there, right? It's just, you can just kind of feel it when it's there and you run into it and things like that, especially when you're going against opposite stance. But based off of where that lead foot is, if that rear foot is way out behind you, now you're sitting the whole torso back and you're going to have less reach with your rear hand, your two, and you're probably going to lean with it then, fall off balance, things like that. I had one fighter that I've worked a lot with on him narrowing his stance. And the more he's narrowed it down, the better and better he's gotten. He has 20 plus fights, but it's a continual process of initially he would just widen that base out so hard. And when that base was wide, he was a sit and duck. When that base gets more narrow, he's moving. He's able to react in a multitude of different ways. All right, so these are just basic things I want you to make sure that you understand with your footwork. And lastly, on this subject of the more narrow base, think about it. Classic trainer, Charlie Goldman, little short guy. He worked with, famously, Rocky Marciano. And that is where that goofy thing in the Rocky movies comes from of tying Rocky's feet together, right? So he worked with Rocky Marciano, and Marciano was getting so wide all the time, and you can kind of see that in his fights. And you see him actually, the feet get a little bit more narrow as he gets more mature as a fighter. And so the folklore is that Charlie Goldman tied his legs closer together, so therefore he was only able to step out enough to max the distance and then had to return back to a stance that kept them more narrow. So think about it, Charlie didn't, and no coach is going to work with you generally. I mean, geez, at least I've seen, I don't know, right? There's a lot of crazy stuff people do. But I'm no reputable coach, in my personal opinion, is going to work with you on widening your stance, right? Hey man, you got to get that stance even wider, get it even wider. Ain't gonna be a thing. But a lot of coaches may work with you on getting that stance a little bit tighter, all right? And we're gonna talk about all these things as we move forward. Now let's talk about weight distribution, because again, this all goes into footwork. Because if you don't have this stuff down, like I'm saying with the stance, but also with weight distribution, the footwork isn't gonna be optimal as well, all right? So let's jump into that. We wanna strive for around, ideally, 50-50 weight distribution between your lead foot and your rear foot. Why is that? Well, similar to that thing about more narrow stance is now you can distribute weight if you want to, right? You can lean a little bit forward for certain reasons, and you can lean a little bit back for certain reasons. But if you're not distributed equally, right? Let's say you have all that weight on the lead leg, you can run into a lot of problems. Now, why is that? Hey guys, if you enjoy this content so far, make sure you do me a big favor. And if you're not subscribed already, click that subscribe button, click like, and drop a comment. Appreciate you guys. Well, think about it. What's the one punch that can not land very well, or it's hard to land? You know, you could land it, you can make an argument for it. But it's very hard to land, less likely to land, and not likely to even be thrown if you're not leaning forward. Think about it. If I'm not leaning forward at you, what punch am I not inviting? The uppercut in terms of headshots, all right? But if I'm leaning forward, I'm automatically inviting the uppercut. Also, as well, like I was just watching a fight last night, and this stuff's illegal, but people get away with it. You need to be ready for it as a fighter. Last night I was watching these two heavyweights fight. One really tall guy, one shorter guy. Shorter guy had a little bit of a bend of the waist forward. Not a lot, just a little bit of bend of the waist forward. Taller guy, illegally, because you're not allowed to clinch, it's not Muay Thai, was second the little guy came in, hand behind the head, push down. Or like if a hook goes, push down, forearm it down. Ref was letting him get away with it. He's giving little warnings here and there, but the guy was the favorite. And the ref wasn't doing crap about it. Little warnings, little warnings. The guy was literally double arm pushing him off and pushing him off with arms. Illegal. But the ref was letting him get away with it. And that's where you can't, as the fighter, that's being done to, be like, hey, dude, that's illegal. You got to adjust what you're doing. So if you're always leaning forward, you might be getting creamed by uppercuts more than you need to be. But also, you go against the wrong guy with the wrong referee, they're going to start pushing you down, pushing you down, wearing your back out, and making it so you can't get off. And you want to get off. All right, now, if you do want to lean away, in general, again, there's oftentimes a time and place. And let's be clear, this is boxing. People call it sweet science, and that's a cool, awesome name for it. But I mean, to be honest, it's not the sweet science. It's the sweet art, right? Or it's the awesome art, right? It's a martial art. And that's where the term art is very important there. Because, like, yes, it does operate in the realm of physics, but it's art in the way that there's a massive amount of variety with how things can be done in a way that you can accomplish something, right? Just like with music, there's music theory, right? There's boxing theory. And music is something, there's many ways to do the music. There's many things, and there's a theory behind all of it, but it's not necessarily a science, if that makes sense. Hope that makes sense to you guys. All right. Now, if we do want to not be 50-50 on our feet and we want to distribute our weights one place, the one place I recommend working on distributing it more is on the rear leg, to sit back a little bit. Because again, I want to say I've never, but it's hard to say never, right? Never say never. But I cannot think of a time, and I can think of many times, that I've had fighters that I work with that are front foot heavy, meaning they're leaning forward. That's what front foot heavy means, right? Their weight is there, but why is their weight there? Because their body's leaning there, the torso's there. And if you're front foot heavy, we get hit by those uppercuts. Let's sit back a little bit. Why would you think about the game of chess, right? The king and the queen, the most important pieces, all right? I'm not a good chess player, but the most important pieces are in the back. The pawns are up front. Your fists are your pawns. The king and the queen, or the king is your head. Don't put that in front. Have that in back, right? So have that weight just sat back a little bit. It's going to minimize what you're open for. It's actually going to defensively allow you to see more things, right? Because you have more space. You have more time to react to what is created in that space. And it's just a much better picture all around. And then you have much more time to use your pawns, your hands, to intercept things or to slip, etc. And then you can always, from that more back position, lean to 50-50, right? Wouldn't that be great to just lean and be at 50-50 versus lean and be up beyond your lead leg? Because that's one of the biggest things in boxing is a good general rule is don't have that head going over that lead foot. That head's going over that lead foot, you are drastically out of position. And unless you're really, 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 really doing something special, don't make a habit of doing that. One thing as well with the leaning forward that's a detriment to an aggressive fighter, because I know what you might be saying, man, Coach Keith, I'm aggressive. So I put my head in there, I'm getting in on him, right? That's my footwork, I get in. Well, if you're leaning forward, it's actually gonna hurt your footwork. Why is that? Because if I have all my weight on my lead leg, guess what? Now, in order to progress forward again, within reason, I have to use some type of weight or shift back a little bit to step forward again. And that's the big problem with leaning with punches and things like that, is that if you lean with the punch and your weight is now forward, you have to now take that weight that's forward, distribute it back a little bit so you can do your attack again. Again, think about it. If you had all your weight, if you just picked up your back leg, had all your weight on your lead foot, yeah, you could try to hop on one foot after them, but you're not going to be in a good position. So there's going to be that little shift back in that delay versus if you keep that weight 50-50, then you shoot an attack and they're not there for you. They take a step back again. You can take a step back after them. You can go in again with another step. But if you lean in on the first step and all the weight's forward and they take a step out, now you're stuck there, hung out to dry, and you got to shift weight a little bit back before you do your second attack. All right? And that's also too, that leads me to back to the idea of the narrow stance is recreating our stance. All right? Make sure that ideally be able to move, and every movement you make with your feet, you can recreate your base, your stance. You can plant your flag there in the right way. If you always step forward and leave your rear leg behind, which most people have problems with doing this, it's going to be detrimental to you when you want to be aggressive, or when you want to be aggressive against someone that's going to take a step back on you, and you thought it was only going to be one step, they step out two, and now you got to step in another one. You got to drag that rear leg up behind you before you push off again to come after. Why would a guy go on the front leg, and put that weight, not 50-50, or sat back a little bit like I'm talking about, put a little bit on the lead leg? Well, why do you think? You probably know. They'd use it to bait somebody, right? If I put my head out at you, it's going to encourage a jab to come, or maybe a right hand, or maybe a hook. One of those shots come, and you can pull out from it, counter, etc. That is the reason, but that's not your default stance. Hell, you might even lean forward to draw an uppercut, because you're doing that for a reason. There's a lot of things you see your favorite boxer do at the high level. They're for reasons, not unknown reasons or habitual activities. But time and time again, I work with these guys from complete zero, build them up to whatever level they can get to. And I've produced quite a few pros over the years. And if you don't build that proper base and they're doing this stuff without a reason, and they're doing it because they're not even aware they're doing it, or they can't control themselves, or they can't stop themselves from doing it, you're going to run into drastic problems when you get up to a certain level. And it might take you a while, but you get to that level, hopefully, and then you'll have to suffer then when you get there, and you got to fix it. And you got to do that hard work. And honestly, you've built in years of a habit. Now it's going to be hard to get rid of that habit. Let's talk about balls, all right? Let's talk about the balls of the feet, right? And to be clear, it's funny how many people don't know just some basic anatomy, right? I'm not saying like I'm an anatomical genius or something, but I had this problem too, where it's like the heel looks like a ball kind of to me. I don't know. It just looks like a ball joint, like on a trailer. So if you think of ball with that, so I just know a lot of times when I'm working with guys that, they don't have a lot of schooling or things like that, and I say ball, they're not really sure what the hell I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about that part that's right below the toes, that is what you go up on when you do a calf raise. That's the ball of your foot, all right? Now, it's important because my dad used to get so annoyed when people would talk about get on your toes or be on your toes. That would just piss him off so much. Because obviously, if you're on your toe, like a ballerina, on your toe, that's not where you want to be as a boxer. You want to be on the balls because you can do stuff off of your balls. If you are on those toes, man, you got to go back to the ball before you do anything. And also, too, if you go up on the toe of a leg, right? Like think about a golfer going up on the toe when he does that swing. He's not going to launch off of that. All the balance is now shifted to the lead leg, all of it. And that's going to be detrimental to your movement. Now, we also want to be able to move on our balls, but also know how to set, right? If you're always just caught up on being on the balls of your feet all the time, I argue there can be a detriment. And I argue that if you watch your favorite fighter, you see that heel set. Doesn't set hard. They're not walking on their heels in the ring necessarily, but that heel lightly sets. Even when they're doing a bounce, watch their feet as they're bouncing. You can see that heel lightly touch. And that's like what Chuck Bodak would talk about, is let the heel just lightly touch as you balance and move. It's a light touch. But that little light touch is enough of a set for you to lock and load yourself to throw your shots. And also, too, think about it. If you want to be able to block and shoot, catch and shoot, etc., roll a punch, bam, come back, things like that, you're going to want to have a little bit of set. If you're just up on the balls of your feet and someone throws a hard hook at you, it's going to knock you off balance. I'm sure you've seen that with film, or maybe you've experienced this yourself if you're a big mover, but you're up on the balls, you're up kind of high, someone throws a big hook, and sure, you blocked it, but it still flings you around. You're not able to block and shoot off of that shot. So that's where it's important to know how to have the base and to have the base. Think about it. Some of the greatest counterpunchers. Think about one of the greatest counterpunchers in the last 40 years, James Toney, in my opinion. But look at where his feet are, set a lot of the time. That allows him to counterpunch. Now, of course, he could benefit from being more of a mover in times and places. But when you're looking to be a good counterpuncher, sometimes it's got to be set unless your goal is to move and counter. All right? Now, think about it. When you're on the balls of your feet, it's going to allow you to do what? To do a quicker start, right? Because in order to launch off a foot, the foot has to go to the ball to launch off. You're not going to launch off your heels of your feet. Try that. Go onto the heels of your feet, bend your knees, and try to jump. You're literally going to do what I just did there. But if you go to the balls of your feet and you jump, it's going to get you a little higher without any more effort. And of course, if you want maximal jump, then you'll see the maximal difference, and you'll see the heel is nothing and the ball is everything, right? So that also allows you to always be in that position. If you're a little bit more just ball favoring, make sure, again, all the time, every single point when you're boxing, be a little bit ball favoring versus heel favoring, because again, that's going to allow you to move quickly at any time or place. One thing to watch out though, if you're going to be ball heavy, is make sure you don't do that beginner hop that I talked about in another video, where it's just like this up and down nervous hop, where it's like literally an energy burn. It's like they're like jumping rope while they're boxing. And I don't know what you think, but boxing is hard enough. So don't be doing another exercise. Don't be doing burpees while you're boxing. Don't jump rope while you're boxing. Don't do all this other stuff while you're boxing. Box, right? So sometimes you just need to, like, when there's a little bit of space and your guy ain't doing anything, that's a great time to set. Just set. Wait a second. Hell, you can walk around for a second. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But don't just keep freaking bouncing. Or sometimes people have the happy feet, and they see a lot of times where their feet are just constantly moving, constantly just picking up a little bit, moving. And that's going to hurt you, because now you got to wait for that foot to set to shoot, right? So there's that moment, again, if you're bouncing or happy feet, where you're not able to literally shoot at any time or place. You have to wait for that slight set to happen to shoot. It's burning the hell out of your legs, and you're doing like a quick feet drill, basically, like an exercise conditioning drill, and you don't need to do it. That's nervousness. Get rid of it. I talked about that in the Get Loose video. You can save wearing heels for when you go out at night and do things you don't tell anybody about, but don't bring your heels to the boxing ring. More ball, sometimes flat foot, but ball more than 50% of the time, because you want to be able to be poised and be able to move. I've even seen coaches demoing stepping, their basic boxing movement being heel stepping, all right? So I've seen, and you tell me if you've seen this in the gym you're in or whatnot, or maybe you're guilty of it, I don't know. But where a coach will demonstrate, here, this is how you step forward, this is how you step back, this is how you step to the side, and watch how the foot connects with the ground. Their foot goes heel, flat, heel, flat. That's not a good habit. And the reason why that happens subconsciously, they don't even know, I think it's a complete accident that they're doing that, is because you spend all of your day in life doing what? How do you move? You walk. When you walk, you don't walk on your balls, you walk heel first, heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe. And so that is so ingrained, and that's why, again, I jump on that so hard with you as a boxer, to make sure that you're a little bit more ball versus heel at all, because it's just, you're fighting what you do naturally. And boxing is about distinguishing everything that you do naturally. Everything that's natural almost is going to be wrong for boxing, right? Someone punches in your face, you get pissed off. That's not going to be good for you as you get up your levels in boxing. Somebody throws something at you and you blink, that's not going to be good for you. Walking on your heels, not going to be good for you. Straightening your legs up, not going to be good for you in boxing. Being tight, not going to be good for you. So boxing is about distinguishing all of these natural reflexes and habits and creating the ones that are going to be specific to this sport. Let me give you an example of the heel step and how it came into play with the fight. Roberto Duran, probably the greatest lightweight fighter in the history of boxing. He beat Sugar Ray Leonard in that first fight. According to Angelo Dundee and folklore, might be true, might not be true, but I'll share it with you. So according to Angelo Dundee, in the next fight, Dundee said he saw and noticed that Duran, when he came in for his attacks, he was a heel stepper. And you'll see a lot of guys that do that, they're aggressive. I had that problem, and that's where I've had to really work on being a ball stepper as I come in. Because when you're coming in, your body wants to brace with that heel a little bit. But what happens is if you hit the heel first, you're not doing anything until that ball hits the ground. Once that ball hits the ground, now you can move again. But while that heel's on the ground, you ain't moving anywhere. And that's the opportunity that someone can sidestep you or just punch you. So Dundee elucidated that Duran was a heel stepper, or at least oftentimes, which he kind of is. He kind of comes in just crazy, and that's where Leonard could do the lateral movement and deal with that heel stepping problem. All right, and that's, again, greatest lightweight in the history of boxing. So to be clear, Think about it. It's not just you that has these problems. It's some of the greatest that have these problems. But you could make the case that it's something for them to work on. Because think about it. If you happen to be in a privileged position, right? To, let's say you are a coach, or you start coaching after you stop boxing, and you're working with a fighter. And let's say you actually become a really, really, really good coach, right? Let's say you get up there, right? If someone goes to work with Eddie Futch or with Emmanuel Stewart, or just whoever, if they're going to be the coach to them, yeah, you got to pick and choose what are some things you're going to fix, right? You don't take away everything from somebody and try to recreate the wheel for someone that's already, a champion and been successful. But what are you going to do? You're going to need to sometimes maybe pick and choose what are some things you're going to work on. And you could make an argument, at least in my opinion, with someone like Roberto Duran, that him working on being more of a ball stepper as he attacks, it's not going to hurt all the other stuff he does. It's great. It's not changing up his whole style. It's not like, hey, Duran, you fight this way. Let's have you fight this way. It's not like, hey, Muhammad Ali, you fight like how you fight. Let's have you fight like Joe Frazier, right? It's not doing that. It's these little adjustments that, if the guy is receptive, can make a big difference. And remember, let's not, like I said in the last video, don't deify, don't glorify, don't make your favorite boxer or boxers you like gods. They're not gods, they're men. They're men, and all men are flawed in life and also in boxing. We're not perfect. Now let's talk about big and small steps, all right? Both can be useful in boxing. One is going to be more important than the other, all right? With everybody that I've trained, and most everybody, when they're doing any type of combat, they want to leap, right? That's a natural thing of wanting to leap with your shots or to jump and do big movements. What I have found from my experience coaching over the years is that you want to make sure people learn how to move just enough. Again, talk about destroying natural stuff. Just enough. 4 inches, 5 inches, maximum about 6 inches. How big is 6 inches? That's the size of a dollar bill, all right? That's how much your foot is going to move. So wherever your toe is into the ground, right, where the tip of your toe is on the end of your foot, 6 inches out from there is about how big you want your step to be, or even sometimes less. And you want to be precise about learning that, because that's going to become so important with timing and with positioning. If you can just take that little step in enough, 6 inches, 5 inches, to land the shot, and that much to get out, you're in a position to do anything and everything. But if it's always a lunge in, then if your guy isn't there when you lunged in, one, it's going to also make you more of a heel stepper the more you lunge. But you lunge in, he sidesteps you, or while you're in the air, the more time you're in the air with a lunge with a bigger step, it's a longer step, takes more time. While you're in the air, bam, you get caught by something, versus if it's that precise step and over that distance of, let's say, 2 feet that you have to let's say it's 1 foot, and over that 12-inch space of 1 foot, if you chop that up into 2 steps or into 3 steps, that's 3 opportunities you can make a correction, and you're in a position to do something different if you had to, and if it made sense, and if you saw something. But if you overcome 12 inches with 1 step, that's 12 inches you can do nothing besides let the movement play out, and whatever happens, happens, right? And so that is, again, so important. Or if you're lunging and you're smothering yourself if you're attacking, or if you're jumping out all the time, you're putting yourself in a position automatically that you're telling your opponent, hey, I'm not going to counter you, right? Versus if you take that small step back, just enough to be clear of the shot, bam, you're in a position to strike back, whether it's a step back into strike back, or they lunged in just a little bit and you caught them. You must learn and practice and work on small steps. And shadowboxing is about the only great way to do it. Just work on those small steps and be mindful of it. And then once you've been mindful of it, create the habit, build it, it becomes automatic. Hey guys, something I just started is the membership option for this channel. So go over there and check it out. There's 2 options. The second level, you get the opportunity to actually have your sparring and training videos reviewed by me with tips and advice to help you become a better boxer.
Just put that right hand in front. That's all you gotta do is just put that right hand in front. Right hand in front. And we solve some of that. Because the range, see, he tried 1-3, and the range wasn't there for him. So you can have that right hand in front and not have to worry about the 3 if you manage your range well.
Big shout out to Italian Puncher who just joined, and hopefully you'll be next. There's a time and a place for big steps. Okay, again, foundation of boxing, learn how to step small. There's a time and a place for big steps though. You see it successful all the time. Problem is too also, like, people will see the big lunge in with a hook, you know, and they're like, damn, that's what I need to do, right? And that's all they do. Or they see the boxer that does the big lunge out and whoo, out of a shot, and they're like, oh man, look how cool that looked. And that's all of what they do. Versus, what are the little nuances they don't even see? What are the times and the place for big steps? Well, like I mentioned with the big woo jump out, kind of like you're jumping out the escape hatch, right? The spaceship that you're on in outer space, right, has been overtaken by an alien. It's time to get on the escape pod and just get out of there. You don't even try to fight the alien anymore. So there are situations when you're boxing someone and you've maybe tagged them up, bam, 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 like, woo, you just hit them with like 5 clean shots. Man, and they want to shoot back at you, maybe you do want to just hit the escape hatch. Or maybe you've done all the work you want to do and they're trying to rally their attack back on you and you're like, no, I don't want to engage right now. That's a time and a place for big steps because you don't want to engage, right? Now, when is the time and the place for big steps coming forward? There's a disengagement, which is more of a back big step, right? But then there's coming at somebody. There's some situations where you want to do this. Think about guys like Joe Frazier, Mike Tyson, but there's also way more than that I'm not even mentioning that do the big launch step in to attack. What's the benefit of incorporating that into your boxing? Not doing it all the time, doing it 20% of the time, but when you do it 20% of the time, it's actually going to be effective and beneficial. Because again, think about too, with these, go back to the escape hatch. They escape hatch out. If you're always taking that little step out, a good boxer can read that that's the amount of space you're taking and they can make sure their movement matches that, right? But if sometimes you're jumping out and escape hatching out, again, keeping the chin down, keeping your foundation together as you do it, basically meaning keeping your chin down, and then sometimes you're taking a little step back, they don't know how much they need to step. And that's just going to throw them off and discombobulate them and allow you to control the fight better. And the same thing applies to the opposite end, to the more aggressive fighter who is wanting to attack, and maybe they attack with small steps, but the other guy jumps out big. So sometimes you want to be able to come in big. Or think about it. You're a shorter boxer. You want to stalk down that ring, get yourself into a position where you're in just about striking distance, right? You're right outside of striking distance, and now with that one step, you can get to your striking distance. If you are sometimes just almost out of range, I'm not saying crazy far, but just out of range, you're not one step striking distance, you're like 2. And your opponent, I've seen this play out time and time again, your opponent is thinking, man, I'm good. You know, they've got the chair set up on the beach and they're, you know, about to open up a drink and relax. Put the sunglasses on, close their eyes. And you, bam, they're like, oh, dude, that guy was like all the way down the beach. I didn't think that guy was going to be able to freaking like mug me or whatever. But dude, bam, you're right there. So being able to be further than that one step range and attack in. That's where guys, again, like one guy come to mind, Manny Pacquiao's good at that. Without too far, you think, for him to do something. And then all of a sudden, bam, he's in your face. Now, that's the element of surprise. And that's a very important concept to work on as an aggressive fighter. So being able to actually lunge sometimes, but again, don't do it all the time. If you start doing it more than 50% of the time, a good enough fighter, maybe, you know, honestly, sometimes guys can't deal with it. But a good enough fighter will be able to catch you. And again, what type of base are you building? Let's build a base that's going to be successful for the longest amount of time against the most types of fighters. It's important to be able to change the amount of movement as well to stay safe in a variety of circumstances. Let me give you a circumstance that I use this concept a lot. I might have an amateur fighter that's a beginner. They maybe have one fight, or maybe they don't have any fights, right? Or they're just very great, and they are maybe going to work with someone that is a pro fighter, an experienced fighter. Now, of course, obviously, I'm going to tell the experienced fighter, hey, this guy's new, and take care of him, things like that. But again, a guy that's a pro fighter, that's or a high-level amateur that's a kind of a killer, their kill instinct is sometimes hard to hold down, right? And you got to accept that. They try to control it, whatnot, but sometimes things can get dicey in there. How do I keep my guy safe, right? Because I want him to have the experience, and of course, if things get too hot, I'm going to take him out of the ring, right? As any good coach should do. And I'm not going to have him get beat the hell up. But what am I going to do to keep him safe, right? Is it going to be, hey, champ, keep those hands up? And it might be. Hey, champ, keep your chin down. It might be. But something that I find is even better for that, because they can keep their chin down and their hands up, but against a good fighter, chin down, hands up, and you're stuck in one spot, ain't enough. Or It's not enough to just be moving. You can get on your bicycle, chin down, hands up, whatever, on your bicycle, and yes, you're not a sitting duck, but against a decent fighter, they read that movement amount, or they read your movement. They can stay with you. They can cut off the ring. They know how to do this, right? And they get you to where they want you. So that's where using this concept of the small step and big step, whether it's in or out or around, is very important. Because if a fighter doesn't know where you're going to be with your feet, irregardless of what you're trying to do with your punches, you're again, I'm talking about a situation where you're trying to survive a little bit against a guy, right? You're getting that ring work, and maybe now he's starting to turn it on you, and we want to stay safe. If you're always taking a couple little steps back, he knows to reach in a little bit more, and he can just catch it, right? He can fall in and catch it. But if sometimes you're jumping out, he knows that fall or lean in isn't going to be successful and beneficial for him. He's not going to hit anything, so he's not going to take the chance. Or if you're always inching back, he knows he can inch after you. But if sometimes you're inching back, boom, smother in, step in hard, now all of a sudden, you're there, like in there. He can't throw very well, smothered. But then sometimes you're out. If you're always jumping in, he just runs you into something. But if he doesn't know if you're going to be jumping in, jumping out, or taking little steps lateral or in and out, now there's a lot of variables going on that he's now had to adjust to. And so you just focus on that with your movement, and trust me, if you keep a decent foundation and you're in decent shape, you can actually get away with some time in the ring with a far more experienced guy and at least stay safe when they start to try to turn it up on you. But of course, the worst thing you can do is just keep doing what you're doing. Meaning, they start turning up on you and you just stay in one spot. They start turning up on you and you just get on your bicycle and it's the same bicycle at the same speed running around the ring. Or they try to turn up on you and you just try to just only walk forward and smother them down, because a good fighter knows how much you're doing that. They're going to cut angles on you or take a little step back just enough to make you run into something. All right? But putting in that variable and that variety, massive impact. I've had to work time and time again against guys that you would know. I've had guys that you don't know spar against guys that you would know that are now starting to come up and they've been fighting on TV and stuff like that, and survive against these guys because of these concepts. All right. Now, just to tie all this home, let's talk about a fight that happened recently. You got that guy, Frank Martin, against Gervonta Davis, right? And of course, Gervonta had his plan, and he worked out his plan. There was a great plan for a 12-round fight for a guy that's a power puncher. Great. Now, Frank Martin also had a good plan as well. Good strategy, everything. Good stuff. But, in my opinion, where he ran into trouble was when Tank got him in that corner on the ropes, then Martin just starts doing this, bobbing, panic mode. But you're only dealing here. But as a boxer, you need to be three-dimensional. So don't just go up and down with the head or side to side with your head, but go in and out with the feet, right? Because if sometimes in those situations, if he would just smother Tank intelligently, Tank would get shut down, right? Sometimes he does the jump out when he doesn't have ropes behind him, and then sometimes he does the jump to the side or the other side. But those big steps and changing that movement like that would have been beneficial versus you end up on the rope and now you're just like, oh, I just got to go defense and move my head and try to not be killed. Man, and that's a great opportunity when you hit that rope to go forward and smother a guy that's trying to walk you down and create a little bit of space. Sure, you have the chance to get caught by something, but as we know, he had the chance to get caught by something by staying there. And again, you're going to add more variables. The more variables you have on an object you're trying to hit, the less likely you are going to be to connect the shot. Now, with footwork in general, we need to be very careful about tells. That's one of the biggest areas, besides punches obviously, that you need to worry about is having tells on your footwork. Because someone can anticipate almost everything you're going to do, and a good fighter will be able to exploit you very badly if he can tell what you're about to do by how your body position is and what your feet are doing, right? So again, aggressive guys, typically, you can tell when they're about to attack because their leg will lift up high and there's an obvious shift of weight as they're about to attack. Or their knees will bend before they launch. You need to have those knees lightly bent all the time. Not extremely bent, but just a light bend. One term for it is like soft knees, right? But having that slight bend, so now you're able to attack. You need to make sure that every movement you do is as undetectable as possible. Now, how do you work on this? Well, you use a mirror, right? If you don't have a mirror, go buy one, $50 at a Home Depot or whatever, or order one online. Get a mirror. You have to do that mirror work where you're watching yourself, and I spent time and time again and hours doing this, right? Because with me as a shorter boxer, my jab attack, right? Not only would my hand give a tell, maybe I'd pull it back and shoot, but also my foot would give a tell. I pick that foot up a little bit too much and a little too prematurely, and so a fast guy sees that little movement out of the peripheral vision, bam, runs me right into an uppercut or something. All right? So how about I just make his life harder by working on not giving a tell on my step? So the more I can just disguise my step and get close without any show that it's about to happen, the better I'm going to be. Because also when you're powerful or trying to be powerful, it's very easy to lean back and then lean forward and things like that. So you need to watch for that. Use a mirror, watch yourself, and work in front of that mirror and try to watch for every little tell. But also it's good. It'll make your eyes more educated, right? It'll give you better vision as a fighter. Because now probably some of the things that you're doing that are a little bit tells, you're not special. There's probably other people that do that too. And now you can kind of see what that looks like, and now it's brought to your awareness, and then you can kind of see it in some guys who maybe are sparring or fighting. All right? But so you watch for those things. And the other place to do it, even better sometimes, is to video it. Because now you can see it from different angles, different sides, and get a better idea of outside of yourself. Oh man, I didn't realize I was doing that. It's funny, there's so much stuff that when you film your sparring and things like that, where you film it and you watch it and you're like, wow, I didn't freaking realize I was doing that. That's ridiculous. Or sometimes you're happily surprised and you're like, man, I feel like I did crap in that sparring session. And then you watch, you're like, man, I hit that guy a lot. That's awesome. Good work, myself. All right, so make sure you film it. Now, what are some different technical aspects we need to do to consider while we're working on not giving tells with our footwork? Number one is, like I mentioned, you want to keep those knees slightly bent so we don't have to bend the knees to do anything. There's no reason at any point, any time in boxing. This is one thing that I will say never. And it's a rookie thing to lock your legs out. So if you do it, stop it. Get done with it. That is your body being lazy, trying to lock it on the knee joint to stand up versus just keep that light bend all the time. All right? Walk through your day with your knees slightly bent all the time if you're serious about being a better boxer and you have a problem with locking those legs out all the time. To make sure we don't give a tell is to make sure we stay a little bit on the balls of our feet. If we're on the balls of our feet, just a little bit, and I'm not even talking detectably on the balls of your feet, all right? I don't mean you can see the heel is off the ground. I'm just saying you can feel that weight in your balls of your feet. You might not know it, but you might be setting some of that weight. Feel it. You might be setting some of that weight in your heels, and that's too much there. And then the last thing is just watch out for the lean step. One place, again, like forward, generally I don't see it going backwards, but when people go forward, sometimes they'll lean forward and then step, or when they go lateral is when I see it a lot. Particularly ways they're not used to moving. Everybody, if you're a basic boxer, you're gonna move to your lead side laterally the easiest. If you're gonna move to your rear side, so often, I had this problem, but I see it with a lot of guys. They'll do a little lean, and then they'll step over. They'll lean, step over. And that little tell of that lean step over is enough of a tell that against a good fighter, it's going to destroy the benefit of the move that you're doing. All right, guys, so now let's talk about the most important punch in boxing, but as it relates to footwork, the jab. I've already talked about why it's important, so I'm not going to get into that. All right, but the jab is your delivery truck to drop off your packages. It's good old reliable. It's going to work the majority of the time. Sure, you might have to take care of that truck sometimes. Sure, it might break down sometimes and you got to maybe walk or ride a bicycle or get a different truck. But that jab is a delivery system that's going to be beneficial to deliver any type of package or bomb that you want to on your opponent. So let's talk about moving with it though. With the jab, being able to step forward with it and making sure we're bringing our back foot. So often guys are stuck in this pattern where they're going to step with that jab and leave the back foot. And they're automatically saying, hey, I poked my head throughout the door and then I'm coming back outside. I'm not just going to go in and get something. And again, you can be reckless in going in and get something, but let's not only poke our head to the door, but let's bust that door, go inside, do everything we need to do, take the enemy out, and then get out if we want to. Practice being able to shoot that jab, boom, and then step, bring the back foot. Every single time, bring that back foot, bring that back foot, bring that back foot. Only for certain reasons, purposes. Shoot that jab and not. Boom, shoot that jab, not. Boom, shoot that jab, not. Because you want to go back and stay out. Be able to shoot, bring the back foot. Because then off of that, if they step outside the first jab, you can come back down with another jab. If they step out of that first jab, you can then move. If they step off to the side, you're not having to come back here before you move and step over. I shoot that first jab, boom, they sidestep. Now I got to readjust everything. Versus if I'm here, boom, they sidestep, I can swing my lead leg over to go after them, which by the way is a important, good way to be able to cut spin on somebody and get closer to them as you do it, but I'm not gonna talk too much about that in this video. All right, now, making sure with the 1-2, yes, to shoot a fast 1-2, go 1, leave the foot, bring it up with a 2. It does allow you a lot more speed on that 1-2. I'm here, bah, like that. I can get my 2 off a little bit faster, bah, type timing. But your timing doesn't always need to be bah with the 1-2. It can sometimes be bah, bah. Be able to shoot that jab, bring the back foot before the right hand goes, before the 2 goes, and then shoot the 2. So I'm here, and you can still get some nice quickness on it. I'm here. See that? I brought the foot up, because guess what also? If let's say I shot that first jab, and I wanted that 2, and I'm like that, and they're out, and my reflexes are fast, and I'm like, oh, the 2 wasn't there. The foot had already come up, and now I can do whatever else I want. Or you planned on that 1-2, you shot the 1, but you brought the back foot, and now maybe it's a hook time. Versus if you're dead set on that 1-2, 1, now you gotta bring that, you're probably not gonna get that 3 off. But if you shoot that 1, boom, bring that back foot, now you get that 3 off. We're good to go. You got all the options. Again, I want you to train, or think about implementing into your training, boxing that is gonna allow you the most variety of options versus stick you in one path. All right, so let's also talk about jabbing, circle jabbing, right? Basic important concept, right? You know, movement hides movement. That's not my phrase. I stole that from a coach, Chuck Hawthorne. But movement hides movement. If I'm moving my hand, which is punching in the face, and moving my feet, it's hiding the movement. So being able to, like here's my guy right here, I'm able to circle, jab around. But remember, to work on all this stuff, you don't need a freaking bag. You just do it in the air. That's all you gotta do. Circle. But notice my steps are very small. I'm getting around. I'm not staying at one point. Because that's one thing to remember too. Look, if I just keep this foot set here and I just spin, it ain't gonna do it. Unless that guy's like moving over that way, right? But then also I'm kind of following him in that situation. That's not what we're about. But anyway, make sure though, rookie things. Make sure we don't, let's say I'm here. My guy's here and I'm gonna jab a couple times so I end up facing you. I'm here, boom, boom. Sometimes we'll do this. This right foot will swing too much as we're circling, and it puts us in a position so you're not able to throw your right hand. And that's a good way to test yourself to make sure you're in position. Is circle jab 3, 4, 5 times. Circle jab as much as you want. And then somewhere in there, shoot the right hand. And if you have good feet position and the foot isn't going too far, you'll be able to get off the right hand. And if not, you'll feel very awkward with that foot too far around. But being able to jab around a circle, especially on like a stationary person, gets them out of position, gives them a punch while you're getting them out of position, is scoring punches, controlling them, and also setting up the other shots you want to get. Typically, it's going to be a right hand off of that. Now, also being able to step back with a jab. There's a few different ways to think about this, but the old school way that I was taught it is this foot goes out, the same time this jab goes out. Boom, like that, and then you bring the lead leg with the punch. So I go here, boom, goes out, boom, comes back. But what this allows me to do is with that one punch, I'm out of your range, or at least more than I was before I shot it. And then as this comes back, now I am out and I can do what I want to do. So being able to move that rear leg with that jab, that's something people have such problems with. It's so hard. You're so ingrained, and it's just easier to move your left with your left. So they want to move the left with the left here, and they go back, they want to go like that. And you know, I'm not going to tell you that's going to get you knocked out. It's not going to make you a horrible boxer, but I just recommend that you try to incorporate using that back leg to get that jab going same time. And then that translates me to the last point, being able to jab, step into your rear side. So if you're southpaw, it's going to be your left side. If you're a right-hander, it's going to be your right side. But being able to shoot out that jab from here and being able to boom, boom, step over, not cross step, not boom, over with the left like that, boom, wham, but being able, because that's a little bit extra, boom, wham, a little extra time versus just boom. I'm exactly where I was, where before it was boom, wham for me to get there. Being able to step that right foot over. Also, when you're stepping that right foot over, know how to not step back as you do it. Know how to not, as you step to the side, not go back into the side, but to actually go just right to the side so you stay within the range you want to stay with. Maybe they're on the ropes and you want to stay with them. You want to have feet coordinated with you. That's going to be the best way to do it.
Hey guys, make sure you stick around to the end of the video where I give my best training
tips and exercises for better footwork, and also a bonus tip, old school tip from my father. Let's talk about some basic ideas of moving with our punches. Now, before you think about moving with punches though, it's a big thing, because I used to run into like this one coach who would always be teaching people to step forward with every single punch they had and to move with every single punch they had. But my thing is, a shorter fighter, as someone who's more of a power puncher, things like that, if I got you here on the ropes or in a corner, I don't want to step in more with my punches. I got you where I want you. I'm here. If I step in more with my punches, what's going to happen? I get too close. I smother. Then you tie me up or whatever. I don't want to smother my range. I don't want to smother all my work I did to get you there if for no reason, while I'm trying to get off on you, while I'm trying to get my shots going, right? So I'm trying to get my shots going, and as I'm getting my shots going, I'm getting too close. I'm not getting my maximal leverage on my punches and things like that. So be able to have somebody here. Remember, when you're shadow boxing in the ring, things like that, remember, that doesn't mean you're here. If there's a human body right here, they couldn't fit here. If there's a human body, think about my human body's here, my lead foot's right here. Therefore, you're gonna be about that far away from your opponent if you're kind of in close on the ropes. But be able to throw your punches hard and on balance while staying in that one spot in your perfect range. But also, just to give you the other nuances, be able to come out to the guy, right? So be able to step in with your punches as you throw them. Be able to step in with a hook and things of that nature. Step in with the right hand as you shoot it. Be able to step back with it. You shoot a shot where someone's coming at you, one of the greatest things you can do is bop, 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 throw. Just turn off like that. Throw as you're punching, because man, it's difficult to fight a mover, but a mover that's punching you as they're moving, that's difficult, all right? But the same thing goes opposite too. It's difficult to fight an aggressive guy, but an aggressive guy that can hit you as you're trying to move back is also beneficial to them and bad for you. Tough time, all right? But of course, remember, the jab, using that jab is gonna be the least committed punch to do this, right? So if I'm here and I wanna, we're a little bit out, but he's close to that corner, I'm getting him close to that corner, I'm here, like that, I do my work, get him where I want him, right? Be able to move with your punches, be able to move with your punches and cut them off, right? So be able to boom, 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 get them there. Be able to go the other way. Be able to move the right foot with the left hand. Be able to move the left foot with the right hand. There's a lot of benefits to it. Can't go into all the nuances, but that's those tips. All right, guys, let's talk about cutting off a little bit in the ring. Now, obviously, if I'm in a situation like this where a guy is right here, I don't necessarily want to worry too much about steering myself this way to try to even cut him off, because he's got a lot more real estate that way, all right? So I want to make sure that I stay with him, right? I'm not just going to like go over here and give him all this way out, but he knows the corner's here, or if he's smart, he knows the corner's here. So therefore, I'm just going to be a little bit over here, just very slightly. So he's right here in front of me, like where you are. And if I'm cutting him off, I'm just going to lean a little bit more on this side, just to encourage this to happen, and then I get him in that corner. But make sure when you get him in the corner that you don't slightly go on this side, unless you want him to go that way because you want to try to run into something. But honestly, I think that's too dangerous, or it's too much trouble. It can work. It's a strategy. It's cool. Make it work, great. If you do that, I recommend probably going for the body, because if they're a smart boxer, when they exit that way, they're not going to exit like that. They're going to exit like that, going under. Go for the body, so at least you got something to stop them, all right? But if I got my guy right here, and I've done all my work to cut him off, right? Again, cutting off is just mirroring. Think about mirroring. He goes to his left, I go to my right a little bit. He goes to his right, I go to my left. And I'm actually getting slightly closer as I do so with small steps. That's the key with the small steps, guys. If I'm trying to cut off someone with big steps, I ain't gonna stay with them, right? Think about any sport where you do movement and you try to stay with somebody, like basketball or football. You do big leap, someone goes right around you, right? So those small steps, and it's not a lot of energy. It's those little steps, creeping in until you're ready to explode like a panther. That's one thing Joe Louis was so good at, was to just do those little creep, and that whole time the guy's pressure. He's waiting for you to explode. Creep, and then you do what you want to do, all right? But remember, so often we'll get someone in the corner here, and I recommend move the head, things like that, but don't be too quick to be like, man, I'm gonna cut an angle over here, right? Because then they got a path out. Or you're here, I'm gonna cut an angle over here. Now they got a path out. If you're a short guy, let's keep him there. Do your work, do what you do, smother down. Now he doesn't have anything. Do your work, do what you do, step out enough that he has to now step to you to get you. but you're right there still. Does that make sense? And you can move the head as you step out to be defensive as you step out, but be right there still, so he's still stuck there. Make him frustrated. Make him feel desperate in this corner. Make him feel like he can't get out of there, because you don't want him to get out of there. Keep that guy there, all right? That's some basic ideas of cutting off. All right, so now let's talk about learning how to not cross your feet, because again, that's something just everyone does naturally, but make sure in relation to your opponent, you can keep your right foot slightly on the right side. You're still sided up, but your right foot is slightly on the right side, and you're not crossing those feet, because that's going to be problems when you're a beginner. Also, learn how to break the rules as well. Don't be so rigid and stuck into anything I'm talking about. Anything, because it's an art. All right? Don't be stuck. It's all theory. Don't be so stuck that you can't throw a punch with your legs slightly crossed or slightly out of position and things like that. I'll tell you where I had the biggest revelation of this. It was early on when I started coaching. I took some pro guys up to Maryland to fight, and I saw some guys up close like Jared Hurd, this guy Mike Reed, but Jared Hurd is a champion, name you might know, but he wasn't that at that time. But he was on the pro circuit, and I saw all these guys, and just one thing that stood out to me that I just never noticed until then was how these guys could throw and their feet aren't with them, right? One foot's up in the air slightly, like they're about to step and they're throwing with the other hand. There's shots that are being delivered by any position, with any foot position whatsoever, doesn't matter. And I honestly, I challenge you to be the same. So again, we're working on these techniques, we're working on these concepts, but don't let it be a limiter. Let it be a base builder. Let it be something that allows you to have more success and to do more things and to be more efficient and effective. But the moment it starts becoming a neuroticism and the moment it starts impacting performance too much, then it becomes a detriment and it's not actually expanding your ability as a fighter. So just keep that stuff in mind. It's very important. Let's talk about being able to walk someone down. Again, I mentioned the Gervonta Davis fight with Frank Martin. Classic, kind of honestly more modern thing, because you didn't see a lot of guys do that 30, 40 years ago. But just being able to have the hands up and walk somebody down. Walk, and they're just walking. You're just walking. You're not burning a lot of energy. You're not running after someone. I remember when I first started boxing, I wanted to try to run after someone and try to knock them out. But guess what would happen? After a round of me trying to run after someone and knock them out, if I did not hurt them and knock them out, I'm pretty tired. And then the next round, I mean, I'm getting beat up a little bit. So, and then I got to recover that round, try to get back at something on the third round. But you can't just go trying to blitz after somebody. So being able to just walk. But when you're walking after somebody, learn, practice, shadow box, how to walk and then shoot a shot and set into your stance, right? So you're not just walking and then throwing punches completely out of position. Maybe your first punch is just a shot, like while you're walking, you shoot a jab and you didn't actually like recreate your stance to do that jab. But then very quickly after that first punch, now you let that fall you into your actual stance to throw your shots. That's an important concept. And the second thing, talk about walking, let's talk about walking off. There's opportunities, times and places in boxing where it's good to just walk off, right? You don't turn the back, but you just turn the shoulder a little bit and you walk off one direction, right? Your guy's right there. And I've seen it play out psychologically in a lot of interesting ways where someone will pop, and tag somebody all up and then kind of walk off like this, like they're just like not engaging anymore, like they're stopping the sparring session or the fight. And it's funny because we're all programmed by these little things sometimes. So I've seen that guy that just got popped, see his opponent walk off like that and be like, oh, he's stopping. I'm not going to hit him, right? I want to be a good sportsman. It looks like he's stopping. And I've literally seen this play out where it's like a guy will do that the whole time. And if it's my guy that's having that trouble, I got to be like, dude, get after him now, right? He's walking off, go after him, all right? So that's just a psychological and like technical idea there, conceptual idea of look like you're disengaging. Don't turn the back because that's illegal in boxing. But just look like you're disengaging, and you'll be amazed with some guys, it will make them disengage as well. It's really hilarious. But then also as well, what if someone is a good fighter and doing like what I'm telling my guy has a guy that's doing that and is trying to go after you with that. Be able to do that walk off and then boom, shoot a shot. right? Almost like hide the right hand or the rear hand behind the lead shoulder just a little bit as you walk off. You're literally just walking off with your feet, and then bam, you drop the shot on them as they come in. Those are important ideas. Being able to walk off the other way and do a shot just right off of that walking. It's the same thing as the walk down. You're able to throw a punch from a non-boxing stance position. And by the way, that's something that's becoming more and more common with like USA boxing and things like that. It's talking about the universal boxer idea of just being in no stance and throwing punches, right? That's a concept. It is a newer concept, but remember, newer isn't always bad, right? Newer isn't always better either. But it's not a bad concept in my perception and idea. At the end of the day, you got to hit people, right? And so however you can hit people, do it, right? Now, again, everything I'm talking about, though, is going to help build the base for you to do that more effectively more of the time at higher and higher levels, right? And to fill in holes that could be exposed later as you go on as you box, all right? But at the end of the day, don't miss the point, and that is this is just boxing. This is just boxing. Now, let's talk about tips for angles, right? Everyone's favorite subject when you think about footwork. I think generally people, when they think about footwork, they think about like, I don't know, Ali shuffle, bicycling around the ring, doing circles, and they think about angles, right? Because that's exciting and sexy. And like, yes, there's absolutely uses for angles, and it can be beneficial. But like with anything, when you overuse it or don't do it right, it becomes not beneficial. I've seen it not done right and be detrimental in fights. All right, so let's talk about some tips on angles. Big thing is to keep your angles small or as small as possible, because like with anything, you don't want to overdo a good thing. And if you can slightly get someone out of position with just a very small step to throw your shots, you're going to have less time between your movement and your punch. And if you have less time between your movement and your punch, more likely you are to hit them while they're out of position. A lot of times guys will feel like they need to be set to throw, right? They don't listen to the first thing I'm talking about earlier about being able to throw out of position. And so they feel like they got to have everything lined up, right? They got to have their rifle lined up before they shoot. So therefore, if you go over to the side of them a little bit, they're like, oh, I got to line up my boom. And they get hit. So being able to keep a step small, but if the steps are big, there's a couple bad things that's going to happen. All right, one thing is, if you got the big step, if someone cuts an angle on you and you're boxing them and you detect that angle happened, if you don't feel like you're in a position to hit them, like maybe they just went enough or whatever, or caught you off of a punch or something like that, and you weren't in a position to hit them, just step the hell out. Step the hell out of the angle, right? The worst thing you can do when someone's trying to angle on you is just stay put. If you just stay put, and that's, again, think about it, the more you let your butt hit the ropes, you're not going to be able to just step out, right? And that's where someone can have the opportunity to cut some angles. But if someone cuts an angle on you on one side when you're on the rope, just go the other way, right? They just gave you a door. Open the door, walk out that door, right? If you're in the middle of the ring, though, guess what? Every single door is available. So if someone cuts an angle on you in the middle of the ring, which is where I would argue you want to be more so as a boxer, unless you're being the aggressor and getting them on the ropes or in a corner. But when that happens, just step the hell out, because now they're out. So many times I've seen guys try to be sexy and cut those angles, and their opponent's in the middle of the ring, and they cut that angle, opponent steps out. And now they don't have anything. Or when they cut that angle, they actually step out slightly as they cut the angle. They don't stay in tight with it. And then again, even though that person stayed put, they really weren't in a position to hit them very well, and that person just stepped back very slightly, and they didn't have something. Also, when you cut those angles, be able to launch an attack off that angle of any position, right? So you cut that angle, anticipate. When you're shadow boxing, don't just shadow box and then like, I'm going to cut an angle, and I'm going to hit a guy that was still right here. Be able to shadow box, cut an angle on someone, and then imagine they got the hell away. What might you do in that situation? Jab after them. Pop, 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 pop. Like I talked about the multi-jab video strategy. Pop, 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 pop. And then get what you want, right? It didn't be ready to change up what you shoot. So many times we'll be working our angles and throwing our favorite shot off that angle, right? Working our angles, boom, favorite shot off that angle. Nah, you got to be able to do the most important punch off that angle, coming in with some jabs because they might have stepped away from you. Now, also, when we're cutting angles, you can get away with bigger ones on the inside. You can do a quarter step around somebody on the inside. But if you're on the outside, right, if you're long punch range, anywhere beyond the inside, and you try to take a quarter turn step, one, you're going to look ridiculous. But again, it's not a beauty contest. But two, you're not going to be in a position that's going to be advantageous. I remember with this one fighter I had that I built up from scratch. Now he's an undefeated pro fighter. We were warming up. and we're warming up in the same, as you guys know that have fought, amateur and whatnot, that we're warming up in the same like room as his opponent, right? So, we're doing our thing, and we can see the other guy warming up. This guy had like super long dreads. He looked like he was like a capoeira fighter in a sense. He wasn't, but it looked like a capoeira. And one reason he looked like his capoeira, long dreads helped, but also he was just doing these like huge jump angles, just jumping all over the place. And we're like, man, if he tries that in this fight, it's not gonna be very successful for him. So, round starts, and the guy's doing these big stupid angles, and he's doing it from far out. So my guy isn't even in the position to be of danger, right? We're like at jab range. The guy jumps all the way over to the side. He's on the side now, yes, but he's actually slightly further than he was when he started the move. And my guy's just right there. Or if the guy came in a little bit on the big jump, my guy just takes a little step back. And we're easy. Life is easy. Maybe we jab him. That's it. Straighten him out. So remember, smaller angles on the outside, and on the inside as well. And if you do want to do some larger angles, you can get away with that on the inside. Now also, think about how we set up these angles. You set it up with punches. Easiest way. Put a combo together before you cut your angle. Don't just stand there and just cut a cold angle out of nowhere. Also, if you throw a punch to help you cut that angle, that's going to be helpful as well. All right? So think about it. If you spin a little bit with a hook, as you throw the hook, you're controlling them. If you're not even scoring a punch, you might score a punch with it, but you're controlling them. That'll allow you to get something else. You do a right hook, maybe, to bring you around so you can do another shot. Or a right hand to slightly bring you around. All right? Or a body shot, something like that. It will help with the angle. It will help disguise the angle. It will help score you a point. And it will help you land the following shots you're going to be throwing. All right? Now, another way you can do it is with feints. Right? So same concept, but now you're just feinting. Right? So you feint something on one side, step to that side because they might have turned slightly with it. Does that make sense to you? So if I'm here on the ropes, someone feints me on this side, sometimes guys will turn a little bit like this, and now if you go over there, right? He's over here, he feints a shot, he steps over here. Now that guy's turned more that way. You have more of this guy's back, not to hit him on the back, but to maybe hit him with like a left hook to the body, left uppercut, something like that, or when he comes back around, bam. Or maybe you do a left-hand shot, and then you catch them with that right hand off of that side. That's where the feints are beneficial, because it's going to also freeze them up. Even if it doesn't do that, you feint somebody, they react. It freezes them up. And I'm going to do a whole long video about feinting and all the aspects of feinting. But you freeze them up for that moment, frozen. You just, bam, get around. And that's a beautiful thing, because that's the thing about the feint. It's like if you do a good feint on somebody, you freeze them up, they're literally, they're rock solid for a second. A lot of times, boom, that gives you opportunity. Same thing when you throw a punch too. Then lastly is do it off of a head movement, right? You maybe slip the head, which can work as a feint, by the way, but you slip the head and then use that to bring you around on the other side to come around. So you make them miss a punch, you dip a punch, boom, they follow through that punch, and now you go around the way where that punch started from, away from where it's going, and now they have to again turn and adjust themselves to hit you. All right? Remember that when we're fighting fighters that have good waist movement, it can be annoying and problematic to us. All right? Let me give you a tip on that, and it has to do with angles. You have guys that will bend at the waist hard. All right? Think of like a James Toney type guy, right? And also too, like southpaws a lot of times will do this as well. Slick southpaws, because when you're orthodox fighting a slick southpaw, it's sometimes tough when they bend over hard over here to get your shots off. Now, one thing is when they bend over, what I recommend doing is cut an angle to the opposite side in which they're bending from. Because think about it. Let's say we're orthodox and orthodox fighting each other, right? And I'm bending hard on this right side like this. What am I probably going to try to come back with? Something with my right hand, right? So if you can go past my left shoulder, cut an angle around me, that side, and just stay there, I'm not going to be able to deliver my right hand the same way. It's going to be a lot harder to do so. I have to slightly turn to do it. And when I'm turning to do it, you can be hitting me. But also, when you cut that angle over there, you have, once you're over there, you have your left hooks, left uppercuts you can hit me with. All right? Hope that makes sense to you. And same thing with a southpaw. If he's bending over this way and you're an orthodox fighter, you step around to his right side, to your left side, step around, and now you have your right hand shots, and now it's going to be hard for him to throw any of his left hand shots. Important concept. If he's leaning away, you go around the other side, because now he's stuck and he has to spin and readjust to do anything on you. And remember, you can hit a guy that has his back slightly turned to you. Don't hit him behind the head and things like that, all right? Don't do that. Don't hit him in the kidneys either, right? That's illegal. Don't do that. But you have things available. If a guy has his back to me right now, I can come around my left hooks on what's available. And then if he's southpaw and he has his back a little bit to me, I have the right hooks and right hand style shots that can give me shots to hit him with, all right? So don't just be like, oh man, his back is slightly turned to me, I can't hit him. No. Whichever side he's turned to is the side you can hit him with your hand that's on there, all right? Very important concept. Now, let's talk about training footwork, all right, guys? So we talked about all the concepts of basics. Again, I know you might be like, dude, coach, you didn't talk about this, you didn't talk about that, you didn't talk about this, you didn't talk about that. Well, guess what? You can't talk about everything in a video. I could make a 5-hour video, but I'm not going to do it, all right? Now, let's talk about concepts. What I did is I talked about some of the most basic stuff, some of the most simple stuff that is gonna low-hanging fruit. I love that idea, low-hanging fruit, right? Don't go up and climb up the tree for some fruit that's all the way up in the tree, and if you're not able to get that fruit, you fall out the darn tree. Well, you freaking got some grapes hanging right at your head level, reach up and grab them. And that's what everything this video was stuff that you can reach out and grab right now, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and either put into your training and techniques, improve upon, or bring back to focus to get yourself back on point. All right, if you've been having troubles with different things that involve some of these footwork items. All right, so first off, let's talk about rings or what you're working your footwork on. That's something I don't ever hear talked about, but it's a good thing to think about. And it's something that I know has affected my training when I box. So a lot of times when I would box, because we didn't necessarily have a gym when I boxed. My dad had his gym that he ran for years where he literally supported off of pro fighters, but then when he was kind of stepping out of boxing and he started training me, I was the only person he was training. So a lot of times we'd train on concrete and we train on hard floors. And I found it to be a detriment. There's slow rings and there's fast rings, right? If you have a ring that has a wrestling mat as the base of the ring, that's a fast ring. If you have a ring that has, just like some of these rings, people put a lot of cushion on those suckers, that's a slow ring. So if you're used to always training, let's say on concrete, and then you hop into a boxing ring that has a decent amount of padding on it, you might feel a difference. I'm not telling you should feel a difference. Try not to be all, weird about it. But you might be like, damn, my legs feel more tired. I don't feel like I can cut my angles quite as fast. All right? So I recommend trying to train a little bit with a padded floor of some type if you can. And if you can't, don't worry about it. Don't be too crazy about it. But try to do that because that's going to give you the feel of creating force and movement off of a slightly softer surface, all right? And then some people think, and it's not a bad idea to have, if you have this luxury, right? If you got those YouTube dollars or whatever, right? Or you got the big money, or you got a big sponsor or something, is have a ring that's all super soft and have a ring that's more standard, right? So that super soft ring is going to be more draining on the legs. It's going to also make you feel a little bit slower. But man, once you transfer to a standard ring, that's like going from the standard ring to concrete. You'll notice, like, dude, I'm a lot faster. And that little bit of extra split-second time is very valuable in boxing, as I'm sure you know. Now, something also as well you need to do with training is to move in the ring, right? But moving it with your eyes closed. I know it sounds weird, but I've literally had guys do this, and I feel it's beneficial. Because remember, the ring, and I don't care if you make up your own makeshift ring, right? It doesn't matter. But if you have access to a ring, great. Make the ring your home. It needs to be like your living room. You need to feel just like how you feel when you're watching your favorite fight on Saturday night and you're in your living room watching that, and then you want to fight someone right then. That's how you need to make this ring feel. All right, so close your eyes, move around the ring, and remember, you got ropes. You got ropes, so you're not going to fall off the ring. Don't worry, right? It's funny, you'll close the eyes or feel like you can't close your eyes and move around because you're so used to out there in the world where it's not a squared circle and you have ropes that are going to stop you. So close your eyes, move around the whole ring, and get to feel and know the ring just with your body instead of visually, right? So you can feel where you're at, because a good fighter can feel where they're at in the ring. But then also a benefit to that as well is that when you're moving around, if you're moving backwards sometimes, this is great. This is a great way to incorporate some kinesthetic aspects into your training. You feel your calf hit that bottom rope. You feel your butt hit the rope. Now you know what that feels like. Well, you feel that in a fight? Let's move off. Or you feel that in a fight? Throw a combination, move off. Let's not sit on the ropes. Bad habits. Old fighters that need to retire, sit on the ropes. Don't be that. Don't be that. All right? So anyway, but that's a great way because you can be moving, eyes closed. You feel that rope touch, boom. you move off the rope, spin off the rope, etc. Throw, and just super valuable training. Very basic, but it's very nuanced and mindful and beneficial. Now let's talk about some basic drills though too, and then I'm gonna go back to some training. So some basic drills you can do like with a partner, and then one in general. Two with a partner and one in general. One with a partner is just cutting off the ring, right? So you have a partner that, and it doesn't matter, you make square on the floor, I don't care, right? Do it in your living room. And have one guy, his job is to move laterally, and your job is to stay with him, I didn't talk about cutting off much, but I went over just a touch, but it's a very important concept. Very basic concept. If you're following, no good. But just practice with your buddy and then switch. Then you try to move laterally, try to keep your position, and your buddy tries to cut you off. And do it slow and controlled, but with enough speed that you stay with them. All right? Another drill is zombie drill, where one partner just walks at you. Just walking, maybe with their arms out like they're a zombie, and you can cut angles under their arms, and they're trying to put your head in between their two arms, and they're just walking, squared up, walking towards you, and your job is to shuffle back a little bit, cut off under and off to the side, turn, and it gets you that feel of boxing an aggressive fighter, some basic moves with that. Then, as far as what you can do on the shadow boxing, mitt work, bag work, is work on throwing a 2 to 5 punch combination, or even just throwing sometimes one punch, and then going off the way in which you throw, right? So you shoot 1, 2, you finish with that 2, go off to that side, the rear side, the right-hand side. If you go 1, 2, 3, after that 3, go off to the lead side. Good, classic, basic thing, but a lot of people, you don't think about it, you don't remember it. Then another one too is to work with a cone. Put a cone on the floor, or anything that's circular, and work on cutting those angles around that cone. It's very important to not just spin on your foot, but be able to step around and turn, or step and slide around. And that's where that item on the floor can give you a feel of what it's like to step around a foot or to step around an opponent. Because you're not going to be able to stand in front of a guy and spin on your lead foot and be in a good position. You'll be open if you do that, unless they're just coming at you and rushing you. Also, another great exercise, skater hops. Going to side explosively, I find it's great for that lateral movement and gets you in the mindset of just springing off that one leg and changing directions quickly. Very beneficial, good for conditioning, but also good for explosive work as well. Talk about jump rope. I can't argue with jump rope. I honestly didn't jump rope really when I boxed, because my dad was a super purist, all about specific adaptations to impose demand, so it was all about working on the footwork, moving on the ring, things like that. But jump rope, I can't argue with it. I've seen it be beneficial to a lot of my fighters, and I've seen it be beneficial to me too when I start putting into what I do after boxing. Working on being lighter on the feet. Also, heck, jumping rope encourages you to keep those feet a little bit closer together, which, like I'm talking about, is good stuff in the very first item about being a good boxer, instead of being so wide. Also, you can literally jump rope in your stance, right? You can have your feet shoulder width apart and get those legs going up. And if the feet are not too far apart, and if you get the timing right, you can jump rope in your stance. I recommend doing that. Very important concept and technique to do. One of my friends is a coach, Xavier Biggs. His brother is Tyrell Biggs. He was the first super heavyweight gold medalist ever in the history of boxing. And he beat Tyson for a spot in the Olympics, and then he ended up beating Tyson as a pro, and Tyson, got him out of there. But great fighter, and Biggs is a great coach. But he's all about that jump rope, and he jump ropes just like Sugar Ray Robinson. He's up there in age, Biggs is, but man, he jumps rope beautifully, and he's light on his feet. So I really do think it has a benefit for teaching you how to be a little bit more ball and be light on the feet, because you don't want to be just stuck all the time. Also, what also helps keep you light on your feet is running. I find just running gives you that benefit of just learning how to not only mentally deal with the soreness or fatigue of legs, but also it just makes it a little bit more light on those feet. Okay, make sure when you run, of course, you run a little bit more ball. I think that's good running anyway, but also we're talking about boxing, so we don't want to be running with the heels. All right. I think it's going to be a lot of stress on the back and things like that if you do run with the heels, but I'm not an expert runner, right? Even though I've done a lot of races and things like that. So make sure you run those balls. Also, incorporating some sprints would be beneficial as well. I'm not going to go too far into all those items, but that's a whole nother thing that we can talk about. Now, one thing that you might experience as a runner or a boxer that does running, at least a lot of my guys have, and I know I did, is shin splints. I don't know what it is about boxing. Maybe it's like all the calf stuff that happens with boxing, where it overworks that part and underworks that tendon that's on the front of the shin. But man, so many people get shin splints. You ever have that problem? Well, if you have that problem and it holds you back, or if you start running and you start getting that problem, the fix for it. Just simply take that foot and do this with it, right? Standing up, just cocking your foot up, just like that. And do that 30 times. Burn it. And do that every day. And that will increase blood flow, increase a little bit of strength, and help strengthen that tendon to hopefully help you get rid of the shin splints. It did it for me, and it did it for many guys that I've worked with, all right? With running, a good rule of thumb, though, before I jump on to the last topic, or last training technique, with running, let's try to get in 10 to 15 miles a week. 10 to 15 miles a week. I don't care how you dice that up. 2 miles a day here, 3 miles a day here, 5 miles here. Try to get some shorter runs and try to get some longer runs, and it will make a big difference in your training. I promise you. All right? Now, I didn't forget about it. Shadow boxing, guys. Shadow boxing. The most important thing besides sparring and actually fighting to be a better boxer, to have amazing footwork, to be the most phenomenal, fabulous, flipping footwork guy that you ever seen. Shadow boxing. Shadow box every single thing we talk about. You don't need a freaking cone. You don't need a partner. You don't need a bag. You don't need anything. You just need your darn feet and movement, and that's it, and a space to move, and that's it. Doesn't matter, all right? Shadow box every single thing. Visualize that person in front of you, them doing the different moves, different things we're talking about, and you doing what you need to be doing. Shadow box. I can't say it enough. It's not always fun. It's not always exciting. Sometimes it's boring as hell. But if you want to be better, shadow box. I've had guys be gone for a while. I've had guys go to jail for a while. Come back. First day back. First day back. Look great. They spar. First day back, they look great. Why? It's not because, like, with some that have maybe gotten in trouble with the law, and it's not because they did prison training or some crap like that. I ask them, what you been doing? I've been shadowboxing, coach, just like you told me. That's how they got better, right? Do the same thing. All right, last thing, old school drill tip from my dad, who, rest in peace, is no longer with us, but of course he was, my mentor and coach, and he would do this with his guys. This is a great finisher. Right? This is not going to be great to build up speed. This is not going to be great to do in the beginning of a workout. This is a great finisher, but it's super fun, super hard. And this one, you do need a partner, or you get something heavy. But have someone jump on your back and move around, just like you would when you box. Right? It's not walking. It's not farmer carry. Move around. It is hard as hell. It will tire the hell out of you, but man, it's a great finisher. Do that for 3 minutes. Do that for 5 minutes if you can. Do that for 2 3-minute rounds. Do that as your finisher. That's a great one to build up that strength and endurance at the end of the workout. Remember, you don't want to do strength and endurance at the beginning of your workout. You want to focus on the velocity of movement in the beginning of your workout. Warm up and then velocity of movement. And then at the end is where we put our strength and endurance. I'm going to talk mainly about slipping, but also other aspects of head movement, because there's a lot of, in my opinion, misunderstanding or misconceptions, particularly with people when they first started getting into boxing, but also sometimes some of the funky things that, or myths that will almost get espoused about head movement that I see oftentimes that I don't think make that much sense. So I'm going to give you my perspective, what I was coached on, and what I have found the most success with coaching fighters, right? So not just what I've found works for me, but what I have found works for people who I've produced and made successful with boxing. All right, we're going to use this tool. It's a good tool. It's not absolutely necessary, but it's helpful, right? This and the slip rope are the two tools that I like for head movement, but also just, of course, I'm going to say shadow boxing is great as well. So you don't need this. You don't need slip rope. You just need shadow boxing to learn it, but this provides some demonstrations. Before I even talk about the details and all the stuff about head movement, slipping, things like that, let's talk about just the idea of, quote unquote, getting the head off line, right? So if this is the line or the lane of our punches, right, that he's going to hit you with, right? You're in your boxing stance, and here it is. These are the punches that are coming for you. Anything you can do to get out of the way of this punch is probably going to be a good idea, right? If we can get out of the way of this punch and do it the smallest amount possible, we're going to be successful. And just to beat a dead horse on this point, why do you want the smallest as possible? Because not only do you want to save energy, but also it's harder to exploit you if you make it smaller, right? The more that my head movement becomes big, the more I run out of other options. My return is going to be slower, and I'm in positions that are not advantageous to multiple things. But the more I can make my defensive movements small, just enough that I clear, then I'm able to come back quicker. And also, if I read something wrong, right? Let's say I'm boxing somebody and I'm here and I'm ready to slip a shot, but oh wait, there wasn't the right time. If I do my movement like that, that's all I needed to get out of the way of the shot. But if I do my movement like this, then I put myself in a position where now you can tag me on that side. All right? So these are all the little basic concepts. With head movement, I want you to think about a couple shapes. All right? I want you to think about the almost like the side-to-side windshield wiper shape. Let me actually pull a whiteboard in here to show this really quick. By the way, if you're enjoying this video so far, make sure you click like and subscribe and stick around to the end where I give you some deep thoughts about how you can apply all of what I'm talking about into your boxing training. All right. I don't know if you can see this with the light. Got a lot of other stuff from our other sessions for boxing that we run, but I want you to think about these shapes here. Kind of like a little bit of an upside down smiley face, right? So if your head's starting somewhere in this place, it's going to go side to side, right? So that's the slipping. Obviously not that drastic. But then once you're on a side, you can drop on that side, right? I'm on that side, I'm going to drop on that side. And then as well, once you do that, also from the going to the side point, painting a U with your head, right? So that's kind of the weave shape, or some people call it rolling. And then you can literally, that kind of turns into like a rolling shape, a circular shape. If I'm here and I slip over and go under, come back around, I'm literally kind of rolling my head around. Or if I'm on this side, I'm weaving my head around side to side. Here, I keep my chin down here, boom, like that. Side to side, it's creating that U shape, a little bit of a circular shape. But then also, if I slip on a side, okay, this is set kind of for my height, short height. But if I slip on a side, let's say I'm going to be kind of high, but if I slip on a side like this, and if something comes on this side, then I should be ready to bob on that side a little bit, right? I can be on the side a little bit like this, shot comes, and I bob it, and I get out of the way of the shot. Or I can even step in like I keep on doing the show, right? Because I don't want to get hit by the heavy stuff in this, right? Maize ball, it's full of hard corn. Well, actually, this isn't filled with almost anything. I think there's like fluff in this. But anyway, which is cool, because then I can, if I make a mistake, I'm going to hit, it doesn't hurt. Anyway, so go to that side to side, dropping levels once you're on a side. Some famous fighters I've seen do this, like Dwight Muhammad Kwai, right? Let's say I'm here, kind of my old school boxing stance. Let me actually get on this side. Here in my old school boxing stance, I shoot a right hand. That brings me to this lane. But then let's say a shot came. Whew, I want to be able to drop under that. Drop under that, I keep myself cocked to come back, boom, with the big left hook. All right? So let's say I'm here, and I shoot the 1, 2, I'm here, bob, bam. Or I slipped over here, bob on that side, come back with a shot. Some more nuances I'm going to talk about a little bit later. All right? But I want you to think about that idea of head movement. And also, I forgot, just from being in the middle, going down. I had one fighter who won, some different Golden Glove titles and whatnot. And he actually never lost for the time that he fought. But he would literally just block punches, catch punches, and dip. That's all he'd do. He'd be like this, hands up, dipping, dipping. That's it. And he'd dip just enough to avoid punches. And that's it. You can get out of every single headshot with a dip, minus one punch, one type of punch. What punch is that? You know what it is. It's the uppercuts. And that's the only downside if we only work in this straight line, right? We work in this straight line, we're in the lane of the uppercut. And of course, once you go down there and you work in that straight line, they know you're going to be coming back up. So as you go up levels as a fighter, if you're always here and dropping straight down, coming back up, he knows once you're here, you're going to be right back here. Bam, he can get you. Versus if you mix in a little bit of the side to side, the weave shapes, the rolling shapes here. And then last one that I didn't mention that incorporates the same type of shape is it's a circular shape, but it's on this plane. So instead of being here, it's going like this. It's going around the target, right? So if I'm here on this side, I might pull out, come on the other side here, and I might go a little bit forward even like this, rolling my head around in this shape so that I'm getting closer and further away. Obviously, like we know, some fighters, they will bait something by being in a little bit like that. Here, my head is over my knee or on my knee. And then from here, boom, that pull out just enough. I'm here, boom, pull out just enough to get the shot. You're going to take it away. But one thing to remember with those pulls, I used to not teach pulls. And I don't teach it still as a basic thing, but with people that I have that have some fights and some experience, I will teach the pull. Now, one reason why I wasn't taught how to pull punches was the idea that it leaves you vulnerable. And that's true, right? Because also a lot of times people will pull, and again, not to argue that bad habits or bad technique is the reason not to do a technique, but this can oftentimes happen. What's one of the biggest struggles that you have with a fighter, in my opinion? Keeping their chin down. And the more they can keep their chin down, the more we get hit in the hardest part of the head, the forehead, and the least we get hit in the jaw, the nose, and everywhere else that sucks, right? Do you want to have a professional boxing coach review your training, your sparring, your fights, give you tips, feedback, be that extra pair of eyes to help you get to the next level? Well, check out the level 2 option on this channel. You can go to the channel page, check out level 2, and with that option, you can send me your sparring video, fight video, training video, and I'm going to give you feedback, adjustments, thoughts, tips, and give you a whole breakdown of what you're doing, my perspective, and where are the biggest opportunities that you can leverage for massive success. All right, so guys, check out that option. Now, back to the video. But if I have a habit, a lot of guys, it's natural, right? A shot comes at them and they'll pull out from it like that, but they'll do that. They'll pick the chin up and then we get hit in the chin by the shot. Versus if you can help someone learn to just stay in the pocket and dip, slip, stay in the pocket a little bit, stay in the pocket here, then they're able to do more things and be more aggressive, throw more punches, versus if they're always in this habit of, woo, I'm pulling out of a shot, we're leaving our body available. And most people, when punches come to them, they want to do this. Now, of course, to talk about the nuance of pulling, we do want to pull, obviously, with our chin down if we can help it. We're here, boom, keep it down. Here, and that makes it more safe. But what will make it even more safe, is if we can pull and do what most of the greatest pullers in boxing do. If you watch them, they pull and come off line as they pull. So I'm here, I pull, I come off line. So I went back and off to this side, back and off to this side, back and off to this side. So now, if they just reach a little bit further, I don't get hit by it. Very important concept, right? Because that's the problem sometimes with a pull. If my pull is just very nuanced, which it can be great if it's nuanced, obviously. I'm here, let's say, on this line. I'm here, I pull out that much, right? That's good, right? And I come back with my shot. But oftentimes when I come back with my shot, I might be running back into the shot that was coming after the miss of the hook, let's say, typically is what that pull is going to be, or the miss of the uppercut, right? Here, I pull, come off line, then I'm good, get off the straight shot. So I pull, get off line. If the straight shot reached further, or if after that hook there was a straight shot, I'm not in the same territory and in the same trajectory as that straight shot. Hope that makes sense to you. Also, where it becomes beneficial to do a little pull is on the inside, to put your head on different sides. If I'm here on the inside, let's say on this side, right like that, and that's essentially the line of the shot, I pull, come up on this side, do some shots. I weave under, I pull to get on different sides, and that gets me out of the way of uppercuts, things like that. I keep my chin down here, pull, get out of the way, here, get back on this side, here, pull, back on this side, and keep it nice and small as possible, because small movements are counterable, they involve great energy, and you can't throw back as fast as you'd like to, all right? Now, let me roll into some of the basics of slipping and some of the things that I think you need to watch out for, that are things that are oftentimes taught, which, again, I'm not going to say are wrong, but I see people oftentimes, when they're learning just the beginning of boxing, they'll get these kind of goofy things that they're going with, right? They'll think of slipping as, I'm going to pivot. I'm going to pivot my body. And yes, if you're in an old school boxing stance, you're a little bit concaved off to the side, and I twist my body to the lead side, like that, that's one of the benefits. My head comes offline naturally, just about as much as I want it to avoid a punch. Now, where this becomes the biggest problem is slipping to the rear side. I see a lot. People talk about being here, slip to the lead side, turn the body, turn the foot even, and be like this. Right? My vision's over here kind of. Maybe I'm still watching. But they almost make it like a shoulder roll, right? They're here, and it looks like they're doing that number, but they're supposed to be slipping. Why do I think that's a bad idea? Or if you do it often, it could be a bad idea, right? Just to have nuance. If you do that often, and typically which punch are you slipping this way, right? Orthodox fighter against orthodox fighter. I'm here, I slip this way and I do it like this and I turn like that. What am I slipping? I'm slipping probably the jab. Well, what comes after the jab most of the time? What's that thing that comes after 1? 2. Oh, that's right. After 1 comes a 2. A lot of times. Everyone's taught that. Basic 1, 2, ba-ba, right? Now, after, and a lot of times it comes quick. Now, if you slip to that rear side on there and you're turning your body, not only are you putting in a position where it's hard to see that hand coming on that side, right? Their right side, your left side, coming down the pipe, but also any return fire you do is also going to cost you more time. Because the benefit of slipping or of head movement is to buy yourself time when you do it appropriately, right? If you do big movements, you're not buying yourself time, you're equaling time. What do I mean, right? You have someone that's shooting a punch. If they shoot a punch and they hit something, like an actual head or a person, that is going to cut off some time that would be created if they miss a punch. A little bit of a miss of a punch is a little extra time added to the retraction of that punch and what they do afterwards, right? That's why we can all throw faster when we hit a bag most of the time than shadow boxing if we're throwing full punches, like hard punches, because you have an object that resists you and stops you and you don't follow through quite as much because you have a physical barrier, right? The benefit of making someone miss with head movement is that physical barrier is removed. Now there's that little bit of, oh, just that little bit, and that little bit of time that you bought yourself, right, with your good boxing technique. Good boxing technique, skills pay the bills, right? Buys you some time. Now you use that time to counter them. But if you do your techniques in such a way that it costs you just as much time, now it's an even trade, right? And you didn't profit. We want to make sure we get a profit. You make them miss, you want to cost them some extra time that you can profit off of with your counter. So when we slip to our rear side, we're here, just that. Now, if you watch it from the side, let's say I'm here on the side, here, now I'm right there. It's not going to cost me much time at all to return fire. Now, if I do this though, now it's going to cost me some time to return fire. And that little bit of extra time makes it when I come back up, I might be coming into the right hand, right? That's the danger of it. So very, very important ideas. And again, that's why you don't want to move too much when you move your head, because, if I get under a big hook, but I go super deep to do it, by the time I'm coming back up, the next punch is coming. But if I go under a super big hook and bam, boom, I can go into the next one, right? The smaller I can do it, the better. Now, and again, like I said, the right hand is already a slow hand, or the rear hand if you're southpaw. I don't care which stance you are. If I'm here and I slip here and I turn my body, it's going to cost me more time now. That's why we don't want to cock our punches before we throw it, right? Especially back here, right? It's already costing a little bit of time. The more I do this before I throw it, we all know it's going to cost more time. We don't like it, all right? We want to shoot it right from here. Bam. All right, you're already cocked for it, right? You already got one in the chamber. The hammer is pulled back. You're getting ready to go. All right, now, one thing too, though, we don't want to do is, let me be a little bit more square for this one, is another thing I see people do with head movement. They'll do this, which is like, it's kind of the idea. The tilt of the head I like. There's benefits to the tilt of the head, and I'm going to talk about that. But they'll replace their head with their shoulder, right? So here I am, going to slip, boom, like that. And yeah, I didn't get hit in the head. Win. That is a win. But I got hit in the shoulder. So now that time that we were talking about is not added to their miss or to their punch. We want to profit off of time that we're going to add to their misses or to their punches. So you're going to cost us some more time if you make them miss fully. But if you make them miss and hit another part of your body, there's no extra time added to the punch. And it's going to control you a little bit, right? And it might throw you off balance a little bit, shut you down a little bit, all right? So we want to make them miss fully. I see guys do this oftentimes, especially beginners, but a lot of levels. They'll replace the shoulder with where the head is, like that. We don't want that. Now, granted, you could make the argument, rightfully so, that let's say hook's coming on this side, and I'm in my stance like that. Yeah, I might want to pop a shoulder in there. And of course, we all know, shoulder rolling. We all know those ideas, right? Here, boom, here, boom, like that. Cool, good stuff, good stuff. But that's not slipping. It's not head movement. That's using shoulders, right? Now, we want to do that shape that we talked about, where we're going to the side and slightly down, side and slightly down. And let's talk about the details of the slip to the rear side, what we want. So I'm here, right, in my stance. I like the old school boxing stance where I have that little bit of concaveness off to this side. Because like I talked about, when you shoot a right hand, you just come off line slightly anyway, or rear hand if you're southpaw, left hand. So, but here, I'm going to bow and just go off to the side a little bit. I'm not turning more. I'm not costing myself more time. I'm here in my stance, here, to the side. The head bows off a little bit to the side, just like that. If I try to do this with my head, it's too damn slow, and you still get hit by stuff. Also, what I like about this as well is that when my head goes off to the side a little bit, the top of my head is gone a little bit more as well. So now all it takes is that little bit more of a drop or a dip to get me out of more punches, right? If I slip to the side over here, or let me just do the rear side like I'm talking about. If I slip to the side on the rear side here and I keep myself like that, one is my shoulders getting away with the punch a little bit, but also if I misread that and there was a hook, now I'm going to drop a lot of distance to go under. Versus if I'm already here, I'm already slightly lower, and that's just a little bit more. If I misread it, I'm good. That's the idea, the theory behind it. We want to bend the knees. Bend both knees. And you almost want to lean in with it. Almost. Not quite, but almost. What I mean. So I'm here. What a lot of times people do is they'll do this number. So see that? I still cost time. I pull back with my slip. Now for me to come back after that miss, boom, I might be coming back into the punch. Right? I'm not saying it's going to happen every time, but increasing likelihood. Sometimes when people miss, they stop. In that instance, you could absolutely do this move. You'd be totally fine, right? What I like is here, boom, bam, and that gets us so we can get out of line or whatever. We get the shot off quick enough. It's just enough that we need. It's all we need, right? One thing that I like as well is, and both things work, but I like keeping the hand a little bit on the side of the face when we slip over there. So therefore, if something else was coming, we're ready for it on that side. Now, of course, if you want to add time or subtract time from your right hand, you might want to put it more in front, right? I'm here, I slip over here, I might get a faster right hand off of that, right? Versus here, a little bit more time on the right hand, right? But I like having the habit of knowing how to slip to the side, keeping that hand on the side, because I've seen a lot of fighters, me being a short fighter, a lot of short guys slipping to that rear side, fall right into the kind of a 45 angle shot, lead hook, or a hook to the body that they stuck their head into because they kind of went like this all the time, every time to avoid punches. All right, if you're getting off line with a straight punch, you just got to worry about if you're running into a shot. And that's true for the other side as well. Taking a quick break to say, make sure you click like, make sure you click subscribe, share it with someone you think might benefit, and drop a comment below. Or drop me a super thanks. Appreciate it. Back to the video. Now let's talk about slipping to the lead side. Okay? So like I talked about, if we're sided up in our kind of old school boxing stance, which I like, if you're more straight up and down like this and a little bit more square, then it gets to be a little bit different, right? You got to do a little bit of this lean over here. But if I'm already a little bit like this, old school boxing stance a little bit, and then I just turn my shoulders a little bit, I get off line of where that sucker's coming. That's all I need. I don't put my head forward. I don't put it back. And now, make sure you don't twist like you're actually shooting a right hand, though, or a two. Make sure when you do that slip, you don't do this. I see so many guys do this number. Boom. Right? Because, again, going back to the same principles we talked about. Typically, after this slip, I'm going to be coming back with a three, right? A lead hook. I just added a lot of time to that lead hook. Versus, to do a powerful lead hook, all you got to do is just open up that much, and now you made a lot of power on it. Enough. You've chambered it enough. There's a diminishing return sometimes I find if you chamber that sucker too much. And now it costs time, but also it doesn't add much power. Sometimes it almost takes away from power. I almost feel like instead of building momentum, it sometimes almost loses momentum. All right? And again, like we all know too, I don't give a damn, and no one gives a damn about the hardest punch that you can throw and wind up big time. Because against a decent fighter, it's going to be hard to land that. It's going to be hard to land that against a decent, tough fighter. All right. And again, what type of base are we building? Are we building our foundation on sand or on freaking granite? All right? Now, so that slip to the lead side, and again, we slightly drop levels on it, right? We're here, boom, slightly drop levels on it. So I go from here to here, right? And then right off of that, if it was a hook, I could weave under that hook. That'd be good. Again, that idea. And have that head tilt just a little bit as you do it, because it helps it clear. If I try to, let's see if I can do it, keep my head right here, I can do a lot of things that fight the efficacy of this. Also, too, like I talked about on this side, keep the hand up on the side here. Because then right from there, I don't want to go like that, because now my great counter off of that is not set up as well as it could be, right? If I go from here and go like that, right from there, I can come back with a nice, bam, hard jab, a nice hook, whatever I want. Hook for the body, right? Classic move right there. I don't need to worry about necessarily always brushing that slip that happened, right? It's a little bit of a wasted move, man. If I want to brush the dang punch, man, I'll just brush it, bam, right? Or typically off a brush, it's gonna be a straight shot, boom, bam, or brush, boom, bam, shot like that. That's what I'm gonna do off that. But bring it to the side, because also if you misread it and it was a loopy shot, we might have blocked the loopy shot. And then that leads me to the next thing too, is that the idea of the mixing and slipping with your dipping is that it's going to get you offline automatically for those uppercuts, right? So I'm here. If I'm always just doing my head move right here, but sometimes mixing in here, now I'm offline, and you can slip an uppercut, bam. Slip an uppercut, bam. Just like that. Get offline of that uppercut. And then if we keep our chin down when we're slipping, it makes it way easier, right? Think about it. The longer you make your neck, the more your neck is like that, the harder it actually is to slip punches. Now, I know what you're saying. You saw Muhammad Ali do this, and he got away from some shots. But typically, you can be a lot faster, a little bit lower, chin down a little bit more, here. Because also it's cool. And again, that's where taller guys don't do as much head movement when you're really tall. And I guess if you're Ali, you do a little bit more of this, maybe. Try to keep our chin down, because he did break his jaw in a fight. And, he did take some shots that we don't all want to take. But the more you can keep the chin down, then people will actually aim for that forehead, and then it's easier for you to just get out of the way of the shot like that. And everything moves faster. I've also found that, I think I talked about this in the power punch video, that when you keep your chin down, I found that it actually can help your power. Right? That's my own personal theory. I don't have any actual evidence to back that up, but I found that through fighters I've worked with, as well as my own work in boxing, as well as my work under my father and Chuck Bodak, that you keep that chin down and it adds a little bit more power. Your head weighs about 10, 15 pounds. You add about 10 to 15 pounds behind your punch. And that's a lot. It's a whole nother weight class. Now, when you spar and when you fight, I want you to oftentimes think about not necessarily moving your head always because you saw a punch. Yes, absolutely. You build a habit that you saw a punch and you slip that head off to the side, you bow off to here, and that's boom, I'm here, boom, come back with a shot here, dip, come offline with our punches a little bit, things like that, step in with the head movement, all of that. But also remember, all these moves work as feints, and they all should work fluidly together. So we learn them as pieces, yes, but like with me, I honestly was never taught head movement. I know it's not weird. I was never taught precisely how to slip a punch and things like that. Not because my dad was a bad coach. It's just because every time his philosophy was really basic. It was this, and it's a kind of an extreme philosophy, but there's a lot of good to it. Is that every time you move your head, boom, you should be throwing a punch. Boom, you should be throwing a punch. That's what I want to make sure I don't leave out. Get in the habit. Some of the best fighters you see are guys that not only move their head, not only are evasive, not only move their feet while they move their head, and a lot of different things, because I'm just talking about the basics, but they move their head and throw a punch same time. Typically a straight shot. Basics, right? They slip to the lead side, they shoot a rear hand as they do it. They slip to the rear side, they shoot the lead straight, the jab, as they do it. And that alone will mess people up big time. I know the hardest people I spar, there's this one guy I spar, had the pleasure of sparring him a few times, smaller than me. He had 50 pro fights, fought in Madison Square Garden, fought a lot of top guys, and I had the pleasure of sparring with him and having him beat up on me when he was getting ready for a little title fight that he won. And man, every time I shot a jab, he would slip, come over with that the two, or if I shot my two, slip and hit me with the two as well, right? I felt like, man, no matter what I did, I would throw a punch and I wouldn't see his punch. This actually leads me off to a side note that's something I'm working with one of my fighters right now on, who has a lot of experience and a good amount of fights, is I noticed this a little bit. When he's throwing his punches, he's focusing on his punches. He's not truly focused on what they're doing, right? How they're reacting to his punches with their body defensively, but also with how they're reacting with their punches, right? Because I notice when he does pure defense, he's good. He knows how to slip punches, dip punches, everything else, do everything he does. But then when he's throwing his shots, he's not quite aware of what's coming back at him. And he looks like he gets surprised a little bit still, even though he's had, many fights. And because, sometimes if we just throw, we keep someone occupied. And even if they do hit back, we'll hit back right after that. But versus that higher level that we all want to get to, that maybe you're already at or you're soon to be at, is you're throwing your punches, and as you're throwing your punches, you see what the guy's doing. You see the next shot that's coming, or the shot that's coming as you're throwing, so you can react to it. All right? And that's a whole nother nuance, and it's a whole nother level. But it's something that I want you to still be aware of. And again, it is kind of what separates the wheat from the chaff, right? From you getting to that next level that you want to be at. Takes a lot of time, takes a lot of visualization. And but remember, though, kind of wrapping it back to me not necessarily being taught how to move my head. I was taught to kind of like jab, dip, or roll under. And it wasn't specifically because a punch came. It was just a move to do that would create a feint. If he happened to shoot something, they would miss. And then if I want to move my head, if people were punching at me, and I think there's a lot of fighters like this, that they didn't break everything down to pieces, even like I'm doing right now. And when punches come, they just move their head. Okay, let me just get out. Oh, man, I might get hit by something slightly, but I'm just moving my head out of the way here. Oh, just like that. I might get hit by something on my forehead. Cool, but I'm trying to move my head out of the next one. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. I see it with some of my guys. They'll get stuck in this analog place that we don't want to be at as a fighter, right? I know I've hit this place sometimes when I box, where I'm like throwing a right hand and sparring. I'm like, was that a good right? Did I do that right? Was my balance? No. Like, at the end of the day, man, you can be sloppy as hell. You can do a lot of things wrong. But as long as you do a few things right, hit them, don't be hit as much. You're checking the boxes of being a decent boxer. Because you can have all the technical practice, you can do all the work that every coach says to do, but if you don't check off those boxes of hit and don't be hit, or hit more than you get hit, you're not a good boxer, right? And that reminds me, I think I told the story already, but I'll tell it one more time. I remember my dad telling me about Chuck Bodak, telling him the story about one of these amateur fights, or maybe it was a I don't know what level fight it was, but regardless, a guy got beat up by a real sloppy guy. A real pretty boxer got beat up by a sloppy guy. So imagine like a Gene Fulmer type guy beating up, one of the many guys that he beat up. And, you look at Gene Fulmer, you're like, damn, dude, that's sloppy as hell. I think about Rocky Marciano, how a lot of his punches look. And against a slicker boxer like Ezra Charles, right? But if he beat Ezra Charles, he's a better boxer. So you can't criticize him, and sometimes that will happen, man. A guy will lose to a guy that's sloppy as hell and be criticizing the guy's boxing technique. And it's like, yes, like from a coaching perspective, there could be some things to work on, some things to be desired, but the end-all be-all is what I said earlier. Hit and don't be hit. All right? I hope this helps you with your boxing training. Understand these concepts make you better at slipping, dipping, weaving under punches, paint those U's, paint those circles, side to side, drop levels a little bit, little pulls here and there, pull, come off line, pull and come off line the other way. I pulled and came off line over here, but you pull, come off line on this side, because whatever comes afterwards, you might be out of the way of it. And mixing that variety with your head movement. Don't get stuck in the box of, I'm going to slip this, I'm going to dip this, and this, that. Let yourself be free. Practice, practice, practice. But when you go up the ring to spar or to fight, trust your training. Trust your training. That was something I told a few of my guys, but one guy in particular that comes to mind, where I told him that, trust your training, trust your training. And when he got that locked in his head, he's looking pretty damn good. All right, guys, make sure you click like, make sure you click subscribe, comment below
Let me your thoughts. Let me know what you think about head movement, about what I said, any more nuances. And also, let me know if you have any kind of things or topics you want me to expand upon. Really appreciate this community. If you don't mind, drop me a super thanks as well. Look at maybe becoming a member. You can send me, when you're a member of this channel, that level 2, you can send me your fight video, sparring video, or video of you training, and I'm happy to give you analysis and breakdown. I've already had quite a few people do it, and I've actually already got the beautiful opportunity to see with just a few special ones, they'll send me follow-ups, and I see their progress, and dang, that's a cool thing.
This video is actually inspired by someone named Rezi615. They commented on my last video. The question was, how can I be less stiff or tight, right? So that really just made me think about all of that stuff, and I was like, man, this is a perfect topic for a video. So let's get in how you can get loose and go to the top. Jumping into it, let me tell you a little bit of quick backstory on it. So I first heard of this concept from my mentor in boxing, who was my father, who's a professional boxing coach for decades. And he first heard of this concept when he was up in the CYO gym in Chicago, boxing as an amateur under Chuck Bodak, and also two-time middleweight champion Tony Zale. And for those of you that don't know much about boxing history, Tony Zale had some great fights with Rocky Graziano with a G, not Marciano. And you can look up on YouTube and watch his classic knockout of Graziano in their last meeting. Now, what Zale said, Zale was a very stiff fighter. And he said that I was going nowhere. I was, just not very good. I was garbage until I learned how to be loose. And so therefore, that's where I've heard this phrase, this quote that my dad told me from Tony Zale, which is, if you get loose, you go to the top. You get loose, you go to the top. So that was ingrained in me over and over again and drummed into my skull. So I want to drum it into your skull as well. But let's talk about how we can do that, because that's a phrase that gives you some information, but just a concept with no path to achieve it it's not that helpful. All right, so let's talk about how we can achieve it. All right, so we're going to run into all these different facets and aspects. First off, what I'm going to talk about is that the advantage of being loose for you guys that don't know. All right, and again, it's important to be reminded of these things as well, because we all forget. All right, maybe you were told it at one point, or maybe you didn't hear it this way and it finally clicks with you. That's one thing I found, by the way, over years of coaching and doing a lot of different things, is that you might have heard a concept, but then it's like that 20th time you've heard it, and you've heard it said a certain way, and it finally clicked with your brain. But looseness equals more energy, right? Or less energy expenditure, because the more tight you are, the more energy you're going to be burning, right? Think about what an isometric contraction is, where you're literally contracting the muscles of your body in a static fashion. That's burning energy. So if you have any tension, you're basically doing an exercise, an isometric contraction, while you're supposed to be doing nothing, while you're supposed to be conserving energy in that moment. It allows for better timing, because the more tight you are, the more honestly fearful you are, or anxiety might be a word that you're more comfortable with to say about yourself, but that's going to slow down reaction time. And also with the inhibitory factors of having antagonist muscle groups contracted, it's going to cause you trouble as well. The more we can relax the antagonist muscles, the muscles that keep you from extending your arms, let's say like your bicep and things of that nature, the faster you're actually going to be. So if you get loose, you're actually going to be faster. And so think about the fastest boxers in the history of boxing. I think about maybe the fastest heavyweight in the history of boxing, Muhammad Ali, ultra loose. All right, that's why he could be so fast. And then last thing is, massive power is achieved by being loose. Looseness equals massive power, because when you learn to loosen up with your punches and to be a more loose fighter, you will see, I promise you, if you haven't seen this already, a dramatic increase in your power. And then actually another addition to that wasn't the last point. The very last point is you're actually going to experience less injuries, at least as far as your shoulders go. I know that I've had a lot of tight boxers, and I've been a tight boxer, and my shoulders would always be bugging me. And it wasn't until I learned how to relax the shoulders and not have some tension going on. There was just intramuscular tension that was just there. It would cause overuse and injury and wear things out and just overstimulate and challenge the muscle, so much so that it can't recover it can't adapt, and things like that. All right, so, and I'll talk about all those things as we get into it. Now, first thing we want to talk about is be careful who you watch for, or who you watch as fighters. I know starting off, me being a little bit of a shorter, stocky guy, and I really like the idea of power and everything else, and I was brought up on the concept of throwing punches hard and snappy and trying to knock people out. Mike Tyson, right? Exciting guy to watch. You watch his highlights. And of course, it's important to know that you can't fight. Like someone commented on the last video I did, it was a great comment, essentially saying that people try to, when they're starting out, oftentimes try to fight like they're fighting highlight reels, right? So all they do is they watch highlight reels and they think that their sparring session or the fight is just going to be like a continuous highlight reel, and that's not the way it is. And that's what Mike Tyson is the best for, is he's got great highlight reels, right? And he's a champion, everything else like that, massive respect. But if you watch a whole Mike Tyson fight, for instance, it's not a whole highlight reel at all, and it's honestly not a very consistent workman-like job like some other short fighters. All right, there's a lot of holding, there's a lot of just nothing happening a lot of times, and of course he's a heavyweight. All those things go into to factor. But you need to be careful, because you can watch. I know I spent way too long watching guys like that who are not the loosest, but they're just not somebody that you can watch and learn how to be looser. All right? Because I'm not saying Mike Tyson wasn't loose, but it's hard. It's hard to watch him and to pick up the looseness factors and to not just think you can muscle all your shots. Now, fighters that you can watch, I'm going to go old school with you here, but guys like Muhammad Ali, guys like Sugar Ray Robinson, guys like Joe Frazier, all right? Those are much more loose fighters. I know I named like a heavyweight plus one welterweight that moved up to middleweight, but there's a lot of, you need to be trying to watch for these guys that when you see them, you see the looseness. Now, jumping on to the next point, you need to realize what makes quality punches, quality movement, and quality defense. And of course, the answer is looseness, but let's talk about it in very minute detail for every single one of those three categories: your punches, your movement, and your defense, because that's what you need as a fighter. Now, first off, the punches, right? Because boxing, I know you could say it's movement because that gets you there and that's like how you are there in the ring, but at the end of the day, you could have horrible footwork, and if you can punch people, you're boxing, I guess, right? And if you can punch somebody and be like Deontay Wilder and knock them out, then I guess you won the fight, right? So anyway, let's talk about punches. The first thing with punches that I want you to think about is really almost maybe not punches, but it's your stance. So you need to evaluate your stance. You need to make sure that your stance is not a stance that is encouraging tension. What I mean by that? You need to make sure that when you get into your stance, your traps are not lit up. Because what does your rookie guy do? Or even your guy that is maybe a combat athlete in, let's say, like MMA, but like we all know, typically a person who fights a multitude of martial arts is not going to be like the best at every single one of those martial arts that they have to incorporate. And that is the case oftentimes with MMA, and you see that play out time and time again when a MMA champion fights a high-level boxer, and you see the difference there for the boxing skill, okay? But anyway, so having your traps up like this, and the tension that's just with this, but it's not even that extreme, all right? So obviously, like any coach will see this in the gym and tell you, dude, stop that. But even just a little bit. So if I'm like this, just that little flare of the traps and the shoulders coming up, watch out for those things. And I'll talk about how you can guard against that and everything else. But it's easy when people put their chin down to go like that, to shrug the shoulders. And you only want to shrug the shoulder perhaps to be for a defensive maneuver at the time or at the end of a punch. That's it. Otherwise, it needs to be completely relaxed. There's no need for it to be any other way. And the same thing goes with other aspects of our body, all right? So you just need to really be careful with that. But I put this in the punch category list because we'll kind of have that tension in that shoulder like that before we throw a punch. So you just need to make sure there's absolutely no tension. One way that my dad taught it, and also Chuck Bodak as well, is to act like you just curled a weight, right? So the shoulders are down, totally down. You don't curl a weight like that, right? You're just like this, and you just go, bam. Then you bring your chin down, and that's somewhere about where you're going to be. Now I know where you're thinking, oh, well, my hands aren't up high enough. Well, if you bring your chin down and slouch a little bit, see that kind of curve of the body? That's relaxation. That's kind of just like being lazy versus it's not like this or anything tight. So slouching, curl the weight here like that. My chin is down. My shoulders are totally relaxed. I'm a little round shouldered, but that's not tension, right? I'm not here either lighting up my lats. All right, so there's just some nuances for things you need to watch out for when you're starting your punch. And then let's have this very important concept be known. I know anyone that's into boxing, you know this concept, but it's something I always ask people their first time. Do you throw a punch or push a punch? Right? And most people know you throw a punch. Some people, it's funny enough, will say push a punch because they think push is more force, right? But there's a big difference, obviously. What's the difference? Is that if I push a punch, there's tension the whole time on that, right? Like think of doing a push-up. But if I throw a punch, it's relaxed, it's loose, and it has more velocity, all right? It's more about the speed in which it's delivered versus the amount of tension or the weight that I'm trying to move. Because you need to remember that you can, and I've, anyone that does boxing and has boxed for a period of time, you'll go against guys in the gym that their punches are, they'll push you off balance, right, with their punches. And those punches aren't like soft, right? If someone's pushing their punches hard on you, it still is not fun, at least in my opinion, to get hit by those punches. And it kind of jacks your neck up and again knocks you off balance, all this other stuff. But there's a difference between hurt punches and kill punches. I remember there's this guy I would spar when I was, I boxed 165. There's a guy I would spar who was 230, 240, something like that. He was really big. But he would never hurt me. I was hurt a lot more by smaller guys because he would push his punches. He's a big, strong guy, and a lot of times big, strong guys tend to push the punches. And again, it doesn't mean that they're not bothersome, but they're not the ones that are going to knock you out and put you down, right? Versus a smaller guy that actually throws their punches and snaps their punches. It's a load of difference, all right? And also push punches, you can see a lot more. And of course, when you're pushing your punches, you are burning the hell out of yourself. You're doing multiple sets of some type of weightlifting versus just throwing those punches. And we'll talk about the ways that throwing punches and being relaxed helps with energy conservation. Now also as well with punch delivery and doing it proper and not being stiff with it and tense is of course the fist tension. So many people, they see a poster of a great fighter and things like that and they'll pose like this and they'll think that's how they gotta fight, is like this. And now I've heard some different thoughts about this with bare knuckle boxing and things like that, but I don't know anything about that. I've been in one street fight and whatever, right? My boxing skills did fine in that. It's a street fight, whatever. I wasn't going against a bare knuckle boxer. So I'm not going to speak on bare knuckle boxing and everything else because I'm not an expert in that. I'm an expert in glove boxing. But in terms of glove boxing, you do want to have your hands relaxed. And also, if you go up the levels and you start fighting multiple rounds, you're going to want your hands relaxed. All right? It's going to help with making sure that you are not tense, conserving energy. It's also going to help make sure, because I've heard the argument like, oh, well, if you throw loose and then squeeze at the end, let's be very clear, you squeeze at the end of the punch, but if you throw loose and you're not already having a fist, you'll break your fist, right? If you hit too soon, this, that, and the other thing. Well, my rebuttal to that is that if you're always having that squeeze of that fist, even if it's just kind of light, that's a lot of burnout that happens throughout the forearm. And so when you do hit hard and you do have to squeeze tight, because think about it, mass times acceleration, your body weight times the speed in which you're throwing a punch, and you're throwing a punch like 20 miles an hour, or I guess sometimes more perhaps, but somewhere in that ballpark. That's a lot of force on that. And so you need to lock tight, and you need to save that lock for the end. In any great fighter you see, the hands are going to be slightly open, like they're holding little eggs, like Chuck Bodek would say. And I've actually done this before. Held little eggs, held eggs just to get a feel for what that feels like, as far as just cupping the hands, keeping it relaxed, no tension. And then at the end, you squeeze tight. And that is going to be punches that kill people versus hurt people. Why is that? Because that extra snap at the end of the punch is going to do what? It's going to jar their brain in the skull. You shake it with that snap, it's going to cause the concussion that we want, and that's going to hopefully knock them out or buzz them, and that's good for you, right? Versus if you're just pushing your punch, and obviously I know people, when they say whatever the whole fist stuff, they're not saying to push the punch, but but there are guys out there that push punches. If you push the punch, then all you're doing is just moving their head. You're not snapping their head. You're not jarring it. You're not making the brain bounce against the skull, and that is what is going to buzz them, make the lights go out, knock them out with a headshot. All right, and the same thing applies with body shots. So having that snap at the end and making sure there's no tension in the fist until the point of contact. And now, of course, this takes skill. This takes timing. This takes coordination. This takes a lot of stuff to do this. I'm not saying your first day in the gym that you can throw punches and get that snap right at the end of the punch when you're moving in the ring with someone in sparring or even hitting a bag. But over time, I mean, at least in my experience, over time of training and practice when I was boxing and with athletes and boxers I work with, they achieve it. All right, so anything good takes time and practice. So just because you can't do it right away, don't be like, oh, this doesn't work, whatever. Let's talk about body punches versus arm punches. When I say body punches, I don't mean punches to the body. I mean throwing punches with your body versus throwing it with your arm. All right, so now we're on to the next step. We're throwing our punches. Cool, good work. Now let's talk about throwing with our body versus our arm. All right, so a lot of times, and this leads to the tension and the stiff thing, right? Guys will throw with their arms, and it's this. It's all kind of like that. Versus if you can just get to have the body rotation shoot out the arm, right? So it's almost like this completely lazy thing where you're just like this. And if you watch great fighters, and especially some old school fighters, and again, they were fighting more rounds and things like that, so they had to really know how to relax. And boxing back then was very, very highly weighted to power, right? There wasn't the amateur programs. There wasn't the different amateur scoring systems that have changed over the years. It was all just pro boxing, and amateur boxing was pro boxing scoring completely. And now it's getting more back to that. But anyway, you see those guys? This is how they are throwing their punches. The body is throwing the punch like that. It is not trying to arm it, which also leads to being stiff and being tense. Make sure you're throwing your punches with your body, not your arms. Then two more things before we move on to movement. Let's talk about the tension that can be built up while you're throwing combinations, right? So I've had guys, and I've been this guy too, where we can throw our punch loose, right? We can, boom, be loose and snappy. Here, bah, loose and snappy. Boom, loose and snappy. That's loose and snappy. But when we put the shots together, right? You put a 3-piece combo together, 4-piece combo together. You build up tension throughout that combination, right? So your first punch, let's say you're like, maybe like doing like a jab, and you do like a right hook for the body, and then you're gonna come back with another shot, and then come back with something up top. Then, in that situation, what I see happen all the time, and I bet it might happen with you if you listen to your body, you shoot that first shot maybe, and maybe it's nice and hard and loose and snappy, and it's good, right? It's a good quality, loose, snappy punch. That's powerful, and you rotate your body, beautiful, everything looks great. But here, you're not like this with your other hand. You're tense with your other hand because you shot that first shot, and when you squeezed on that body shot, boom, you locked both, right? And you got tension when you hit. And you kept that tension for the next punch in the combination, and then the next punch in the combination. And then there's all this tension that's built up in this combination, and that's what is holding you back from putting your punches together. It's what makes you so gosh darn tired when you put your punches together. It's what makes your punches less effective when you do put them together, right? So you're like, man, I throw one punch, I can hit that dude, and it's a good shot. It's a nice, snappy, hard, effective punch that hurts him. But when I put the shots together, I ain't got nothing on it. Or all you're left with is putting them together with very suboptimal power to have the one hard shot, right? So you're purposely just like touch, 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 dig, versus being able to hurt. But you see in between, I'm relaxed here, I'm relaxed here, I'm relaxed here, but I'm tense on the connecting punch, right? So that's just something to really watch out for. I see beginners to intermediate, even some advanced people have struggles with that. And it's a way that you will increase your speed, increase your endurance, increase your power, and be able to throw punches and bunches that are powerful as hell, not gonna cost as much energy, and of course, that's gonna hurt your opponent more, all right? Now, the last thing is the fear that we experience when we throw punches, all right? Because if we're going to be honest with ourselves, sometimes we throw punches with tension, not only because we're like, I want to hurt that guy, but because there's fear of when you throw it, that something's going to happen, right? That we're going to get countered while we throw it, after we throw it, whatever. So eliminating that fear. Now, one way just to philosophically approach to that situation is to realize that if you, and I've seen this happen time and time again, anyone who's spent time in the gym has seen this, is you'll have that guy that he's hesitant to throw his punch, and because he throws his punch with hesitation, there's the tension in it, because he's worried about what might happen when he does throw, and that tension actually and hesitation leads to the punch obviously not being as good, and plays right into the other guy, nullifying him and hitting him, right? So if you're boxing somebody that has very little regard for the punches you're throwing, then it's going to be more trouble. But if the guy throws punches and has a high regard for when you throw, he's going to mute his punches. That plays right into what you want, right? But think about it. If you're sparring or fighting somebody that doesn't give a crap about the punches you throw at them, they're going to deliver their punches as hard as they want to and whenever they want to, and your punches be damned, and that's going to be hard to deal with versus the guy that's overreacting to the possibility of you maybe throwing, right? Biting on all your feints and things like that, all right? Now, so realizing that, man, when that door opens and you're gonna strike with that opportunity, or to bring an analogy to it, if you're in a situation, right, someone breaks into your house and you're in a state where you can, defend yourself, and you're allowed to. You don't have to leave your house and hide. Then if you pull out a gun, you need to have the intention, if you're going to pull it out, to use it. Don't pull out a gun if you're not going to use it to defend yourself. Same thing with the boxing. When you go to throw the punch, don't throw the punch if you don't intend to hurt him with the punch, to have the punch be good, right? Don't bring it out if you ain't going to use it. Now, let's talk about movement. This is actually a big place too, where the tension and the stiffness and not being loose lives a lot, and people don't even realize it, right? And they'll blame other things for it. They'll blame their conditioning for it, where it's actually a relaxation factor. So like you'll have a guy be like, man, my legs always get tired in sparring. I should run more. And it's like, yes, running is important. It's great for boxing. Time-tested cross-training and supplementary training for boxing. Time-tested. But if you don't take care of these things I'm going to talk about, you could be literally a marathon runner. Because I've had guys like that. I've had guys that can run, or they do run races for like half marathons and marathons. They come in and they start boxing, start progressing with boxing, and their legs are falling apart. So it's not a factor of endurance in the legs. It's these factors we're talking about, which is why, again, this is such a great topic to talk about. And I really appreciate Resi615 bringing it up in the last video. All right, so there's tension in the legs. We got to watch out for this tension in the legs. Now, it's good to understand sometimes why, because then that can help you get rid of it. There's tension in the legs, I think, because you're anticipating hard punches and punches that are going to move you around, right? Or even someone's force against you, right? Because as we all know, sometimes it's not punches in boxing. Sometimes guys will kind of buck into people, run into people, and things like that. And so we'll have this tension that gets created in our legs where we'll just try to grip that floor with our legs so hard and just be a stable base without realizing that, again, that's gonna compromise your movement. It's gonna compromise your punches, and it's also just gonna burn it all out. So now you're gonna be a sitting duck, and all the air is out of your tires, as Teddy Atlas would say, and now you're screwed, right? And I know that I've had this time and time again, and because also as well, it's hard to feel tension in your legs as well, because when you start listening to your body as a boxer or as an athlete, you will it's easy to kind of feel up here, right? It's easy to kind of feel your arms and things like that, I think, to feel if there's tension there. But the legs, it's like a little bit more removed in your body in a sense, or at least it is for me. And so it's harder to tell sometimes if you are tensing it. And also too, it's harder to see if you're tensing it, right? Because like I'm saying, with the shoulders, I can see right away, because like right then I have my shoulders just a little bit up because I'm on this rope here. I can see though with somebody if their shoulders are tense, right? They're boxing, and I can see that a little bit that's up, right? And then remind them to bring it back down. With the legs, it's hard. If there's flexion or flexing in the quads and things like that, it's a little hard to see. And again, so it's hard to identify, at least on the coach side as well. but making sure that you're loose with those legs. And that's where guys, that's the purpose of bouncing every now and again, is to not to just as like a fear thing, but a way to relax the legs, you know, shake them out, things like that. We're going to talk about that later in the video, but let's make sure that our legs are not gripping the floor, overly tense and so rigid that sure, the upper body's relaxed, but man, your base is not, and then your legs are burned out all the time. Last thing on the movement thing is happy feet. We got to watch out for having happy feet. That is kind of a symptom, in my opinion, of tension. Well, I would say in my opinion, but I believe it's a fact of tension. And what I mean by happy feet is where the guy is just constantly moving the feet around the ring, right? Just this constant like stagger that's going around. Or it's like a constant bounce. There's like, dude, I just got to bounce nonstop. And it's kind of like a stiff bounce versus a more relaxed bounce. But watch out for the happy feet. I highly recommend to limit largely the amount of bouncing you do starting out, because like with everything, let's just to kind of run off into a side tangent, rhythm is important in boxing. Now there's plenty of great fighters out there that had no rhythm and were great fighters. Two guys that come to mind, Joe Louis and contemporary Floyd Mayweather, right? Those are guys that didn't have any rhythm and they're still great fighters. But a lot of fighters had great rhythm, a great rhythm in which they moved, in which they throw punches. But when you're starting out, in my opinion, it's best to start off with no rhythm. Why do I say that? Because oftentimes, to this point in the movement thing I'm talking about in the happy feet and kind of like, you know, constantly bouncing around in this like erratic, tense way, is that, or just constantly moving your feet in like a tense, like, ooh, scared way, is that you create patterns that you can't get rid of. So for instance, I had this problem because my father loved Joe Frazier, and I did too. And I wanted to base a lot of things I did off of Joe Frazier. And he has great relaxation, but he also has that constant rhythm. And me trying to copy that constant rhythm made it so that I would do little ticks, little things before I actually executed certain moves. And those little ticks and little things that you do are just simply tells now that you're giving to other people, that you're ingraining in yourself. Versus if you were to fashion yourself off of more of a Joe Louis style, let's say, where you're not bouncing around, you're not doing all the movement of the head and everything else constantly like a Joe Frazier would or Henry Armstrong, then you can work on just making sure that your execution has no tell, right? And no pattern before it, right? And so that's why, again, somebody like Floyd Mayweather said that, you know, he fought without a rhythm, at least when I heard him say it, is that because a rhythm can be timed, but you can't time someone that doesn't have a rhythm. And it also allows you to counter better as well. Because think about it, if you're overly relying on your rhythm, particularly when you're starting out boxing and trying to learn how to do some counters, I've seen it play into this, as well as the happy feet. Actually, I think of the other day, I was having guys do a drill where it was like a 1, 2, 3, and you defend that, and then you counter with the right hand afterwards and a few other things. And I was noticing one of the newer guys that had this constant stagger that I'm talking about, he wasn't able to pull the trigger on the counter at the right time because the feet weren't with him, because he was constantly moving them in this consistent fashion that eliminated his ability to counter. All right, so I hope that makes sense. That's the last one on movement. Let's jump now to defense. All right, so one of my favorite topics. With our defense, I see so many beginners do this and intermediates do this, and trust me, the top don't do this. At least the majority of top defensive fighters that have the defense that you want to have, that you and I want to have, right? When we're going up our levels. So when you're defending punches, it's very easy to get tense, to get stiff, right? Because you're having these hard freaking punches come at you that have hundreds of pounds of force behind them. And they can take your lights out like that, or take the wind out of you, or cause one of your organs like the liver to not function for a moment. So it's easy to be tense. We need to focus on how to be relaxed. We need to make sure that when we block punches, though, we are not, or slip punches, or bob under punches, dip punches, or move as well, going back to movement. We need to make sure that we don't explosively breathe, all right? So often, because we're all taught, and reasonably rightfully so, that when we throw punches at the end, we're relaxing at the end, whatever your breath is, there's some type of little breath that is the exertion of force at the end, right? So you're just like when you're you're doing something powerful and strong, you're going to make a sound to help that. There is definitely, I believe, some connection there. And so it is a good idea to breathe on the punches, make some type of little noise, or at least a little breath. But with the defense, that's very problematic. I'm not saying you can't ever do it, but it is going to be problematic, and it's going to lead to this whole tension cycle that we don't want and take us away from this loose thing that we do. Now, when punches come, if you are breathing on the head movement, breathing on the block and everything else, breathing on the feet. Think about it. You, number one, should not be exerting that much power on a foot movement or a head movement. It's a quick movement, but you should be able to do it while you're talking to somebody and keeping your breath smooth. Why is that? Because one is it's taxing enough to throw punches, right? So why you got to be taxing yourself as you're doing defensive maneuvers? Number two is the timing. Because if you're breathing, it's going to be hard to half time the counter, which is what you want to do. You want to have that counter be ba, 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 versus ba, 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 counter, right? You want to get it half time in between their punches. Those are the best counters, or same time. But typically, if someone's shooting a barrage on you and you're not sure exactly what shot's coming at what moment, you want to catch the in-between times, and the in-between times are horribly hard to defend against because they're in between you delivering your punches. But what I've noticed is that when guys are doing this breathing pattern on blocking, it limits their ability to time correctly. And also that's just, again, goes back to this whole tension thing. There's a little bit too much fear versus being able to just block those shots and be calm and collective and look at them and see them coming, anticipate what's coming and counter it, et cetera, or react even better sometimes in anticipation. Now, loose hands. It goes back to that thing we talked about with punches. If there is no reason to clench your fist when you block a punch. Zero reason. And I've noticed this as well. It mutes the speed in which you can counter with. All right, so great counter in boxing as far as blocking and shooting is to block a shot on one side, counter with the same hand on that side. Right, so someone shoots a left hook at me, boom, I'm here. I got to come off the face a little bit, so if it's hard, it doesn't just completely control me. But boom, I resist that punch, and there's tension in the arm, but there's no reason for tension in the hand because they're not like punching my knuckles in the hand, right? And that's one reason why we make a fist is to protect all of our knuckles and the small bones in the hand. So you're blocking that shot, have that hand open. It's more surface area, right? As well as being relaxed. And you have just enough tension and a little bit of the rotator cuff and arm to defend the punch, boom, and then off of that block, then you're gonna slide down and squeeze tight at the end of the punch. What I've noticed is guys I've had where they clench on the block, then the delivery of the punch is going to be a little bit slower than when they're able to be more relaxed with the hand and snap. And also the power of their delivery punch or their counter punch is lessened as well, all right? And again, like I talked about, more surface area. You guys know a fighter called Winky, right? There's many fighters like this. Or I think of Terrence Crawford when he fought Errol Spence. He did an excellent job defensively in that fight, wouldn't you agree? Well, look at where his hands were. His hands were wide open because that's more cushion to cover those vital areas versus if you're like this the whole time. Now, core. We keep our core tense, stiff. Well, what I've seen in my time boxing is it can be a hindrance. Now, granted, a little bit of tension there and anticipatory tension sometimes when a punch comes, nothing wrong with that. But I've seen the other extreme. I've seen guys have their core completely locked and engaged the whole time they're boxing. It limits their ability to rotate with their punches, and it also tires them out. So make sure your core is relatively relaxed. You can maybe make a rationale that when you get in close on somebody, maybe let it tense up just a little bit, just in case something gets through. But also, have your eyes together. Be able to see, and that leads me to the last point, the blinking. Blinking is tension. I'm not going to say blinking is going to tire you out, but what it will do is it will make it so that you stay tense because you can't see things coming, right? If I put you in the ring with somebody and you do an old school battle royale style like they used to do, horrible stuff back in the day, and like Jack Johnson did this back in the day as well as other fighters, but they would throw them in the room. I heard. I don't know if this is true, but it was a different time. But throw them in a room, whole bunch of guys, and turn off the lights, and whoever came out was the winner. And so, that's a freaking tense situation. Far more tense than being in the boxing ring, because at least you can see what the hell's coming at you, right? And at least the punches are going to be legal. So if you're in the boxing ring and you're blinking, you're the guy that's turning off the lights in the boxing ring. No. You want to do that to them. You want to make your punches make them blink or control their eyes at least, and then turn off their lights with your punch. Don't turn off your lights prematurely and then help them turn off your actual lights, and now you're on the canvas, all right? So if we can see things, if we're not blinking, we can keep the core a little bit more relaxed, because then we can see the punch coming, right? And then if it is a punch that's anywhere near that realm of possibly being aimed at our body, you can tense the core up a little bit, just that much. Like, I'm tensing my core up right now, talking to you, but I'm still maintaining my composure and everything else. I'm not, right? That type of thing. All right, so let's go into the third item before I hit my final thoughts. Hey guys, before we go any further in this video, I want to make sure that we talk about something that is the enemy of being loose and relaxed, and that's lifting a bunch of weights, okay? Now, I'm not one of these old school boxing coaches that's going to tell you don't lift weights, and weights make you slow. That's a load of crap. But the truth of the matter is they can have an adverse effect on you being loose and snappy and being a better boxer. How? I've had guys struggle with this time and time again, and I've had to tell them time and time again, and I had to learn this myself to the point where, since I'm only about 5'8.5", I had short guy complex for a while. So I was like, dude, if I can't grow, I want to be like a brick house and be like a little bit shorter Mike Tyson. But then I realized, like, hey, do I want to look like a freaking, dangerous guy, or do I actually want to be one with my skills and ability, right? Do you want to be the greatest fighter or try to be the greatest fighter around? Or do you want to just look like a pretty bodybuilder, all right? And whatever your choice is your choice. But I assume if you're watching this, you probably prefer being the greatest fighter around, right? Or a good fighter, or a better fighter, or boxer. So how does this hurt you? Because if you're lifting weights a bunch, okay, and also too, a lot of the exercise selections people do is a little bit ridiculous and nonsensical and not needed and not benefiting your boxing performance. But if you're lifting weights often, you are creating intramuscular tension that's going to be with you for a little bit of time. And so if you lift weights earlier in the day and then you have your boxing workout later that day, now you're bringing that tension to that workout, right? That little bit of pump, which is the increased blood flow, but also there's some tension that gets stuck in the muscles that I see, and you will notice a difference. Mark my words, because I notice a massive difference, and every single fighter I've told this to knows a massive difference. With your weightlifting right now, stop for a week, all right? And then after about a week of being off from it, see how your boxing is then. See how loose you are, see how snappy you are, see how fast you are, because there's not that tension. Now, it is good to periodize. It is good to incorporate some basic strength training, not curls and crap like that, but maybe some squats, definitely some pull-ups or some pulling motions and some pressing motions into your workouts, maybe some deadlifts, things like that, because that is going to be helpful. But again, the key word is periodize, meaning you don't do it all the time. So if you have kind of a period of time where you don't have a fight coming up, yes, you can incorporate. Or if being loose and snappy is something you really need to work on that you feel, or your coach feels, or if you're a coach and you feel for your fighter is something that's paramount to be achieved at this time, tell them to lay off the weights. Lay off for a month. Lay off for 2 months. They're not going to lose everything. You can even do just a easy weight workout maybe once every 2 weeks and maintain a lot of the strength that you have without being detrimental to your relaxation in boxing. But if you continue to pound these weights and try to box and try to be more relaxed and loose and snappy so that you can go to the top, it's going to be very difficult. Weights are great. Weights are important. A stronger athlete is a better athlete, but it can be detrimental to your boxing goals if you let weightlifting take precedence over your skill work, which the biggest part of that is learning how to relax. So I call these, or I call it the priming is key. Priming is key. What I mean by that, how we're going to go into our workout is key. How we're going to go into our sparring session or into our fight is key to facilitate relaxation. And of course, all these things can be applied during your workout as well, right? And so mainly all the first things I talked about are things to be watching for while you shadow box, while you spar, hit the bag, things like that. You need to be watching for all of these factors as you build your foundations. But then also, now this is kind of how you're prepping your workout, but then also I'm going to talk about some items within your workout, all right? So first one is twofold, and it has nothing to do with like technical things. It's two tools that I recommend that you use. The first is using a ball of some type, a hard ball, and the second one is a bar, all right? So let's go over to the wall first and then over to the bar and talk about how we can use these tools. All right, guys, so let's talk about using a ball. Hard ball can be anything. It can be a golf ball or a lacrosse ball, and using that up against the wall. A lot of people know this stuff, but I want to talk about some nuances that are specific that I learned that made a massive difference for just unlocking muscle tension and helping out. And really, it's like a rehab thing. So do it before you have problems, and do it if you have problems. And if you have problems, do it every day, because it will just help work everything out. You're literally giving yourself like a $50 massage, in my opinion, every day. All right, so you take that ball and you put it in the areas where you feel what you're feeling. So let me try to work it around a little bit. And I keep everything relaxed as possible. You don't want to start tensing everything up, because that's not the point. We're trying to loosen up. And also, any type of tension or pull on these muscles is not going to help with injury prevention, and also not help with you being a more relaxed fighter and more successful fighter. So, okay, I've finally found something kind of in my rhomboid area. Actually, thank goodness, I feel pretty good. But once I get that spot, you'll feel a spot where you're like, okay, I feel that. You need to make sure as you feel that little bit of pain, again, that you don't tense up. Focus on breathing relaxed, because that will help with relieving tension. But then, here's a big tip for you. Start moving your arm around in all the different planes, because that's going to help work it out. All right, so don't just sit on it. Find it, and you can also play with moving your neck around as well to kind of open up access to those little spots, to those trigger points, to those bundles of muscle and scar tissue that you might have. And then you move your arm different ways to find it. I like kind of pulling back to really open up things sometimes, because some of that stuff is really deep in my back. And you do this for a little while, just to, even before you start doing any type of training, or just do it every day, and just loosen all that up. Move everything around. You hear some crackle and pop sometimes, and do that everywhere, all through your back, because that's going to help relieve the tension. And also think about it as well, pain creates tension. So if you have pain back here at all, or just anywhere, it's going to create that tension. I know when I had a lot of chronic shoulder issues, and I didn't utilize a lot of these things until towards the end, and then they finally got away. But when I would have like a shoulder that is kind of inflamed and bugging me, I noticed that thing would be like this. It would be all tense, because there's other muscles trying to take over and support that. There's that pain, and I'm feeling the nerves, so I'm doing this. And so, but that wasn't helping it heal, all right? So super important thing, like I kind of talked about earlier in my last video, because I'm just so big on it, but also this is gonna help you be more relaxed and less tense, because you're gonna have less pain, but then also there's tension in those muscles that happen that don't need to be there. And if you can release it like this before you start your training and do it every day, it can make a massive difference. Now let's go over and talk about releasing the trap. All right, guys, so now let's talk about releasing the trap. And this also helps out with the neck as well, because again, all that stuff gets all tight. And before you do your workout, doing all this release stuff, while it is a little arduous and extra crap you gotta do, it is really helpful, and it'll help you be a lot looser, snappier. All right, so you don't have to have a body bar. Any type of bar will do, like a weightlifting bar, anything, doesn't matter. But it has some weight on it. That's the key. So it has that weight on it, and ooh, I feel this super well, super nice. So you have it, make sure you're relaxed down, you're not tensing up, that arm is down and relaxed, and that weight right now is pressing down on that trap, and I'm just rolling it around. I can kind of lean and get it, find that spot, and kind of just move it around a little bit. And then you can also play with moving the arm as well, around as well. But just putting it on there for a little bit of time, about 10, 15, 20 seconds. Make sure you're breathing. Stretching it a little bit. Very, very, very helpful. You won't know how awesome this feels until you do it, if you haven't done it before. But then that's gonna help loosen everything up. So now you can go into doing your punches and your boxing and be loose, snappy, relaxed. Because remember, if you get loose, you go to the top. Let's go back up the ring and continue talking about this. All right, so now let's go on to some more boxing specific priming things we can do. All right, so bouncing the feet with, or bouncing the feet and having the shoulders bounce as we do that. All right, so I said earlier, don't bounce a bunch and things like that, but there's a massive purpose for it when you're warming up, and that's to make sure those shoulders are relaxed. And you can do that when you spar, when you fight, as kind of a relaxation check, right? So not when you're in range, when you're out of range, right? Or when before the first bell goes or the next bell goes, bouncing in one place, and you can move around a little bit too if you want, but having the hands relaxed like this and see my shoulders bouncing just a little bit. It's not extreme. You could make it a little bit bigger if you wanted to, just to make sure everything is relaxed, but just to make sure there's not this tension going on like that, right? Or just even like stiffness down, right? You want to have here nice, loose, and relaxed, and get everything just loose. Shake your arms out, and you see that. And then also the next step to that, that's one level. Next level, do that with your hands up. It's harder because then guys will have their hands up and they're automatically getting that little stiff thing I was talking about earlier, and now they're like this as they bounce. Versus here, and now I can relax and bounce my shoulders as my hands stay up. I don't know if you can see that in the video, but those shoulders are bouncing just a little bit. Now let's talk about moving into how we can make our body elastic, right? So that's almost the first way that you can kind of get things almost like a looseness check. And like I said, during like a lull in a fight and things like that, or in sparring, you step out, you know, kind of drop your hands from out of range, balance for a second, make sure the shoulders are relaxed, or even here, nice and relaxed like that. But then as we're getting ready for our workout as well, so that one's getting ready for your workout, but that's also things you can do during your workout. But then now let's talk about how we can really make the body elastic, because the more you can make yourself elastic, the looser and snappier you're gonna be, and you're gonna be like a freaking whip. All right, so let's talk about how we can do that. First is the arm swings. All right, there's many ways you can swing your arms, but there's nuances there, because you can do this wrong and it's not gonna make any difference. If you do this right, it's gonna make a big difference. Every single person that I've given this to, when they take this and do this before they train, and they do that consistently for just a few weeks, they feel a big difference. I personally feel a big difference when I do this before I hit anything, and my punches are way more loose and snappy. All right, so first is just the circles, right? So like, yeah, super dumb. You see everyone do this, right? Now what's the important thing here? As I'm doing it, I'm feeling for tension. I am not forcing anything to move. It is, I'm doing my best to make the arm completely relaxed, like someone is taking my arm and doing this with it, right? So it's all about just creating like a momentum, and as I got some momentum, I focus on relaxing all of the shoulder and everything else, and even the trap and everything. And then I go the other way as well, and I do that for about 15, 20 seconds, right? You can do one arm too to kind of get a more wide breadth of the movement. And what you're doing is you're helping the arm move without tension. Because again, we go throughout our day, there's tension. That's actually a side note, is that when you're a boxer, in my opinion, it was a big change for me, is I noticed throughout my regular day, I always had just this little bit of thing going on, right? A lot of guys, and some women too, have that going on, where they have just this little bit of tension going throughout their day like this, and they don't even know it, right? So focusing on making sure that as you go throughout your day, because also that's gonna make it hard for all that to heal, right? You're damaging that stuff when you train hard, right? You're causing little micro tears in your muscles and everything else, and overuse, all this stuff. And so if you are going throughout your day with that little bit of usage all the time for no reason, it's gonna make it harder for your body to heal from it, all right? And then also what's so cool is that we get good at this stuff, guys, then in regular life, you will actually be more loose and relaxed as well, which is great. So we want to do those arm swings. We want to make sure we do it relaxed, listen to your body, make sure you're not doing it stiff. Then you're also crossing with the arms as well. So that's a little bit more helpful for this idea of getting hooks, where the hooks is just you slinging your arm, right, within appropriate parameters and not being super loopy with it, but making sure that the arm is just a secondary mover over in a sense, instead of the prime mover, right? Your arm is a secondary mover instead of the prime mover. Then you can do the same thing with your legs, where you can hold on the side of the ropes, whatever, and swing your legs up and down, relax, and you can do it cross as well. And the focus is to just make sure you do it relaxed. Make sure you're not stiff as you do it. And when you start off, you might not be able to honestly notice when you are stiff and when you aren't. So again, that's where it is really helpful to have a coach or someone that is really aware of the body to kind of see those things for you. Because particularly I see with younger guys, they have trouble seeing if they're stiff or not. But I've seen it with older guys too, right? So you just once you have someone that can identify it for you and say like, yeah, that's relaxed and that's not relaxed, then you can connect that to how it feels, and then you can replicate that on your own. All right, and then also just you can find it in yourself if you're relatively self-aware with your body. Now, next, leading to shadow boxing effortlessly. All right, so I'm a big proponent, as anyone will tell you, just like Chuck Bodak was, just like my dad was, of shadow boxing hard, right? Meaning that shadow boxing is an actual tool in the gym that is just as important as hitting the bag, is just as important as sparring, and it's just as important as mitt work, right? If anything, it's second only to sparring, because shadow boxing, you literally get to do every single flipping thing you do in sparring and in a fight. You get to do that when you shadow box, and you can't do that when you got a bag. You got a bag that's going to swing a certain way, move a certain way, do this and that thing. But when you're shadow boxing, you can literally recreate every single situation that you had in your sparring session or in your last fight, or that you might want to have in your next one, with your techniques. All right, so you shadow box hard, but in interest of priming ourselves and warming up, we want to make sure that when we start shadow boxing, we are not shadow boxing and reinforcing this tension and stiffness that we want to get rid of. You want to make sure that when you start shadow boxing, specifically when you're starting off your session of shadow boxing, that you are focusing on listening to your body and making sure that everything you're doing is effortless. And that's where, again, great guys to watch for this are guys like Muhammad Ali. So even though, there's a lot of things with Ali that you don't need to mimic, this is the one thing that if you can take this from him, it's the greatest thing. Like that and his psychology as a winner. But man, just make sure that when you're shadow boxing, you're just effortless. And start off without even squeezing at the end of the punch. Get the little turnover on the straight punches and things like that, so everything is mechanically happening the same, except for that snap. But you might avoid that snap in the beginning, the squeeze at the end of the punch when you shadow box, because you just want to make sure there's no tension before that, right? Particularly if you're newer. So anyway, so you're nice and relaxed, right? I did a little shoulder bounce because that's what I would do oftentimes. And then I'm here. I'm not trying to go fast. I'm just trying to get the motions, full motions, the full strokes of the motion, but I'm relaxed as I do it, all right? And I'm listening to my body. I'm feeling if there's any tension in my shoulders, if there's any tension anywhere. And I'm trying to minimize it all while still completing the full stroke of the movement. Don't do that and just half throw the punches, because then you're not doing the full stroke. Because then what I see when guys do that, then they start doing the full stroke, and then they start kind of stiffing the punch out again. All right, so get those full strokes of the movement with relaxation. And then as you get that's your warm up with shadow boxing, and then as you get closer to actually maybe actual practice shadow boxing or actually going into the sparring session or competition, then once you have that prime, then you start snapping. All right, you start snapping those shots at the end. Now, think about this. Some of the tension that happens in stiffness is, again, like I talked about earlier, fear. It's anxiety, it's anticipation, right? So let's kill the fear, kill the anxiety, kill the anticipation, because what are you fearful of and what are you anticipating? You're anticipating the one downside of boxing, right? What's the one downside of boxing? It's getting hit, right? Because gosh, if you could be a boxer that you never get hit and all you do is just brutalize the hell out of your opponent, that's like one of the most exciting, fun things in the world, right? I know that sounds kind of sadistic. I was thinking that as I was saying it. But I mean, heck, let's face it. That's the cool competitive side of boxing, is you get to hit people and it's totally okay, right? Because they agreed to do it. But if you're always getting beat up when you're boxing, then that's the thing that's going to make you like, oh, you know, I don't like this thing. I don't know if I like this thing, right? Or it causes the fear and the anticipation, right? So you have that fear and anticipation. And sometimes, like ripping the Band-Aid off, until you just rip the Band-Aid off, you're all, ugh. But then you rip the Band-Aid off, okay. Yeah, that was a little, that didn't feel great, but now I'm good, right? So same thing with the boxing. You'll be going into your sparring session. You'll be going into your fight. Maybe there's some fear and some anticipation. What I recommend, don't go super crazy with this, but I would do this, and I've had guys do this, but it helped me a lot personally, is I would take that glove and just like palm, you know, just with the closed glove, boom, smash myself in the face with it, you know, just bam. So that way I get the feel in my nose, right, of getting hit in the nose, which is a relatively sensitive area, and in the face area, right, the soft tissue. So you just get that feel, so it's like, okay, it kind of wakes you up. You're like, okay, pulling off the Band-Aid, I'm ready to go, right? Weird tip, but for me it helped a lot. Now you see a lot of guys do that, right? They'll, in the corner, boom, they'll hit their jaw and things like that. I like just, boom, taking that glove and just, you know, popping myself with a good pop in the face, so I feel in the nose and things like that. So I'm like, okay, I'm locked in, reminding my body, that's what I'm getting ready for. That's what I'm gonna feel. Okay, we're good, right? Versus if you're just kind of all like no one's touching you and you feel all jumpy and everything else, and then you get in there and you get hit, and then you're like, oh geez, woken up in that moment in the fight or in the sparring session, versus being woken up before going into it. All right, so hopefully that was helpful. Now let me talk about some final thoughts. I have two final thoughts. The first one is an idea of almost like a post priming, so it's not a priming, or it's maybe a little bit more a technical idea, and that is, and I've done this with myself and with a few of my fighters, is you're working on all these things, right? Loosening up the shoulders, just doing all this stuff we're talking about, and all the technical foundational things we talked about earlier. But they're still kind of being tense with their punches, stiff with their punches, everything else. What the gift that was given to me was when I was boxing is at the end of doing a like 12-round boxing workout where it's like every single round I'm going hard, super hard. Last round, a guy who helped me out with conditioning would put on the body pad, and he was bigger than me. He would strap it on and he would come at me with the body pad. So just be as aggressive as he could be with the body pad. And I have, you know, pride in punching and having power with it, and I'm exhausted as hell. So I am not gonna throw punches on this body pad with this dude coming at me that are just like pit pat shots because I'm tired, right? I'm gonna be like, dude, I want this guy to feel it, because I know he can feel it through the body pad if I throw it correctly and hard enough. But I'm tired as hell. So how can I accomplish this? Well, I can accomplish this only one way. That's by being relaxed, right? It's by throwing the punch correctly, or the punches correctly, and, you know, whipping it with my body, throwing it with my body, and not arm punching. Actually, body punching in the sense of throwing punches with my body. And it's a great way for guys to have to force to learn, because they're so exhausted, they're so tired, let's say, that they can't do any of this other cheat stuff that they would do where they would arm punch because their arms are tired, right? There's no tension in the traps because they're all freaking tired, right? There's all the tension's been worked out of them. And now they just have to throw a punch that's hard with minimal energy. So it's a good thing to at least try, I think, one time, if not do a few times. If not, maybe make it part of your regime as a fighter, that at the end of that hard workout, you do that. And if you have pride in your punches, you'll throw as hard as you can while doing it with the least amount of energy possible. And that's where you'll find that perfect sweet spot of how to deliver punches like your Sugar Ray Robinson and guys like that had killer powerful punches, but they were not tight at all. Now, the very last thing was that, again, this is a journey, and with myself, it took me many years to learn how to relax when I was boxing. My dad would tell me to relax because he would see the tension when I would spar and things like that, and it would get better. You know, it got better, way better, you know, than when I started over time. But then it finally hit a point where it actually got massively better. And so that's where I know what it's like to go from kind of being tense with your punches and then being super loose with all of your stuff, with your delivery, with your movement, with your defense, with your punches. And it took, for me, not being able to throw a punch for a month. So when I was in Mexico training with my father for a period of time, I jacked up both my shoulders so much that it was one thing, actually, that's where I really started focusing on the arm swings and things like that to help keep the shoulders healthy, but also, man, it helped them relax. I was like, oh, wow. So that I passed that on to when I started coaching. But then it wasn't until I couldn't throw a punch that then I was able to identify when and how the tension was happening, and then was able to get rid of it. So it's kind of an odd thing, but let me share it with you because it might be helpful, because I want to make sure that I give you the most amount of help I can. So I wouldn't be able to throw a punch for a month. So I worked defense and I worked movement. And then in order to actually get, because I couldn't spar, I would sit down and visualize. So at night, I lived in a little cabin that was in the little complex that we were in, that I had by myself. And I would turn on this little like Everlast round timer that I had. So it'd make the ding, ding, ding noise, right? And I would close my eyes and just try to let all the thoughts leave my mind. And if any thoughts come in, intrusive thoughts, I let them pass. And then I turn on that timer when I feel like I'm ready. And I've pictured my opponent across the ring. What I noticed was the first few times I did that and really picture myself in the boxing ring, in a boxing ring, with an opponent across from me. There was another fighter all geared up, just like it would be. I noticed in that very moment that I really put myself in that situation, my shoulders just tensed up just a hair. And that little hair of tension was symptomatic of the tension I would feel when I would try to throw my punches or just be in the ring in general. And I didn't notice it. And that was quite a few years that I was boxing and didn't even notice that. But then it wasn't until I sat down with no other stimulus, visualized, put myself there, and was actually there in my mind. And then I was able to find that and feel that, identify it. And then because of that, then in the subsequent visualization practices I did for the rest of that month and continued onward until I stopped boxing, I would put myself there and make sure everything was completely relaxed. And then picture myself doing, sparring rounds or doing fights and doing rounds and dealing with things and doing what I should be doing. And then sometimes having adversity and overcoming adversity. And it made a massive difference because then when I went back to actually boxing and throwing punches, my power was increased, my speed was increased, my endurance was increased because I was more relaxed, and my performance in my sparring sessions was also massively increased as well. All right? Are you tired of every time you hit someone when you spar or box, they laugh at you and think it's funny? Well, this video is for you. I'm gonna talk about all the elements that go into becoming a better puncher, a power puncher, and maybe even unlocking your ability to knock somebody out. This is Coach Keith Kepner. This is gonna be a long video, but this video is only for people that are gonna be disciplined, they're gonna be committed, they're not just gonna take this information, listen to it one time and not do it. If you take this information, you listen to it, you understand it, get the concepts. By the way, at the end of the video, I'm gonna give you actionable training advice that you can plug into your training and use that I promise you, done over enough time, which means just a couple months or less, but within a couple months, you will definitely see a dramatic increase in your power, all right? And what your punches do to other people. I've done this with multiple people. They have literally gone from being powerhouse punchers to being solid punchers that are hurting people that are bigger than them, all right? And like we all know in sparring, the goal isn't always to hurt people, but for those of us that compete or want to compete, you do want to be able to have some sting to your punches, and you want to have punches that are going to make people at the very least respect you and have to be concerned with your punches. If not, have punches that can actually get someone out of there. We're going to talk about all the elements of that. So let's jump right into it. There's a big question, right? Are punchers born or are punchers made? Well, I can say that, and anyone who's been around boxing can say that there's people that walk through the doors of the gym and they hit hard. They hit pretty freaking hard. And there's guys that walk through the doors of the gym and they don't hit very hard. There's a difference there. So there are definitely natural punchers. I know this one guy I had that built him up from scratch, and now he's having a successful pro career. First time he sparred, he dropped somebody just because that's how much power he had in his hands just naturally. But if you're not someone that's just born with it, maybe you can hit relatively hard, not so soft that people laugh at you, but it's not really creating the effect you want on your opponent, then this video is for you. And you, I promise, can increase your power, because I've done this so many times with guys, and I've experienced it with myself. When I first started boxing, I wasn't a weak puncher, but I wasn't that strong of a puncher. Over time, I got more powerful. My dad told me early on when I started training, hey, you know, in a few years, you'll actually be hitting harder than you're hitting right now. And I was like, really? Because I'll be bigger? He's like, no, because your ability and your proficiency of movement and technique will be better. Now, can someone that is not a hard puncher become a Mike Tyson or a Deontay Wilder level power puncher or Gervonta Davis? Perhaps not. Perhaps not. But at the very least, I can promise you, you have not actualized your potential as a hard hitter, and doing what we're going to talk about is going to do that, all right? So get ready, buckle up. Let's talk about first the approach. You can do all the mechanics correct. You can do all the things we're going to talk about as far as how to move the body in a fashion to increase power. And I've had this happen with people I've trained, where you're telling them to do this, do that, do this, do that, and all of the moves, and they're doing the moves, but they are not hitting hard. Now you could stop and say, oh, well, they weren't born to hit hard. Well, I don't think that's true. What the difference is the intention. And you've probably heard people talk about, like, I remember one way that it was first told to me was how people like Kevin Rooney and Casamano talked about throwing punches with mean intentions, right? Mean intentions. And that is what you need to do. Now, let's be clear. Mean intentions is not anger. It's not frustration, right? There's a difference there. It's really interesting, because being mean with your punch is different than being angry with your punch, and it's different than being frustrated with your punch. Maybe over tension when you're angry, or over tension when you're frustrated. When you're mean, you can be relaxed and be mean, right? But it has that edge to it, if that makes sense. But you want to throw those punches with mean intentions, the intentions to hurt somebody, but not because of rage, right? Because then that's uncontrolled, and that will actually inhibit. And that's, of course, one of the biggest fallacies of people when they start boxing, right? And I'm sure you guys have heard this that have been around for a little bit. Someone says, oh, well, if I got mad enough, I could knock you out or beat you up or whatever, right? And as anyone that has done any type of combat sport knows, that's not the case, right? You do have to have some fight in you. You do have to be a fighter, which is being aggressive, right? And that can actually sometimes in certain situations beat someone that is more skilled, that is not as aggressive. But at the end of the day, it is a skills-based sport. And if you're just raging and completely seeing red and not focused, you're not going to be able to deliver the blows that you need to deliver in the fashion you need to, like we're going to talk about. And then also there'll be extra tension there that is going to not only tire you out, but actually, I argue, inhibit some of your actual potential power. I'm not saying you can't hit somebody hard and be angry, right? You can hit someone hard and be angry, but you can hit them harder if you were just being mean. My own journey with this was, it took me a while, because I grew up, I wasn't ever in a street fight. I was in one street fight after I stopped boxing, and that was it. So I wasn't like scrapping and things like that. I sparred a couple times when I was a little kid, and that's it. And then I started boxing in my late teen years. So being a reasonably adjusted person, I wasn't okay with punching people in the face, and particularly punching people in the face hard and in the body hard, right? It didn't seem normal, right? I wasn't raised to do that. And so you might be in a similar situation where you haven't grown up just hitting people as hard as you can whenever you want to. And it's a little strange. And I see that happen all the time with people that I train, no matter what background they're from. You're taught since you're young, if you punch someone, punch them in the shoulder, right? Punch them somewhere where it's not gonna just like leave a big mark, that type of thing, right? But obviously boxing is an extreme sport and a very violent sport. And you have to be able to be okay with taking somebody out. And if you can do that, if you can overcome that within the confines of the sport, you will be a great fighter. Now, my journey with this was I would hit somebody, I would be able to get to hit someone hard, right? I got that pretty quickly, right, when I started. So I got over the thing of hitting people, right, or that being weird. super quick because I was raised around boxing. So I was like, okay. And, you know, I did it a couple times, sparred a couple times when I was a kid. But what my problem was is I would hit them, and tell me if this is your problem. I would hit them hard. My favorite punch is the left hook. Boom! Hit him with my big left hook. It would rock them a little bit. They would feel it. I would know they felt it. But then I wouldn't do anything afterwards, right? Now, again, a good boxer needs to be a good finisher. So that's not hitting someone hard one time. Unless you're just really good, great with your placement and really great with your power, and that person's really great at getting knocked out, that might not do it. If they're a tough guy, one big shot might not do it. You got to put them together, and you got to be a good finisher. So I had to really work on that. And for me, where I finally hit that point where I would actually walk up to the door of knocking somebody out and then walk through the door of knocking somebody out was like right before I stopped boxing. I finally had the mental realization through doing things like visualization, things like that, also just boxing long enough where, and also something my dad would tell me is like, hey, that guy across the ring from you, he wants to take everything away from you. He wants to destroy all of your goals and dreams and put you in the hospital. So it's either you or him. And that's an important way to look at it because that's the truth. In the context of a fight, that guy would be totally okay with knocking you the hell out. So you need to be aware of that and use that as energy to get him out of there, or at least to hurt him very badly. Now, I remember that moment when it all shifted for me, and that was when I was sparring this one guy that I would spar quite a bit. And same thing, I would hit him hard, but I wouldn't put any shots together. It'd be like one solid shot, that's it. Versus, again, a good fighter is someone that has control and things like that. But again, someone that's their equal, they can let a combination go. They can let their punches go in a fashion that is, it may actually just put the person down, and the person delivering it didn't even realize it was doing that, right? You didn't even think about it. It's like there was this one guy I worked with who's a 2-time world professional Muay Thai champion, and he told me about how he would knock someone out, stop somebody, and someone would say, oh, you did such a great job with this thing and that thing that you did. And he's like, man, I don't even remember doing that. And it wasn't because he was in the cloud of war or, you know, seeing red. It was because it was all just coming without thought because of the training. And then there's no breaks on the execution, right? We have all these breaks on ourselves when we're executing our punches, holding back, not fully executing what we're doing. And it limits what can happen. And obviously, like we all know with boxing, if you're thinking about what you're going to do kind of before you do it, and especially if you're thinking too much before you do it, you're going to hesitate, you're not going to execute, and you're going to be waiting all night, and you're going to have a lot of trouble, all right? So anyway, I hit that point, though, where I went to the bathroom, and in that little quiet moment by myself, I was like, man, I'm just going to squash this guy like a bug. And the way I looked at it was like being a sniper. Sniper's not angry, and I used the analogy with sniping with jabs earlier, but this is how you can be a sniper in boxing, is that there's no emotion with the sniper. Right? There's no emotion at all. You need to be cool, calculated, but that shot you're taking is deadly. It ends a life. And that's the most dramatic thing you can do as a human to another human. But they have to be okay with that. And they have to do it without emotion, right? Almost like being a psychopath. And I found that connection within the confines of the sport of boxing to get that place. Then when I got that place in that bathroom, I came out, first round. I just put a few punches together. It wasn't like I was like, I'm gonna knock this dude out. I just put a couple punches together, and he was on the ground. And I remember it was kind of funny because my dad told the other guy, hey, you know, Keith's been hitting pretty hard. So if something rocks you, take a knee. All that standard stuff with boxing, right? Something hurts you, take a knee. Get that little breather. It's sparring, right? And so I got this guy in the corner. Don't even quite remember at all what I threw, or couldn't even tell you right afterwards what I threw. It just all came together. The brakes came off, and he's on the ground. And my dad said to him, hey, why didn't you say something that you were hurt? And I interrupted the guy's response, and I was like, kind of said it annoyingly to my dad, but I was like, he didn't have time. He didn't have a chance because it just all happened. It just happened, and I took the brakes off, all right? So that's the big thing with intention. Now, with intention, let's dive into some of the details on that. Punching through. right? So not to, but through. We all know that concept, all right? But you need to, and I'm going to talk about training ways to do that later, but you cannot just punch to that target. You got to punch through that target. I'm not going to talk too much about that, but that is just such a basic thing. And to be clear, what is punching through a target? It is turning the body and letting all the energy pass through it, not hitting the target and then trying to push through the target. As we all know, you want to snap your punches, things like that. And I have a great video talk about being loose and everything else and how to do that. But once you hit the target, it's not about like forcing it through like you're digging into the ground. It's again, more like just taking off the brakes, right? Taking off all inhibitory factors and just going through that thing. And that's where it's similar to axing a tree. I've been chopping down a bunch of trees recently, and I've gotten the same groove and the same feel of you're just letting that thing go without a lot of effort, but you're just letting it go, and you're trying to go through it, not by muscling, for instance, an axe through a tree or muscling your punch through an opponent, but by just almost releasing it. Another thing as well is to disrespect your opponent in your own mind, right? Now, of course, if you're doing a big pro fight and things like that, nowadays it's very popular to disrespect people and things like that, and I don't think that's very cool. But that's my own weird old person opinion. Now, in your own mind, though, you need to disrespect the person. What do I mean by that? When we go into a sparring session or a fight with somebody, I've had guys who will go into a fight with someone, and that person that they're fighting, I know hits hard. But my guy doesn't know they hit hard. And I don't tell him. Because what I see happen sometimes is if you know somebody hits hard, you start automatically anticipating you getting hurt. And so everything is causing you to react more, and then it hurts your punch power. Why? Because you're throwing a punch and you're concerned while you're throwing it that he could be hitting you at the same time with something that's going to hurt you. And so you're going to, again, light up everything that's inhibitory in your body and hold back off that shot and not let it rip, right? And that's one way that you could say people like, for instance, Mike Tyson, or in modern context like Gervonta Davis, or even Deontay Wilder with his very poor technique. When someone hits you so hard, it can very easily make you second guess your punch as you're throwing it, and that's tension right there, and that's holding it back, all right? And that's gonna hurt your punching power. So in your mind, you need to bring this person down a couple steps. Again, I've had guys, and I've experiences with myself, where you go against someone that's actually pretty good, but you don't know they're good, and you do better than you go against someone else that isn't as good as that other person, but you know that they're good, right? And when you thought this other guy was just green or whatever, or just not that experienced or not that good or couldn't hit that hard, you have a fine time. Then when you go against someone that you saw knock somebody out yesterday, you're like, damn, I'm concerned, right? Playing them down. Now, a couple things, like I had this one pro fighter that he was crazy tough. And I got his defense pretty good, but he was crazy tough. So he had the toughness, and then we worked to get the defense on there and the conditioning. But he had a good thing, and I'll steal it from him. And that's where he would call people a little bitch in his own head, right? And sometimes he would verbally say it under his breath. But, you're throwing punches on him. He's like, is that all you got, you little, And that's what he's saying. And because that's degrading you in his mind. And so therefore, it doesn't hurt as much. He's not worried about those punches. It's really crazy how psychologically you can end up taking punches better with these different thought processes versus, just being so scared of it. And it's phenomenal, because that's where I see a guy that's in shape that starts boxing, can take a certain level of power punch, right? Receive it. Then later, 3, 4, 5 years later, largely same level of conditioning, and it's a headshot. It's not like a stomach shot where it's like, oh, his stomach's more hard or whatever, right? The nerves are more dead. It's a headshot. And he can take a way harder shot. And again, I'm not trying to make him take it, but he can take a way harder shot because mentally there isn't that much fear and that much unknown about it. Or if you're going to be fearful of your guy, again, you got to find out what type of person you are. For some people, you need to degrade them in your own mind so that you can execute your punches hard and hurt them. Or for some people, that fear is energy, which is going to make them really, when they have a chance to throw, they're going to let it rip. And it might be a combination of these two things. It might be a circumstantial situation. One day it's one thing, another day it's another thing. I've seen that happen too. I know sometimes when I've been in the midst of someone throwing a bunch of punches and I need to shoot in between, if they're throwing kind of hard, sometimes in those instances, I'm like, man, I need to really dig this shot and throw it with all my max rotation I can and everything else, because if I'm going to take a chance, it's going to be damn worth it. Also, have a mantra for yourself, all right? And I'm going to get into the mechanics here in a second, but the whole approach here is important because, again, like I said earlier, we can have all the mechanics, but if your approach is not correct on increasing your power, it's not going to work so well, all right? If you're missing one of these things, it's going to make a difference when we go into the actual mechanics. All right, so have a mantra. I got a mantra for myself when I got to that point where I was able to just start taking people out of there, which was that it's a physical law that if I hit you hard enough and in the right places, you're going down, right? It's a physical law. I don't care who you are, you're immortal. You're a human being, you're not a god. And sometimes we can make people up to be gods in our own mind, or demigods, right? Where you're like, man, this guy, he looks scary, he looks in shape, he's got all those muscles, right? Whatever it is that's intimidating you, right? Or he's just got this look. Or you've seen him work before and you're like, man, that's dangerous. But remember, he's just a man. He's just a man, and maybe you can take him out, or maybe the next person, right? I had this one fighter, he fought a former world champion who was known as a power puncher. My guy, we lost a decision to this guy. Good fight, very competitive. And my guy had to battle through some of these things that I'm talking about with this guy that was a huge power puncher. Very next fight, that former world champion that's a big power puncher got knocked out, right? I was like, man, see, to my guys, like, see, that could have been us. That could have been us, you know? We did great, we got through, we didn't get hurt, and, you know, it was a competitive fight. But it's like, man, see, that could have been us. That guy was set up to be taken out. So remember that for your own self. That guy that looks like unbeatable or immortal, man, very next fight, someone else might take him out. So how about that be you? Again, don't be stupid trying to take him out, but you know what I'm talking about. If someone has a block head, you go for their body. That's the ticket to take them out, right? If somebody is just crazy strong downstairs, you might be able to hit them right upstairs, maybe with a more equilibrium shot or something like that, or just a cumulative effect of punches. Or they may be so darn tough that you almost can't physically take them out, but you take them out almost mentally, right? It's not necessarily that they're actually that concussed or that hurt, but they almost just quit from the punches because you've messed with them mentally so much, right? That's a whole other aspect, but just, again, it's a physical law, man. Everybody is beatable. I don't care who you are. Do not glorify people too much to say, oh, this one fighter is not able to be beat. Everybody has lost and is beatable. And that leads me to the last thing before we get into our specific techniques and mechanics, all right? Everyone has a code as well. That's another thing. So you're throwing that one shot. You're throwing two shots, and you hit him and you hit him. And you're like, man, he's not hurt. He's not having trouble. He's not reacting the way I want him to react. Well, that's just like you trying to call your friend or trying to punch a code on a door to get inside somewhere, and the code is 4-digit code, you're punching 2 of the digits. Boom, boom. Why didn't it work? Let me do another 2-digit. Boom, boom. Why didn't it work? Well, you don't even have the right numbers to throw, right? And to punch in to break the code, because everyone has a code to be broken, or a code that breaks them. But you're stopping short of completing the whole code, right? You're not going to get success if you don't punch in that whole code. So remember that. It might not be one shot that is the code to break them. It might not be 2 shots. Sometimes it might not be 3. It might be 4 shots, and those cumulative punches together in the right fashion, depending on what that opponent is doing, is going to be the code to take them out. Right? So that's just a very powerful way to look at it that you need to remember. When we become power punchers, or when we become harder punchers, it's easy to be one-shot guy, right? But if we can put them together and put them together in the right way, it doesn't matter how tough someone is, we can break them. All right, now let's go into all the mechanic stuff. Let's talk first about accuracy and timing. So first with the accuracy, we need to hit the valuable areas, right? Because you can be hitting decently hard, but if you do not hit valuable areas, it won't have the same effect. I was watching this with a fight last night where it was a live fight where one guy was throwing pretty good hard punches at the other guy, but they weren't clean punches. They were hitting foreheads and things like that. They weren't hitting the valuable areas that are going to make a difference. It's like, man, I can hit you all day long in the arm, and yeah, I could tire out your arm over enough rounds and all this other stuff, yes, but that's not going to take them out, right? But that same shot, if I can line it up right, etc., on the tip of the chin with the same amount of force that I hit his arm with, or I hit his forehead, is going to take him out. It's like, classic example of this is when George Foreman won the heavyweight title as an old man, knocking out Michael Moore. I remember Foreman talking about in an interview after that fight that he shot the 1-2, and you can see in the film the 1-2. He does it a couple times. The 1-2, boom, is a little high. The 2's high on the forehead. He's like, okay, I just need to drop it down a little bit. Boom. And so he 1-2, puts the 2 on the tip of the chin. Bam. Night for Michael Moore. Now, of course, it was Michael Moore's fault for standing there, letting him set all this stuff up. But this applies to you as a puncher. You might be George Foreman with the first 1-2. You hit boom, boom. I'm not a power puncher. I can't hit hard, right? Or I'm not hitting, my punches aren't having the effect I want them to have. At better accuracy. Same exact punch takes him out. All right, so it's just such a powerful truth, and I want you to make sure that you understand this. All right, and remember too, you can hit somebody on the left side of their body with your right hook, but if you hit him on the right side with your left hook, with the same amount of power in the right area, that's where that liver is, man. It's going to cause more effect, right? Now, if you hit him in the sternum with a shot that you hit him hard with, maybe a little bit high or below, or even the stomach, and he was tight, but you hit him a little bit higher, it has more of an effect, right? And like I'm saying, tip of the chin has more effect. You know, the temple, things like that, versus the forehead, okay? So you must understand these concepts, that part of being a powerful puncher is not only your ability to generate force, but to do it accurately. And then that leads me to the next point, which is the timing of it, right? And it's one way, like Teddy Atlas says, is having a delivery mechanism. So if you can't, you know, you can have a nuclear bomb, but if you don't have the missile or the airplane to take it there and drop it, what you gonna do? You might as well not have it, right? And so that goes to obviously the techniques to deliver it, but I'm not gonna go into that too much. But the timing is another thing, right? Because most great knockouts are actually counters, right? It's someone throwing while someone else is throwing, which is why it catches them off guard and also so cleanly. You have the 1-and, all right? Because someone's throwing punches, it's typically a 1-2, 1-2 type rhythm. Now, while that rhythm's going, you need to make sure your counters don't fall into their timing, all right? Because there's a concept in boxing called lulling somebody into your timing or into a slower timing. And you see this all the time, especially with newer guys. Two new guys will be sparring each other or fighting each other, either one. And they're both throwing punches on the same time signature, and the same time rhythm, right, rather. And so it's just boom, 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 other guy, boom, boom, boom. It's all the same exact time. And no one's splitting that timing in half or changing it at all, all right? And they don't land as much. It's harder to land. It's also more dangerous. But if you can find that timing of not 1, 2, 1, 2, 1-and 2, 1-and 2, right in between those punches, that's when someone's the most open. They're not prepared for it. If it's a body shot, the air is moving through. There's no tension, and wow, a shot that is kind of not that powerful can really hurt someone and drop them. And same thing goes with a headshot, though, because they don't expect it. And the punch you don't see is the punch that hurts, right? We all know that adage. And that's how you make it work. And also, too, if someone's just doing one shot, if they shoot one shot and you counter not on the halftime, but on the full time, then, man, you have the danger of running into their next shot, right? So if someone goes 1, 2, right, or boom, boom, and you, let's say, slip the 1 to counter back with your 2. If your timing on that is the punch is 1, 2, boom, boom, and you go boom, boom, you might just run into their right hand as you shoot your right hand. But if you can ba-ba, get that half timing, ba-ba, right off of it, hopefully that right hand can hit their face as their right hand is starting to go out, and that's when the best things happen. So that's accuracy and timing. Let's go on to turning over the knuckles. All right, I'm taking this phrase from Roy Jones because I had the opportunity to be in a dressing room next to him on some pro fights last summer, and he started working with this guy that was on the amateur boxing circuit in Georgia for a long time. And this guy is super slick boxer, good boxer, and is not a power puff puncher, but his punches are not the hardest punches they could be. He's not one of those guys that you're just like, that guy's dangerous, right? Now, when you go in to be a pro, which is what this guy's doing, this guy's been a professional boxer for a while. When you go in to be a pro and you don't have power, you're gonna have more trouble, right? Because if you got some power and you got 8 rounds, 10 rounds, 12 rounds in a championship fight to execute that power, you always have something in the bag that can help you win, right? But if you don't have that power and it's, let's say, round even 7 or 8, and you haven't won any rounds yet, your corner might just need to stop the fight. Because if you don't have any power, right? And we all know boxers that are like this, and world champions that are like this, right? So it's not like, oh, you don't have power, you can't be a world champion. But it's just a danger if you don't develop power. But if you're up or if you're down in the fight, and let's say you haven't won a round yet, and we just finished out round 7, and you don't have a chance of knocking the guy out, I mean, it's basically done. But if you have a chance of knocking the guy out, you always have that chance to get it back. Now, just to go deep into some thoughts here, think about how that could also be more dangerous for a fighter, just kind of talking to coaches here, is if someone does have that power to have a one-hitter quitter, then it can actually lead them sometimes to be to hang in a fight too long, right? So think about guys again like Deontay Wilder. If you're cornering him, obviously it's like, I wonder how much he listens. But if he's in round 9 and getting beat up, it's like you might have that thought in the back of your mind where you're like, well, he does have a lot of power. If he can just land one punch, he can get that guy out of there. And so therefore that guy can take more damage to their body, which is a horrible thing, because we're all human beings. Fighters are human beings. And they can take more damage than is necessary that would have been stopped on someone that didn't have quite as much power. And it can be not good for the human being. All right, so that's one thing. But just remember, though, if you're deep in a fight and you don't have the ability to hurt the guy, that's a big trouble, man. So you got to have that ability to hurt the guy. So anyway, so this guy, like I said, pro fighter, Roy is working with him along with a few other guys. And Roy, I was asking him, like, what's he working on with this guy? And he's telling me he's working on turning over the knuckles, right? Which means on those straight shots, making sure, and all shots, making sure we're connecting with the knuckles. You'll be shocked how much you, maybe, probably, or people you work with, or people in your gym or whatever, are throwing punches and they're kind of connecting fingers, right? It's just connecting low enough on the hand that it's more fingers versus on the knuckles, right? And I'm not talking about like the big knuckle and all that stuff, because we're in a glove. We're in a glove. It's not, I just really don't believe, and I haven't personally noticed when someone focuses punching on their big knuckle versus just the middle, because a glove is a flat surface. It's pretty hard to delineate between the big knuckles and the small knuckles. It's hitting with the flush of the glove, but hitting with the knuckle part of the glove. So many times guys will shoot a jab and they'll kind of paw. That's a paw, hitting with the fingers. Or they'll shoot a right hand and they'll paw. And I see guys do this on mitts all the time and on backs all the time. And the shots are a little bit of a paw. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that those punches can't do some damage and not feel good. I'm not going to say it's like getting, touched with a pillow or something. But it's not going to have the same effect as if you get that turnover and get those knuckles hitting, all right? Now, one way you can do this is almost kind of focus on arcing the punch down and shoulder snapping, all right? So shoulder snapping naturally kind of pops everything up. Now make sure the shoulder doesn't pop up before the punch goes or as the punch is going. It's right at the end. You pop up that shoulder and that helps turn that shot over so you hit with the knuckles, but then also almost shooting down just a little bit. I'm talking fine nuances here. I'm not saying literally try to throw a punch that's just like an overhand downward shot for all your straight shots. But just that little arc down can help you get those knuckles, all right? And now talking about it with the hooks, though. So with the hooks, is not necessarily about turning over the knuckles. It's about turning it in, all right? So my father taught a lot about the flexion of the wrist with those hooks, because when you throw a long hook and you have a straight wrist like that, it's going to connect with fingers, all right? And it can still do something, right? If I whip my whole body weight on this, it can do something. I can open my hand and slap someone super hard and hurt them because of the force of my weight and the rotation, right? But if we can get the knuckles, the hardness, right? And everything else built up with that wrap in the glove that, like I talked about last video, a couple of videos ago, about it makes it such a hard, compact force in there, particularly when you're pro, that is gonna hurt somebody a lot. Now, getting that palm facing you, right? So think about that with your hooks and uppercuts, palm facing you as you're doing them, right? If that palm isn't facing you and it's not a super, super short hook, like literally this short, like right in front of your face, because think about it, someone's head's here, that's like the side of their jaw right there, and they're almost like in space to just like be pressing their face on me. But if there's any length on that, get that little bit of like that, boom. And you can watch guys do this in slow motion, right? One guy that comes to mind might not be the best person to mention, but he was very good at one time. Adrian Broner. You watch Adrian Broner, some of his combinations in slow motion, you see him like this as the hook comes, and it turn in, almost like whip in, so it's connecting with those knuckles. Practice flexing in with those hooks like this, and practice making sure we're popping the shoulder and the arm and the knuckles over with our straight punches, because that right there is just going to automatically make your punches harder. I did this with someone recently. One of our fighters got about 20 or so fights. He started really working on making sure those shots were knuckles, and that made a big difference alone, all right? So that could be a big thing that you're missing. Now let's talk about pivoting, all right? So pivoting just to pivot, right? And when I say pivoting, sometimes people think you mean movement, right? Like turning or spinning, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about pivoting on your punches. Pivoting just to pivot is garbage, all right? Now, I know what everyone's saying that's trained with me or is a coach under us or whatever, or that, has worked with a lot of coaches. What the hell are you talking about, right? Pivoting's essential for punches. Well, if you just pivot to pivot, kind of like what I talk about with like doing everything mechanically correctly and not have the right intention, but if you just pivot to pivot, it's not gonna be enough. It's not actually gonna make a difference, and it actually can hurt you. How's this? Well, what is the function of pivoting on your foot with a punch, right? Pivoting on the ball of your foot on a punch, like a baseball player does, or like a golfer turns on that foot and goes up on the toe. What's the purpose of that? The purpose is not some magical thing of that pivot creates a chain of power that runs up the body and then comes out at the end of your fist. That's kind of crap, in my opinion, all right? And you can disagree with me. Comment below if you do, and that's fine. And we can have a great conversation about it. But what it is the pivot is a release on the hip, all right? Try and experiment with me real quick, all right? Plant your feet, face one way, all right? And point both toes that way. Now, turn to the side. Kind of like you're boxing somebody, you can take your lead foot and point it forward a little bit, right? But the main point is that your rear leg, your right leg if you're orthodox, is pointing off to the side, all right? Now, turn your hip as much as you can without pivoting the foot, while keeping the foot flat on the ground. Do you feel the stress on your knee? Do you feel the kind of shutdown on the hip rotation? That's the purpose of a pivot. The purpose of a pivot is to allow the hip to turn and to take a little pressure off the knee, all right? But we can turn our hips all day as we punch, but you're punching with your arms and fists and upper body. So you could turn your hips all day and be doing kind of a cute little dance, and turning the feet all day and doing a cute little dance with the feet. But if you're not rotating the upper body maximally, and of course mechanically squeezing at the end of the punch and things like that, throwing loosely but snapping, you're not gonna. It means nothing. It means nothing, and that's where you can see plenty of fighters. The list is long, very long, of fighters that are massively powerful that don't quote unquote pivot. But what are the key mechanics they have correct? They snap at the end of the punch. All right, they rotate their shoulders with the punches and have some hip, perhaps. But the big thing is they rotate the shoulders as they throw like a 2 and a 3 and hooks and things like that. That's the key. That's the key. So that's where I'm saying pivoting just to pivot is garbage. I had one fighter, they went to nationals quite a few times, did very well, but they had a huge trouble. They were pivoting just to pivot. And I have to admit, I missed it. There was a long time where they were just pivoting, and the foot was raising up, but there was no hip and there was no shoulder rotation on those pivoting punches. It was very minimal, to the point where they didn't need to pivot. So it's like, if you're going to throw with that minimal rotation, don't pivot. There's no need for it. But if you're going to throw with maximal rotation, a pivot's going to be helpful. It's going to help unlock that, right? And also keep you on balance, all right? So just a big thing is, just remember, pivoting just to pivot without the actual rotation and max rotation that it's helping facilitate is going to be pointless, and it's actually going to slow you down. Because think about it, you're going up on the ball with one foot, ball up in another foot. It's going to slow you down a little bit for no harder punch, so therefore kind of ridiculous, right? And then also sometimes people go up on the toe, and that's definitely not good, especially if you're just pivoting to pivot versus pivoting to release the hip to rotate, right? But you're going up on that toe. What does that mean automatically? Automatically, you're taking weight off that foot. Now you're on one foot, basically, all right? Whenever you go up on a toe, try to stand up on your toes. Not on the balls of your feet, on your toes. Yes, unless you're a ballerina and you have ballerina shoes, it ain't gonna work so well, all right? So making sure when you pivot, number one, you pivot on the balls of the feet, but number two, making sure you're actually pivoting for a reason, which is to add that little extra to your rotation to make max power versus just pivoting to pivot, right? All right, now why is it good? Like I said, it opens up the hip, allows the hip to release. It's like a key, right? And you're unlocking the rotation. That's why you pivot, all right? But if you're not rotating, don't pivot. All right, but so when we do pivot, we have to make sure that we're getting maximum rotation. And look at the hardest punchers in boxing. One person that comes to mind is Rocky Marciano. He was a very small heavyweight, and yes, with almost every champion besides a couple, or almost every heavyweight champion besides a couple, you can make the argument that they didn't have good competition. And I can definitely make that argument for Rocky Marciano, all right? Don't hate me if you love Rocky Marciano. I love him too. And don't hate on me for mentioning Rocky Marciano, because I also am going to mention some of the nuances. And to be clear, everyone that's a legend has little things that you can pick out that you can, bring them back down to earth. But it doesn't mean that they weren't great fighters and things like that. All right, but Rocky Marciano fought when? He fought right after World War II, when a lot of guys were killed, and there just wasn't, the competition wasn't that deep in the heavyweight division. That's why he could be 188 pounds and win the heavyweight title. Now, also though, he could be 188 pounds or 89 pounds and win the heavyweight title. Also because he maximally rotated with his punches. Now, were his pivots perfect? No. Sometimes he would go up on the toe. Yes, absolutely. But watch how he rotates the body. And if you want to increase your punching power, rotate like Marciano. That's maximal rotation. He's not throwing for speed. He's not, throwing for any of those things. He's not even quite throwing for accuracy, really. He's more of a clubber. But, man, that rotation. Throw with your shoulders is one way that I tell my guys. Because if you're on the inside, you're trying to throw hard punches, focus on throwing with your shoulders, almost like you're trying to hit them with your shoulders versus your arms. And then the arms are secondary. And that means the body is actually with the punch. Versus if you lead with the arms, the body's not with the punch. And you're not going to have as much power. Or you're not going to have much power at all. All right, those are called arm punches. And then, before I jump into our training tools, let's talk about the very last thing. Right? Because we can do all this other stuff, right? Hit with the knuckles. You can have the right intention and everything else. And pivoting, accuracy, timing, hitting the right areas. But if you don't have that loose snap, brain bouncing punch, it's not going to bounce the brain. It's not going to cause the concussion we want to cause. And drop them. So make sure you got that snap, like I talked about in two videos ago, whatever, about how to be loose and snappy, being loose and snappy with that punch, snapping, and that's going to bounce that brain in that skull. And when that brain hits the side of the skull, that's going to cause the lights to go out, or for them to feel discombobulated, and boom, you hit someone on the tip of the chin, especially with that snap. It doesn't have to even be that hard, right? I can think of so many. It's like the phantom punch from Ali against Sonny Liston. Look at that. That was just a snap. He didn't rotate. He didn't do all this stuff I'm talking about. There was like a little shoulder rotation maybe, but he turned it over, hit with the knuckles, and he had that beautiful snap. which of course, as we know, Ali was so loose, and that's why that happened. Or to think in a non-boxing context, think about Anderson Silva when he knocked out Forrest Griffin. Forrest Griffin's from Athens, Georgia. He trained in my backyard with my father. And Forrest was just coming for it all crazy, and Anderson just kind of stepped back, leaned back, and boom. And Forrest was coming into it, but then also there was that snap. Again, it was a classic, more modern example. Of course, as years go by, I guess it becomes a old school example now. Let's talk about our training tools. You guessed it, number one training tool to make yourself a power puncher is going to be shadow boxing. All right? Why? All right? Because obviously we work on our technique. Right? Now, the biggest thing with shadow boxing, that is the best thing about shadow boxing, is that outside of punching is obviously you can move. So a bag is limited on how much it moves. A mid holder, you have to move according to the mid holder. All right? But with shadow boxing, you get to literally recreate all your stuff with movement, all right? So that's like one of the main things in shadow boxing that makes it superior to everything else. But the second thing that makes it superior to everything, every other type of training besides actually sparring, is in shadow boxing, you automatically, if you're doing it right, follow through with your punches. You're not stopping your punches. I notice that people that hit the bag all the time, or hit mitts all the time even, they tend to not follow through with their punches. They'll stop it. And don't get me wrong, I notice people shadow box and don't follow through with their punches as well, just as bad. But hopefully when you shadow box, you are following through with your punches. And I know what you might be saying, oh man, you're twisting too much. Watch any fight. Watch any fight, any pro fight, any good fighter that misses a big punch. They do so with a big rotation. They're on balance. And yes, they're overcommitted, but they're actually not, because they're not losing balance. Now, if you're losing balance, then I could argue that is overcommitting. But you gotta turn through. You gotta punch through. And shadow boxing will help you do that. So work on that, because your muscles probably are not trained to throw max velocity here and actually keep your balance. Right? Because if I had you hit a bag as hard as you can and then I snatch that bag away from you, you might lose balance. Or if that opponent snatches away from you, you might lose balance and now you're more vulnerable. Versus building up a perfect balanced base that allows you to completely release. Because also too, this will inhibit you. If you're not sure of your balance when you miss, you'll also hold back on your punch. Does that make sense? When you're not sure of your balance, then you'll throw a little, just a slight more, with slight more hesitation, and then that's going to equal less powerful punches. All right? But if you're sure of your balance, and you're sure of your balance when you miss a powerful punch, yes, it's tiring. Yes, it takes energy to miss a punch, but you're going to throw that punch as hard as you can. All right? And then also, when you shadow box vigorously and with hard punches, rotating, and again, snapping, not muscling, but rotating hard, then you're actually going to increase conditioning in all the areas that you need to in order to miss punches. So therefore, when you do fight and you do miss punches, it's not going to tire you out so much because you're used to it. And lastly, though, too, man, just to talk about it, is that when you're missing punches, now you're building up muscles in your back that's going to help support everything, help keep you safe. Because I've seen guys that miss a punch and actually hurt themselves. And those guys are not shadow boxing in the fashion I'm talking about. And now the one way, though, that shadow boxing is not going to get you to the powerful punch place, right? So again, most important tool, let's talk now to the next one. It's not going to give you the feedback of what the force is. So again, it's not going to let you know what your intention is, right? If I'm hitting a bag or a mitt or a person, I can kind of tell by maybe the sound of it, how it feels, right? Things like that, or how the bag buckles, how much force is there. If I'm throwing in the air like that, it's a harder thing to gauge. It's hard to gauge if you're actually squeezing tight when you're hitting, because it's very easy. You might not even be trying to be lazy as you shadow box, but it's very easy to shadow box and just keep the hands open the whole time like this, and or even just slightly open, or just not squeezing in a fashion that when you would hit, it would actually be a hard shot and protect your knuckles and your hand, but also to hit hard. But that's where that bag keeps you honest in that sense of making sure you're squeezing tight, right? Which is why people say it's good for power. Yes, I mean, you got to squeeze tight when you hit it, right? It's easy to shadow box and not squeeze tight, and I don't care how much you rotate. If you don't build up the habit of squeezing tight when you hit, then that rotation is going to bite you in the butt when you go to actually hit somebody because you're not squeezing tight. Now let's talk about how we can also work on following through. Because again, like I mentioned, I can notice the bag can make people actually not follow through because the bag stops them. stops them, versus when you practice falling through, then it actually allows you to hit a person or a bag even harder. And that is missing mitts and missing bags. So plenty of times, if I'm holding mitts for you, let's say, and I say 2, 3, 2, bop, 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 I'm not going to let you hit every one of those shots sometimes, because I want to make sure your balance is good. I want to make sure you're rotating through. And I can tell, for instance, with a hook and a right hand, but a hook's an easy way to show it, is if I say 2, 3, 2, boom, make it miss the hook, I can see you stopping yourself short on your rotation. I see that you go 2, good rotation, most people do, and then you go here and you stop right there with the hook, so you're literally not going through, you're right back to where your stance is, which is being side up. So you just went 2 and came back to position. You didn't go 2, 3 and turn things through. And you can see that when you make people miss, and also make sure that people are on balance, and it also helps them get the feel of what throwing an actual hard punch in the air is, and to miss that hard punch, all right? And then the same thing that I said with the bag. You can hold it and snatch it away as the big shot's coming, and again, that's where someone can get the feel for what is actually missing a big shot, and actually making sure they're on balance, and now they can match that with their shadow boxing. Now, talking about accuracy, how can we become more accurate? Well, sparring is going to be your number one way to become more accurate, all right? But that's something hopefully you're doing if you want to be a better boxer and you're really focused on that part. What are some things outside of sparring we can do? Accuracy with the mitts and accuracy with the bags, all right? Because what can happen is, if you are always hitting the bag is a fat thing, and you're not really sure, you know, you have like this much of space to hit it, where like things like the tip of the chin is, you know, it's like an inch, you know? So put a strip of tape on the bag. Aim for that strip of tape with the knuckles, right? On the mitts, having those smaller mitts help accuracy. Guys that hit mitts a lot and hit like right in that center point of the mitt tend to have more accuracy. I would hit mitts a lot when I trained, and people gave me feedback when I would spar them, like, man, damn, you're really accurate. Because literally, I was the only person like that was training at that time, so he would just hold mitts for me all the time, and my accuracy was pretty good. I'd hit right at those areas where you need to be hitting, versus someone that's just hitting a bag and not really thinking about where they're aiming, all right? Now, a bag that you can use in the gym for better accuracy, you can use a speed bag for that purpose. And not for dekata or dekata, either one of those, just for single shots. Boom, getting it right, and also it helps with the knuckle turnover too, and hit with those, and with the hooks and things like that, because now you got something that's about the size of a head, and the size of the target areas are going to be hidden, and you get the feel for hitting it super hard and right on point. Now, the downside is it can train you for like a single hard shot, right? So that's the downside, but the upside is it can help you with that accuracy. Now, also too, by the way, mitt work as well, when done right, and also you as a boxer, you gotta make sure you do it right, meaning you're not pushing your punches so hard on the mitt holder that you're wrecking their shoulders and everything, and elbows. But hitting mitts, I found, can help encourage you just to rotate more anyway, because it's not such a hard surface that is solid that's going to stop you from going through. So it really helps you kind of bridge the gap between your shadow boxing and your bag work. Let's talk about strength training. Now, most important thing is being loose, all right? So you can be doing a ton of strength training, and if you're not loose, it's not going to translate. But strength training is important. It does have an effect. It helps you create more force, and that's going to be important for another concept of training I'm going to talk about in a second. What type of strength training should you do? Should you do curls for your uppercuts? No. Should you do pecs like flies for your hooks? No, because that's not, you don't hook like that. You don't do a fly as you hook. Your arm just kind of follows your body as you rotate. But you want to build up general strength, doing things like a press of some type, maybe like an incline press or a military press. What's great about military press is it works all three heads of the shoulder, and that's awesome, that's great. And if you're standing, that's good, that's athletic. It's a multi-joint movement, which all of your strength training needs to probably be multi-joint movement. What do I mean by that? It means more than one joint's moving, right? So yeah, 2 joints or more are moving. So for instance, if I do a press of some type, I have my shoulder joint and my elbow joint moving. If I do a squat, I have my hip joint and my knee joint moving, and my ankle joint. So multi-joint movements. So some type of press, some type of pull, emphasizing on the pull, and emphasizing on heavy pulls, whether it's a pull up, pull down of some type, or a row. Then also some type of squat or deadlift, and you got it all wrapped in the bag, because we're trying to be a good athlete that can use multi muscle groups and joints together at one time. We're not worried about maximal bicep development and maximal delt development, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's not the goal. The goal is not maximal hypertrophy. The goal is to actually be strong. With sets and reps, I'm not going to get into that. You can find a better resource for that. I have my own thoughts and opinions on that, but just do what is normal, okay? Now, that's going to become important, though, for when I talk about now this other part of training, which too many people oftentimes jump into without the proper prerequisite. Plyometrics and explosive work, all right? Now, what is plyometrics? Plyometrics simply means exploiting the stretch reflex. What's the stretch reflex? Stretch reflex is where if I grab your arm and try to yank your arm from you while you're relaxed, there is just naturally within your nervous system, your fibers are going to light up reflexively. It's called a stretch reflex, to prevent the joint from getting damaged. So if I'm like this and someone yanks my arm, there's going to be a natural contraction that happens because of my nervous system. It's called the stretch reflex, to prevent that hyperextension from happening, all right, that injury. Now, you can exploit that stretch reflex by doing the stretch in a dynamic fashion to load it to create more power, all right? What do I mean by that? One way is, let's say, to jump off of a surface, land, and as you land, use that stretch of that land to spring back up and create actually more force on the explosive part of the movement, the jump part. All right, that's one way to do it. Another way with like the upper body is either a snap push-up, where it's just that load and explosion and a clap, things like that, or you have two chairs and you drop down, boom, explode back up, things like that, where you're reversing the movement very quickly to maximize the stretch reflex to actually create more force, all right? But you need a strength base in order to do that, all right? So it's important. Build that strength base, then go into explosive work. Too often people don't have much of a strength base, they go into explosive work, and then they don't get as much out of their explosive work. You get some strength out of that, I find, from my experience, but also the joints and everything else aren't quite as strong, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, okay? Now, also just explosive work in general. So that just means simply you're doing things with maximal intent or maximal speed, right? So you're not worried about the weight that you're lifting, but you're worried about doing it as fast as you can, right? Or as explosively as you can, all right? So it's a moderate weight with maximum speed. Now, examples of exercises like this, I gave you some examples on plyometrics, but examples of exercises with the explosiveness is like medicine ball throw, right? Where I have that medicine ball, and it's not a plyometric because I'm not gonna load it back up and stretch it and shoot it. You could experiment with that as well. But just right from there, I'm gonna rotate hard like it's a right hand and twist hard and throw it as hard as I can. So you have that concept. You have simple concepts like sprinting is a basic explosive one. And don't undervalue things that are basic like sprinting. Sprinting is great because not only does it just really get your legs being explosive, but also, believe it or not, this arm pump that you do when you sprint hard, I find personally that also helps with hand explosiveness or arm explosiveness as well, okay? Right, and then you have also rotational exercises as well, whether it's like some type of Russian twist or you have it against a wall, but the key is to do it explosively. Now, the key is as well though, if you're doing this to actually increase punching power, it's not just part of your general circuit of conditioning, is to make sure that you operate it like it is explosive work. Your plyometrics or your explosive work, it should not also serve as conditioning, because then it's actually not gonna make you more explosive. All right, does that make sense? So you need to make sure every set you do of the plyometric or every set you do of the explosive work is actually maximum explosion. So therefore also you have maximal rest in between. If you're a strength athlete and you're lifting heavy, you don't need to lift heavy and then 30 seconds later jump back onto that heavy lift and fall apart because your body didn't have enough rest to actually lift that weight. Same thing goes with your explosive training. The explosive training, you should be emphasizing the performance of the movement and the speed and explosiveness of that versus the conditioning effect. So to just give you a real world example, if I'm doing, let's say, snap push-ups, right? I do a set of like 5 or 10, right? Because you don't want to go too fatigued where you're getting diminished returns now. You want to make sure you can get it right in that kind of sweet spot of maximum explosion and performance, and then before that tapers off, you stop it. So let's say it's like 5 to 10 depending on your strength. Boom. Take a rest. Take a minute rest, 2-minute rest. So you're fully fresh to do it again full, because you're training your nervous system, you're training your fibers in your muscle to explode with force in a short amount of time. And if it's not exploding with force in the shortest amount of time that you can, it's not actually training that. Then, last thing for your training is getting that grip right. All right, so the best thing that I found for it personally, and also for wrist strength too, is towel pull-ups. Why towel pull-ups? I know I have a weird thing about towel pull-ups, but I find it to be so great. I think why it's so great, why it transfers so much to boxing, is because when you grab a towel, and don't grab the big bulk of the towel even. Grab so you actually have, if you're a boxer and you're doing it for boxing, you actually just get the fabric of the towel. So now you're like how you're grabbing a glove, and you do your pull-ups with it. Or if you're not even ready for that, just hang. But you have that, and that will help to strengthen your muscles in your forearms in the exact place that it needs to be when you hit someone hard and you need to lock very tight. And guys have theories about why people that work day laboring jobs tend to hit harder. There's theories about the back muscles and traps and things like that I've heard. But I think one of the biggest things is the grip. Their grip, think about it, they're gripping stuff, heavy stuff all day. They're not just lifting dumbbells and stuff like that. They're gripping odd objects and having to get things tight and work those forearms and work their grip. And that's gonna facilitate that hard punch, because right when they hit, everything turns into a rock, and that is gonna hurt you a lot, all right? I hope you enjoyed this video. Now make sure, don't just take this information and listen to it. Understand it, take notes, make a plan for yourself. And remember, any plan you make, don't get too crazy about it. Any plan you make is better than no plan at all right? Make a plan and then execute the plan over at least a month. And you'll notice a big difference. And if you execute over a few months, huge difference as well, all right, guys? I know I said last week I was gonna make a video about breakout holds, and I didn't get it out soon enough, and I figure I would throw it in the Monday video on technique. The video is not gonna be an hour long, because I'm not gonna go down all the rabbit holes, and I'm gonna demonstrate each and every single one of these, because like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, so therefore a video is probably worth 1,000,000 words. And with concepts like breaking out the holds, I really think you gotta see it to believe it and understand it. Because I have had so many boxers that I've worked with and talked with and seen where, and I've been there too, where you feel like there's nothing you can do. You feel you're trained to box, you're trained to defend punches, whether it's with your feet, with your head movement, with your hands, and you're trained to throw punches and maneuver your feet around. That's what you're trained to do as a boxer. And so therefore, a lot of times we'll get in this mindset when people start holding us and doing kind of rough house stuff with us, that we're like, this isn't boxing. So the brain shuts off. It's kind of like if someone started doing freaking Muay Thai on you and you've never done Muay Thai and you're boxing, your brain would kind of shut off. With some people, you'd be like, this is not the sport of boxing, right? Or when Mike Tyson bit off Holyfield's ear, it was a little bit of a shock to Holyfield, but because he's a true warrior, he locked right back in and did his best to get the job done before Tyson did it again. So it's important to remember also with holding, guys, that it is illegal. It is illegal in amateurs and it is illegal in pros. And now hopefully this will ignite a huge, massive amount of comments and engagement on this video, so that therefore it can help blow up this YouTube channel even more than all the people that love and support this channel. And I really appreciate how much you guys have helped and all the love that is outpoured with this. But you have the AIBA, boxing rules, USA Boxing as well, which is under AIBA, which is the International Organization for Amateur Boxing. Then you also have the Associated, Commission or Boxing Commissions, right? So ABC, if you look at those rules and regulations, which I'll put up on the screen, you'll see listed right there that holding and or maintaining a clinch is illegal. Also, by the way, guys, just so you know, because I've talked about this before, I'm probably a little jealous of commentators on fights, right? So maybe it's coming from that bias of, we all sit there and we listen to commentators like, man, I could do a better job than that, right? And so maybe I'm completely ignorant about the job required for it. But all I know is that I know boxing, and I'll hear a lot of these commentators comment not giving knowledge on rules, on why a referee is doing what they're doing, and what is the legality, and not only the technical aspects of what a boxer is doing, but also the legality of what they're doing. So last night I was watching a fight where a live fight where a pro fight guy was sticking out his tongue over and over and over and over again, and they were commentators were laughing, oh cute, da da da, And they didn't make it clear that, hey, that actually falls under a rule and regulation of boxing commissions, that unsportsmanlike conduct. That's why you can't just go swearing at people in the middle of your fight. That's why you can't, just start acting like a clown and a fool, because it is a sport that is a combat sport called boxing that hopefully has respect and everything else. Like Chuck Bodak would say, it's the sport of kings. And when he would say that to my dad would be like, what the hell are you talking about, Chuck? Because all these fighters basically come from the lowest of the low backgrounds economically and everything else. Definitely not nobility. And Chuck would say, well, look at the audience. And that's true, right? Look at the audience of, and now it's true with UFC as well, but and MMA, but look at the audience of your big boxing fights. You see the most famous celebrities, the most famous politicians, the people that are at the pinnacle of societal success, the kings of that society in a sense, are in the audience there. All right, so we do want to maintain some respect, and that's a whole other thing that I'll go into. But anyway, so important to know: clinching, maintaining a clinch, and holding, and specifically, you could say excessive holding, even though that's not stated, but excessive holding as far as how referees actualize the rules. And it's up to referee's discretion. The referee, the way that I was taught it, is God in the ring. The referee is the God of that ring. So don't go argue with God, because I see so many guys, right? Corners, fighters, get in an argument with the referee, and it's like, dude, you ain't going to win this argument. The referee isn't going to be like, oh man, you got a point. Okay, I guess not, right? Because that would, that's not how sport works, all right? So when a referee calls something that you think is dumb, that was the wrong thing. I saw a referee call a knockdown in the Shadeja Green fight, and it did like touch her chest, but it just was. I personally wouldn't have ruled it a knockdown as a referee, even though it's technically when a punch hits you anywhere and puts you on the ground. But it looked more of just like literally her balance was off. It didn't look like the punch actually is what did that. But again, like Green, she didn't argue. I mean, she was like, that wasn't anything, but she didn't then get into it with the referee like you see some fighters do, because again, that's a losing battle. It's not going to help you, and it's also a lot of energy that you should be putting to your fight. Okay, because now you got a task to do. If that referee, did not call a foul that someone did to you, or if that ref called it a knockdown when it really wasn't a knockdown in your opinion, or in reality it wasn't a knockdown, you wasting energy on that is getting you away from what you got to be focused on, which is like, how are you going to deal with that foul? Or how are you going to deal with that 10-8 round now? Like, you got to get the W still. Okay, so don't waste it fighting the referee. You got a person in front of you to fight. Fight that person. Take out all your anger, whatever, frustration on that person in front of you. Okay? So a lot of boxing, a lot of people train, like longer guys train, though, even though holding is technically illegal, okay? And again, I'm not trying to crap on anybody. I'm just saying it is technically legal. And that's why I see guys get shocked and confused, not only when they get held sometimes, so they don't necessarily train for it, but also when a guy, that's his strategy, right? And so, and the ref calls him on it, takes away points, and then maybe even DQs it. I've seen all these things happen. People are like, what the hell, bro? And it's like, dude, read the rules, right? Understand what the rules are, right? You need to actually know this sport called boxing. It's not just cage, like pit fighting, okay? I was going to say cage fighting, but that also has a lot of rules with it. So anyway, some guys, long guys, they'll work on what? Poking you with that jab, picking you with the jab, right hand, and then if you're getting close, wrap them up, right? Same thing, back to your bicycle, move around side to side, picking with the jab, picking with the jab, picking with the jab, right hand, and if someone gets close, wrap them up, lean on them, hold them down. And don't be wrong, that can work. That can 100% work. 100% work. And I'm going to say it's probably actually going to work more times than it doesn't work. But you're going to run into referees that are going to take it upon themselves. They maybe explain it in the dressing room before the fight, during a pro fight, or this is just who they are for the amateur fight, where they are going to 100% enforce the rules. And they're not going to tolerate holding, or especially any type of excessive holding whatsoever. They're going to give you a warning, they're going to take a point, and then they're going to DQ you. So I recommend largely, like, me personally, how I train all my people, whether you're long, short, doesn't matter, is to know how to box within the whole rules of boxing, right? Within that universe of rules. Then as they get up levels, maybe we'll work on some different things, right? But that's not the foundation. Contrast that with, I had this one guy who's a pro fighter who coached under me for a little bit, and honestly, he kind of ruined or did a lot of things that hurt a lot of my up-and-coming guys that were starting out, that were just getting their first few fights in and starting. He messed them all up. Why? Because he would drill them. Little did I know. I wasn't watching over close enough. You know, that's my mistake. That's my problem. But he would drill them a lot on wrap up, tie up. You know, throw some punches, wrap up. Throw some punches, wrap up. You know, throw a shot, wrap up. Someone's throwing punches at you, wrap up. Not learning all the other stuff that is actually boxing, that is actually how to defend punches and how to deal with things without committing fouls. It's as dumb or as ridiculous as, hey, if you get in trouble, hit him with a low blow. Maybe that's why Andrew Galata, maybe that's how he trained. Just a joke there, Andrew. But this is something we got to avoid. We got to avoid. And when you're building the base as a fighter, and you are getting your first few fights, you don't have any fights, I recommend don't spend a lot of time on this type of stuff, because those habits become ingrained now. And now you have this stuff that you have to try to untrain, unlearn. And if you get to a fight where you have a referee that's going to enforce the rules of boxing, whether it's amateur boxing or pro boxing, and you have a referee that's they're damn sure going to enforce the rules, now you're up that creek and you don't have a paddle. And now your automatic is hold. Even if the ref is like, hey, I already took a point from you. Next time it happens, I'm going to DQ you. And then something happens and you hold again, DQ'd. And then you're all frustrated and mad at the referee because internally you're ashamed because you realize that you don't have this sport called boxing down as well as you would like to, or as well as you think you do, right? You have other aspects, but it's important. You know, just like if you're a chronic fouler in other ways, it's gonna bite you. Going to bite you. Okay, so you want to play boxing, right? People say you don't play boxing, but whatever, I don't care. Semantical things. You want to fight in boxing, play in, but whatever the hell. You want to participate in boxing, and you want to do that within every single inch of what is allowed, and know what is on the borderlines, what's past the borderlines. It doesn't mean you don't ever, as a competitive fighter, kind of fudge those lines and blur those lines just a little bit, right? I think that's a fine thing to do as you go up levels. It's not ultra detrimental, and it can be important sometimes. But you need to know where the lines are, so therefore you know how to not cross them. All right. So anyway, that's a lot of talk on that. These moves that I'm talking about, I've seen them make a big difference in short fighters, medium-sized fighters, even tall fighters, but everybody in being more of a master of every aspect of that ring, because that's what I personally think you need to strive for as a boxer. You need to it doesn't mean in every fight you're going to do it, and it doesn't mean you maybe ever do it in fights, but you need to know as a boxer, like almost every great boxer has shown us that's a truly great boxer, they know how to fight on the inside, they know how to fight on the outside, they know how to counterpunch, they know how to do all those different things to be a fully well-rounded boxer. And what I think a part of that is, because it's so prevalent, is breaking out of holds. The clinch game. Not how to clinch and do that to try to get points, but how to take that part of someone's toolbox away from them. Right? The referee is not completely enforcing the rules, and ref isn't on your side, and they're going to let the favorite hold you and foul you and everything else. How do we deal with that? How do we not only deal with it, how do we overcome it and still ensure our path to victory? I was at this one tournament, Julian Jackson, great fighter. He had some guys up, his whole team, and I was working with somebody, one of the local guys on the scene, working with them on some different things, because I can't remember if it was one of my guys or somebody else, but we were talking about some of these things I'm going to be talking about in this video, and it was cool, man. A couple of his, like his big heavyweight kid and a few other of his amateurs came up, and we were talking about these different things, and because they're hungry to learn, because they have a great coach, and we should all be hungry to learn all these different techniques and things like that are actually real, that are actually usable, that you can practice it in the gym, take it to your sparring, and take it to your fight. All right, we're going to jump into it, guys. Here's the demonstration. All right, so we're gonna talk about holds. I figured I'd make a whole video about it. I'm using Dre. He's not only a Golden Glove champion, he's also one of our newer coaches. So, gonna use a bigger guy to do this. I could use one of the smaller guys, but that'd be me bullying small guys, and we don't want to do that, right? All right, so first off, just avoiding holds altogether, which is where most people end when they talk about holds. But obviously, we want to know how to not be even in that position first. So if I'm boxing Dre, let's say, and I'm leaping in all the time with my punches, then it's easy, time me up, for me to get too close and for him to hold me, right? Versus if I'm taking small controlled steps in, then it's just enough that it's gonna be hard. He's gonna feel awkward to reach out to try to hold me. And then second, if I do a little bit in and out, reach out, he's like that. And like we all know, we don't wanna reach out to hold from too far away, right? So that's some ways to avoid it. Last way to avoid it is to focus more on straight shots. I have a criticism of a fighter recently that did beat somebody and then got that win taken away, Ryan Garcia. But I feel like Ryan Garcia could have stopped Haney if Garcia maybe didn't just go crazy hard hooks non-stop and end up like that, so that therefore Haney can just lock and hold him, right? So I grab and hold me off a crazy hook, so I'm here, grab and hold me, like that. Job's easy. But if I'm doing more straight shots, reach out and hold me, see, it's a little bit harder. There's things out there in the way that are going to interfere with that I can then get my big hooks off of, all right? So that's some ways to avoid it. But we all know we end up in holds, and a lot of us don't know how to work out of it. So first we're going to do overhooks. So Dre, I'm here, and he has overhooks on me. My hands are out like this. A lot of times people will get tense. They'll try to yank back like that. One little thing you can do is put your head in there to kind of make some space to help pull your hands out, but that's a lot of energy. I'm not gonna say it's not gonna work, and it can work, but it's just a lot of energy. One thing is less energy I can do is put my thumbs down from here, bring my hands in front. That automatically can help me spread this out, but also I can get one arm through if I have really, like, squeeze me tight. So I'm here, if I try to get this arm through and I can't get the muscle up, I can just turn my body this way, see that? Now my arm's out here. Now you see there's a gap right here for this side. Get a little bit closer in here. So I can now, if this hand is stuck in here, you see there's a gap to break right between his hand and his chest. I go here like that. Oh, squeeze me tight, right? So I'm here, you squeeze me tight on this side. I'm here, break it, see that? And so now it's bringing you off balance, right? And now he's enough that I can get it out, bam. I can also even do that with a punch. One more time. He's here on me like that, and I'm break it through with a punch, and now that arm is coming out on that side. All right, so that's basically with the overhooks. Again, if he's here on me, squeeze me a little tight, give me a little trouble. So I'm here. Big thing I want to do is relax. If I flex, my muscles get bigger and it's harder to get out. So thumbs down automatically makes it so I can bring the fists to the front. Fists are now to the front, and now from there I can wiggle the shoulders to get myself out, or just turn a little bit and bring the hands up like that. It gets through here, gets through, and I'm good to go back to work. All right. Hey guys, taking a pause real quick. Make sure you click like, make sure you click subscribe, make sure you click that bell for notifications when new videos are uploaded. I really appreciate your support in growing this channel, guys. Now, back to the video. Now, underhooks. So I'm here. I was maybe shooting shots up top for his head and his hooks, or doing big hooks up top. He's got me hooked up like this. Now, easy way, and the way you see a lot of fighters do it, which is a great way, is I can just raise my hands up and dive down. So right from here, I dive down, and like that, peel out, go back to work. So that's one way to do it. Another way to do it too, I'm like this. Again, the key is in all these positions, make sure he's burning energy, not me. One thing also too to mention, by the way, if I want to, if it's a long fight, not an amateur fight, keep that hold on me. He's holding me like that, great time to just drop it down on him, right? Make him do curls, right? And make him work. So anyway, he's holding like this. What I want to do first perhaps is lean back, hold me tight, hold me tight. I lean back a little bit, enough that I can get my elbow going into basically his clavicle. Elbow's in the clavicle, I slide it down. That hurts a little bit, right? Yep. So now it's in through here. So that little bit of pain breaks him a little bit and get my elbow in. Right from there, I can almost theoretically start working my right hand. But right from here, now there's more that he has to grab. He's holding that onto a smaller target. Now it's a big, fatter target that's hard to grab. It's like a big barrel. Now from there, like I said, I can work my shot, but then I can get this arm starting to come back. Hold me tight a little bit. I'm here, I can get this arm back a little bit. See that? Right in front of the face. Get a little bit of space. Now if I'm sided up, it's hard to grab me, right? Squeeze me tight, squeeze me tight. He's here, and grab me as hard as you can. Yep, so here, see that? Easy. Just that little bit of space, and bam, bam. And I can start working, and that's enough to keep it away. All right, this is why I'm using a bigger guy, because how much you weigh, 70? 170?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So, and you play ball, what weight?
Football, 220.
220. So I'm not picking on a weak guy to do this, right? Now, let's talk about mixed hooks. All right, so next one, mixed hooks. So let's say he has underhook here and, overhook there and underhook on this side, right? There we go. So here, let's say I'm like that. So now, from this position, if I want to get this arm first, I got to decide which one I want to get out. So if I want to get this one out first, thumb down here, see how it slides around, and then right from there, yeah, keep on holding me tight, I can do my little slip to the left side, boom, and get it out like that. This arm's still a bit controlled, but out of that little bit of break will give me a little space to work it. But then also if I was back into that side like that, and we're here, he's got me like this, I'm tied up. I can, once I get this arm out here, and now it's in the front, I can use that to create a little space, do that little pullback, get my elbow in, try not to expel a lot of energy, and then right from there, I have just as much space that I could bump a little bit and start working my arms. But the key is too, is like, man, if I start just turning my shoulders a little bit, it creates resistance that's gonna make it hard for him to keep on his hold, all right? Now, next is, let's talk about guillotine, all right? So, we end up like this. Hey guys, if you haven't already, and you wanna support the channel more, you could drop a super thanks or super chat or whatever it is, in the live chat. That'd be awesome. I'd really appreciate that because it's a great way to help support what I'm doing and allow me more resources to do it even more, bigger and better. All right. Then also a great way to support the channel, go to join, check out level 2. And that's where I'm happy to review your sparring videos, training videos, or fight videos and give you my tips that will help you get up to that next level. Check out that option. It's a great way to support the channel. Now, back to the video. And he's like that on me, right? And of course, a lot of fighters are gonna lean on you, waste your energy, everything else. What I wanna do is not try to pull out of the guillotine. You give me just a tight, there you go, good. I don't wanna pull back from it. I wanna go through it. I call it being born. So I'm here and I'm just gonna walk right through that and stand up straight to get around him. Now off of that though, we don't wanna stop working. What do we have off of that, Dre? What do I have off of that?
Left hook.
Left hook, right? So boom, he's on that position. Start working right away. When he turns back around to face you, catch him with the right hand, all right? So one more time here. Let's say I'm bobbing or shoot a jab. Shoot a jab. I'm like that. He gets me. Yep, I'm there. And I've born through, stand up straight, and it's very hard for him to maintain any leverage. And then off of that, bam, bam, that type of thing, all right? Now, let's say, I know what you might be saying. What if he wraps it tight? So wrap me tight. Here. So now he's got this arm locked a little bit more, so it truly is almost like a guillotine move. From this, remember, it's a boxing glove, and he has trouble tying onto his other glove. So I can just get this arm through just enough, and then from that, walk through. If I just try to break this from here without the walk through, it's gonna be hard. Hold me tight. It's gonna be hard, because I'm fighting his arm and his bicep muscle versus my interior delt muscle. So I'm here, hold me tight, yeah, here, here. But if I combine that little bit of pressure, hold me tight, a little bit of pressure with the walk through, then that gets me through. All right, that makes sense to you?
Yeah, because it started hurting the shoulder.
Right, starts wearing his shoulders out. Now, another thing, like we were talking about, Dre and I, is that someone might get the extra locks on you from that guillotine, right?
Yes.
So he has the guillotine and this arm. So in that case, put the moves together. Here, bring this here. Once that's there, then I can start to work on being born through with pulling that arm through like that. Let me do that one more time even better, because man, see, we also constantly make these little mistakes and let that damn arm out, right? So here, get this arm back, here. Now from there, get born through like that, bam, bam. Right through, okay? Now, so that gets us past the guillotine. Single arm head holds. So let's say his left arm holds me like Muhammad Ali for the head. Yep, like that, yep. So, Muhammad Ali is famous for that. Obviously, a good move to do is to just work what's available, which is the body most of the time. But also from there, if he's holding me a little bit here, if I drop quickly, then it loses enough of his feel. He's not gonna hold that any longer. So those little drops, anyone has head holds on you here, and if you drop just a little bit, it makes him lose it for half a second. Keep a hold on me here, like that, and that's enough for you to change the picture. Now, if he does double arm, like a Muay Thai almost clinch here, then again, here, but some guys are good at keeping the elbows in, so it might be hard to get. But regardless, I got body. Also, don't be afraid to shoot short headshots right here to get him out of that hold. And don't stop working, because like I mentioned in that fight a while back with Brian Barron, one of my guys from back in the day, is that the guy was doing all type of craziness. Let me just kind of holding you, and you just touch anything you can get. Okay. So he's here, he's like this, you just touch anything you got. Headshot, there you go, he's just touching anything he can get, no matter how sloppy it is. Because the last thing you want to do is when someone's trying to wrap you down, to shut down yourself. because that's what they want you to do, right? Now, the last one to touch on is bouncing in the clinch. So wrap me up. I'm here, wrap me up. Ooh. So right here, again, instead of getting tight, instead of trying to fight, things like that, just start bouncing, and then my shoulder starts bouncing on his head a little bit. And like we were talking about, Pitbull Cruz did this in a fight recently, where he made a mistake as he started headbutting with it. But it especially works when he has overhooks. So he's overhooks on me here, and once, if you look, his head is right about where my shoulder is. Now, if I start bouncing, boom, it's gonna start bouncing that jaw, and it's gonna make him wanna let go. I put a little shoulder rotation on it, and I start throwing. But the big key is, again, when you're held, the last thing you ever wanna do is try to muscle your arms, right? So hold me, yep, hold me tight. So the second I start trying to, like this type of stuff, anything like that, that's defeating the purpose, and it's gonna tire me out, which is what he wants me to do. So remember, the more you can relax, the more you can just get yourself to positions where you're gonna have some leverage and use your bigger muscles and again, leverage to just get you to position that you can throw your punches, all right? And then the last one, like I said, again, to just double down on the underhooks. Again, think about it. You forget what to do, you don't know what to do. Man, just lay down on him. And he's gotta go down if he doesn't wanna hold you up, right? And that's a great way to discourage him from doing that, all right? Any thoughts or questions there, Dre, about what we talked about?
No, sir. Very well said.
All right, boom. All right, guys, so I hope you enjoyed that video on holds, how to break out of them, because like I said, even though they're technically illegal, it's gonna happen. You can't look to the referee, you can't cry about it, you can't get frustrated and give up in your fight just because someone's holding you. You gotta know how to deal with it. And again, you wanna be a master of that ring, you wanna be a master of every single inch of that territory in that ring, and anything that could happen that's at all a possibility, let's train to be ready for it, okay? Or at least be familiar with it. Now, how do you train this stuff? Drill it. Have a training partner that does these holds to you and practice it. And it's not gonna be perfect the first time. You'll have to focus and listen to your body and relax. Try to find and remember these different things that I talk about in the video about relaxation, using your shoulders, using the weight shifting to help maneuver these things out. So, take it easy, work it, drill it, then over time, start implementing it in your sparring. And then when you've drilled it enough, practiced it enough, and it's locked almost now in your subconscious mind, now in actual sparring or in a fight, you can pull it out without having to think about it. But remember, that's only gonna happen when you drill the hell out of it, right? Make it a constant part of your training. Back in the day, guys used to, because wrestling was a little bit more of almost like a hybrid leftover, modern boxing is almost like a hybrid leftover from fencing and then from like Greco-Roman wrestling almost, and there was a lot more, a knockdown in the 1800s was also a throwdown too, so it's almost kind of like how Muay Thai rules are a little bit, where you could trip and throw somebody down, that'd be counted as a knockdown in boxing when it was first kind of getting going. And so they would train this a little bit more than what we train now, as far as literally stand-up wrestling and getting used to those things and knowing how to manipulate. And now, of course, there's a downside to that too, where, sometimes if you try to wrestle someone or manipulate them too much with your arms, I find that it actually can lead you to being held or getting your hands tied up in ways that you don't want it to be. So that's where I recommend, if you're going to do that type of drill, do it like this, where you're actually practicing on how to get yourself free to hit them with punches. I'm going to talk about how you, as a beginner, an intermediate, or even as someone who's advanced, can dramatically build up your defensive capabilities. Our approach to it with the Kepner Boxing System and curriculum is a little bit different. A lot of times you learn feet is first for defense. And while this is true, it is also not true in certain ways. Range is going to be the primary predictor of whether or not you get hit, because if you're away from somebody, if you're across the block from somebody, you're not going to get hit by them. Now, unless they have something else besides fists and boxing gloves. Now, let me talk about our system and the reason why we approach it this way, and how it can also really help dramatically shift and increase your ability as a boxer. No matter if you're just starting to build your base as a boxer or you already have a big base built. How we classify, how we teach our defense is based off of a few different factors. Number one, what's going to be the most energy efficient thing to do, while also being the best fit for a wide variety of styles and capabilities. And then also what is going to be useful in the widest variety of circumstances. All right, so think about that. Let me use that to address feet first. If your defense is feet first, if you end up on the ropes or in a corner, then you might not have good defense in that moment because feet first is your foundation. And I've seen this play out time and time again with fighters that get put in a position they're not comfortable with, and they're not able to be comfortable because, in my opinion, they don't have that base built up with their defense. All right, they're used to only using their feet. Then when the feet are taken away, it might take a long time for that to happen. But let's say as they get up as a pro fighter and there's enough rounds for the feet to be taken away, then it becomes a big problem. And with our philosophy, we're all about building people up to whatever level they want to get to. So doesn't mean, of course, the majority of people won't ever get to pro, even if they want to get to pro and do it properly. But still, we want to build that same base, okay? And we're a little bit biased to pro boxing and that system and that way of fighting because that is, by definition, the peak of the hierarchy of boxing. So why don't we all just strive to progress to that eventually? All right. Now, with learning the way we teach, which is hands first. Hands first is the concept that we teach in the Kemper boxing curriculum. Hands first. What does that mean? Does that mean punching first? Well, that would be great, but that's not necessarily defense, right? Of course, sometimes a good offense can be good defense. Your hands, using your hands and your arms to block punches or defend against punches is going to be energy efficient, right? Because you don't have to be doing a lot of running, not that you shouldn't be doing running, but you don't have to be doing a lot of running and road work to get on your bicycle nonstop to avoid getting hit by somebody, all right? You don't have to be really fast on your feet. Some people, of course, every fighter could benefit from being better on their feet. Of course, that is the base. But not every fighter is blessed with good footwork. And while everyone's could be better, some people, they reach a limit. And then also too, the feet, the legs are big parts of your body, all right? Moving your whole body is probably about the hardest thing to do versus moving a hand. If you were to think of a hierarchy of movements, moving the legs, the biggest muscles, right? You're moving your whole mass. That's going to be probably the most energy consuming activity. The next is going to be moving your head, which really means moving your torso and involving some leg movement. And then last is going to be moving the arms because they're the smallest, all right? And then think about it as well. They are the quickest to move. They have the least distance to move, all right? Because they're just right here to here. That's all you need to block a shot, different places. You don't have to do these dramatic, huge movements. And obviously with any movement in boxing, you want to minimize as much as possible, but the hands allow you to minimize it even more. And then of course, we're all used to using our hands. We have hand-eye coordination. And as a fighter, you're going to develop that. And it's just a great base to build. And it has the most uses for the most styles, because you can be a boxer mover, and if you have good hand defense as well, you just maximally increase your arsenal there. You can be a come forward, nonstop pressure fighter. You can't use your legs necessarily. Like, yes, you can do a lot of angles and things like that, but oftentimes that's actually gonna be detrimental to your forward attack if you're trying to cut a lot of angles as you're trying to come forward on somebody. Or if you're a counter puncher and all you have are your movements or head movement for the counters, that limits you in the variety of ways you can counter someone. And again, as you go up levels, these holes that are very small and sometimes invisible get bigger and bigger and bigger and grow like a cancer. And then eventually, sometimes people don't find out until they're almost at the pinnacle of their career. And it's like, holy crap, I haven't built out all of these things. And I have these huge crevices of deficits that are just wide open. And now they can't get past B+ level. They can't go on to whatever level they want to be because they don't have that base built up. So we're really big on that, using hands for defense for beginners, because that is just the simplest thing you can do. If I put my hand in front of my face for a jab, even if I hit myself accidentally because I don't time it right, I'm not going to get hit clean by that jab. I'll be better off. Versus if you only taught me to step out of the jab or to sidestep the jab. Those are things that are take a lot more coordination, a lot more athleticism that not everyone is gifted with, and especially in the beginning, not everyone has. The one last thing is to think about as far as the variety of circumstances that you can, or the variety of situations you can combat with having hand defense as your base. Think about it. I can counter you coming forward. I can counter any punch with almost any punch. Versus if I'm always, let's take the peekaboo system, right? Which is a very limited system, as anyone will tell you. Not that there's not great things in it, but it gets over glorified and over mystique. Just like any other type of idea or boxing move, whether it be, I don't know, like an ollie shuffle or a Philly shell, whatever. All these things are useful things, but maybe not the ollie shuffle so much. But all these things are useful things, pieces from peekaboo, da da da. But as far as like that's your only and that's your core foundational base, no, not really. You're gonna have big holes again that are gonna be opened up later. Now, if you are always moving your head to avoid a punch, like yes, you're not taking any damage. So big plus in that point, right? The arms aren't gonna get worn out, all right? Yes. And it does set you in position so that your leverage is built to return with a power shot, okay? All those things are true. Now, the downside, so let's say if you're peekaboo style, right? If you're like a hardcore fundamentalist peekaboo boxer, right? Which a lot of people on YouTube want to be, it seems like. If you're always moving your head to react to a punch, to set up a counter punch, guess what? That's a big movement that sticks you on one side, sticks you in one place that can be used to counter you, number one, okay? Number two is you're kind of stuck with what punch you're gonna generate force with. All right, if I slip to my lead side, my left side, I'm stuck to generating force with my lead side. If I go to my rear side, it's probably gonna be something powerful on my rear side. It's a little bit hard to go over here, and yes, you can shoot a shot from there, but it's not gonna be that forceful, powerful punch. Versus, I can block a shot and be in a position to turn hard, right? Block a shot, turn hard, boom, turn hard. It's very minimal movements that I need to go through in order to set up a powerful counter. And it also allows me, like I said, the most variety of punches that I can counter with. I can block a body shot, come up with basically any punch I want. I can block a left hook, come basically up with any punch I want off of it. Versus if I'm always dipping a left hook or always stepping out of it, there is some limitation on what I can throw in that moment, depending on a lot of circumstances. So these are just some of the esoteric ideas, and again, it leads me to the big thing, guys, and that's it. As long as you're accomplishing the very simple mission in boxing, which is to hit and not get hit, or to hit hard and be hard to hit, you're a successful boxer, and you're doing the art of boxing right. And a lot of these rules and everything else that people generate, while can be useful, if you are limited by those rules too much, then they cease to serve their purpose anymore, all right? So, a big intro lead into talking about hand defense. This whole way of how to progressively build up your defense so that you feel comfortable and confident in the ring, you're not getting touched, and you're also touching them more than they're touching you. We're gonna work on our hand defense, and we're gonna do it with no gloves, okay? The person working your defense is going to be wearing gloves. We're not bare knuckle boxing, but you're going to be defending punches with no gloves. Now, why am I going to have you defending punches with no gloves? This is something that my father taught me, that comes again from years, decades of boxing, and that is to develop that accuracy with your hands. If you have a big fat glove on, let me tell you a quick story. I had this one pro fighter, and he had pretty good defense. Good enough defense that actually James Toney saw him fight under me, and he said, wow, this guy got skills. This guy has great defense. Why? Because we train just like this. So if you want that, listen to me. There's a period of time where he started training in 18-ounce gloves to build up some arm strength endurance, arm endurance, and whatnot. He might have had like a hand issue, I can't remember. And I saw it dramatically decrease his defense. Why is that? Because an 18-ounce glove is way bigger than a 10-ounce glove that you would fight in as a pro at his weight. So you have the bigger glove, the fatter glove, it's gonna automatically defend more punches just by its width. And it's not realistic, and it doesn't build up accuracy. I was just watching a fight the other night where this one gentleman was fighting another guy, and the coach was telling his fighter, who's getting hit by right hands, that he needed to keep his left hand up. But if you watch in the fight, the guy had his left hand up, but the position was not right, okay? He was like this, and you can see my face. And if I'm boxing you right now, you can hit me with a shot, unless I move this here. Unless I move something to stop it. So just having the hand up, there's a good basic thing like I kid on with some fighters where they'll go like this, and the coaches will tell them, hands up, hands up. They'll go like this, and every shot gets through. Why? Because, I mean, they're positioned, right? They're not having accuracy with where their arms are, where their hands are. So you can hit me up the middle with a 1-2. You can come around with the 3, come around with the right hook, come up with the uppercuts, hit me with the body shots. Everything is there for you to take. My hands are up, though. So that's a very important thing, is that hands up is not the solution to everything. Like, yes, you want to have your hands up. But if you're just simply hands up, that's not the answer, okay? You can try to clamp it, but still other things open up, and it also limits your counters. It's pretty hard to do a counter off of that position. So that's where we're gonna take it to the extreme. No gloves, you got just your hands, all right? And therefore, if you're not catching a jab right where it needs to be caught, and you're a little bit off here, there might be a gap there that you don't know about. And with your 16-ounce gloves, when you're sparring and whatnot, you might not be finding out that you're not there. And then you go to fight with some 10 ounces or whatever, and stuff's getting through, and you're like, what the hell? I thought I was there. I see that all the time. Guys, they're here. They're almost there. They're not all the way, and they think they're all the way, and a good sharpshooter is splitting right up that little opening and catching them, all right? So it's the best way to fill in these holes, to have no gloves on when you work defense. And then also, too, you can't rely on the cushion of the glove to defend the punch. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that a lot of times it's easy to kind of just lay a hand here and there's cushion so you can get hit. But guess what? If I have my hand on my head and you hit my head and I don't have a glove on, that's gonna hurt more. I'm gonna feel that more. And you might say, well, Keith, that doesn't matter because in a fight, you can go like that and you're fine. Well, guess what? That's not always the case. The hierarchy of hand defense is the worst thing is get hit clean. All right, so we don't want to get hit clean. We can all agree on that matter, all right? Now, let's step down the lines, okay? 2 more steps to go. The next best to getting hit clean is to have a hand that gets in the way, whether it's like you catch a punch and you're like that and it slams into your own face, but you still didn't get hit clean by the punch, or, you know, you're here and it hits you afterwards, or you're here just on your face like this and the glove hits here, all right? Yes, better than getting hit clean. Above that, the best you can do is the punch comes, boom, you're here. You're resisting it enough. You're not going out too far. You know, and you know how to control your timing, so you're here. You block a hook, and you're here with it. You're here with it, not here with it. Because when you box a hard puncher, all right, it's gonna happen sometime if you haven't already. When you box a hard puncher, they're gonna slam your own hands into your face sometimes, okay? And if you're always used to just, I'm just gonna stick here, it's gonna be hard. And also the last thing I'll say about this too is that if you got hurt, all right, and you got concussed, it's a little bit easier than to take somebody out if they're like this and you can just bash the hands into the face. A lot of examples of fights where this happened. One that comes to mind is Sugar Ray Leonard versus Floyd Mayweather Sr. He was hurt, and Leonard is just bashing Senior's hands into his face, and that's controlling him, basically getting him out of there. You'll see guys get knocked out like that too, all right? So again, we want to build a base that is going to make sense and going to work in the widest variety of circumstances against the widest variety of opponents, and a system that can be taught to people that is going to work for the widest variety of people, all right? If you have awesome feet, dude, great. But guess what? You got awesome feet, and then you finally go get someone that ends you up on the ropes and knows how to cut off the ring and stick you on the rope. You might run into panic mode if you don't develop the hand defense, all right? You might be an awesome aggressive fighter, but you're just eating punches all the time. Just coming in, and sure, you're tough, but toughness should not be your go-to. You still need to learn how to drive the car and not say, I don't need to learn how to drive a car because we have seatbelts now. That would be as ridiculous as that, saying, oh, I'm going to get a driver's license, and I don't think I should have to take the test on how to drive the car because guess what? We have seatbelts now, so I'm pretty well protected. No, the seatbelt is the option of last resort. Your toughness should be your option of last resort. If you're a come-forward fighter, you're tough, that's great, but it doesn't mean you should be getting punched all the time. Your toughness should be your seatbelt, but your skill behind the wheel or in the ring should be the main thing you focus on and the only thing you focus on. You know, you can't change what you're God-given with. Some of us aren't God-given with the ability to take a big shot. Some people are God-given to be able to take a big shot. and that is what it is, okay? Now, so we're building up the accuracy when we're defending punches with just hand defense. And if you're not resisting punches in the right way at the right time and develop that ability for timing, it's going to be a little bit annoying in the beginning. But this is how you titrate it. You start off first having a partner throw single shots at you. Single shots so you can literally develop the muscle ability and the timing, the coordination to know, and the proprioception to know. Proprioception just means knowing where you are in space with your body and where your body parts are. So knowing exactly where that hand is, if it's in the right position or if it's a little bit forward, where it exactly is, if you are in the proper stance position, are you sided up? Is your chin down? Because if you only work your feet for defense, you could get away with your chin up in the air all day long. But guess what? Eventually you're gonna have to be in a situation where that might bite you and you have to come forward against somebody because you're behind, and you come forward with your chin up in the air and they're crazy and wild and they crack you. They knock you the hell out, release hurt you really bad, or vice versa, you end up on the ropes, like I said earlier, right? So what this does is allows you to build up that base so that you are in control. You're not trying to escape, because that's another thing too with beginners specifically, but even higher level guys, when they start working defense, they start creeping back. They start creeping back automatically. They start creeping back. Well, guess what? If you're a shorter boxer or going against someone who's a little bit longer reach than you, and every time they throw punches, you creep back a little bit, good luck trying to get a counter on them. It's gonna be very difficult. Now, there are some situations where creeping back will help lure them in to your range to hit them, but still, you need to be able to come forward or at least stay put on your defense. Think about the greatest defensive fighters you can think of, right? I don't know, one guy comes to mind, I don't know if you've heard of Floyd Mayweather. He could sit on the ropes and he could defend punches with his shoulders, with catching, etc., blocking, and that allowed him to be an excellent counterpuncher. And any great counterpuncher you look at, the same thing is the truth. They have great hand defense, all right? They're able to use their hands and their arms and shoulders to defend punches. All right, so you start off first with a partner throwing specific shots at you, so you build up that ability to know where your body is in space, to know the trajectory of a punch, and to know what a punch looks like. All right, to know the difference between a jab and a hook or an uppercut with the same hand, what those little telltale signs are, and then once you got that down, then you have them start put the pieces together. They start putting certain pieces and sequences together, like a 1-2, a 1-2-3. So now you're blocking not singular punches, but now punches in combination. Because guess what? If you only block singular punches, most people very quickly, after a little bit of practice, can get to blocking singular punches pretty excellently. Where it becomes harder, and you should keep this in mind for yourself for your offense, where it becomes harder to block punches or defend against punches is when you're putting them in combination, all right? Because then they have to be able to see the sequence while all this stuff is happening versus one single shot, all right? So now you're blocking combinations or punches in sequences and combinations. Then the next level you add to that is also mixing in some feints, because this is going to help also build up your ability to not overreact to punches. Okay? Because also, by the way, too, while we are doing this defense, we are making sure not only keeping the foundational items of stance, like chin down, side up, hands up, knees bent, but we're also making sure we're destroying our blink reflex. All right? The blink reflex is a sneaky little thing, and it sucks, and it's horrible, but it's the one thing that probably keeps you away from being a better defensive fighter, and that is that blink reflex. And it creeps back. If you don't keep it smashed down, it will always creep back. I got rid of it. Right now, I do blink a little bit. Why? Because I'm not in practice. I don't train anymore. And if you don't have enough time in the ring, or you spend it away from the ring, you'll notice you'll kind of start flinching a little bit more, because it's such a evolutionarily ingrained thing to protect your eyes. Something's coming at your eyes and there's like dirt particles or dust or sharp things on it. You want to close that right away. But as a boxer, you want to get to the point where you'll be walking down the street and a bug will fly right into your eye because you have destroyed that blink reflex, or it's unconditioned for that time. And again, like I said, if you don't keep it down, though, it will creep back eventually. So you just got to always keep it down. And working your defense like this, great way to distinguish it. All right, now, then we get those feints going, because the feints are also going to tell you if you're flinching, if you're blinking. Because if someone's feinting you, you're anticipating something coming, and not everything happened that you thought would happen with that thing coming, and that will also lead you to blink sometimes. So sometimes you can be blocking shots and be good on shots that are actually coming. Like you can anticipate it, you know it, etc. But then something comes you didn't expect, you go out to stop it, and there's nothing there. You will sometimes then blink at that point. Like, oh, I didn't see what was coming, so you're gonna shut everything down for a second with the eyes to protect them. So again, another great way. But then of course also, it's to make sure we're not overcommitting to punches, because you don't want to, boom, block shots out here, out here, out here. You want to build that precision so you stay within this kind of like 3 or 4 inch area of the goal, which is the head and the body of that area. Imagine like a little force field around all of this stuff that you want to stay in and you don't want to go beyond. Because if you do go beyond, then you're going to be making yourself open to shots. And then also think about this too, it allows you to counter better too. Because again, if I'm going out here to block a shot, even if I am blocking a shot every time I'm out here, guess what? It's going to be hard to counter with that hand, right? Versus if I'm here with it, I can shoot off of that, right? So just very important things to keep in mind. Over dramatic moves are going to cost you more energy. They're going to open you up to get hit by more things, especially as a beginner, but even as an advanced. But especially if you're a beginner and you're going out like this to try to stop shots, like yes, you might be getting away with it, but if you don't develop that ability to keep it in the box and defend yourself properly, then again, like I said, over and over again, you're going to end up in a situation, get somebody good enough at some point in time where, holy crap, that doesn't work anymore. They broke past the fence. And now you have to actually learn how to defend yourself properly. The next step is also being able to incorporate your defense now with all of your other defensive maneuvers, all right? So again, hands first, because they're the fastest thing and they cost the least energy, and honestly, it takes the least athleticism too. So anyone, whether you're a great athlete or not, you can learn to use your hands to defend punches. So you got that down. Then you're able to do punches in combination. Then you're able to deal with feints and not overreact to feints. Then the next level of that is how about we incorporate everything else into our defensive repertoire, meaning now we are going to utilize our feet because we've built up that comfort level that you can stand in one place and defend punches, or you can even come forward and defend punches. Now you incorporate some of the head movement, you incorporate some of the footwork, because again, take my word for it, but you can tell me if you've boxed, if you agree with me or not. But if you're always trying to move the head, let's say from every single punch that comes at you, and you're not reading punches correctly, and you're moving the head, it's hard to keep your vision as you're moving sometimes, and that movement puts you in a spot where you don't see the next shot coming. Versus, take my word for it, if you don't have this experience, or if you haven't yet, try it. Just catching and blocking punches, then you see something. If it was the wrong thing, you thought something came with something else, you can get it to where it needs to go. Because again, everything's there. But the more you're doing this stuff here, it's a little bit harder to kind of see because everything's moving. And the last level, now we're going to integrate this to one more stage before you put it in sparring. Of course, this whole time you're training, you're sparring and things like that. But as far as practice, right? How can we practice to the closest techniques and forms that are the sport of boxing, without just literally sparring every day, which would be great for your ability as a fighter, but bad for this mushy thing inside your skull, right? And then also sometimes you do develop bad habits if you do spar all the time. I've noticed that aspect as well. Punches get goofy, weird little habits creep in that sometimes are not going to serve you later on, that you kind of do to just go against a certain opponent, things like that. Now, how can we incorporate, because this is something I've seen happen, is I've had fighters where I've built up their defense impeccably. They cannot be touched. They can't be moved, they can't be rocked. They are very sharp. But, here's the big but. So they're hard to hit, but they're not hitting. Or they're not hitting very much. So they have this thing, and I know I had sometimes this trouble with my training as well, where I would build up my defense so well, have everyone in the gym. I remember I went to one gym where where the coach had everybody work my defense before I got a chance to spar. So everybody in the entire gym worked my defense. I didn't throw one punch. And it was good. A lot of respect for that coach. Cool way to see and assess someone's ability is just to have them work defense against everyone in the gym and see if they can properly defend themselves. Because if they can't properly defend themselves, that's part of our philosophies too. If you can't even properly defend yourself, I don't care if you can be aggressive and everything else. We need to get that down first. Okay, you need to at least have some ability to defend yourself before you're starting to spar and things like that. Because just getting hit is only worth so much, and that's not very much. And if you want to take boxing serious at all as a hobby or as a sport, you have to learn how to not get hit. All right, and everything else is better from there with boxing. And the less you learn that, everything is going to be harder, and you run into all of the dangers and the only dangers of this beautiful sport of boxing, which is head brain trauma. Right? So you minimize how much you get hit, you minimize the only downside of the beautiful sport of boxing. All right? That has so many upsides, but that's the only downside. So anyway, work defense with everyone in the gym, looking great. But something I had trouble with is that I wouldn't integrate it enough. You see this happen a lot of times. Guys and gals will, when they go defense, they literally change their stance. They're not in the same stance they are when they're aggressive or when they're being offensive. So you have to have an integrated style, integrated form, integrated fundamentals, so that you are not like, I'm defense now, and then I'm offense now, whatever, right? It has to be together. It has to be pretty close to the same exact thing, so that you can actually integrate that from time to time, or not from time to time, but from moment to moment, where you are defensive, offensive, in the same moment, right after the moment, right before the moment. You shoot some shots, defend some shots, you defend some shots, shoot some shots. While they shoot some shots, you shoot some shots, right? Those three scenarios is what you need to be able to deal with. I remember there's this one training partner I had, I would spar with all the time, and he would have some trouble because the moment I start laying some bombs on him, shut down, defensive mode. Now, if I wasn't laying some bombs on him, he was looking pretty good. He's looking like he was Joe Calzaghe or something like that. You know, boom, 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 doing all this stuff. But the moment I would start to get something cooking on him, shut down. Versus, of course, like you guys know that have any boxing experience, you start going against somebody that can integrate all those pieces together. It sucks for you because you start trying to get something cooking and they'll freaking smack that away from you. And they'll boom, boom, boom. You're like, dang. I was starting to get something going, man. Give me a chance. Give me a chance to put my punches together. Versus, again, the guy that just, when you start putting your punches together, they'll just shell up and you're like, okay, cool. I get to think about how I can put some hurt on you, all right? So integrating those together. How do you do that? You do that with this awesome technique that is the biggest takeaway of this whole video. Because no matter how you train your defense, which I recommend you do it within the ways that I recommend, building up hand defense first, and then from that, everything else flows. But now, this is how you can incorporate it into daily training that is not going to overly hurt you and cause too much damage, all right? And require you to spar every day. And that is where you can have a training partner that knows how to work with you, or your coach throw punches at you while you shadow box, counters, combinations. So it allows you as a boxer to integrate your defense with your offense in a non-sparring or fight situation. Beautiful thing, because so often it's hard for us when we're hitting the bag to truly react and defend punches like we actually have someone throwing punches at us. And same thing when you shadow box, right? We all know good shadow boxing is actually shadow boxing in a fashion that is exactly like how you're gonna fight, which is going to be defending punches and shooting punches, and movement, etc., everything all put together. But guess what? You do this, it can help some people bridge the gap, or everybody, honestly, bridge the gap of going from learning the defense, learning the offense, piecing those two things together outside of sparring or competition, all right? And the last thing I'll say about this too is I've seen this be an excellent way for someone that's experienced, or a lot of experience, to work with some lesser experienced individuals, all right? In a sparring situation. Because we all know the ideas of titrated sparring, right? Where it's like, okay, so I'm more advanced, I'm working with someone less advanced, so I'm just gonna be doing the jab. So I'm defending punches, jabbing, whatnot. They have everything, I just have the jab. Or I just have body shots, or whatever, right? I'm limiting something of mine, or a lot of things of mine, to a couple things or one thing to help that person so they don't have too much to deal with defensively, and they do everything because I'm more experienced, so I should be able to deal with that, right? Or I'm gonna be working on one thing, right? So maybe I can do everything, but I'm working on one specific thing with this lesser person because, again, the best opportunity to test things out and be in your laboratory is when you're dealing with situations where it's like not gonna be an atomic bomb if you test the wrong thing, right? Now, again though, another way to do it is you could be having yourself spar against someone who's a lot less than you, defending all the punches and literally throwing every single punch you want to throw, but you're just shadow boxing it, right? And that gets you that mindset of being able to, in the middle of throwing something, adjust something, see. Honestly, see too, because that's my last point, is that you have to be able to see. That is the biggest thing in fighting, is your ability to see things and then to appropriately anticipate things, right? Some of that's pattern recognition that you get from time, right? From enough time doing the sport. But people's ability to look at the information-rich areas, which the number one information-rich area to look at when you box somebody is their chest. And it's not only going to give you the most information, but it's also going to protect you the most. Why is that? Because if I have my chin down and I'm looking at your chest, it helps keep my chin down. If you're up here or something like that and I want to look up at your eyes, my head's going to go up. And again, I was a shorter boxer, and so therefore most people I box were at least a few inches taller than me. So if I was looking up at the face, I'll be like that. And then my chin's not down at all. I'm going to get my nose broke and whatnot, all that stuff. I'm here, it's not too much trouble. The only punch that can get me like that and really get the button, the jaw, or the nose is an uppercut. Everything else is pretty well defended. And as you see in this video here, just to prove a point, I have one of our coaches shooting their hardest right hand. This girl's about 165 pounds, right? And she's hitting me with her hardest right hand, and it doesn't hurt. Why does it not hurt? It's not a problem, because my dang chin is down. And especially when you have some sweat going and everything else, or Vaseline on your face, you're in a pro fight, whatever, amateur fight, it slides down. It slides down. You're not going to get concussed. You're not going to get hurt. You're not going to get your nose broken. You're not going to get your brain shook, your money took, or your name in the Undertaker book. All right? So that wraps up my video, guys. Again, to recap, number one, build up your ability to just catch straight shots, block hooks, catch uppercuts. Build up your ability to do that with no gloves on in a controlled fashion. Then, once you have that down, then your ability to block all of the punches in boxing with just your hands and arms in combination. Then build up your ability to then kind of integrate all the defenses together. So your default, your base, your fallback is your hands, because you can do that anywhere in any situation. Then you also incorporate your feet, your head movement, things like that. And then the last piece before you plug it into your complete repertoire as a boxer is to be defending punches, real punches, while you're shadow boxing. And that's how you know you got somewhere and you're pretty decent, because then the next stage is competition. I got my list right here to make sure I don't leave out any of the essential points I want to go over. Of course, there are many more points beyond the ones I'm going to be talking about in this video, but I just want to make sure I touch on the basic foundational ideas, concepts, and things that I've used and seen work for people time and time again, no matter how strong they are, no matter how fast they are, no matter how tough they are, no matter how athletic they are. All right, because again, like I mentioned in the defense video that I did, some different drills to do with that's how I approach coaching, is how can I coach somebody and give them tools that are going to work the majority of the time for the majority of people. And then off of that, then you can add your own little nuances to it, all right? So let's jump right into it. Inside fighting, where I see most people run into problems with this, and this is actually all levels. Obviously, beginners have the hardest time with this, but this is all levels. I can think of so many fights at a high level where you see this happen just because someone's not equipped to fight on the inside, or they haven't practiced it and really spent a long time working on it. It's not just a few training sessions to work on this stuff. It's not just a month to work on this stuff. Sometimes it's years to work on this, all right? But the first thing that I see that eliminates someone from even getting to the dance of the inside fight are these fallacies, all right? Falling in as they're attacking. So they're attacking and they're leaning forward, which therefore makes it easy for their opponent to nullify them even attempting to get on the inside, all right? Because a lot of times in a fight, when you're gonna fight on the inside, perhaps the other person doesn't want to fight on the inside, right? That's the most ideal picture, right? If I'm boxing you and you don't want to box on the inside, you want to box on the outside, and I want to get on the inside, you're not used to it, and if I can get there and stay there, it's my fight, all right? Styles make fights, right? So the falling in, then honestly, I see people do this all the time, grabbing. So they themselves are not they're consciously like, I want to get this person on the inside. I'll tell a guy in a fight, get on the inside, get in close and work. And they'll grab, they'll reach out, they'll extend their arms out for a few different reasons. One is when you're coming in quick sometimes, especially if you're overstepping, you want to keep your steps nice and small, about 5-6 inches. If you leap, all of this stuff is worse. That's what's going to make you fall in. It's going to make you reach out to support your body, to stop you from, face planting as you come in, and reaching out honestly as well sometimes to feel like you're going to hold somebody in position. And while that can be an actual tactic that is used, too often, like I said, with kind of beginner and intermediate boxers and all level boxers, that ends up leading into what? You getting tied up. Your hands are out, you get tied up, or you get hit reaching out too. But more often than not, you get tied up, shut down, zeroed out, and the ref comes in to break it, separate, and now you're back to not the inside, but to the outside. Now you gotta start everything else again. Then the last thing, as far as your ways of entry that lead to you not being able to even be an inside fighter, unless you're boxing in Mexico, where not everybody nowadays, but a lot of people in Mexico, I know from experience, they'll just hang right there with you on the inside, right? But assuming that's not your situation, when you come in, you get square, right? If I come in and I'm sided up, I have space to throw punches naturally. If my shoulder is up against you, I have some space to at least throw some right hand punches. If I end up chest to chest on you, I have zero space to throw punches. The definition of smother. Think about when you're entering, right? I said don't overstep, don't leap in generally, because it will smother yourself, generally. Not all the time, but generally, all right? I just want to be really precise in how I say this. But then also, think about this as well, gang. If you're coming in with wide hooks, or hooks even, nice crisp hooks, right? But you're coming in with those hooks, that's gonna lead you to be a little bit more square typically, gonna end up with that chest to chest slam into each other, and make it easier for you to get tied up and shut down kind of that perfect inside range that you want. And but if you come in with jabs, double, triple jabs, you're naturally having an arm that's extended, that is a barrier. It's a pole in between you and your opponent. So therefore, when you get closer and closer and closer, particularly also if you're jabbing at their chest area and not up here where they slip it and you can smother yourself easily and get too close, right there, it's gonna stuff that a little bit and keep you at a little bit of a range. So even if you are slightly leaning in and things like that and having a lot of momentum, you won't get so close, you just smash chest to chest. All right, makes sense? And then last, if you just come in with straight punches, right? Doesn't have to be double, triple jab, but those are the greatest. But you're coming in with like a 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 type thing, all right? Again, same thing. Straight shots, it's gonna be harder for you to smother yourself. If you come in wild and crazy with hooks, it's gonna be a little easier to smother yourself. And then of course you get caught coming in, right? But that's another story. These are just really big points that you change this simple thing about your game, it will allow you to get on the inside more, all right? Because if you want to be on the inside, you probably don't get there as much as you want to, and these might be some of the reasons why, all right? So we're working on showing up to the party. So we showed up to the party. Let's talk about when we're in the party. So we're in the party right now. We want to make sure we stay relaxed, all right? The biggest thing, I remember one of my boxers right now who's an undefeated pro fighter this time, he said how and he's a strong guy, built to kind of be an inside fighter in a lot of ways, or at least built to be successful on the inside, right? Tough, strong, you have all that stuff and you're on the inside, you have less to worry about versus if you're you have a glass jaw, things like that. The inside can be a little bit more dangerous sometimes in a way. He said he felt like guys were stealing his oxygen from him, right? Felt like guy right there breathing and you're breathing. And yeah, I mean, there's a little bit to be said for that, but it also might be from internal tension of the muscles, things like that. You're in close on someone, it's natural to tense up a little bit, to tighten up. Also, your mind, you're just like, dude, we're in the danger zone. It's easy after a while of boxing to be on the outside, to be away from people and compose yourself, take a breather, because that person has to overcome 4 or 5 feet to get you, right? But if you're literally in the kitchen, right on the inside where it feels like everything can get you, it's gonna be hard to sometimes relax, all right? So that's a big thing to focus on. Focus on getting those breaths while you stay alert, right? Not lackadaisical, alert and relaxed. But remember though, this is that, think about how when you develop that can be used against your opponent. How? If they haven't done their homework, they haven't put in their practice on the inside, if they're not a versatile fighter, which again, you might run into someone like that, so don't take my word for it that, hey, this will always beat people, but a lot of boxers are not used to fighting on the inside. Over 50% of them, from my experience, are not. And if you get on the inside with them, they're gonna feel like you're stealing their oxygen. They're gonna be a little bit tighter, a little more stressed out, a little more panicky, and that's gonna do what? It's gonna tire them out. It's gonna make them make more mistakes. But at the very least, I've seen this play out time and time again. I'll have a guy that gets on the inside on someone that's not used to having someone on the inside of them, and it's not even my guy's punches that beat down the person. It's that constant mental pressure of having somebody right there when you don't want them to be right there. All right, so there's a big advantage to that a lot of times. And then, of course, that can set you up for shots and win you a fight. When you're on the inside, basic good boxing advice is to get under the guy that you're boxing when you're on the inside. Don't let them get under you, all right? So if you're standing tall, I saw this play out the other day on an awesome Pro Box card. A guy, undefeated prospect, 10-0, he lost his fight because on the inside, the boxer he was fighting got below him and he was up high. And he wasn't getting good leverage on his punches, and he's really open for shots to come up from down here where you can barely almost see them and get nailed by them, all right? So you want to get lower. Now, very important note on getting lower. Don't get lower by bending your waist forward, all right? You can bend it a little bit to a side, maybe another side, but make sure you have your legs under you, the legs under your center of gravity. If you don't, it's gonna be very easy for a boxer to just push down on you, lean on you a little bit, and bam, claps you down. And there's almost nothing you can do about it besides correcting your stance and not leaning forward. And then also it opens you up for uppercuts as well if you lean forward. Okay, and I'm not gonna tell you that, hey, you're never gonna get away with leaning forward. Guys get away with it all the time. But I see those guys meet somebody that's a little bit of a rough customer and makes their life difficult by either pushing down on them, maybe they'll slip a punch, they'll slip a punch from that opponent and the opponent leaves the arm out and then controls them down, things of that nature. And then also you're leaning forward. That's gonna make you a prime target for that uppercut. And we don't wanna be a prime target. If you keep your stance neutral, where your weight is even, more so, most of the time, you're not gonna be susceptible to uppercuts. It'll be very hard to hit you with a rear uppercut, and the lead uppercut is still gonna be hard to land as well. But the more you lean forward, the more you're just an easy recipient of the uppercut. So getting lower on the inside, very important for leverage, right? You're lower than someone, you have more leverage, you can move them around, you're less of a target. It's hard for them to get leverage on their punches, and you can get maximal leverage on your punches the lower you are within reason. And so just remember all of those notes on that. Get inside, get a little bit lower. Don't rise up on the inside, because that makes you a prime target. And even great fighters that did that mistake, because again, it's funny, with talking more about boxing on this public forum, you have people be like, oh, well, who are you to judge so-and-so, right? Well, it's just a fact of the matter, okay? Muhammad Ali was great, okay? A lot of people think he was the greatest heavyweight champion of all time, and you can definitely make a huge case for that. Now, can I talk about things that he made mistakes on? 100%. Does that mean I'm even a stain on Ali's shorts? No, it doesn't mean that. But it means that simply that these are the ideas and the concepts and the art, as well as the scientific facts of boxing, that what works time and time again and what generally leads to poor results, and you can succeed in spite of it, right? Ali succeeded in spite of having his chin up in the air and a lot of things, taking unnecessary punishment. But also there was a cost to be paid. The cost wasn't paid on the winning end that much, but it's paid on another end, on the human end, all right? So anyway, little tangent there. So you're on the inside, right? So we get that leverage. We're a little bit lower. We're a smaller target, got more power. Now also, this idea of if someone has good power on their shots, some people, a lot of people, they need to get set to throw. I know this was my scenario for a long time of me boxing, was I felt like I had to be in my position to throw my power shots. And if I wasn't, I had to kind of get myself to that position to throw the power shots. If you on the inside make little tiny steps off to one side or the other with your punches, or even without your punches, it can throw that guy off to think, man, I gotta set a little bit, Now granted, there are plenty of fighters that can throw out of position. That's something that you need to work on, being able to throw out of position. There are plenty of fighters that can do that too, so don't say that that's gonna be an all or nothing answer, but it's something you can kind of notice with a fighter when you're going a couple rounds against him, that okay, he needs a little bit of time to get set. That's where the movement on the outside can be so beneficial, but if you're on the inside, you can do the same thing with those little slight turns, and it makes it difficult for him to pull the trigger, all right? And you can pull the trigger while he's trying to load his gun to pull the trigger. It also creates little angles for you to land different shots from slightly different ways that are gonna be hard to see. When we're throwing these punches on the inside, guys, I see so often this type of thing where people are arm punching, right? Their arms are the only thing moving, and they think it's wearing down their guy. It's really not. I mean, maybe if you have pro, wraps on and smaller gloves, if you're under 154 pounds or whatever, you have the 8 ounces and above, you got the 10s. Maybe it's like a little bit of wear and tear over 12 rounds. But if you got a reasonably tough guy, or gal, which most people that get to at least the higher level, right, are reasonably tough and all of that, and in shape, hopefully, that's not going to do that much wear and tear on them. Now, that's where on the inside, if you want to have effective punches, you need to learn how to throw with your body. And it's like an obvious note, but it falls apart more, I see, the closer people get to each other, right, for inside fighting. So if you're outside, it's easy to kind of produce some momentum and have the idea of like, yeah, like I'm throwing something. I'm throwing a punch. I'm throwing a baseball. You have some space to do it. The closer you get, the more you feel like I got to be like, kind of like rabbit style punches. So how do we work on this, guys? Because the more you get better at this, the better well-rounded fighter you'll be, the more dangerous you'll be in every single area in that ring. Outside, mid-range, inside. Oh, they can't get away from you, man. They can't beat you on any one of those platforms. Gonna kill it. All right, so first off is obviously it all goes back to the foundation, which is shadow boxing. So shadow box, throwing short punches where the primary focus is not really moving the arm to shadow box, but to move the body. Just a real quick example on using the arms. So if I'm shadow boxing on the inside, I'm using my arms, you'll see this. See, there's nothing here. There's no turn. So if anything, sometimes just practice on turning the body and then start putting punches with it. Minimal arm movement, but getting that good snap and violent twist is the way I like to say it. Violent twist of the shoulders and things like that to really get that, because that's where that force is going to be produced, and it's powerful. Think about how much weight is here on your chest and core section, midsection, and hips and shoulders, as well as your head. By the way, that's a little side note, guys, is that the more that chin can be down within reason, the more the head, I have a giant head, but the more, even no matter how big your head is between about maybe 10 to 15 pounds of weight. So the more that's up here while you're throwing, outside of that being making you vulnerable to getting hit in the butt and things like that and getting hit in the throat, it's going to take away the leverage from your punches. The more you can get that chin down, and so therefore when you throw a punch, the head kind of moves with it while you still maintain, vision of your opponent. That is an extra 10 pounds or so behind your punch. Think about it, guys. That's a whole nother weight class. And that is how an easy trick I've seen guys maximize their power. Mid-range, inside, anywhere, is by keeping that head down a little bit. And sure, they might have knockout power without it. Gets even better with it. All right, so a little side note tip on that. Now, another way to work on becoming better at punching on the inside is to work on the bag, of course. It's a great tool. It's actually a great tool for it. As long as you're not excessively leaning forward and things like that with your punches. Now, one interesting thing, and I can kind of hear the trolls right now, but you guys got to trust me on this, with my experience, is doing like old school bag work. So you see these old school fighters, whether it's like Ezra Charles or George Walcott or just, I don't know, just name anybody from like the 40s, 50s, 60s, things like that. You see their hands are down a lot. And when they're hitting the bag, it's all coming from the shoulder rotation. There's none of this kind of just like boom, 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 boom. Everything's coming from that rotation. And granted, you could argue that you want to train how you fight. So doing that is going to train you to keep your hands down, and you can definitely make a case for that. Now, where I think it though is important, or a good thing to kind of build in, is it does help teach your body for someone that's having trouble getting that concept. If you're having trouble getting that concept, to get the body to deliver the punch and not the arm to deliver the punch. So you focus on not even moving the arms, or move them as limited as possible while still just connecting with the knuckles, and it can really help prime you up to learn how to throw with your shoulders and your waist and twisting versus just arm extensions, all right? Also too, you throw with your arms, you're gonna tire yourself out a lot. You throw with your body, rotating the body, the arms aren't going to get as tired, right? So if you ever feel just completely arm weary from fighting on the inside or boxing on the inside, sparring on the inside, that it could be that situation that you're overly arm punching versus focusing on just using the rotation of your shoulders and hips to produce your punches, to just deliver your punches. And you just got to do a little squeeze at the end, pop, and that's all you need. And the last one, as far as how to become better at throwing those shots, the 3-inch hook concept or 3-inch punch, we teach with like the left hook, the lead hook, but you can do this with almost any punch. You put it on the bag like it just landed, pull it off about 3 inches, and then get that whip where, again, it's letting the body lead the arm and deliver the arm. The body goes first, the arm just slightly follows right afterwards. And of course, that delay is minimized the more and more you're on the inside. But that's how you truly actually get the body with the punch, versus if the arm leads every punch, especially a hook style shot, if it leads it and the body comes afterwards, the body is not actually with it. All right, let's talk about some different concepts as far as more variety of punches, but also movement. When you're on the inside, shifting the head around, right? So whether that's going side to side, weaving under the arms or the head of your guy that you're under or gal, pulls to get around, right? Because you can have like a person's head right here. You pull to get around on one side. You pull a little bit to get on the other side. Also, you pull a little bit with the chin down to get past uppercuts and things like that. Just make sure when you pull, you keep your chin down. Don't make their job easy. Don't give them the opportunity to be lucky. Make it so they have to work to get any type of luck. And then also little bobs as well, going under shots. Also, all of these things work together to mask punches, right? So you're getting on one side, throwing some shots, getting on the other side, and you're moving your head in between that, things like that. It's very hard to see when a shot's coming. That also leads to the previous point. The more you're throwing punches with your body versus your arm, the more that body motion and movement is going to look like punches. It's going to get them reacting, getting them to tighten up. It's going to control their breathing. It's going to short wire certain little plans they have. Because also think about it as well. If I'm over on this side on somebody and I'm doing some shots over there, they're working on, okay, I'm going to shoot him, he's on this side. Or if they anticipate me going back over, I maybe weave under, and now they were trying to catch me going back over, and I went under, right? So there's all those little things that make it so, okay, guy's here now on me. Okay, guy's over here. He's over here. Oh, he's under me now, right? So all those little things. He did a little pull out. All those little things, the more you can make it erratic and random while also being smooth about it, the more successful you'll be. You'll hide the punches that are coming off of that movement. That's why guys are so successful with throwing off of stuff like that. You'll see in so many fights on the inside, because he can't, it's very hard to see the punch coming. Very hard. A few other things as well is to make a little bit of a space as well, because sometimes when you're in close, you want just slightly more space to punch. Sometimes you do need to learn how to throw with ultra tight, short spaces, but you can take a little slight step back, throw your shots, or even just move 1 foot back just a little bit to create a little bit more space for your shots. And this can, again, create different ranges on that inside while you're still there, right? And then also allow you to develop a little bit more leverage sometimes on your punches, because you sometimes, there's the optimal range for the maximum power of a punch. And obviously if you're super ultra close, you can make it hard and produce a lot of power and hurt people and knock people out. People have done it, but it will be a little bit harder versus if kind of reaches that maximal or almost perfect range to get enough momentum on a punch. Let's talk about the types of punches we're throwing on the inside. Now you can throw any punch on the inside basically, besides obviously maybe not quite a jab. You could maybe do a jab if someone's like leaning back, things like that, or you're gonna do it as kind of like a controlling punch, but it's gonna be hard to produce some power on that punch and enough force. But you have the mass variety of body shots and uppercuts. Those are things that are wide open on the inside most of the time, with most people how they stand on the inside. All right, so those are the punches that typically are going to land the most, and that's where also you need to think about this when you're on the inside to protect the body, and the other thing I said, uppercuts, protect for uppercuts. So if you're getting nailed by uppercuts, besides adjusting for your stance, it might be a situation where you're leaning forward excessively or being squared, right? That's another thing, being squared. If you're square on the inside, you're also open for more punches. Also, it's oftentimes hard to throw punches properly. But the more sided up you are, the more you keep your weight even and you're getting creamed by uppercuts on the inside, dude, just put your hand there. Just put your hand there and then you're stopping the body shots, you're stopping the uppercuts. I know you might be thinking, oh, well, now you're open for headshots. Well, guess what? The head can move. The head can pull around like we talked about, it can go under, it can go side to side. But you have this here, those uppercuts that can be hard to see because that hand, your opponent's hand is like right there on your face. So it can just pop you at any time. And if you're getting nailed by them, put it there. And until the guy has an answer for it, keep it there. And also remind me of another punch that is an esoteric punch, but it's still an important punch to know how to throw on the inside. It's a powerful shot when done right. This punch was developed, at least from my knowledge, from Kid Gavilan, the Cuban hawk. And he said he developed this punch by chopping down sugarcane in Cuba. But it's the bolo punch, right? And I'm not talking about the wide, showy, fun, whatever thing. But I'm talking about the actual use of it where you roll it around a little bit and you'll be amazed with just a little bit of practice and timing how you can generate a lot of force on this punch from short range. And it can be, and again, if you're not just like continuously doing it nonstop, it'll be hard to kind of see that it's coming, right? So you throw different shots, and then you mix that into the mix, powerful shot. Maybe I got a note on this one. So often on the inside, I'll have fighters where their inside and their hand is right below someone's jaw. Let's say it's their left hand or the right hand, and it's right below their opponent's jaw. And my guy isn't working. And it's like, man, you got a shot right there. The hand is where the head is. And if the hand is where the head is, we should be able to do something about it, right? Jackhammering is what I like to call it. Be like a jackhammer, not going down with it, but going up with it. But you're jackhammering his head up, bam, 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 to get that head up, not only to make him uncomfortable, but also it gets their head up now, and you get a chance to take their head off, or you go for the body, you go for anything off of it. But at the very least, it's going to make them uncomfortable on the inside, which again is going to do what? It's going to frustrate them, tire them out, things like that, throw them off their game, and that's all good stuff for you, as long as you land scoring punches off of it, right? So jackhammering the head up, beautiful, annoying as heck thing if you've ever had anyone do it to you, but be that same person when you're on the inside with someone. Be that guy that no one wants to deal with on the inside, and you'll be a pretty successful fighter. Also as well, pushing up with the uppercut. So we're always trying to, it's funny, I teach, of course, all the time like any good boxing coach, don't push your punches. Yes, that's 100% correct. This is the one scenario, or two really, this situation is where you might want to push the shot a little bit. So again, that hand is under that jaw, under that head, and not everyone has their head locked in tight and their neck muscles all contracted all the time on the inside. If they are, they're going to be burning themselves out. And you don't try to snap their head up. You can, but you don't even necessarily try to. You just push their head up. You push their head up with the idea of you're going to take it off. All right? Push it up, take it off. Push it up, take it off. Great concept. Try it the next time you spar guys. Great move. And then as well, off of throwing punches on the inside sometimes, whether it's a hook, uppercut like I said, leaving it out there and controlling them with it, right? These are kind of like little tips on the inside, but again, I've seen them work so well, where you throw a punch, short right hand, a left hook, and you leave it out there, push them a little bit, control them, and hit them off of it. And again, you're going to get them off balance. And if they're off balance, it's going to be hard for them to return a punch, and it's your opportunity to give them a punch after that. Then, as well, with our punch selection, mixing the hook to the body and then uppercut, right? It's like that Mike Tyson style combo. Right hook to the body, right uppercut, or left hook to the body, left uppercut, or the opposite of that, like a right uppercut and a left hook to the body on the opposite side. There's, again, this fight card I saw the other last week or whatever, that 2 fights got stopped with the right uppercut and the body shot. Left hook to the body, liver shot. Great opening, great setup. Then doubling up on the same side, right? Because if you got somebody, if you're always throwing right, left, right, left, right, left, that's the most rookie thing you can do. And then combine that with throwing at the same timing, right? So you're right, left, right, left, right, left. And you can play a metronome to that beat. It's gonna be easy for your opponent to, guess what? Time you. Ba, 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 ba. They can do anything to stop those punches, or at least take off a little bit of the punch. So you wanna not only change your timing up on your punches, so ba, 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 ba. Just mix it up. Not quite making music, but kinda. But then also, just simply doubling up with the same hand. So you can keep the same timing even, But if you just double up, triple up on one side, right, left, and then right, left, right, left, that's going to be much harder. And then you're mixing in the body and the head with that, making your life even more difficult. And that's what you want to do, and you're going to land shots. One thing I love on the inside is someone's kind of having the low lead arm and they're rolling with the right hand and blocking the hook, is to do a right uppercut for the body or a right hook for the body and then come back with that short right hand, because they're expecting the left hook afterwards. They'll open up right into it. And then as well as off of the right, left, right, mixing in not just like a straight right, left hook, straight right, left hook, or right hook, left hook, right hook, left hook, right hook, left hook, mixing that uppercut. Because as they're rolling with those shots a little bit, they expect the left hook, but instead it's a left uppercut. And that pops their chin up, lands clean. And then again, don't be satisfied with just popping their chin up. Take it off with something else, all right? So often on the inside, we'll either get lucky or we'll set up something properly. You know, we'll hook to the body, uppercut, boom, head pops up, and then we don't finish the job. Finish the job, finish punching in the codes is gonna end the game. Going high and low with the same side, that's another classic great move. The left hook up high, left hook for the liver. Bam, bam, gets the arm up a little bit, opens up that liver shot, bam. Remember, on the right side, or rather on the left side of someone's body, which is gonna be your right hook punches, the liver's not over there, gang, okay? And before anyone says kidney punch is illegal. That's on the back, like all the way on the back. So you have this organ, the liver. You touch it just right. You reveal it and take it, you're gonna hurt no matter who they are, the toughest guy ever. There's that adage, like if you can't hurt them to the head, go for that body. And doesn't matter how blockheaded the guy is and how tough they are, that's gonna hurt them. On the inside, think about defensively, right? So I talked about the weaves and dips and pulling out with the chin down. Also as well as little side steps and things like that. Use your shoulders on the inside, guys. And we all know the shoulder roll concept. And we all know that from classic boxing, not just from Floyd Mayweather, right? From across the Midwest all the way to the East Coast, and probably in California too. Anyway, we know rolling with the lead shoulder, but also rolling with the rear shoulder. On the inside, it's an easy time to do that. You can even kind of roll and it will cut off the uppercut on that side from hitting you, but mix that into your arsenal. If that chin is down, that's a beautiful way to deflect some punches and set up other punches for yourself, just so you have versatility. Because again, we're protecting that body, we're rolling, so it's gonna be hard for them to set up, for instance, a high-low. If they hook up high for you and then down, and then your arm's down there, you didn't raise it up to block a hook up top, it's gonna be hard to hit you. So just mix that into your arsenal, as well as with the head move and things of that nature. It just makes you a slippery guy, makes you hard to hit, and it's a very energy efficient move. And also sets you up to throw some good shots off of it. Now, here's a great one, guys. When they go low, you go high. They go down for that body. Remember, every time they throw a body shot, their head opens up. Every time they throw a head shot, their body opens up. All right, so remember that. But on that inside, what are guys gonna do? They're gonna try body shots most of the time, because that's where they feel like they can get something. They go down for that body, you hit them on the same exact side, basically right when that shot comes. Just keep the elbow in a little bit if you're a little worried about it getting through. But if you got your timing right, you can rip it before the shot comes, or right afterwards. And again, think about it. You control their head. If someone tries to hit you hard and you are snapping their head at the same time, you're going to take away the power of their shot. All right? Beautiful, beautiful counter. So remember, they're going for the body. The head's right there for you. Take it. Take it. Wide open. Now, to wrap up, let's talk about if things don't work out, right? You're on the inside and they're tying you up. And the ref is not enforcing non-excessive tying up, okay? Because, again, just to roll back to this great Pro Box card that I saw, if you haven't seen it, it was a great one. April 24th, 2024 on Pro Box. Great card. 3 fights. All 3 fights were super competitive and very entertaining, all right? You won't be sorry you spent a little bit of time watching it. With the refs in those fights in Florida, I don't know what it is, but I noticed a pattern. They were enforcing the rules of boxing. Guys were grabbing on the back of people's head. Stop that. Guys were trying to tie up. Stop that. And so I bet you in the pre-fight meeting, they made it explicit. Hey, if you do this, if you break these rules, we're going to take points. And no, you're not the cash cow or the golden goose or whatever, and we're going to actually do it. All right, just so you know. And therefore, you didn't get much of that, which made, guess what? For great fights. Because if we want to watch clinching and things like that, we can watch Muay Thai, we can watch jiu-jitsu tournaments, wrestling tournaments, things like that, if we want to watch a form of grappling. All right. And again, I'm not downing on all those things, but it's just these rules are in boxing for a reason, to make boxing boxing. So you get tied up, right? So if you have your arm, let's say you shot a hook, or you just reached out by mistake, like I see my guys do sometimes, that arm is out there. Put the thumb down and bring it around to you. Don't try to yank it out, pull it out, get all tight and crazy. Just get that arm close to you, around to the front of their body, and now you have leverage to just pull it up or to twist your body a little bit to the side to just break it right out of that hold, and then you can go to work with it. All right? Same thing on the other side. And then as well, if someone's grabbing on the back of your head like this, well, guess what? Their body's wide open. And if you're not excessively leaning forward, it's going to be hard for them to control you that much for at least the first few moments of it. Rip your hardest body shots you got. And remember as well that when their hands are out, it's away from, like I said, their body, but also their face. So some guys will do a great clinch game where they will keep their elbows in and wrap your head up right there, and just like this. But remember, they're like this, and yes, they're controlling your head, but if you can have your base with you to the best of your abilities, you can at least make their job difficult if the ref isn't calling them on it and their head is right there to be taken. Do your best to throw with your shoulders and not your arm punch, which is going to be hard to do because they're controlling your head, but you can do it to a certain degree. And of course, in a fight, the gloves are a little bit smaller, things like that, and you can produce a little bit more power. All right, and again, trying to be as loose as you can and snapping it with a good hard shoulder jerk, you can get some good power on it, make them not want to do that. And then once they let go for a moment, you got to light them up with everything else. One thing that I didn't note on yet to wrap up is they got an underhook situation on you, lifting you up. You can work shots off of that. All right, so keep that in mind. It's possible to work shots off of that. But then also, as well, if someone has you kind of all the way up here under and you're really having a tough time getting anything going, you can get this arm up, bring it, side yourself up so you got a little bit more space, because the moment you put that shoulder in, like I talked about earlier, you have more space now. Slide that elbow in, right? And then now it's in, so now their hand is there. You went from being here to sliding up, got it through here, and now you can shoot some shots, get some work done at least make their life hard and difficult. All right, guys, I didn't go over everything on the inside, but what I focused on was the lowest hanging fruit, the stuff that I think will make the biggest dramatic change in your game, whether you're a beginner, amateur boxer, or even mid-low level pro boxer. You plug some of this stuff in, some of the things you might have forgot, maybe you missed, right? Maybe you weren't there that day in school when it was taught. Just kidding. But plug it in, guys, and put it in your training, and trust me, you'll become an excellent inside fighter. Let me tell you a little bit about the history of this strategy. Now, again, to be clear, I'm not saying like this is the only history of people talking about multi-jabs and everything else I'm going to talk about, but just the formulation of this, how I was taught it, and the genesis. All right. So my father was a professional boxing coach for decades, and he worked with a lot of different guys. And he worked in a medium to smaller town. So he was from Chicago, but then he moved down to Georgia. And just isn't a lot of just people in general in towns like Athens, Georgia, right? Which is the town that he moved to. So you're limited on your talent pool. All right. Now, sometimes limitations help create great things and help you synthesize things and formulate things to make them optimal, or an attempt at optimizing. So he had different guys, and some guys, went really well and pretty far and everything else, and had some professional careers and things of that nature, and some didn't. And so it was something that he ran into, that he expressed, was that he would have someone who was maybe very, very, very physically talented, right? They have all the physical tools to be a great fighter, a great boxer, but they maybe are overanalyzing things. They're maybe creating correlations or causal links between things that are actually just correlations, right? They're not really being that sharp tactician as a boxer. So he's like, man, how can I honestly just simplify it? Another way to say it is just dumb it down. Make it so somebody who is not the sharpest person can be successful, right? They don't have to, because he would tell me all these stories about fighters he worked with and produced, that they would almost become neurotic with techniques and strategies and things like that. they'll be like, oh man, well, if I do this, he's going to do this. And then if he does that, then I got to do this. And then that happens. And then this happens and this and that and this. And as you just like, be like, dude, shut up. Focus. Do this basic thing, this and this and this. And until that stops working, don't stop doing it. So that's where the genesis of what I call multi-jab strategy, which is really a foundational concept of stripping away all of the awesome nuances, details, specific scenarios, and everything else that there are in boxing and in combat sports in general, and just distilling it to its essence, all right? Because anybody can make anything complicated, right? It's up to us as coaches and up to you as a coach or a fighter to break it down to its most essential components, all right? So let's jump into it. Start off first, talk about as I describe what this is, let's talk about every piece of this, all right? Because there aren't that many pieces, but I want to give you all the context of every piece so you understand each mechanism and how it works, all right? So first, let's talk about jab benefits, right? We all know the jab's the most important punch of boxing. Just a little refresher for you guys that maybe don't know, or maybe you forgot some of the reasons why. It's the punch that's closest to your opponent's face, right? So when you're in your stance, it's there, it's the fastest one to get there. It costs the least energy, because you're not rotating the body. You're just snapping it out there and you're stepping with it, little shoulder snap, things of that nature, and that's about it, all right? So it costs the least energy. If you're tired, a good adage is jab. Now, I know what you might be saying, because if you're like me, man, your shoulder would get worn out so much and everything else. Don't always try to throw power jabs. Learn how to throw jabs that are, medium, sub-powerful, and also, as well, you got to take care of the shoulder and everything else, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later, all right? Also, the jab is, since it's super fast, it can be hard to counter, all right? Particularly against a mid-level guy. But if you even just get really good at not telegraphing your jab, having a fast jab, it can be a hard punch to counter because it's so dang close. And it doesn't cost much energy, and it doesn't open you up very much either. So it's theoretically just about the safest punch you can throw. Not that you can't get hit when you throw a jab. Anyone that's boxed for any period of time can tell you that you can and will get hit while throwing a jab. But it minimizes the openings, right? Because you're not rotating the body, opening up your torso. You're staying sided up the whole time like that, versus like with a right hand, you're going to open yourself up a little bit. With a hook, there's a rotation commitment that happens. Uppercut, the hand drops a little bit to come up under for the uppercut. There's openings that get created. You go down for the body, you open up the head. All right, so again, the jab is about the safest punch you can throw, bar none. It's going to be the most effective punch you can throw in the way of controlling the pacing of a fight. It's going to cost the least amount of energy. It's not going to be the most effective in power, typically, unless you really learn how to snap it and aim it correctly, like I've talked about in some of my short videos and some other videos as well. But that is the benefits of the jab. Now, let's talk about some things that is the problem if we just approach a jab with just single jabs, just a jab instead of the jabs, right? So a single jab, and again, don't get me wrong, a single jab is great. Like it's not, oh man, and again, to be clear, all these things are not all or nothing, all right? Because the world is not all or nothing. It's shades of gray. And when you're dealing with what is a very complex environment in sport with just a almost infinite amount of variables, you're always going to be wrong if you say always or never, all right? Typically. So with the single jab, though, typically what that can be is, again, it's effective. It can control people. It does all the things that we just talked about as the benefit of the jab. The downside of it, though, is if I'm shooting single jabs, and you'll see high-level guys do this, they shoot single jabs for a reason. Why? It's bait, right? They're shooting a single jab, single. They're not doing it because that's just all they can do and know how to do. They're doing that because they're shooting that single jab with anticipation of the counter coming, and they're looking to counter the counter, all right? I see a lot of our guys, when they're starting off, they'll be single jabbing, and everybody, we all do it from time to time, and it's not going to get you killed all the time. But if you just do this all the time, it can get you killed, particularly as you go up levels, if that's all you can do, all right? And if you're not thinking of these things, all right? So shoot that single jab with the anticipation of you're drawing out that's bait. You're baiting a counter that you're looking to counter that counter. But so often I'll see guys in the beginning of their boxing career or their journey in boxing, and they'll single jab, and they're surprised that someone counters the single jab, right? Don't be surprised, all right? Now, how can you shut down the counter of the single jab, you probably guessed it by the whole name of this video, multi-jabs, right? So double, triple jabs, quadruple jabs, quintuple, multi-jabs, all right? So that's something that's just so basic, like so basic. It reminds me actually of a strategy that someone was telling me that their high school tennis coach taught them or had their whole team do, and their team did very well and won like a bunch of, I can't remember what level, maybe regional, high school titles, something like that. But it basically was playing tennis in a fashion that was not looking to like overreach and try to really grab something. It was just playing to the point, basically counting on the other person to make a mistake. So you just stay solid, and then inevitably they overreach or whatever it is. I'm not an expert on tennis. And then bam, they miss something, hit something out or whatever, and you've just stayed locked and solid the whole time. Same thing can be applied with boxing. Instead of doing all this like crazy nonsense stuff, just doing some of these basics things like double and tripling jabs can make a world of difference. And you can see it at every single level of boxing, all right? From the beginner novice type division to the more advanced international level in amateurs to professionals all the way up to the greatest of all time. Is using multi-jabs and how it can fluster and mess up so many guys on so many levels, all right? So I just don't want to talk about that, repeat that point too much, but it is such an important point. Basic, simple things that if you do it, you'll see the reward for it. Let's talk about the benefits of multi-jabs, all right? So the first benefit, it's like I'm talking about from previously, is it's going to shut down the counter, right? If you know I'm shooting one shot, it's easy for you to be like, okay, let me defend the one shot and let me counter right after the shot. Or you can counter right as the shot comes as well. And if you know there's no follow-up, you know there's no danger, right? So think about that. He's shooting one jab. You know you can shoot a shot over the jab, under the jab, with the jab. And if there's nothing typically coming after it, you got nothing to worry about, right? Or he shoots that jab and you know there's nothing coming after that jab. So therefore, you just have to deal with that one punch and then right afterwards, give your response, right? And maybe a few responses, right? Counter with combinations. Whole nother concept or whole nother video, but very important concept. All right, it keeps them busy. The jab, the single jab itself keeps them busy, but the multi-jabs, double, triples, etc., keep them really busy. All right, you're keeping pop, 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 something in their face, pop, 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 pop. And they don't know when is the last of the jabs, right? So it keeps them extra occupied. Versus a single jab, it will keep you occupied because you don't know when it's going to start. But if you don't know when it's going to end, right? If you don't know if it's 1, 2, 3, you don't know when that run, that string of punches is going to stop, it's going to be hard for them to get their thinking together. And this stuff really plays into how a fight plays out. The person putting out the jab, whether it's a single jab or multi-triple jabs, is going to be occupying the space. And think about it. Those shots, of course, we know we can jab the body and the head, but those shots typically up here in the head area is going to control their eyes and therefore also control their thinking, all right? Head punches, I stole this from a great martial arts coach, Chuck Cawthorn, is the head punches control the thinking and the body punches control the breathing. All right, so remember that little adage in your mind that you're going to put out those jabs, multi, triple, just so many freaking jabs. I remember one round when I sparred this one pro fighter with 50 pro fights. The best round I did is when I just did my best to jab his face off. The goal was to throw 100 jabs in that round, and I threw about 100 jabs in that round, and I definitely owned that round. Now, I'm not going to talk about what happened in the other rounds, right? But that round that I did all those jabs, ooh, that was a little bit of what I needed to do. All right, a little bit of what you need to do. So you control that thinking with the double, triple jabs. You're making them blink, making them just be occupied. Because again, even though jab's not powerful, if I'm taking a towel and just whipping it in your face, dude, it's not going to knock you out. It's going to keep you busy, all right? Now, the way that like Teddy Atlas says it is it's bugs on the windshield, right? So think about that. You got a dirty freaking windshield from all the bugs, man. It is going to be harder to drive the car. An analogy from me that I love is sand in the face. So think about that. You're fighting a guy with a freaking knife, a machete, or whatever, and if you're able to get some dirt off the ground, sand, and throw that crap in their face, and then, get the hell around them, get out of there, or do what you need to do then, it can be a different fight. But if you're trying to fight someone that's dangerous, and you're not controlling their mind, controlling their eyes, putting bugs on the windshield, or throwing sand in their eyes, you're going to have a tough time. All right. And the thing about it as well, if you control the head, you control the body. If you grab my head right now and maneuver it, my body is not in control, because this is the executive function area where everything comes from. And if this is out of whack, controlled, my whole body is controlled. Moving on to the next one. So with the benefits of the multi jabs is that think about the sniper versus the infantryman. All right. So if you're a sniper up in a crow's nest, let's say, and you're hidden away, the enemy can't necessarily see you, right? They're going to try to find out where you are, and that's how they can hopefully nullify the sniper. But the good sniper, or the ideal picture for the sniper, is they're going to be sitting up in that crow's nest. They're going to be protected because no one knows where they are. And that's why they take that time to be calculated and to line up the perfect shot. As a boxer, there are times that you can be the sniper and have a little bit of that mentality. But in general, for most people, as you're and throughout most of the time, as you're building up your repertoire as a boxer, and again, even at the high level, if you try to operate too much like a sniper, that's like the sniper that's on the battlefield, not covered, doing the same strategy of lining up the perfect shot, knowing what the wind speed is and everything else, right? Calculating you're doing all this calculation, but you're not up hidden away. You're right there in the freaking battlefield in the ring. And what's going to happen to that sniper? They're not going to last very long. So the same thing can be applied to you versus the infantryman, who's going to be doing what? They're not going to be doing all the lineup and the setup that the sniper's doing. They're shooting. Bam, 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 bam. And out of shooting, they're going to line up the perfect shot or the kill shot. All right? So that's the big difference. And you have to keep that in mind as a boxer. So you keep on shooting is going to be your jab, basically, and some other punches, but that jab. And again, since it costs the least amount of energy and it's the least dangerous, it's going to keep your enemy occupied. You know, think about it. If like you and I are stuck in a shootout and I'm going to try to change positions, get a little bit closer or whatever, and I say, cover me, that doesn't mean you just stop shooting. You need to be shooting while I run out to keep that person busy or those guys busy so I can now change my position. The same thing goes with boxing. That cover fire is your jab, all right? So just remember that. And just like cover fire, if you're doing one shot and waiting 3 seconds, 4 seconds before the next shot, there is some deterrence there, but it's not as much as pop, 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 pop. Okay? Now, move on and talking more about the fleshing out of the strategy is you start with that jab, the double, triple jabs, right? Or more jabs, right? As many jabs as it takes for you to get yourself into an appropriate position. Because think about it too. What happens most of the time when you double, triple jab, multi-jab somebody, all right? Look at the film. I can show you countless times where guys either shell up or they break down hard at the waist or they jump out hard. So it's like really the three options. They're going to shell up and freeze. They might try to throw something with it, but they might get caught. But typically it's going to be a shutdown for a second because all the barrages of jabs. They're going to break down at the waist to try to get away from it, or they're going to jump out hard to get away. Any of those situations, you jab until you get to where you want to be, right? So if they're break down at the waist, you don't need to keep on jabbing necessarily. You can start letting the appropriate other punches come. If they jump out hard, you got to go after them with those more jabs until you get them to where? To a place where they got nowhere else to go, right? And that's what's beautiful about when you get somebody on the rope is if I get you on the rope right here, I know you can only go this way and you can go this way, all right? That's it. You know, you can try to smother me down. Maybe that's about your third option, but you ain't going that way any further, right? You got some pull on it, but there's only so much you're gonna be going, all right? Versus if I got you in the middle of the ring, you can go anywhere, all right? So that's what's great and so important about jabbing someone if they're gonna leap out and step out, jabbing them, cutting off the ring all the way, and we're gonna talk about that a little bit later, all the way to the ropes. So now they're on the ropes, their back is up against the wall, and now you can treat them like a human heavy bag, right? Because why you can hit a heavy bag so hard is because that heavy bag isn't just gonna jump out from you when you throw something. It's stuck, and you can anticipate what it's gonna do, this way or that way. So same thing with that person on the ropes. Now, we're starting with those jabs. We throw as many as it takes, okay? While being smart, everything, fundamentally sound. We're gonna start at the head, whether it's with the jab or with other punches. We're gonna go down to the body, and then we're going to come back up to the head. All right, so let me talk about all these pieces here. So we start off with the head. Why? To control the thinking, everything else, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And now to be clear, I'm not saying don't counter to the body. Yes, someone leads with a punch, you can counter for the body every day, all day. Not a problem. I'm talking about leading, all right? And to be clear, again, I'm talking about you firing the first shot, because be first is something you hear a lot of boxing coaches say, and it's important. It's definitely important. The person that is tending to lead is tending to control, all right? I mean, again, 80% of the time, this is the situation. So if you can make a habit of being the person that's leading, you're probably controlling the action 9 times out of 10 or 8 times out of 10, all right? So you start off at that head because you're going to be controlling their eyes, their thinking, everything else. And whether you hit it, they block it, catch it, or they break down, try to slip it, whatever, dip it, you go down for the body. And now, going down for that body, no matter what they did outside of jumping away, you're going to be hitting something, right? Either good, clean shots that are going to hurt them, but at the very least, you're going to control them. You're hitting something. Hitting something is way better than hitting nothing, right? So you go down for that body. Now the key is, don't stop with the body. Why? Because now you're inviting the counter. Because every time you throw a body shot, you're open up for the head. And again, like we talked about earlier with single jabs, if you shoot a single jab, you're saying, hey, to a decent person, hey, come on, counter it. Come on, counter. Boom. Come on, counter. Same thing if I finish at the body and stay there. If I hit the body, boom. Well, you want to hit me back? Boom. Do you want to try to counter that one, right? So after we hit that body, we're going to come back up to the head. Because also, too, with your opponent that is looking to counter you, and again, I can show you plenty of times where someone goes for the body, intends to come back up to the head, and they get countered in between punches, all right? Yes, but again, we're talking about making this simple. And also, it's going to work the majority of the time. If someone knows that, think about it, if you're boxing someone and you're noticing that they're starting up top, they're going down for the body, and they stop. Or they go for the body just right away, and they stop. You know, hey, I got nothing to worry about up here. So all I got to do is, I got to block that shot, boom, counter back. Versus if they're always coming back up with something, and you don't always know what that something is, it's going to make you more hesitant. And that is also the benefit of throwing punches and bunches, combinations. Again, if I'm throwing one shot, inviting the counter. If I'm throwing multiple punches, the other guy doesn't know when you're going to stop. So now they have to throw when you throw, which can be more dangerous, requires more skill and more timing. And if they don't anticipate and time correctly, it can be a dangerous thing. All right? So again, we're just trying to take more and more things away from your opponent, make it simpler for you, and make you more successful. Last thing, we come back up for that head to shut down the counter. We're going to finish, though, typically, and again, 80-20, right? I'm not saying every single time, and if you don't do it, you're going to get knocked the hell out. But try to finish with the lead hand, right? Whether that's a lead hook, shot, or a jab before you exit out, right? So we start with the head, go down for the body, come back to the head, finish off with the lead side, and we exit out. Go around, whatever. And the benefit of this, as many of you guys know that are into boxing or do boxing, is it's going to side you back up, right? If I finish with a jab, I'm sided back up. I'm automatically more protected than if I finish with the right hand, because I have to side myself up back afterwards. So I'm literally siding myself up with a punch. So with a scoring punch, a punch that's going to hurt them, control them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm getting myself safe. And like my dad would teach, start with a jab, finish with a jab. Start with a jab, go to the body, come back up top, finish with a jab. Use your jab as your entry and your exit punch. Because that's what's so beautiful about the jab, is since it's not a rotational punch, it's just a movement punch. You can jab out and around someone at the end when you're done. You can go after them more if you want with a jab when they get away or whatever. So that's all the benefits of it. And again, it costs least amount of energy. Now, let's talk about, I mentioned 80-20. So let's talk about how this strategy works and doesn't work. Like I said, it's going to work 80% of the time, 20%, and that's a chunk. It's not going to work. All right? It doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, but these are some of the things that you want to be thinking about, some little side notes, all right? So first off is, and this is, to be clear, this is true with any strategy. Anything that anyone will tell you to do in a boxing ring or in life is not going to work all the time, every single time, because of all the freaking variables that are out there, all right? Now, what are some ways that we can avoid the 20, all right? First off, mix in feints. Because, again, if you do this strategy perfectly, right, you throw multi-jabs, double, triple, combination, go down for the body, finish up top, boom, to exit out. and then you're done. Regroup, blah, blah, blah. When you're ready, you go again, you do the same thing basically. Now, if they always know you're going to be starting with that jab, a good fighter can counter that jab. We all know that. So how do you nullify that? Well, you don't always start when they think you're going to start. You just feint. So get good at your feints. Feints is a whole other art of boxing that's very, very important. But basically, the shortest way to understand and learn it is practice the first fifth of a punch. That first little movement that you're about to throw a punch. One way that I like to think about it, like when I was boxing, and I explained to some of my fighters, is almost like think that you're going to throw the punch, right? Almost think like the same thoughts you would think when you're about to jab. Do that to get the feel for it. So you're not, because some guys, they'll be like, okay, well, I'm going to shoot a jab. Boom. I'm going to practice feinting. We'll do something like that. It's like, bro, what you doing? So, yeah, little tips on the jab there, or feints there. But if they don't know when you're starting, right, and they're not sure, they're like, oh, he's starting. Oh, he's not starting. Then they're going to start kind of ignore some of the telltale signs of the start, and then, bam, that will allow you to start and not get creamed when you're trying to start. All right, makes sense? And then also sometimes, like we said, 80-20. So 20% of the time, lead with some different punches here and there. But man, it's hard to go wrong with some feints and then those double, triple, quadruple, ton of jabs. Brr, do your work and be done. All right, now the second one is moving with the jab. So we need to be able to move with the jab in many different ways. And being able to cut off the ring while multi-jabbing, be able to get our feet correct while we're multi-jabbing, being able to do everything in the ring while maintaining this machine gun-like jab. And that's something that actually I'm going to talk about all of the footwork strategies with that on the whiteboard. So let's go talk about that. All right, guys, so let's talk about footwork with the jab. So you have your boxing ring here, right? The squared circle. Now, your standard basic passive movement is what? You can go forward, you can go backwards, you can go lateral, right or left, all right? Now, let me do that a little bit better. As we all know, a basic thing in boxing, a big no-no that anyone that knows anything about boxing will tell you is what? Don't move straight back, or don't move straight back for more than a couple steps. Right? Now, why is that? Is that just some folklore voodoo stuff? No, there's a good reason why. Because if you're moving straight back, you're going to end up on your heels eventually, right? Think about going back. And you're going to end up where? You're going to end up on the rope right here. Like we talked about earlier up top, you're limited on your options now, all right? Now you're a human heavy bag, potentially, all right? Now, think about this though. A lot of times, people will tell you not to go straight forward. Well, yes, you do want to go straight forward. And with these multi-triple jabs, going straight forward, you're driving that person straight back. Ha-ha, good time. And they're going to end up right here, and they're going to be limited on where they can go. Now, think about it as well. If we can drive them into a corner as well, we're also going to limit the amount of options they have, because now, unlike here, see right here, they can go this way, that way, or they could try to go forward out that way, all right? Or smother you down. Here in the corner, they don't have these options here. They can either go this way, this way, this way. They're stuck, all right? And that is the benefit, as you guys know, of getting people on the ropes, and then the benefit particularly of getting people in the corner. And of course, you as a boxer need to work on getting people in the corners and you avoiding corners. You see that when guys are about to get knocked the hell out or they're really hurt, they'll kind of go one corner, stagger out of that corner, go to the next corner, stagger out of that corner, and eventually they go into a corner that they decide to be where their grave is going to be, and that's where they get stopped. Now, so if it's the case that we want to drive people straight back, if they want to let us drive them straight back, which it is the case, a good boxer is going to do what? They're not going to let you drive them straight back. They're going to try to avoid off in a circular type pattern, off the line. So they're going to go typically off to a circle pattern like that, or a circle pattern like this, right? So they're circling off like that, because if you're coming in straight and they're getting a little bit off the side as they're making space, guess what? Now you're here, they're over here, they have all of that to go. All right, so they're good and you're in trouble now because you're over here and you got to start all over again. Or they can reverse it on you if they want to be aggressive and drive you right to the ropes or to a corner, all right? So how do we nullify that situation? You need to know how to jab in and cut them off as you do it, all right? So being able to jab, make space, or rather overcome space, get closer as you match their movement, right? Because it's very easy as a beginner boxer, and obviously it's your first foundational things you learn, is to be able to step forward, step backwards, step laterally, and step to the other side. And that's it. So you're working in these 4 planes. What you need to be able to do with this double triple jab is not only be able to cut off laterally, but get in closer as you do so, all right? So as they're cutting off here, you are making this pattern, so therefore, you're gonna catch them at some point and be able to drive them straight back. Same thing goes for this way as well. So you need to work on these patterns of movement, which I'm gonna demonstrate in a video. Here's that jab, forward and lateral movement. Again, it's very important to be able to be in your stance and be able to jab straight in with your double, triple jabs, multi-jabs to drive them straight back. Very important concept like we talked about. Now, let's talk about moving forward and off to the side. Very easy to do to the lead side. But most people, if you're boxing an orthodox boxer particularly, they're not gonna go that way. They're gonna go off that way because think about it. Easiest to move this way. So they're gonna be moving back and circling off to this side if they're a good fighter. So, let's use our line here to show this. So again, they're gonna be going this way a lot of times. They're gonna make a little bit of space go off that way if you can't drive them straight back. So we need to be able to get not only closer, but stay with them. How do we do that? Watch my feet here. I have to make sure my stance is not on a tightrope. We know this anyway, good boxing technique. You don't want to be on a tightrope because you lack in lateral movement in general, but also too, it's just not going to be a good position to throw your other punches. So if I'm here off the tightrope with that first jab, I'm going to step in and almost get on a tightrope. Watch. I'm here. Boom. I got a little bit closer and I got a little bit on a tightrope. Now the back foot's going to come afterwards. I'm here. Next jab. I get closer, almost on a tightrope, bring the back foot up with me. And then so over time, what's going to happen is I'm here in my stance. Here's my guy. He's going to make space and get off to the side. I'm here. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm staying with him. I'm going in a pure line that way. I'm not curving with him because, again, think about it. If I curve with somebody and I do this number, I'm not going to get them, right? And then if I only go pure lateral and he's making space on me, I'm not going to get him because he's going lateral and backwards. Make sense? So you need practices in the ring. Advantageous positions to have somebody is either on the rope or in a corner, all right? When they're in the middle of the ring, they can go anywhere, right? So if someone's in the middle of the ring right here, my movement potential, look at that, it's like a sun, is endless. Again, here, my movement potential side to side here, and maybe I could drive forward. So you're cutting off half the options, and then here, you're cutting off even more options. So see that? It's a beautiful picture, isn't it? Now, I can hear right now, because not everybody is stocky, not everybody is medium build, right? There's some guys that are great boxers, a lot of great boxers, that are long and lanky. Now in this situation, you can still do the same thing. Why is that? Because off those double, triple jabs, you're jabbing in, you want to have small steps, but that jab, just like for a shorter guy, is your measuring stick. And just like a measuring stick, once you get past a certain point, you know you got to stop. And it's a literal physical arm barrier in the way that will stop you from smothering yourself. So often you'll see short guys, medium-sized guys, or tall guys smother themselves, right? Smother themselves from their optimum range of power and leverage that can be generated. Versus great fighters get people right where they want them. All right, think about like Tommy Hearns. He has the great range so he can create perfect leverage or achieve his perfect leverage and maximum power with his punches, him being a longer guy. So you can use that jab as a taller guy, and if someone wants to, you know, because everyone habitually, right, if you freaking do a bunch of punches in my face, habitually, most people, they're gonna go back just a little bit, no matter who they are, all right? And that's where you, as a taller person, can use this jab. Now, also though, you might wanna use the jab as a taller person to do the circle pattern, all right? So you, as a taller guy, can be here, and then kind of just circle around, because now you're keeping range, you're keeping them busy to line up. You're doing everything we're doing with the strategy, but you're not necessarily getting closer at all. You're either keeping the same exact range or even slightly getting out as the other person tries to get slightly closer to you. But think about it. This pattern here, if you start from here, it's a long time before you end up on the ropes. And then, of course, you can just switch the pattern here like that, and that gives you more space and everything else. All right, so as a longer guy, you're going to jab a little bit more off to the side sometimes. As a shorter guy, I strongly recommend you not, or even as a medium-sized guy, I recommend you being able to jab, and the tall guy too, jabbing straight in with multi-jabs, because that's hopefully going to drive them straight back, completely control them, and you're going to minimize the ability of getting smothered. Think about it. If you're coming in with big old hooks and things like that, there's openings there where if they stop immediately or they step into you, you're like this or like this, and now they're inside you, and now it's all shut down. All your good work is smothered, and it's very hard to work off of that. Versus if I have an arm in the way and I'm jabbing and someone tries to get inside of it, there is some control that happens. There's some space that is naturally created that's going to keep you from getting smothered. So if you're a shorter guy and you're attacking people and you're finding yourself, you always get in close and too close, it's probably because you're not doing the strategy. All right, so start doing the strategy. So let's go up in the ring and let's finish up doing what we're talking about. All right, so now let's talk about a couple more tie-up notes before I hit my final thoughts on the multi-jab strategy. So we need to defend while we jab, okay? Because like any weapon, any good weapon can make you dangerous, right? It's like you could have the best weapon ever, but if you tend to deliver it in a really ridiculous way that opens you up, it can be your downfall, all right? So obviously making sure that when we shoot that jab, we're sided up, we hide our chin behind the shoulder as we do it, the chin is down. Again, that's like just like multi-jabs, chin down. So many guys, they get away with that with their chin up for so long. And I'm sure people tell them, but they get away with it. They get away with it until they don't get away with it. And then they have a horrible career-defining loss, let's say, all right? Or get seriously hurt. All right, but keeping that chin down, popping the shoulder up, keeping yourself sided up, using this backhand, the rear hand, for your defense. Again, talking about 80-20, I can stop over half the amount of punches with this rear hand, right? I can catch a jab, I can catch a right crossover, so a jab, right cross, right hand up, uppercut, up for the head, up the middle here, all right? I can block the hook here. So you need to be able to jab and have this arm be jabbing independent of this hand doing your defense. And again, you put head movement on top of this, woo, and footwork, you're gonna give people a hell of a time, but you gotta make sure you develop this rear hand like every great defensive fighter. Think about Georgie Benton to Floyd Mayweather. So being able to shoot out this jab and be here, boom, catch, different timing, here, oh. The only shot that they can hit you with then is something with the right hand for the body. All right, but again, the more you can focus on bringing this elbow in and not chicken wing and jabbing, the less you make that vulnerable. The more unpredictable you are with feints and things of that nature is going to make it harder as well. And then you could say they could get a shot up the middle. You could kind of get things in there as well, but nevertheless, the 1, 2, 3 uppercuts, 4 and 5 is what we call them. You're stopping all those shots, so you're only left, and you can stop the left hook to the body as well. So only some things on the right side, and sometimes like a real crazy overhand right. And that's it. But you're not going to get good at this, and you're not going to believe me until you practice this stuff, right? Until you get in front of that mirror and you literally practice doing all those jabs, mixing and catching and blocking, and not seeing yourself, seeing your opponent, throwing those punches, and you reacting, you watching while you're throwing. And that is also something, too, that if you haven't got this down yet, you must get this down. Being able to throw while watching your opponent. So often we will watch our opponent, and our defense is okay. Then we throw, we kind of stop watching and stop looking for things coming, and that's why you get hit so much when you're throwing oftentimes. So being able to throw that jab, all those jabs, while you're watching. Not only watching for the punch coming that they might be throwing, but also watching what their body's doing, so therefore you can deliver the appropriate combination. Now, I recommend starting off, though, just practice throwing combinations off of the jab and just mixing it up. Because, again, that takes a little extra level of ability depending what ability you're at. But initially, if you're kind of a beginner, intermediate, work on double, triple jabs, multiple jabs, and then doing something besides the right hand after that, all right? Or if you're southpaw, straight left hand. So after those multi-jabs, go with the hook for the body, come back up top with the combination. After those multi-jabs, do a lead uppercut. Do a rear uppercut if it was appropriate in that situation. Do a right hook to the body, come back up top for the head, bam, bam, side yourself back up at the end. Throwing different things, because again, this is one way you can make this not work, is by doing multi-jabs, just like I'm telling you, and you'll have some success. But if you're always looking to land the right hand after that, they'll be looking for that right hand, and a decent guy will counter you, right? You want to keep the guy guessing, all right? If you keep him guessing and you keep controlling him, controlling his mind, controlling his breathing and his body, you'll have a good time. All right, now the last thing is, before I have my final thoughts, is avoiding overuse injuries, all right? Because if you're going to be jabbing people's face off, and you're going to be jabbing your freaking arm off, all right? So the number one way to avoid injuries with a jab is, especially when you start off and you're working on all these jabs, don't try to murder somebody with every single one of these jabs, all right? You can, with time, learn how to get an awesome snap at the end that's going to make them sting and make a pretty powerful jab. But focus on first just the motion. I have a video on this, on how to throw a bunch of jabs fast. But just the motion of even this, not even turning the hand over and working the feet with it, because that's another thing too. You got to coordinate your step with your jab, right? But here, and that way I'm focused on getting my elbow back. All right, see that? And I'm not chicken winging. Then once I got that, then at the end, I can get the turnover. So I'm here, like that. Those are the basics of it. I honestly feel it more in my bicep than in my shoulder because of the momentum that I'm shifting from going out and stopping and bringing back, right? So I'm actually feeling my bicep, honestly, a lot more than I feel my shoulder. A lot of times when we feel our shoulders when we box, again, you can just feel this anyway if you're doing everything perfect because it's just such a ballistic sport, but as you have tension, there's a little bit of tension in the shoulder, so now you're fatiguing and just really overusing all of that. And that comes from squeezing before you hit and things of that nature, but it's going to cause you a lot of trouble. Now, with all this extension, you need to work on the posterior delt, so reverse flies, doing Y shapes, like get a TRX band or just bands going up here, and you're going for high reps, burning it out. Do a split stance here, T's here, and then down here with like a W or an M shape, this would be like a W, here, like that, getting the posterior delt as well as some lats as well, because you want to build all that up. You as a boxer, you're going to work a lot here in the anterior shoulder, the pecs and everything else, so you have to avoid overuse injuries, have to work everything else back here to support it. And the more you do that, let me tell you, you will feel like you just have like armor and protection and you're almost bulletproof because all that is relatively strong and engaged and everything else and able to be activated and is not imbalanced by all the extension that is in boxing, all right? So that's just something you really gotta watch out for. Also, last little tip on that is like sleeping, is if you are jabbing people's face off like you should be, it might be hard to sleep on your lead shoulder. All right, because you spend a night sleeping on a lead shoulder and that lead shoulder is so overworked, you're going to cut off some blood flow and things like that and put it in awkward positions. And you might wake up feeling like, oh man, my shoulder feels horrible. And it might just be because of how you slept. All right. And then lastly is getting a ball, like whether it's a golf ball, lacrosse ball, whatever, getting on a wall and hitting these points, leaning up against that ball and then moving the arm around. That's the key. Don't just hit it and feel it. Hit it. Breathe, focus on breathing and relaxing so you're not just like this doing it, and then moving the arm around and you'll work out that tissue and those knots that you have. And that can be a really important way to help for recovery as well as also before you start your workout to help you loosen up. And to be clear too, with these exercises also as well, the rotator cuff work, elbow in, stays in, got a band here, boom, getting that posterior delt as well. Do that, like I said, high rep, a lot of times to start a workout, because that's going to get everything primed for all the other stuff so that these other muscles don't take over and create overuse injuries, all right? Now, final thoughts. I want you to think about this. When you think of a classic power puncher, right? You think of the biggest punchers. You don't tend to think about their jab, all right? Now think about how in your mind that's a bias that might be messing you up, because a lot of them, you could make an argument for, did have some good jabs. But they got away, some of them got away without a good jab or emphasizing a jab because the power made up for it, right? And again, not all the time, but a lot of these guys you can think of that are big, powerful punchers, they are not your consummate multi-jabbers, all right? And then when you think of multi-jabbers, right, I think in the contemporary period, people like maybe Paulie Malignaggi or like Devin Haney, guys that are known for, doing some double jabs and things of that nature, they're not known for being the biggest punchers. And those things are not mutually exclusive. It's not like, oh man, you throw double, triple jabs, so therefore you can't throw power shots. It's that these guys don't have very much power, so they make up for it with that double, triple jab, multi-jabs. So think about it. You develop power, you have some power, and also too, I'm a strong believer that you can grow your power. Sure, you might not be born to be Gervonta Davis power or Mike Tyson power or whatever, but whatever power ability you have right now, I've done it time and time again with my fighters. You can go from being a powder puff hitter to being a freaking almost a brick smasher, right? Maybe not the elite, because you got to remember too, these guys that you're thinking about as power punchers, they hit harder than the dude in your gym, all right? Unless you're in the gym with one of these guys. But this world-class power puncher guy, he hits harder than the guy that hits hard in your gym, all right? So that's one thing you got to remember. People like Canelo, stuff like that, he hits harder than any dude that's that weight in your gym, unless you're in the gym with Canelo, all right? So, but think about it. They have that jab because they have a deficit, or in a sense, they don't have the biggest powerful punch, so the jab makes up for that deficit. The power puncher makes up for maybe some deficits on multi-jabs with their power punches. Oh my gosh, what if you combine those two things together? That sounds like a pretty good fighter, doesn't it? And of course, you can probably make a correlation. The most of the greatest fighters, not the good ones, not the ones that are like, they're in the history books, but they're just like not the greatest fighters in their divisions. The ones that are the greatest, they did more of that. They did more of the double, triple jabs, used the jab to back up the power shots. All right? And the last thing is, remember, like I talked about in the beginning with the genesis of this and why my dad kind of developed this whole strategy and system, is keep it simple. Boxing has the potential to be so complex that it'll just shut you down. And complexity is the enemy of execution. You can make something so freaking complex that you don't execute, and then you're going to miss everything that you want to achieve with it. So you want to make it simple, and also while being complex, it sounds hypocritical, but boxing is also really simple. It's a really stupid sport in a lot of ways, in the sense that it's just how much can you hit the other guy, and how much can you not get hit, right? Can you just hit him more than he hits you? And if you can do that, or just hit him enough that you get him out of there, you won the fight. So don't step away in your journey progressing as a boxer. Don't forget that. Don't forget, at the end of the day, doesn't matter what pretty thing you learned or this, that, and other thing, cool little dance move you did. It matters how much you hit the dude, and if you did it more than the dude hit you, and hopefully you minimize the amount of damage that you had while doing it. And maybe you hit him enough and hard enough that you took him out of there. And it's going to be very hard for anyone to rob you of a win if you do that. Think about it. One of the most stylistic boxers, right? Most entertaining guys to watch, Emmanuel Augustus. He was a great journeyman. And he had all these amazing, cool looking things he did. So a lot of times the guys that you remember as being like, wow, like they do so much crazy stuff. What I've noticed is those guys they don't end up to be the greatest of those divisions, all right? And if they do end up being, because I know I keep on saying it's the greatest, like Ali had some wow stuff, but also he had some basic stuff, dude. You watch that guy in the Olympics, like when my father's mentor, Chuck Bodak, was working with him. I mean, dude, it's some basic stuff, man. It's not some crazy stuff. And then also, even if you want to think about like a crazy high technical fighter like Lomachenko, there's also so much foundation there.
Think about how many jabs he throws and how many multi-jabs he throws. You know, throwaway type punches, things that he does control people. And he's not worried about trying to land every single shot. That kind of runs me back, just to close out, to that thing I talked about in the earlier part of the video of the idea of trying to make every shot a kill shot. If you're trying to do that, you're not going to land the kill shot. And look at a guy like Lomachenko, who is, you know, so gifted and also has so much skill as well. So he's talented and he has skill. His punch accuracy isn't that high. So remember that for yourself. You got to be setting things up, putting things out there, setting it up with a multi-triple jab, and you're going to be successful then. And if you just try to land that highlight reel shot, that check hook, you know, that one lead shot, boom, oh my gosh. Those shots are special for a reason, because they don't happen that often, right? We want to do what's going to work most of the time in most of the situations. 80-20. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you have any questions, comment, put that below. I'm going to take a deep dive into counter punching. Now, to be clear, everything we're going to talk about in this video and everything I'm going to demonstrate as we go through this video with one of my boxers are things that I've coached fighters to do or I've done myself, okay? So there's none of this funky, crazy, wacky crap, frankly, that's out there that people think that maybe in some universe it could work somehow. We're going to talk about actual things that fighters do, and I've had fighters do, or I've done myself, that actually works, all right? So we're going to take a deep dive, go into the nuances, everything else. Now, am I going to cover everything in counterpunching? No. But I'm going to give you the valuable chunks and maybe some concepts or reminders of things you might have already learned that you forgot about that might be a game changer for you with your training, or maybe for someone you're working with, all right? There's a lot of people that different levels that watch this, people that are just starting to box, people that box for a long time, people that are coaching, and some people have been coaching for a long time, because everybody needs maybe different reframes or reminders of how to do things, or just a different take, all right? I divided counterpunching into 4 categories. Now, is this the only way that you can divide counterpunching? No, absolutely not. But I did this in interest of disseminating the information, but also in an attempt to go from what is hardest, or rather, excuse me, go from what's easiest to what's hardest, all right? So starting off first with opposite side countering, then going to same side countering, then going to same time countering, and then the 4th box or category, you're going to want to make sure you stick around for that one, because that one could be a complete game changer, maybe for you in what you're doing, or maybe someone you're working with, all right? If you enjoy this video, make sure you click like, comment below, drop a super thanks. You do that by going on the bottom of the video sliding over a little bit, and you see where it says thanks with that heart. Click on that. That's a great way to buy me a cup of coffee, give me the energy to make more videos. Great way to support the channel if you want me to produce more content like this. All right, guys? Now, without further ado, let's jump right in. All right, so I'm going to run through deep on counters. Got a fighter here, Harold Avalar. How many fights you got now, Harold?
12.
12 fights. Awesome. Rocking and rolling. Now, we're going to go through 4 different segments of counters, and we're going to save one of the best and meta points for last. All right, so first one is talking about the easiest type of counter we can do, which is opposite side counters. Why is it the easiest? Because if he shoots, let's say, a jab, and I catch the jab, it's easy for me to quickly return with my next punch with the proper timing. The one thing that we want to make sure with all these counters we do is have proper timing. If we wait too long, if he does a jab, and then I wait a long time for my counter, what's probably coming after the jab, Harold? Yep, the right hand. So if I wait too long, boom, I get hit by it, I do it. But if I do it at half time, if you ever play music, the 1 and timing, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So jab, boom, bop, like that, I'm going to catch it before the right hand goes. Do a 1, 2, boom, bop. See, I'm going to catch him before the right hand can almost get even started. But it's in pathway, it's in trajectory to me, and I'm going to shut it down before it gets to me. That's how we need to do our opposite side timings, but all of our timings that are counters, even if they're same side, except for the second to last one and the last one. All right, so we have that idea of we need that half timing is what we call it. Now, first counter we're going to do is a catch block like I'm doing with his jab. He does his jab, boom, bam. I shoot right afterwards, boom, bam. Do it again, jab, boom, bam. Right there. I want to get that quick timing to shut him up before anything else comes, or before he's able to actually react defensively to that maneuver. Again, if I wait too long, it's easy, like do a jab and then a catch. Jab, catch, jab, catch. Jab, catch. It allows him to do boom, boom. He can react. Do a jab again. boom, and I go here, boom, he knows that he can block that shot as it's coming. All right. So now let's talk about this if I'm southpaw and orthodox. All right. So if he does a jab for my face, I can use this hand to block it, deflect it. I like blocking with the lead hand. But typically, again, same thing, 80-20. The backhand does a lot of the defensive work. So he shoots this shot, bam, I'm here. Allows me to still shoot it up here, or boom, bam, come over. And what's brilliant about that is that, again, most people after a jab shoot what, Harold? They want to shoot the 2, right? And against a southpaw, you want the 2. A lot of people do, right? So if he does a 1-2, I can catch him with that jab right before it even comes, all right? And I come either over or under it, but allows me to shut him up in the middle of what he's doing. Now, a few other blocks to talk about that are opposite sides. Classic one, he shoots the right hand. I block it like that, and I come back with my own right hand. So basically, as that right hand's starting to come back, boom, I'm catching as he's coming back, okay? And I'm going to catch him inside the other punches. Again, this is why it's important that we don't wait to counter. Do a 2-3. Boom, bam. If I wait, I'm going to trade with his 3. But again, boom, wham. I want to catch him inside of that. And if I hit him with that hard, it's going to knock him back a little bit. It's going to pull off the 3. And if anything, it might take off power. And I still need to be responsible and watch out for it. You know, it could still hurt me. But it's going to eliminate some of that. Strawman me and kind of fall back after I hit you with the right hand. Boom, wow. Like that. I ain't got much to worry about. And that can oftentimes happen if you have a good pop. All right, now another one is he does the 3, boom, and off of that 3, I'm going to come back with my 3 because oftentimes this hand won't be exactly where it needs to be and everything else, and I can get that shot. Turn sides real quick. So one more time, kind of do a sloppy drop of the right hand. Boom, wham, like that. Or if he's trying to come back with another shot, do a 3 and then a 6B. Boom, wham, I can get this shot. Essentially moving on to some other moves we're going to talk about, but inside of it off of this catch block opposite side. But again, it's the easiest to do. Now, talking about rolls. Now, we don't want to roll a jab typically from a same stance fighter. Why is that? Why do you think, Errol? Well, because typically after that, it's coming what? Like we talked about. Boom, that one. So if I roll and I'm here and I'm coming back, I might probably just trade with his right hand, but shoot the right hand. I roll the right hand. What comes after that typically? A hook style shot, and I can get a right hand inside of that or an uppercut inside of it before it connects to me, right? Now also too, think about it. This hand's coming from this side, turn just slightly like right here. This hand comes slightly from this side, so therefore I don't have to turn as much, right? It's coming from this angle, so I only need to turn that much for it to get in the way of the right hand. But if he shoots the jab, shoot the jab, boom. See, he's got the opening still. I have to turn further now in order to get it, right? It's going to cost me more time, and time is very valuable as a fighter, right? So I do that, shoot that right hand, roll it, come back with the right hand, uppercut, whatever it is. I can shovel shot, a lot of opportunities off of that, and I'm going to shoot inside of a punch and not wait and trade. Now, if we're opposite stance and he shoots the jab here, boom, that's where I can use that because it's coming from this side, right? So I'm here, I roll it, boom, come back before something else comes, something of that nature. I'm not going to want to roll this hand because, again, it's going to take so long for me to maneuver over. Now, at the end of the day, if you don't get hit, that's a win, right? So whatever the hell you do, if you don't get hit, that is a win, but there's always optimization that we can do. Now, let's, one more roll to talk about. Do a left hook for me. I'm here, and I just slightly drop off to the side. With all these rolls, if I just turn like this, I'm going to get hit by the punch, right? You hit my face, champ. There you go, good. So I'm right there. So I got to shrug it up, drop down. The more I can kind of drop down a little bit and hunker down, I can get out of the way of the shot. Some people, if you're taller, you can kind of lean back and pull, and it will slide up like that. But if you're like me, a little bit shorter, then you got to kind of drop down a little bit sometimes to get this out of the way. You can't always afford to lean back. But the same thing we're going to do with this one here. So he shoots that left hook. I'm here, boom, and it can slide through exactly, and I can get my shot off if I want. And that's something you can do as a fighter, is easily make people avoid and not get hit by shots and counter back, like do a right hand. I'm here, I come back, do the hook. I'm here, boom. Hands are down, but you're not getting hit.
Hey guys, taking a quick break from the video to say make sure you stick around for the end, where I'm going to talk about that fourth category of counterpunching that could be the one thing that you're missing.
Next, we're going to talk about brushes. All right, so brushes, if he shoots his jab, I'm going to brush it to the side. I'm not going to make the habit, I'm not big on parrying down a lot because particularly as a beginner, it can be disadvantageous because if I shoot the jab, if I get here too soon, then the worst case scenario is I might resist it wrong. But if I do this too soon, then I get hit by the shot, just like that. Now, if I do this too soon, it's still just in the way of the shot. There's not much movement that's going to happen. I'm not literally dropping my hands, all right? Now, He's used that jab. I'm going to brush it to the side, and then we're doing opposite side. So I'm going to come back with my jab off of that, or a sweet move that I like against a taller guy. You're not taller, but if pretend you were, right? Do the jab. I'm here, and I brush in off it. Boom, hook to the body, or hook up top. And what's brilliant about this is that you can maneuver them off. I kind of do a stiff jab. I throw them off balance a little bit, and that allows me to get a punch off before your follow-up can happen. If I don't put any pressure on that at all or anything, it's easy for him to come back with the two off of it, right? But the more pressure I put on it, it's going to throw him off balance so I can get my shots off, all right? Now, same thing with the right hand. If he shoots that right hand, I can brush it to the inside. Again, always simply inside. Come back with my right hand here, something like that, and that's going to be a really easy thing to do. Also, like, stick your right arm out and just kind of stiff. You know, people do this, right? And if he locks the elbow, that's illegal in amateurs. But if not, it's not illegal. So here, I'm on the forearm, and I brush, boom, and I want to do it hard and violently, turning my body a little bit to allow me to create power, but also to control him, to get him off balance. So it's a brilliant thing to do because it will throw people off balance. It will wreck their shoulders. It will tire out the shoulders a lot if you can get the timing right, but it can be dangerous if you rely on it too much, all right? But great counters off of that. Then next one, classic slips, right? We're not going to go through all the slips of everything, but he shoots a jab, typically slip to the outside, come back with the right hand as it's kind of dropping, shoot the jab and drop afterwards. Here, a lot of people do that, get hit by that shot or shoot it again. He slips, maybe leans in a little bit, boom, like that, and then shoot the right hand. I'm here, hook to the body, we all know that, hook up top, or you slip over there. Another great one is the uppercut, because sometimes after he misses, you'll feel the counters coming, and you'll try to be here, but you'll still be square. So do that. Shoot the right hand, come back and be square. Boom. If my timing was slightly off, I can get that lead uppercut up the middle. Basics with that. Also remember, at the end of the day, we can slip both sides on the jab, shoot the jab. So I can slip to the inside, jab, hook, boom, get the sternum shot if I want. Turn sides real quick. So shoot that jab. I'm here. Woo, shoot straight down the pipe. Boom, good here. Boom, I can get that shot right there. Beautiful shot to do. Or I can get past both. Do 1-2, right? Both get past sometimes if he does that very fast 1-2. Now, this is where you strategically might want to lean forward a little bit, like a lot of fighters do, that invites punches to come. So I'm here. If I'm leaning forward, typically what you make you want to hit me with, right? The jab. So I'm inviting the jab. He shoots the jab. I pull from it. Boom. Come back. Because again, if he puts his jab with some power on it, and there's any type of fatigue in his body, there might be a little drop. Or if he sees me drop down a little bit, so shoot the jab again. Here, boom, right off of it before the right hand comes. Again, one and, not one, wait, two, right? So not wait and shoot, but boom, bop, right off of it. And then another 1-2, like do a 1-2, boom, wham, I pull from that, bam. Let's say he really commits and leans with the 1-2, boom, wham, now he's stuck, and unless he does something, bam, I'm going to get that shot off nice and clean. And the same thing goes, obviously, like, give me a 1-2-3. Boom, boom, wham, I pull out of that. So I purposely make him believe I'm here, boom, boom, and I pull out just a little bit, bam, to get that shot off before anything comes, beating the hook with a straight punch. Because even though if a good fighter misses a 3, it's a good idea for them to come back with a 2. And if I wait too long, I'll trade with them. But if I get my timing right, I won't. And that's where if Harold misses that 3, he needs to get ready defensively to either catch it or bob under it, right, to avoid it, step out, etc. And the last one is steps. So if he shoots a jab, I'm here, side step, boom, come back with that. Shoots the right hand, I can do a little step to the side, bam. And same thing with southpaw and orthodox here, shoot the jab, off to the side, come back with the hook here. And then if I'm here, I can sidestep the 2. There, a lot of times people say don't move that way as a southpaw, but that does allow me a way to get around that hand. Now, let's talk about same side. So what's challenging about same side is that it's hard to resist it. So let's come like right here. Perfect. So if he does like a left hook for me and I have my hand on my face and he puts power on it, it's going to run my hand into my head and give me a little bit of maneuver. It's going to make it hard for me to shoot with my same hand. I can easily do that shot again. Here, moves me, and I can come back with my left side. But to come back with my right side, do it again, boom, here, it's going to be hard. I'm going to get it offline. It's not going to work as well. So that's where you have to get better at timing and coming off the face. Do the hook, bam, put a little pop on it. Boom, I'm here. I stop it off the face. There's about 2 or 3 inches off the face. That allows me to get inside, all right? That allows me to shoot a shot inside of another shot. And when you hit people and counter people on the same side they're hitting, it's very hard defensively to deal with that, right? All right, so face me off, square off here. So if he does, let's say, the hook, I stop it like we're talking about right there, and I, bam, get it right inside of it. Let's say he does the jab, boom, I'm going to maybe pop it down a little bit and slide over. I'm not talking about a hard do the jab here. I'm not talking this and that. I'm talking just boom, sliding right over. That's what makes this move effective, right? Because if I do it wrong, let's say he feint me, boom, I still might just shoot my right hand off of that, right? Instead of just slapping down. Now, another one too is he does the right hook, do the right hook. I'm here. Yep, either one, right? I block it in either one, whether it's the body of the head. Now my arm is off to the side a little bit because of that block coming off my face, and that allows me to get inside on whatever side it is. Do the left hook for the body. I'm here, and because I didn't turn my body with it to try to ride with it, now I'm set and torqued for power on my uppercut or any punch I want on that same side. Do the right hook for the body. I'm here, boom, same thing. Or I can do it again, do the body shot. If we're going back to opposite sides, I am torqued for that shot right there, okay? Now, talk about southpaw and orthodox. So again, same idea. He does like a left hook here, boom. I'm here, I can shoot right inside or right inside of that hook, boom, wham. And even when we talk about later, same time, shoot the hook, bam. If I have a tighter hook, I can shoot that hook inside of that shot. And then if you do a shot here with that right hand, boom, I can come down, bam, like that, or hook with this side here, and I come right down the middle with that punch, all right? Now let's talk about brushing, all right, as it applies to same side. So this is where southpaw and orthodox is a good time to talk about it, is he shoots that jab, I can brush it, boom, gets me a perfect alleyway for a jab, a 1-2, and I can even do it with a step if I want to really watch out for that hand. Boom, like that, boom, boom, really puts him in a disadvantageous position for a moment. All right, and the same thing with that two. That two comes, and I can here brush it, shoot with the same hand. I don't have to do it again. I don't have to make it opposite hands now. And if anything, you can kind of see there's a better pathway, right, that I have now. Boom, getting that shot off of that. So here I'm southpaw, I'm here, boom, bam, like that. Shoot my two off. I can stay in one place, or I can step with it, depending what I'm feeling. All right, and then I skipped over it, but let's talk about the southpaw orthodox, pop up, pop down. So as we know, when we're boxing, lead hands interlock, right? If we're opposite stance, so they're interlocking. So if he feels, for instance, let's say I'm trying to pop down, boom, like that. Just like we talked about the right hand counter, the jab, do the jab, boom, bam. We're gonna do that with the jab of the southpaw, boom. But he feels that, so he starts going higher and higher for me. I feel him going higher. That's why I want to maybe feint up and then go down, right? Or if he's going higher and higher, I need to feint down to get him to drop it down so I can come over. All right, so that's just one thing you got to consider. But again, we're here, these arms are interlocking, pop down, boom, bam, that type of thing. Always here, I feint high, and I drop down low. All right, now we're talking about same time counters. This is the hardest to do because you have to throw and defend at the same exact time. Right? And that can be a hard, challenging thing for people to do, particularly in the beginning. So it's something to master over time. All right? The first one is the jab. And this one is actually kind of easy, right? So here, kind of disagree with myself, but as we go on further, you'll understand how this is harder. All right? So the most classic thing, if Harold does a jab, do a jab, boom, I do a jab and a catch same exact time, right? So I'm going to pop his head. Let me pop your head a little bit. Bam! And that's going to take off anything he wants to do afterwards, control his head, nullify him for a moment. That allows me to get off something offensively, right? Now, I can jab inside anything. Just talk about all the ideas of the jab, which we're going to talk about as we go through. Now, same thing with the southpaw and the orthodox is that a lot of times people feel, again, lead hands interlock. Like, there's nothing I can do about that. But again, with just a slight step off to the side, I can catch and jab same time if he's tracking me. Or if you have to be aggressive, like oftentimes I had to be shorter, do the jab, boom, I can do this, catch it, quote unquote, cross block it, and still get my punch off, whether it's inside or whether it's over, and I'm worried about that jab nullifying what I'm doing. Now, we got the jab slip, classic, right? Shoot the jab, here, boom, I slip off to the side. And one thing is, it's easy to do it stationary. It's hard to do it stepping in. So he's out this far from me, shoot the jab, bam, right? And I'm here, I slipped off to the side as I hit him with the jab. Turn sides real quick, just get the other angle. Let's scoot down here just a touch. So here, get out on me a little bit. I'm here, jab, boom, like that, popping it up, getting in there. If Harold was longer, I would extend the arm just a little bit longer. Now we have the right cross. He was right where I am, bam, like that, and I come off and I cross it over. He can cross catch and cross block it, but it's a very hard move to deal with. Shoot that jab again, boom, like that. You slide over. And then the other way, shoot the jab again, boom. I drop down right for that two for the body. Man, I know people have gotten the ribs broken with that because if he's stepping in with that jab as I'm shooting my right hand, we're maximizing force created, right? And it's a bad time.
Hey guys, taking a quick break from the video to say if you're enjoying it, make sure you click like, subscribe, and consider buying me a cup of coffee with a super thanks. It's a great way to support the channel if you want me to continue making more of these videos.
And then next one is the 2. So we're going to talk about slipping and shooting the 2 at the same time. So he shoots that right hand and I slip off line and catch him right there. So give me a 1-2. Boom, wham, right? And I catch him right down the line, turn real quick. This is something that you can really shut somebody down and nullify. Because remember, great counterpunchers, the whole point of this is to not only score and win fights, but also to take away people's weapons and make them not want to throw them anymore. And if every time Harold shoots a right hand, boom, I catch him with my right hand, whether it's for the head or for the stomach, it's going to make him question himself. He doesn't want to do it anymore, all right? And I do that by bringing my head off the line, bam, twisting the body, etc. Basic slip. Now, the next one is jabbing off to the side. So let's say, scoot it down here a little bit. So let's say he shoots that right hand, boom. If I jab off to the side, just kind of like the southpaw and the orthodox thing, it will get me past that. Now I could do it again, boom. I could even do that move, right? But do that jab right here, boom, like that. Jabbing off to the side as he shoots that punch, gets me offline and gets me scoring, controlling his head, and setting me up to land punches that I want to land off of it, all right? Then another one is doing the hook same time. Let's turn on this one here to show it from this side. So let's say do a 1-2. Wow. If I can get that hook off with the right timing, right as that right hand leaves its station, right, then I can get this shot off. Now there's some ways that I can double my insurance, right, and make sure I'm more safe. I can slightly slide off with it. I can get ready to catch it. And of course, keep our chin down just in case, right? Just in case stuff goes awry. But regardless, you'll be amazed at how, like you just did today in sparring, right? Where do a 1-2, boom, wow. You can catch somebody with that. And remember, if I shoot that hook hard with enough pop on it, it's actually going to maneuver his head over here, move the trajectory of the punch over there, and shut it down. That's one thing, turn real quick. You got to remember with all these counters is that the moment you hit somebody, you can shut down the following punch or change the aim of the following punch that will buy you some time or just help out defensively. All right. Now, we'll talk about southpaw. Okay, ooh, here's a good one. So he shoots that 2, boom, catch it, but also that's where the jab and slip as a southpaw comes in. So he shoots that 2, boom, just like that. Catch him with that beautiful jab for the stomach or for the head. Very underutilized move, very beneficial move. And also do the 2 again, boom, jab and catch, shoot right for my jaw, boom, jab and catch, same exact time. Great move. It's very, that one's easy. The jab and catches are easy, but underutilized. Now, let's talk about the 3. Okay, so he does the 3, let's say, and if he has any loop to the 3, I can shoot a 2 inside. So do a wide loop on the 3. Boom, right? So I can easily, if I'm quick at all, boom, get that shot. And again, let me move your head back with it. Boom, right? It's going to move it back. He's not going to get the hook off. It's going to knock him back. There's no follow-up coming after that. I should be following up after that, but we're going to control the head. If we control the head, we control the body. Now, what we can do also, though, too, is that when we shoot that 2 inside of it, boom, if the hook does come through, I have my shoulder there to protect. So now do a little bit of a tighter 3, okay? Boom, like that. My arm can play interference with it. I can tuck down a little bit. So I'm hidden, again, if I have good fundamentals. Now, hit me with the 3. If I just go like that, that's not good fundamentals. My chin is up, I'm open, and if he's close enough to get it, and if I don't get it in time, now he gets to use the counter to the 2 move that we talked about earlier on me, right? But if I hide a little bit, do it again, boom, even if my timing was off on it, I'm a little bit more protected. Now, granted, the body opens up, but everything's a trade-off, right? But let's not open up both, okay? But we can shoot that shot and literally block it as we hit it, because I shoot the hook again. I can block a hook like that without even a punch and just do this, but hell, why not hit him with that move, right? So almost think about sometimes throwing your punches to block punches, which will lead us to the last category. Then also, I skipped over it, but man, he shoots the hook, boom, just jab, right? We can be long enough range, depending who you're fighting, that the hook would never land anyway, because we kept good range management. We can step out with it a little bit, or do it again, bam. If you're shorter and you have to be in the oven, right, in the kitchen, you boom, just right there. And again, you're going to shut down the right hand that comes afterwards or anything else. And the same thing goes for southpaw and orthodox. Do the hook, boom, just like we're talking about. I get that jab right inside of it. And again, if I manage my range well and I'm the same height as him or longer, then hell, I don't even have to worry about anything, right? But if we got to get in close in the war zone, then we just got to make sure we're tucked behind or have better timing. And remember, this is going to theoretically get there faster, keep everything hidden, snap their head back, and control. The meta idea of winning exchanges, all right? So we're going to win exchanges. When they get wide, you need to get more narrow, right? So if Harold and I are both wide, right, then it's just luck of the draw. Who's hitting who, and why do people end up being wide, Harold? Why do you think, like, what technically is wrong when they get wide?
They're trying to generate power.
Trying to generate power, and they're trying to use what to generate power?
Their arms.
Their arms, right? So typically when we're trying to arm punch to create more power, people will get more wide, and that will cost you time. It will also cost you a lot of energy and cost your brain cells because you can get hit more, right? So if Harold goes wide on me, I need to get tight, right? So like do some hooks, wide hooks, just wide hooks, yep, up and low, low and high. Boom, boom, he's like that. Wah, 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 wah. Think about how much I'm going to be rocking his head around when I'm throwing like that. And the key to throwing like that is to think about throwing with your shoulders. So I'm almost throwing like I'm trying to shoulder him in the face, right? But I'm letting my hands move with it. I'm not trying to let my hands leave my body. I'm throwing in the pocket. Imagine like you have two walls that you're standing in between that you're trying to throw, and the walls are shoulder to shoulder on you. That's how I'm trying to throw wide. That's how I'm trying to throw my punches so I can get stuff off and jerk his head around and shut him up, all right? And then that leads to the timing of it, of again, when he goes wide with a shot, boom, I can get that shot right inside of that shot because he's wide and arming it, and I'm more in the box or quote unquote tight with it while still throwing relaxedly, but throw with my shoulders and not wide with the arms. Because again, the shoulders and turning the shoulders is what's going to get the body behind it, not arm movement in and of itself. Now, I want to stay protected though, right? I want to wear my seatbelt the whole time. So just because, you know, I'm a good driver doesn't mean I need to not wear a seatbelt. So therefore, when he throws, I need to be, bam, tucking my chin behind my shoulders, keeping my elbows in. So if he goes for my body, let's say, go for my body, boom. See, there's naturally going to be some blocking that happens. Now, one thing as well that's beneficial, maybe you've thought about this, Harold, maybe you haven't, is that sometimes as we throw and turn, that helps us almost ride punches as we throw. So like do the right hand, boom, I kind of ride a little bit because I'm turning my shoulders. Do the left hook, I kind of ride a little bit with that punch. So if the punch did get me, it rides with me a little bit if I wasn't fully protected. And that's the benefit of turning the body, having the chin down, turning the head a little bit with the punches to help with that. We don't want to do it excessively, but it's a little extra help that can happen when you're throwing like that. If I'm turning my shoulders as I'm throwing, it's also going to help bring my head off line, which allows me to get out of punches, shoot the right hand, boom, like that. Do the hook, I'm here, boom, like that. So if I'm throwing my shoulders, it's bringing my head off line versus, turn here a little bit. If I'm just arm punching, do some straight shots, I'm just right here. I'm right here, and he got it because I'm arm punching. But the more I turn my body, that happens. Boom, boom, boom. The more I turn my shoulders, the more I get off that line, which makes life easy as well. And that's where you see a lot of fights, whether it's amateurs or even some, sounds odd thing to mention, but even some of the women's fights. Women typically fight in a pattern where it's like not doing a lot, and then go both at the same time. Look at the last Amanda Serrano-Katie Taylor fight. Both those ladies go at the same time, and whoever was more tight in the box and had better timing was landing, all right? And whoever had their seatbelt on more, they got hit less, all right? Well, man, Harold, that about wraps it up for all the counters. Now, even if you're foundationally sound, very, very sound, like just peak level of foundations and fundamentals, which you need to have as a boxer, you can struggle with the fact that you are predictable, and therefore people exploit you, people counter you. You can't hit people. They can defend everything you do, and they know how to set you up and sometimes take you out of there and make your life miserable. This is where you need to be an unpredictable boxer. But how do we break this pattern of predictability-ness? Well, we're going to dive deep into it today, guys. Now, if you're even, to think about it with your foundation, obviously part of that foundation is, I'm assuming you don't telegraph your punches, because that's a big thing we're going to talk about as we dive into this, and we'll dive deep into that before we go into the 3 chunks I'm going to talk about in a moment. But if you always start, let's say, with the most important punch in boxing, which is the jab, right? Any good coach will tell you to start with the jab, and that's important. Absolutely, 100%. I'm not in this video to tell you not to do that. But if you always start with the jab, that is something that any decent boxer is going to be ready and able, or should be ready and able to counter. It's the first line of defense. Your first ability to defend something should be your ability to defend a jab. It's like how we run our sparring. The first time you spar as a boxer, when you're going from 0, is to spar with a jab. because obviously you need to get used to using that, but also you need to get used to defending it, because if you're going against a good boxer, most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, there's going to be a copious amount of jabs. Now, since the jab is obviously the punch that we all need to know how to counter, check out the drill video where I talk about some different drills to get good at countering jabs. No matter how good your defense is, no matter how much you drill with somebody countering your jab, if a good fighter knows what you're about to throw and when you're going to throw it, then they can really hurt you. And this is, again, where just the nature of being unpredictable in boxing is so important. And it really steps above sometimes foundational base. You can have a guy, there's some guys that come to mind that you would know the name of, that in my opinion, their foundations are not too good. They're kind of rocky, but they're kind of unpredictable, and it can cause problems. And you put that together with some power, and it could be a bad time if you're going against that person. And that's one thing that's important to remember, is that you see a guy maybe at a fight or on TV, and you're like, man, this guy, his foundations kind of suck. You know, they're not very good. Hell, I'm better foundational than this guy. But when you get in the ring with this guy, he's unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to throw. Even though what he is throwing is sometimes sloppy and telegraphed even, it's like you just didn't expect for it to come then. Or you didn't expect for other things to come after it and everything else with that, all right? Now, I talk about in one of my earlier videos about the multi-jab strategy. And that's absolutely a great strategy, but the key word is a strategy, singular. It is a strategy to use. It is not the strategy, all right? So just because something works the majority of the time doesn't mean it's going to work every time for every situation, all right? And so, again, but if we think about how even with that single strategy right there, if we add a layer of unpredictability to it, which I talk about in that video, of, yes, you're going to start with a jab, but you might not always start with a jab, meaning you might feint and then start with a jab. That little bit of unpredictability is important and is a game changer. Or if they simply don't know how many jabs you're throwing. If you always throw a single jab is a recipe to be countered. Ask any boxer, and you with some experience, you know this. If someone shoots one jab and you know there's nothing coming after the jab or multi-jabs coming after that, then you know, okay, that jab's coming. I feel like it's about to come. Let me react to it, and then I'll do my counter with the jab or right after the jab. That makes it so a beginner boxer or a less thoughtful boxer says, damn, I don't need a jab. But really, you do need a jab. But if you have what I'm talking about how to be unpredictable, you will reap all the benefits of jabbing while also not reaping the downsides and the consequences. I've seen plenty of a beginner coach tell their guy blindly to just jab or to start with a jab or to double jab. And when they go against someone that has just any level of experience, they know it's a jab that they're going to lead with. So they're ready for that, and they'll nail them for it. Or they know it's a double jab even. And so they know, okay, it's a double. So once that second jab comes, there's nothing afterwards, and I know what I need to do, right? I know the sequence. And this is, again, going back to it, is where being unpredictable is so important. And this is also where boxing is truly, it's an art form. It operates in the realm of physics, right? We're dealing with human bodies and with gravity and momentum and everything else, but it is an art form in so many ways. And that's why where it is martial arts, all right? There are three types or chunks of how we can break our predictability-ness, all right? The first one, because it's really important to take a very complicated concept, and the more we can simplify it, the better we're going to be. And that's what someone who has knowledge, who is experienced, can do. Somebody that is a very good at maybe mechanics can take a very complex mechanism and break it down to its most essential parts. Versus if you put someone like me in there that doesn't have a lot of experience or understanding of mechanics, I'll be messing around with a lot of things that don't have much effect. Whereas the guy with experience can go in there, break it down to its most simplest forms, and identify the true thing that needs to be fixed and get that done right away while I'm still tinkering around for days and weeks on something, right? But so the three chunks to break it down in so we can better understand it and better tackle this and break our predictability-ness is, first off, like I'm talking about how we start, all right? And I'm going to talk about a lot of different ways about how we start, a lot of different things we can think about, not only fainting, but many other things that you can implement into your training today or tomorrow, practice for the next few weeks or the next few months. They can make a big difference. Just make sure you always go back and revisit. How often do you actually keep a notepad or on your phone or a list of what you've been working on and what you've done so that you can revisit it? It's something that I've heard from a few different fighters, and I was like, whoa, man, I've got to distill that to my guys, that keep track of all the stuff we work on, because you all know you work on different concepts, you get good at something, and then 6 months from then you forget it and you stop doing it, and it's not in your toolbox anymore. So sure, you are building a toolbox, but you're losing tools, right? Sure, at one point you got, a hammer, and then you got good at using that hammer, but then all of a sudden you left the hammer and you lost it. So in your toolbox, when you need a hammer or a nail, you don't have the hammer anymore. Like now you have a screwdriver, you're trying to hit it with that. That's not the thing. If you still have the hammer, bam, couple hits and it's done. All right. So anyway, first off is starts. Then second is sequences. So making sure we mix up our sequences. I'm talking about all the different ways to do that, because you can not let someone know what you're starting with or how you're starting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if you tend to fall into the same patterns, one classic pattern, I'm going to dive deep into it, but one of the classic patterns is left, right, 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 left, right. Right? And with any one level of experience, it's like you just kind of do this number and you'll stop a lot of those shots. And then you also know, oh, after this, I can counter inside of the next shot. And that type of pattern, when you go against any level of boxer, becomes pretty exploitable pretty quick. All right? So changing up those things, the sequences, how we throw things, how we put things together, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? And then next, the last one is movement. And of course, when I say movement, the first thing you think about is feet, probably. And that's right. But there's other things with movement as well. There's the torso movement, which is the head movement. There's the positions that we put our body into, our different stances or looks that people say, but different, that's what it is looks, not guards, looks. And also just how we move around the ring, obviously, and how we literally block punches and defend punches. If you always block punches the same exact way, it can be exploited. Now, I'm not saying you should learn 52 blocks or something like that, but having a varied way to do things and to change up the pattern so that people cannot exploit you. They can pick on a pattern that, oh, look, every time I shoot this punch, this guy reacts a certain way and he does a certain movement or whatever. And against a decent level fighter, if that movement gets repeated too much, they start putting their plan together about what they're going to do to exploit you. All right? And this is where, at the end of the day, everything is exploitable and everything has an answer, and theoretically. Now, will you be able to get the answer every time? Well, if you're the greatest, maybe, but even the greatest don't, right? Now, this reminds me of a story that I think I told one time before we jump into it, but I'm going to tell it here again. And that's where there were some guys that my dad was working with, coaches and different things like that, and these guys were getting really neurotic, and they kind of expressed that idea of like, oh man, like, well, doc, I don't know if we should shoot a jab, because you shoot a jab, you're open for the body. You can counter a jab. It's like newsflash. You can counter a right hand. You can counter a left hook. You can counter any punch. Every single punch has a counter, right? So therefore, they're almost reasoning themselves into a box where they do nothing. And again, it's like, yeah, if you do nothing, you will not be countered. But good luck trying to win a fight doing nothing. Can't do that. All right? So anyway, let's jump into the details, all the nuances, and dive in deep. Let's go. All right, guys, so here we are in the mirror to work on the first thing. All right? And first things first is the foundational base, meaning that we're going to make sure that our punches have no telegraph. A lot of fighters I see of many, many, many levels telegraph punches. All right? So we need to work on not doing that. And one of the best ways to work on that, or really honestly the only way, besides maybe videoing yourself, is to work in front of a mirror. All right? So I'm here in front of the mirror. I'm in my stance. And I want to make sure that everything I can do has no tell. So therefore, I also want to have no movement. Right? Rhythm is important in boxing. All those things are important. But if you get too much caught up in this type of rhythm of moving around and stuff like that, then little do you know, you're developing this habit where it's like, I'm like this, and then before I shoot, I drop and shoot. I drop and shoot like that, versus just reaching out and shooting. So you have to develop that ability. You have to, especially when you're a beginner, but any level. I'll see so many guys, they'll drop shoot, drop shoot, drop shoot, or they'll do like that, like a knee bend shoot, that type of thing. Or they're stepping with a jab, and they're here, and they're boom. They're boom. There's this tell of the body. I'm like this. You can watch yourself from the side of the mirror. And so you can see the camera in here because I want to make sure I see everything myself. while I'm demonstrating this. But let's say I'm here and I go like this. Oh, bam, right? Or I go here, versus just getting it so I can go boom. The hand goes out first almost before the hand even goes out. Very important concept. All right, so having no movement, none of the bouncy and all this other stuff that goes on that guys will get into. This nonsense, right? A lot of people, you know what I'm talking about. If you've been boxing for a period of time, newbies will get into this type of crap, swirling their arms around, bunch of crap. Just being able to just be in stance and shoot the shot like you're reaching out and grabbing something off a shelf with all your shots, basically. Whether I'm here with the hook and I just reach out and grab it, or I'm right hand, reach out and grab it, and that's it. And that's how I throw it. And that's what's going to make you a good boxer. It's going to make your shots not telegraphed versus what most people do. Let me talk about kind of each one of the basic punches. What most people do, particularly when you're starting, is when they're starting, is they'll rear back before extending the jab. So they'll have this slight, and you can see yourself if you watch yourself in the mirror. You watch yourself laterally like this, as well as straight on. But they're here, and they'll rear back, ooh, bam, before they shoot the jab. All right? And again, there's something said for sometimes kind of whipping a jab. That's fine. But to always have your default like that before you go, or like that before you go, whoop, boom, whoop, boom, like that, is giving that little extra bit of time for your opponent to see it, react to it, and counter it. And frankly, counter it before it even goes, right? You're here, and you up, boom, get hit by someone who really has the timing down and who's a very quick fighter with great reflexes. You'll have trouble. It will happen, all right? And if it doesn't happen now, it will happen later. Now, so talking about, that's the jab, basically. And also, keep those knees slightly bent. So if we're going to step with the jab, we're able to just literally push off the back leg and step as we shoot the jab versus bend the knees down before we step in. Bending the knees down before we do anything is generally a bad move unless it's almost like a slip or a feint style shot that sets you, right? If I do a dip and drop down, that's a bend of the knee before I shoot, that can work for you. But if I'm just in my regular stance and I'm in the habit of going boom before I go, or of swaying back a little bit before I go with my punch, or swinging my hand back before it shoots with my jab, or dropping it down, big trouble, big trouble. And of course, one of the classic ones is flaring the elbow out too. That's one thing I want to make sure I mention. So people are like this, and they'll flare, boom, or they'll shrug up the shoulder, shoot the jab. Versus, again, just reach out the shelf, grab. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Now, and again, you can practice like on a rope like this. I'm here, and just reach out, and boom, grab off, and that's it. Snatch something. Now, with the right hand, let's talk about that. Again, like I talked about, a lot of times people will do a little drop before they shoot, a little knee bend before they shoot, stuff like that. But then one of the classic things that people do is they will cock their shot, their rear shot. You're already cocked for it. You're already set up, right? So you're already sided up. So I'm in a position to throw this punch. So now all I got to do is just shoot the punch. I'm here, shoot the punch. Now, sometimes little nuances of that is that, like I said, make sure you don't pull back. Watch for this. I bet if you're a newer guy, you want to start with the right hook, you do a slight pullback before you do the right hook. Or you do a slight pullback before you shoot the right hand versus just shooting it. But then also as well, even if you don't do those things, one thing you might do is you might kind of start a big rotation before the shot even really gets going. All right? That's also something too that you want to get better at not doing all the time. All right? So you want to be able to just almost have the arm start so it starts covering ground, right? It's just getting bigger. It's not flaring up. It's not dropping down. The fist isn't even clenching. None of that. It's just here. It's getting bigger. So it's getting bigger, and as it's starting to get a little bit bigger, then the body starts to go, and it comes with it. So I'm here, boom, like that. And the way to imagine it, the way to visualize it, the way to kinesthetically experience it with the jab and with the right hand, and with the hook too, in a sense, is just someone tied a string to your arm, right, or to your hand. So imagine I tied a string to your hand, and I just yank it out. So if you did that, ooh, it just pulls out. There's no setup, there's no anything for it, and there's just that snap at the end. The body comes with it, whether if it's a step or a twist. And that's it. That's all she wrote. Now, if we want to lead with the hook, and you're sided up, I'm going to show this on the bag in a second, but if we're sided up like this, then it's going to be hard to lead with the hook because of the nature of the hook. So that's where we're going to set ourselves up in a few different ways that I'm going to talk about on the bag. All right, so here's where we're going to talk about leading with the lead hook, the 3 on the bag. Good chance to talk about it. Obviously, shadow boxing, you work on all these things, but just so you visually understand the ideas of what I'm talking about. All right, so if I'm sided up on the bag like this, I'm going to stand behind the bag a little bit, and I'm like this. In order to get the lead hand around, I got to reach out And even if I do that from a sided up position, let me kind of come over here. If I'm like this and I try to reach out, the body isn't really going to go with it, all right? Now, I could, from here, loop, right? I could loop, definitely. That's a shot. That's a different look shot. And there's some use to that. There's some use to that. But let's work on making our shots not loopy, because chances are you probably have a little bit of this already if you're a newer person, or maybe you do this anyway, all right? And not that it's not something you should ever throw shots. We all see high-level guys throw some shots like that because there's a benefit. The timing's different. The trajectory's different. And anyone with any experience will tell you, when people throw goofy shots or odd shots going from odd angles and odd ways that are delayed and stuff like that, it can mess you up. It all leads to that part of being unpredictable, right? But we're talking about the foundational base at this moment. So if I want to lead with the hook from here, and when I'm in my stance, I'm going to have to open up. Now, this is where you will have, whether it's a slip to open you up a little bit, or just have a little bit more open stance, right? And from this open stance, I can still lead with the jab, lead with the right hand, or now I can lead with the hook, right? So he doesn't know what I'm going to do. So instead of a nice, beautiful sided up stance, that classic stance like this, we're going to be a little bit more like this, just a little bit, and that's enough to reach around with that hook, not loop it, not drop it before we do it, and not overly set ourselves for it, right? And that's enough too that we cut a little bit of time off the right hand. So we're here, and boom, the right hand can go out nice and quick with very little tell on it, or with much time for it to get there, because it's going to take less time than it does from here. Sure, theoretically, you could say it has a little less power, but like we all know, when you get hit with a shot that has some snap on it and surprises you, the punches that you don't see are the ones that hurt, right? So anyway, I'm here on my bag, so maybe I want to lead with my lead hook, and I'm not setting it up with like a feint or a drop or a slip or another punch, like a right hand, but I'm just going to lead with it, because again, we need to be unpredictable. We need to be able to lead with every punch without them seeing it. So I'm a little bit more open from here. You might think I'm looking to set up a lead right, because there's a setup for lead right sometimes. So I'm like this, I'm here, and bah, like that. Nice, quick hook coming right around, and that's it. All right? So one more time. I'm here, opened up a little bit, like that. Bring that hook around. And it's a hard one to see. And you want to almost think of like shooting a jab here, shooting a jab, but you don't fully extend it. You shoot the jab here, boom, and you just curve it right around. Make sure your hand is open and get that tension right at the point of contact. And when you do that, it's going to have snap on it. You don't have to muscle it. You're not going to be able to produce power if you try to muscle that hook. It's just going to be some weird push shot. But when you snap it and put that little whip of the wrists on it, it creates a different look. Now, the second thing you can do, though, to lead with that hook, depending on position and things like that, is if we're not going to open up the torso, we can open up the torso by our feet position, where we are, right? So if let me think of the best ways I can show this on the bag. Let me stand behind the bag right now. So I'm behind the bag right now, and I step just a little bit over here to this side. Now that effectively did the same thing that I did before when I was over here, all right? Let me try to show it from this side here. So I'm on the bag here. If I slightly open up, that brings me open enough that I can just get that nice lead hook off. But if I just also step a little bit to the side of the bag, now I'm effectively creating the same situation, all right? By not changing my torso position, but by changing my feet position, all right? And you can make arguments for like, oh, it gets me off line of the right hand, things like that. Cool, awesome, yep. Some validity to that. Also gives me a little exit that you could use, right? If I'm a little bit over here, and then from here, and then I could get around it, whatever. But those are different ways you can set up that hook. But practice that. Maybe film yourself and watch and make sure, like watch from this angle here, where you're here and you're opened up, because I'm going to do a little longer hook. I've been doing short hooks for right now. But I'm here, opened up. So it might be a jab. It might be from here, a lead right hand, or it might be that lead hook, like that. Again, I'm here on that bag, right here, like that. Just reach around. I could do that better because there's a little toe with my feet. Do you see it? Right? I'm here, like that, like that, coming around. And again, it has power on it, it has pop on it. And again, they don't see it. It's going to disturb them. And it's going to, the more that they're disturbed, and the more the punches are camouflaged, the more trouble they're going to have. Now, another punch is to talk about why we're over here. The uppercut, same thing. There's no drop before the uppercut, right? Unless that's actually the move you're doing, like a slip, slipping a jab and shooting an uppercut, something like that. But there's no drop, there's no nothing. It's just you're here and rotation of the body. Rotation of the body. That's it. So if I'm here on this bag right here, do kind of like a shovel uppercut, right? Because the same thing applies with this, right? It's easy on the bag. Watch yourself on the bag, on a mirror, or videoing it. And you might be doing little things like this before you shoot the shot, right? You're, right? And again, if you want to lead with a lead hook, yes, you'll have to either be a little bit more open position or maybe set it up with a shot. So you're here, bam, open up a little bit of the shot, boom, to get another shot off, right? Or get a little foot position here where you can just pop it off. But with this shot, it's already loaded. We don't need to do that, okay? So with our rear uppercut, though, just here, and we just drop it in. So here, in my stance, chin down, like that. It has pop on it, right here, like that. There's a little tell. He doesn't know if it's a 2 or an uppercut. He doesn't know if it's a short right hand or an uppercut. He doesn't know which one it is. And if they don't know which one it is, that's great for you. Because if they know it's an uppercut, that's an easy counter. Like we saw Anthony Joshua, right? Leading with that uppercut. Dubois knew it was an uppercut, right hand over the top. All right? Then if they don't know it's that uppercut and they think it's a right hand, they might try to go under the right hand. If they do, they go right into the uppercut. It's a great time, right? Isn't it? When you get that shot, it's not great when people do it to you, but it's great when you do it to them. All right, guys, so next we're going to work on second, throwing and moving. So first was doing our best to work on our shots, our lead shots, to make sure there's no tell or minimal tell, okay? Now, because, I mean, you know, obviously minimal tell, meaning that even if you disguise shots as best as possible and just reach out, people can still be able to stop them, but it's just a lot harder. It's just making their job harder, which is what we want to do, make our job easier when we do that. Now, the next thing is to mix our movement into our punches. Again, and you do this in shadow boxing. You don't just do the bag. I'm just demonstrating the bag just because one of the fun things to show with. But also, too, there is a benefit in this situation to use a bag. Why is that? If you can have a mirror in front of the bag or filming yourself, is that it's easy. And again, you need to work on this part first. It's easier to work on just moving around, let's say, in your stance here and leading with a shot like that. And I'm here moving around, boom, and you just lead, boom, lead with a shot. And like that, because you're hitting air. And it's a great opportunity because then you're not going to load stuff up. But then what happens oftentimes, if that's all you do, is that the second you now have to hit an object, or now you get some feedback, because again, that's what's beautiful about a bag or mitts or another person, is you get feedback off of how that punch was, right? If I throw punches always and they're always just like that, I know, hey, you know, it probably ain't going to hurt anybody, right? But if I'm here and I just move around, do my thing, and throw a punch like that, then I know there's a reaction, okay? So this is where tells start to come, because someone can move around all nice shadow boxing and let's say lead with, let's say, a right hand, and I'm just like that, just shoot it when I'm not ready, basically, and when they're not ready. But then I get on a bag and I do the same thing, and I go like that, and I load it up. I just do those little things which make it obvious it's about to go. And then, again, we want to do our best to work on a bag and not show those things. Okay? So this is actually a good use of the bag, because once you start trying to produce power on it, that's when tells start, right? You can shadow box all day and be really nice with just the right hand going out like that, but then the second you're on a bag, you're like that, because you know the bag's going to tell you if it's hard or not. So trying to produce power with minimal amount of effort, minimal amount of tell. But so we want to incorporate our movement, shadow boxing, like I said. So we're moving around the bag like this, different position, and being able to do that here, like that. Different leads, like I said, a little bit open stance, like that. Here, moving around. So you're just mixing it up, changing what you do. Mix a little movement in there to try to minimize the tell. And again, this is where the jab will be the most revealing, because you'll do stuff like this. Leading with the foot before you jab versus here and just boom, sticking it out there. All right? Now, the third part is mixing and walking. Yes, walking. I've worked with this with a lot of my fighters, and it's a game changer. Because, again, we can get stuck in a foundational box where you try to do everything perfect all the time. Isn't that funny I'm saying that as I'm talking about doing our best to eliminate tells with punches, right? I hear the, the little contrary thought of that. But being able to just walk around with our movement, we get stuck oftentimes in this idea of, hey, it's boxing. Like, oh my gosh, I got to be stuck. Hands up, chin down, knees bent, side up all the time, no matter what. If I'm going to move, I got to move my right foot first like that. And I got to make sure I don't cross my feet. And I'm doing the boxing things I'm doing. Boom, everything is, perfect to the letter. And I got to make sure it's all to the letter. It's got to be perfect. If I don't make it perfect, I'm going to knock the hell out. Right? Not a situation we want to have. So being able to, if I'm out here on the bag, or shadow boxing, of course, here, and I maybe 1, 2, and then walk off and hit, right? Being able to walk around your dude, right? So I'm here, boom, you want to go this way, you kind of just back pedal off like that. And from this position here, like that, here, and being able to throw when you don't look like you're ready to throw. You're tiptoeing. That's one way to think about it, by the way, because if we're tiptoeing, what does that mean? That means in a moment's notice, if I'm tiptoeing here, then all of a sudden I can change the position on somebody. But if I'm kind of walking, like literally walking, then there's that heel strike for a second, and it gets me stuck, so I can't move. Not that it's a death sin to ever heel strike when you box, but it's something that could be exploited. So that's the word again. If you can kind of just like tiptoe yourself around, walk around like that, and that allows you to quickly change movements quickly and throw punches, right? So I'm here walking around this way, let's say, here, act like I'm not engaged for it, here, here, here. Just leave with a shot, like that, like that, like that. Even when my feet are crossed, I've worked on that with guys where they're always, like I did it a second ago, where I felt like I had to get this foot over before I shot my right hand, right? But sometimes I'm going to walk through, boom, like that. Shoot a shot right from that. Like, what the hell? I'm telling you to cross your feet. Just be able and ready to shoot that shot when that guy thinks you're not ready. He thinks you're disengaged, you're walking off, and, that's it. You're just here, like that. You're walking, like that. 1 foot's up in the air, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's a little bit more free-form way, a little bit more advanced way. But again, I argue it is an important thing to be able to do in certain situations to get that, to shake that unpredictability-ness in what you do. All right? Enough about that. Let's talk about the fourth one. I started doing it in this one because I started putting it all together. But shooting from hands low. I know, I am the boxing coach that's going to tell you put your damn hands down, right? Sometimes. But there's a use for it. And that's why you see almost every single high-level fighter do it at one point or another. Now, again, is it a requirement? Is it like an absolute necessary that, hey, you have to be able to throw with your hands down? No. It's just a way that you can add variety to your arsenal. You're going to go through your time as a boxer, for those of you that haven't gone through all of your time as a boxer, and you're going to try different things. You're going to experiment. You're going to take some of these tools I'm talking about, you're going to use them, get really successful with them. You're going to use other ones, not get quite as much success, right? And maybe those will go to the back burner. They're tools that you're not going to be using as much, and that's okay. You get really good with certain tools, and you have a repertoire, a variety, right? It's like I talked about in my fight study that I did with Mayweather and McGregor, is that, Mayweather, or McGregor rather thought that Mayweather couldn't walk people down. Of course he could walk people down and do what, McGregor said, he did the Mexican style, and it shocked the hell out of me, right? I obviously can't do an Irish accent. That was an English accent. But anyway, of course Mayweather could do that, but as a tool in his toolbox. But it's not something he did in a lot of his fights. Why? Because there wasn't a use for it, okay? So again, am I saying we've got to make sure we put our hands down when we box, right? In your fight, make sure you put the hands down. Make sure you also cross the feet sometimes, right? All this other nonsense. And make sure you lead with different punches all the time, right? Don't lead with a jab. Only do that once. And then make sure you lead with the right hand, lead with the right hook, lead with the left hook, lead with the uppercut, other uppercut. No. These are all just tools you work on in your journey as a boxer, okay? To be well-rounded. Because you need to be a universal boxer. You need to be well-rounded. All right? So anyway, though hands low, though, there's an advantage to that. It's a different look of how the shot comes. I'm down here, and I'm boxing here. You almost, and one thing, too, is if you think about a shot before you throw it, there could be a tell, all right? And so we've got to be thinking I'm going to shoot right hand, and like that. Or sometimes even talking to yourself, too. It's I'm going to left hook. No, it was a right hand. And so, but being able to throw from more of a hands-down position is tricky, because now the shot's coming from down here. I'll tell you a funny, fast story. So my dad, the last boxer my dad seriously worked with was this heavyweight fighter. And he had a couple pro fights and, some amateur fights. Anyway, big, huge, strong guy, 280 pounds. And I remember one night he had me work his defense because I was, done boxing coaching at this time. And, it was late night like it is right now. And he asked me to work his defense. So I worked his defense. And everything I threw from up here, this guy was good. He could stop it. Even if I changed up my sequences and stuff like that, he could stop it. He could stop the shot, right? So I'm doing my thing. And then I'm like, man, let me just mix it up on this guy. Let me put a little sauce on what I'm doing and get a little funky, right? So I just put the hands down like this. And again, 280-pound guys and hitting back at me. He's just working defense. Let's be clear, because he knocked the hell out of me with one punch. So anyway, I'm down here like this, just here, and bam, here, bam, here, bam. Hit him with every single shot. I kid you not. I couldn't miss, and he couldn't see any of it because it was coming from a different place than he was used to, and it didn't make sense in his brain. He got so good at shots coming from those standard type positions. And like anyone of you guys with experience, sometimes when the shot comes from a weird position, which includes just down, is different. It's kind of out of your field of vision. That's the benefit of it, guys. Then also, you could also make the argument as well that you can kind of lure punches with the hands down and catch someone when they're not expecting it, okay? So that's just, again, a tool to have in your arsenal. Then the fifth one is changing where you look. Because I'm big about, as a coach, and again, I don't just coach things the way that I was coached. Like, oh, this is what I was taught, so that's why I do it, right? I've gone through the whole analysis of every single thing that I was ever taught. First, what I did with what was passed down to me from my father, that was passed down from Chuck Bodak. First thing I did was I got to the point where I coached literally everything exactly the way he coached it, to the point where people that worked with him said, man, Keith, it's like working with Doc. It's the same exact thing. Like everything you say is exactly the same thing. The way you train is exactly the same. Even your inflection is exactly the same. I got to that point, all right? Now, then I went through the whole thing, and I started, as I got experience as a coach, more experience, started piecing out. Started, working out all the kinks and what I felt worked more and what didn't work so much, and didn't just take things for granted, like, oh, this is the way I was taught it, and so that's the way it's going to be, all right? But the way I was taught it was to keep the eyes on the chest when you box somebody. Why is that? Because one is, above everything else, it almost kind of psychologically dehumanizes somebody, right? When you look at someone's eyes, man, that's like extra things to think about. You're gazing into their soul and everything else, where you can look at that chest. Now they are just a bag. They're an inanimate object that you don't care if you hurt or whatever, right? So there's a benefit to that. And there's no opportunity for you to get psyched out. Now, from a pure fundamental standpoint, you stare at someone's chest, your chin's going to be down. So that's better. That's good, okay? And then also, with that foundation, if I'm watching the center of the body or the chest, I'm seeing what the shoulders are doing. I can see both hands peripherally. I can see exactly where the body is, and I can see exactly where the head is. Because if you're staring at my head and you see me lean one way or the other way, you can tell that by my body and by my torso and by my chest that I'm leaning. I'm not going to be like this, and my head is never going to be here, right? It's always going to be right here. And you're going to see if I lean over to this side or anything like that, that head is now over there, all right? And I became a fairly accurate puncher, meaning what people would tell me that I would hit and go against, that, man, I had pretty good accuracy hitting the tip of the chin and all the good points. And I wouldn't look for it. I would try to hit it. I would look for it in the sense I'd be trying to hit it, but I'd be watching the chest the whole time. So I want to keep that chin down, because I don't want to get hit in the button in the nose, all right? Now, some guys, and the good rebuttal for that I've heard, the best one, I think I mentioned in my last video, is that, well, if you stun someone, right, then their eyes get googly, and you can maybe tell they're hurt. I think I talked about that in my live stream. And, yeah, there's a case in point for that, sure. And you can maybe psych someone out by looking in their eyes, right? Like, absolutely. And then this leads me to my fifth point I'm going to talk about, is looking down to hit up high, or even looking up high for just a moment, breaking those rules, looking up at their head, body shot, right? Because those things, those little tells, again, it's like what I talked about just a second ago about think about another punch. Kind of practice not thinking so much about the punch that's coming. Think about almost throwing another punch, like I'm going to throw a right hook, and I did a left hook, right? So I do those little telltale signs that it's a right hook that my body's starting to read into, and then it's all of a sudden, this is a left hook that connects, okay? And it gets delivered. So that's the fifth one to practice. Classic thing is obviously you look down, boom, up top. Or maybe I look down a little bit, up top with the headshot, right? Or I look up high, like that. You get the body shot, right? Those little things are sneaky and very effective. All right, now we talked about mixing up our starts. Now we're going to dive deep into talking about mixing up our sequences. And no better place to do that than with shadowboxing, right? So there's really 3 different categories of mixing up your sequences, right? How we put things together. And now, of course, with all of these, you could apply different things like feet, movement, and man, my mind just keeps on going as I'm talking about this. But let's talk about the first one, which is the very basic concept of doubling and tripling, all right? Double, tripling, quadrupling, all of that, all right? So again, if we go like I touched on in the first intro, if I just simply am left, right, right? I'm here, left, right, left, right. I almost want to double up something. So I'm here, boom, boom. I'm here, left, right, left, left, right. I'm here, right, left, like that. I'm here, left, right. Again, it gets predictable. As someone's doing their defense, they can just boom, boom, and kind of roll and ride with stuff and not even have that good a defense, really, and be able to get away from those shots. If you're going left, right on my body, and I just go a little bit like this and like this and like this, I'm probably going to get away from those things. If you do it on my head, I can literally use my shoulders to get away from shots, right? But the moment you start doubling up, so you go left, right, let's say, or right, left, then it changes the picture. And then, of course, if you go the next thing, number 2, mixing and matching the head and the body with that, or even without it, it's a whole nother picture. If you just went left, right, left, and you did heads and body shots, it could really mix it up on someone and change it up, right? So let's say, even when in the realm of hooks, if I'm going left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, now they're having to here, and stuff might go down here. Versus one of the most ineffective combos that you see people do, that I see people do, is when they go boom, 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 boom. They just dig that body. Unless that body was all there, right? Very ineffective combo. If the guy already has elbows kind of down and just do, it's like, man, you just set the stage to do something, all right? Well, we mix and match the head and the body. One of the classic setups is one of the world champions that my dad trained under was Tony Zale, 2-time middleweight world champion. His classic combo, we call a Zale combo, is the right hook for the body and the left hook up top. Beautiful combination. That right hook for the body gets him down here. Typically things drop down and you get the left hook up top, all right? And just that simple change of a low and a high. One is it torques you for like massive power when you come back up top on that left hook, but also it's just changing the mixing, matching the head and the body, right? That basic. Or think about a jab to the body and the right hand over the top, right? Those classic things which kill people. But then if you double and triple up with the head and low, go high, low, same side, boom, boom, right? Or boom, boom, classic knockout right there. Or boom, boom. Again, these are all the things, right, that great boxing is made out of. Changing the sequences up and doing it in those 2 different ways. Now, the third way is to mix up going over, under, straight down the middle and around, all right? So again, if we're going head and body and doubling and tripling on somebody, right? Let's say I got him on the ropes right here, and let's say I'm just doing those hooks, right? So I'm going the body and I'm going up top to the head and I'm doubling up on the body and the head shots like that. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm doing that hard. Remember, if they're hard too, it's going to cause problems. Now again, it can be predictable. It can be very predictable because again, they know if I just keep everything like this within reason, I can stop most of the shots, right? If I kind of hunker down, I'm ready for it. But when we start going up the middle, whether it's with uppercuts, because man, you know how beautiful it is when you maybe go body, 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 split up with the uppercut, boom. And you got to think about what punches other punches set up, right? If we do a hook, that sets up an uppercut, or something straight down the middle. Or there's an uppercut or down the middle. Or if we're maybe going straight up down the middle, that's bringing things up front so that we can come around, right? That simple idea. That's why the 2-3s are so great, right? Because you get them thinking about straight down the middle with something, and you're coming right around. And again, vice versa. The 3, you're opening them up. Woo! For a 3, a lot of times people do that stuff, and it creates beautiful pathways straight down the pipeline, all right? Or doubling up, again, with that kind of classic Mike Tyson combo, is the boom, and then the boom right up the middle. And it's going to buckle them down if you hit them with the right hook to the body, but also just going to open them up a little bit. And they're probably ready for another hook to come around, and split up right up the middle. And it's a beautiful time. All right, so do going, and then also too, think about going over, right? Over, and that's just all part of being unpredictable. So you have the 45-degree angle, you have coming over the top, you have coming around, right? Up the middle, straight up, or uppercuts for the body or the head. It doesn't matter. All right? Now, what I recommend for you to do to implement all these things in the section of sequences is to pick 3 combos. I've had a lot of fighters do this because one of the greatest things that you can be as a fighter is to have punches and bunches, to have combinations. And if we can put effective combos together, that's a big asset to us, right? I kind of down on the peekaboo style a lot of times, but we have to remember one of the most important elements of that. It's the elusiveness of the head movement, keeping the hands in relatively decent position with the elbows in, and it's throwing hard with punches you're getting put together, right? Think about that classic thing that, you spend any time on the internet, you hear with the peekaboo style is combinations. Again, that's what made Floyd Patterson great, was putting combos together, right? Tyson, when he was good and really good, top-notch and world-class, he put the combos together, right? We got to put the combos together. And this is what's going to help you do it. And so I'll have my guys, they'll be one-punch guys, one-trick ponies, right? And if they just put 2 or 3 shots together, it's like, man, I think about just the other day. Was it? Yeah, I think about, was it yesterday? Yeah, no, it was the day before yesterday. One of my guys was sparring, and he was countering, but he's countering with 1 shot. And I was like, man, Luis, counter with 2 shots. And then when he countered with 2 shots, the second shot would land every single time. Versus the single counter, sometimes would land, sometimes would not land. But when he started putting 2 punches together just on a counter, like I joke about, like, come on, you can count to 2, right? That's a line from my dad I stole. But, man, if we can just count to 2 or 3, and I hope you can do that, I'm sure you can do that, then we're probably going to land one of those, especially probably the last one. Man, one of our combinations I know I drilled with one of my pro fighters was body, head, and straight down the middle. We call that Williams combination, Ike Williams, who knocked out Bojack with it, right? He got him in a corner and was going crazy on the hooks. And, man, we go crazy on those hooks, but then we go straight down the middle. I remember one time my guy was sparring against this undefeated pro fighter. He's like, I was 16-0. And my guy put that combo together when I called it. Body, head. So the guy block. All that's blocked. But then big right hand down the pipe. And that, boom, snapped his head back. Beautiful combination. All right? Now, pick a few. I recommend 3 sequences that you want to try, work on. Practice them, shadow box them, do them in the bag, do them every single freaking day, and then do them in your sparring. And do that for a while. Keep note of it, of what it is, so you don't forget. Do it consistently and persistently. And then implement it in your fights. So you can pull out these things. Because, again, too often we will work on this fancy move or this combination, this sequence or this thing, and then we won't take it into our sparring, and we won't take it into our fights. And that is the only reason we're doing any of this stuff, unless you're just doing this for fun. And that's cool too. But if you're doing it for fun, let's have more fun with it, right? Let's have more fun with it. Let's consciously practice these things and take them in when we do sparring for fun or whatever, right? Have that versatility and variety. Because I'm sure if you're like most people that box, you have your go-to things that you do. And the more you can change those go-to things and add variety to it, you're better. I think about it in terms of relating it to music is, if you're a musician, you work on your chops, right? I played guitar for many years. And, so I didn't just learn how to do like a blues scale, or whatever, a major scale, minor scale. I learned those things, but then I also had different sequences and chops that I would work on. Different things that were difficult for me to do, different fingerings and pickings that were difficult. And because I worked on those specific things, it made me better. The same thing applied to boxing. The same thing applied to boxers that I train. Is that, like this sequence maybe that you do is hard to do in a combination. It's hard to go body, head with the left hook. It might be hard to do. But Sugar Robinson did it. And, he practiced it probably. Maybe it also came natural to him, maybe. But you'd be shocked at how much people have practiced stuff that looks like it's natural because they practiced so much it became natural. All right? And this leads me back to my initial thing I talked about earlier in the beginning of the video. Do you keep a log? Do you keep track? Right? Because a lot of times, if you just remembered everything that you know, you'd be pretty damn good or better than you are right now. I mean, I see it all the time with people that I work with. They We've gone through so many things, and if they just were able to retain all those things and pull them out when it's needed, they'd have all the answers. But it's because we'll keep on jumping, or they'll keep on jumping. But let's take ownership, right? We'll keep on jumping to another thing, another thing, another thing, another thing, and then we're leaving out all the stuff that we had gained, and water's dripping out the bottom of the bucket as we're trying to fill it up. All right, guys. So here we are, moving on to the last of the keys to be unpredictable, or to break your predictability as a boxer, to help you get past the stumbling blocks you have right now and turn them truly into stepping stones. All right, so this last one, we're talking about movement. And I'm going to chunk movement into 3 pieces. Again, let's make it simple. Make it 3. I love the idea of 3. All right, so first is just simply master the basics of movement in every direction and every exit. All right? We're probably all pretty good at going forward, right? But let's also get good at going back, cutting off to the side, spinning or pivoting on our feet, right? Turning, whoop, like that. But also being able to cut off the ring, let's say, being able to, with our punches, be able to go back with our punches, go forward with our punches, turn with our punches, etc. There's so much that I work with my guys on, just doing different things with the feet. And that leads to your predictability, or unpredictability, rather, or your predictability if you don't work on it, right? If I always, for instance, let's kind of be the opposite of this, right? If I'm always stepping on my punches, boom, boom, boom. I remember this one coach, man, in the same town as me, and when I was first getting started, he would irritate the hell out of me because people that would train with him would come to me and they would argue with me about this stuff. And again, I was newer as a coach, so I didn't really know how to approach these things, right? And maybe the struggles you might go through as a coach or have gone through or whatever. Or you talk about with your friends. But he would, step on every punch. But I would tell my people, man, if you step on every punch, you get someone on the ropes. What are you going to do? You're going to just smother yourself on the ropes? You have to be able to sit down and rotate and twist and pivot and get some real maximum power on it. Be able to be set and punch. Very important. All right, but also, too, with our punches, oftentimes we will get used to certain exits, right? We're good at, doing a combination, let's say, where we go, ba, 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 and then we're good at stepping off over here, right? We're really, really good at that stuff. Most people, they probably are best at exiting to their lead side. But let's also throw the same combination. I'm here, and be able to slide off that way, right? Be able to smother down, step out, right? All the different exits, all the different entries as well. Then let's go on to number 2. Switching stances and walking off, right? I talked about that earlier, but being just not stuck to these exact boxing movements. Again, so it's kind of counterintuitive to the first thing I said, but being able to literally just walk through on a stance sometime, or walk back on a stance. Let's say I'm in a situation here where I'm boxing someone here, bam, and then I want to make some space real quick, bam, bam, step over, boom, boom. Right there, I just switched stances 2 times. But it's definitely not a bad thing to do. It's not going to get you killed like people have told you. And again, there's a time and a place for it. Now, again, are you a bad boxer if you can't do these things? No. Are you not going to go far if you can't do them? No. But it's something that you'd be surprised more people can do that are at a high level than you realize. And all these videos are done and constructed in a manner that I'm doing my best to give you all the tools that you need to get there, right? And it doesn't mean every single tool is one you're going to be using every time, or maybe ever use, but I just want to give it to you. All right? So again, being able to step back to create space, switch a stance, do a combination off of that, being able to, I have someone on the ropes right here, let's say I'm right here, and I cut over here, bam, boom, boom, cut back here, boom, boom, cut them off a little bit, and then maybe I swing over here, bam, I didn't switch stance on that one, I just cut an angle on that one. But being able to be versatile with that, so you're not stuck and locked. I know a lot of time when I was boxing, I'll get stuck and locked in this certain position all the time. And it is important to build that up. It is important to build up that foundation that is not comfortable necessarily, but then it is also important to find comfort. All right? Now, number 3 is have 3 to 5 ways to defend every punch. If you don't have that, you're going to run into trouble pretty soon. And again, I say pretty soon, But it could be a couple of years until you run into trouble, but you're going to run into some trouble. If you always do this to stop a punch, you always step out of a punch to stop a punch, right? You always step around, you always block, you always slip, right? For those of you that are the peekaboo boxing fanatics, right? If my answer to always every punch is I'm going to move my head to avoid it, and sure, I'm gonna whoa kind of angle, this, that, come on. It's limited. It's limited. The same thing goes for the basics of how I teach defense in the foundation, how I was taught it, of hands first. If that's all that you're doing, it's hands first, you're not incorporating other things to that situation, it's going to be exploitable. People can piece things together. People can use the tools of unpredictability like we're talking about to break through that, to break all of those things, all right? Really the mono styles of training versus the stereo and dynamic styles of training and styles of boxing, all right? 3 to 5 ways. You can think of one. Challenge yourself on that. For every single punch there is, see if you can think of 3 to 5 ways to defend it. It's a good mental exercise. Then see if you can drill it, right? Then see if you can take it into your practice of sparring. Because let me tell you, it's a challenge with somebody, or rather, just give the opposite. It's easy if every time you do a punch, someone does the same type of defense for it, right? You can read into that, build up what you're going to do next, get them out of there, all right? But if you don't know what that guy's going to do defensively with the punch, much less counter with off that punch, much less lead with before that punch, man, that's a lot of stuff to think about. And that's the high level of boxing, or the higher level. All right? So that wraps it up for this video, talking about how to be unpredictable as a boxer. I know this is an important thing that a lot of people have asked for and struggle with their training, because we all fall into these ruts, or maybe we have a coach that everything is like what I call a clone coach. There was a baseball recruiter father that I got to know and talk to, and I was training his son. I made it sound like his son was young. His son was not young. His son was in his 20s. But he would talk to me about how there's something they call clone coaches, where every single person plays the same way. They bat the same way. They throw the same way. They all do the same things the same way. And those clone coaches actually do produce people that reach a certain level consistently. But the key point is they reach a certain level consistently. They maybe are ranked high in like regional and stuff like that, but they can't get anybody, or it's very, very, very seldom they ever get anybody to that higher echelon, right? And he said the reason why is because they just don't allow for the diversity and for someone to double down on some of the things that they do naturally. Because again, boxing is all about eliminating natural things in the beginning, all right? Outside of maybe your natural spirit to fight, right? You maybe have a spirit of aggression and things like that, and that is the nature you want to keep. But when a punch comes at you, most people, we blink. You want to get rid of that. Most people get overly tense when they fight. You want to get rid of that. Most people get emotional when they fight. You want to get rid of that. Most people do things in not the most economical fashion when they're boxing, or when they're starting to box. You want to get rid of that. You want to do big movements instead of small movements typically. In boxing, typically want small movements. So we want to work on all these things. We have to work on them over time. But once we build the base, right, which you could argue is kind of the pathway of a clone coach, is they're just building a base. But the clone coach stays at the base, stays at that one set level, right, that one tone the whole time, never allowing for the variety that allows you to, once you've built that base and that foundation, to then, therefore, experiment. Because also now you have enough context. You have enough experience maybe in the ring, because you've built up the safe base to learn and see things differently and to try different stuff. And really, like Chuck Bodak would say, use this ring as not a proving ground, as not, a place to be macho, but as a laboratory. And that doesn't mean you're Mr. Cute boxer. Maybe you're aggressive, but you're using it as just that, a place of experimentation, a place to find correlations and causation to make you better at the sweet science.
I'm going to run through the most universal form of training you can do for boxing. What is that? You guessed it. It's shadow boxing. Something that everyone says you should do, everyone knows you should do, like I covered in that one video review I did of a coach A lot of people definitely do it wrong, but it's definitely something that you need to do. Why? Because it is truly a universal form of training, the universal form of training. What I mean by universal means you can do it anywhere. You have no excuse to not do it. And like I tell many of my guys, I've had people who have been busy with work for months, who have even been locked up in jail for months, and they come out, and if they've been doing this universal training called shadowboxing, they come out and they're actually better. And if they don't, they come out where they left off, or they come out worse. All right. Now, why? Why is shadowboxing important? We're going to get into all of those elements in detail. It's not all the reasons that maybe you think it is, or you've heard, perhaps, if you're newer to boxing. Even if you've been around for a long time, more and more people share with me how, they've done, really, it's a funny type of thing to think about. They've done their first year for 10 years. It's an important thing to think about. Do you do that with boxing or with anything else? Do you do your first year over and over and over again? What do I mean by that? Where you never go past that level, right? You're just going over the same stuff over and over again. You're not truly making any breakthroughs, any real progress. And, sure, you've been boxing for 10 years, but you've really been boxing 1 year for 10 years. Or with coaching, I've definitely seen this, where people will be a coach for even just like 5 years, and they'll really progress amazingly fast and go and literally are 5x or more a better coach. Some people, they coach for 5 years and they're no better than they were 6 months into it. All right, so make sure you stick around though to the end, because I'm going to give you the exact tool that you're missing in your shadowboxing to make it optimal, or to make it the best it can be, so you can use it to your advantage. Shadowboxing is the place. Really sparring is the lab, right? But shadowboxing is kind of like the factory, right? The factory where you produce, and really like almost, it's where you get what you need to get to produce it before you go out and you test it on the track, right? Imagine that like with race cars. Shadowboxing is really your time in the factory building the race car, and then you going out and testing it on the track is your sparring. Now, so make sure you stick around for that at the very end, because no matter what your problem is, I'm going to hit all the major points and what you can do in your shadowboxing to make those things better, what you're missing. All right? But talking about with shadowboxing, why? 4 categories that we typically shadowbox: to warm up, to cool down, for skill acquisition, and for conditioning. Do you shadowbox for conditioning? And I know immediately you might be thinking I'm talking about using weights, right? Putting like 2, 3, 5-pound dumbbells. I hope you're not doing more than 5-pound dumbbells in your hands for shadowboxing. You might be thinking about that for conditioning. Sure, that's a fine thing to do at the end. It's also limiting, and also as well, you can condition with just your dang boxing gloves, or even no boxing gloves. But I would prefer you do use either 10-ounce gloves, let's say if you're fighting, 12-ounce gloves, or 14 or 16-ounce gloves when you shadowbox. But we're going to jump into each one of these items. Let's talk about the skill acquisition form of shadowboxing and really define it, because it's really important that we define our terms, because when we tend to not define our terms, we tend to lose sight of what's really important. All right, so skill acquisition, this is the process through which individuals learn and refine motor skills. All right, so we're acquiring the skills, we're refining them. You have 3 basic stages of them. The first one is the cognitive stage, right, where it's taking all of your focus to learn it, right? So you're learning the basics and understanding what to do. And this is obviously where shadowboxing becomes very important, because you need to learn how to, or at least the concepts of how to throw a punch, right? Everyone can throw a punch a little bit different and still have success with it. But some basic concepts and foundational pieces that I'm not going to go over in this video on how to throw a punch, how to move your body defensively, all right? But so you're really just getting those understandings down. Or I've had this happen where we go to this stage with someone that's been boxing for, again, they've been doing 10 years of boxing, but they maybe only done their first 3 years, and they've done that 3 times, right? Now, the next stage is the associative stage. And now, again, to be clear, like that cognitive stage where we're learning the basics, understanding what to do, that's where it's very closed training, meaning what? You're working on like a one, right? Jab, boom. You're working on like a double jab, getting the feet with it. A double jab, a right hand, right? And really just getting some of those pieces, how we move our feet with our jab, right? How we move our hips and our shoulders as we throw basic punches. And then how we move our body with basic defense, whether it be head movement or hand defense, all right? Then the associative stage, where we're practicing and refining the skill, right? So you're adding in more elements. And think about associate versus disassociate, right? You are being mindful with your work, because that's also how you ensure that you don't do your first year 10 times or 20 times, right? And you're no better than you were at the end of your first year of boxing, and now you're 20 years into it. I've seen this happen, guys, so watch out for it. Then the last one is the autonomous stage, where you can really just think of being like autonomous, like operating on your own. It's almost the unconscious stage of skill acquisition, where you're performing the skill automatically with little conscious thought, if almost any. Getting to almost that flow type stage of your shadow boxing. And we're going to go deeper into that. But obviously this applies to your boxing as well. Your cognitive stage, where you're learning the basics, understanding what to do. You learn this in obviously your shadow boxing. And then when you're associative stage, we're practicing and refining skills. We do that in the shadow boxing and a little bit in sparring. And then hopefully we can start doing this more and more throughout our training on those underlying pillars, and then apply that to our sparring and our fighting in the autonomous stage. All right. Now with conditioning, how is shadow boxing conditioning? So conditioning, obviously defining our terms, refers to physical training that enhances performance, focuses on strength, endurance, flexibility, and overall fitness. Now, to be clear, that one term, flexibility, think about flexibility as it applies to the sport of boxing. You do not need to be able to hyperextend your joints. You do not be able to go through some crazy wacko range of movement, right? You don't need to be even able to touch your toes, because the range of movement required for boxing is not in that gross size movement. So, but again, there may be certain things to consider with injuries and things like that, or rehab type stuff that you might want to consider, some things with flexibility. But working on becoming overly flexible outside of the necessary requirements of your sport is unnecessary. All right. Anyway, and overall fitness. All right. So 3 pieces of that: aerobic conditioning, so improving cardiovascular endurance. Shadow boxing, excellent way to do that, because when you shadow box at a hard pace, throwing punches, you do not need weights to do this. Put on some boxing gloves, or do it with no boxing gloves if that's your situation. When you throw and do it properly, like we're going to talk about later, it is absolutely aerobic conditioning. Missing punches is the hardest thing you can do as a fighter, outside of getting the hell beat out of you, right? I would argue getting the hell beat out of you is way worse than missing punches, right? I'd rather miss punches all day than get freaking clocked and just nailed and concussed and ribs broken and all that. But so we will say it's the second thing, hardest thing you can do in boxing is missing punches. Strength training increases muscular strength and power. Shadow boxing does this. It builds up the muscles in the back that you need to help you with power, but also help you when you miss punches. All right. When you shadow box properly, like I'm going to talk about later in this video, you're going to feel sore in places you've never felt sore before when you do it properly. All right. Then agility training. All right. So again, we're hitting all the aspects of basic, what is considered conditioning, agility training with shadow boxing. So does that mean we need a ladder to shadow box? Because that's agility, right? We oftentimes think tools that are assisting tools are the thing, right? We'll think agility training, like, dude, you need hurdles and you need cones and you need ladders and you need a ball that you stick to your forehead, or you need lasers that bounce off the walls, or like little buttons that light up. That's agility training, right? No. So let's talk about those. So what is agility training? It's enhancing speed and coordination. Well, you do that with shadow boxing. Learning to not fire the antagonist muscles and only firing the muscles required to perform the movement, right? If you're trying to extend your arm and you're contracting your bicep muscles, you're not going to be able to extend your arm very well or very quick. The more you can relax the bicep muscles while contracting the tricep muscles as quickly as possible, having that motor recruitment as quickly as possible, you're going to increase the speed of your arm extension. Of course, combine that with some shoulder and whatever else you use with that, whether it's a step or a rotation of the body, is going to equal more speed with your punches. greasing the groove of your movement patterns. Coordination, balance is what comes to mind with the coordination factor. Being able to throw punches hard with maximum effort, maximum speed, not hurt yourself. Be on balance to either continue throwing, throw up the follow-up punch, throw the follow-up punch, or to react defensively to a counter off of the miss, right? Because that's two things to consider with missing. You miss, you need to be able to. A lot of great knockouts come off of somebody missing a punch and following back with a punch after they missed their punch and landing that one. It torques them for more power. Also, a lot of times when somebody misses, they stop. So like if we're boxing right now and you miss a punch, it's going to be fairly likely, most people, they're going to stop when they miss a big hook versus come back with a right hand or a jab or whatever. So therefore, in that moment, I'm like, yeah, because also we admire our work, right? Taking a picture. And we not only take pictures when we land punches, but we also sometimes take pictures when we miss punches or make people miss punches. And also when we miss them ourselves. But yeah, sometimes you'll block a punch nicely, slip it, and you're like, yeah, I did a great job. And you're not thinking about what's coming after that. Or looking to use that miss to counter, right? To make them pay. So very important stuff. Let's talk about the warm-up aspects of shadow boxing. Again, I'm going to chunk shadow boxing down to 3 categories and go deep into each one of those. So make sure you stick around for that as we get into it. All right, but as far as warming up, so how is shadow boxing? And again, to be clear, categorically, people think of shadow boxing as a warm-up, right? Or maybe a cool-down. But I just want to be clear of all the boxes that it does check and how it truly is a universal training aspect or methodology. So warm-up. A warm-up prepares the body for physical activity, reducing risk of injury. It usually includes dynamic stretching, so movements that increase the heart rate and warm up muscles, so like leg swings and arm circles. And to be clear, those are important things to do. Like I talked about in my strength training video, I think, or on my video on getting loose, which you should check out. Utilizing that to help you loosen up. But also shadow boxing does that. I'm going to talk about that in the first stage of shadow boxing. Light aerobic activity, obviously, that's how most people shadow box, is lightly, right? So absolutely falls under light aerobic activity requirements. And then cool down. So cool down helps the body transition back to a resting state after exercise. It typically includes static stretching, so something not really needed for boxing because we're not looking to expand the flexibility of our joints. There's really nothing that comes to mind where you want to expand the flexibility of your joints with boxing specifically. Maybe perhaps the one thing you could make an argument for is maybe torso rotation, like transverse rotation. That's about it. Everything else, maybe you could say a little bit with the shoulders, but again, we're not talking about hyper flexibility. We're talking about just going through basic standard ranges of motion. Then light activity. So under cool down, light activity, gradually lowering the heart rate. So walking. Good thing to put at the end of your workout is to do some shadow boxing to kind of just cool down. Because think about it as well. I think about it in terms of something more simple than boxing, as far as like technically, there's less variables, is running, right? When people run, and you run races and things like that, road races, you don't just like finish your race and then just stop. You cool down. You run to help the metabolic byproduct circulate through your body, right? Things like lactic acid and everything else. You want to get the blood still flowing to help hopefully reduce your recovery time for your next workout or from that event. So therefore shadow boxing becomes very important for that. Because guess what? Through shadow boxing, properly, we're going to be going through all the movements, helping increase blood flow in all the areas that we were creating any type of, damage or strain on or anything else like that. So very important stuff. All right, so 3 types of shadow boxing. Let's dive into it. It's really important to take something that is very complex and to obviously be able to go into the nuances and the details on it, because sometimes that's where our biggest revelations come from, but to also chunk it into some basic pieces to help us more easily use it, right? Think about that with, for instance, tools, like tools that you use to, do repairs and things like that. You have categories of that, and within each category, there's a lot of nuance and things like that for what might be more effective for the certain type of job, but still you need these overarching macro categories, right? So the first one is the one that everybody knows, all right? And again, most people stay right here in shadowboxing as a warm-up and a cool-down. And that's fine. I mean, it's not fine they stay there, but it's fine and great that they do that. It's very important, actually, as I touched on a moment before, to utilize it for this. But again, to be clear, they're doing 1/3 of what they could be doing, and they're doing that for their whole entire boxing existence. And so you're missing out on 2/3 of the gains that could be had, and then also therefore multiplied over time. Really powerful stuff. So happy to share this stuff with you. All right, so with the warming up aspect, all right, it's priming. It's getting yourself ready for the activity, getting yourself ready for what specifically? For ensuring relaxation, right? So when you're and when we're warming up shadow boxing, that is when we're just kind of flipping our hands out there. Again, what you see your favorite fighter do a lot of times, where they're just kind of flowing out shots, and it's not really, doesn't look like they're really thinking that much. This is the type of shadow boxing they're doing. They're warming up. They're ensuring relaxation. And they're also increasing blood flow, everything else that we saw talked about with the definition of warming up. Now, B, talking about the cool down aspect of this category of shadow boxing, the warming up and cooling down, slowing things back down. All right. So almost in a sense, reinforcing technique. All right. So you went through your hard workout, let's say, and you're going to cool down not only for the reasons stated earlier, for the reasons of cooling down, but also to just continue to grease the groove of technique, of proper mechanics, of that skill acquisition that we're looking to obtain and create automatically or autonomously. All right. Now, the second type of shadow boxing, something that is not done very much at all. I'm not going to say it's not done. I'm not going to be one of these YouTube guys that I poke at that say, no one ever does this, right? People definitely do it, and good people do it. Some good people don't do it, all right? Important thing to keep in mind, because you will see people who will do a lot of things like wrong with their training, but they'll beat the hell out of you, all right? Are they wrong? I mean, if you can't argue with the results, but of course the question comes, is that going to work for most people, right? And that's something we need to identify for ourselves. Is something that a fighter that you're modeling yourself after, something they do, something that's actually going to be beneficial for you at your stage as well, but for you specifically, whatever stage, is that same type of training, whatever, going to be beneficial? Something you got to ask yourself. But anyway, so technical shadowboxing, very, very important, and typically very, very much underutilized. All right, so let's go into details on that. So what makes good technical shadowboxing, right? Because you could say technical shadowboxing, that can be a whole wide range of things, and people are going to be like, goodness knows what type of random associations you could put with what would be qualified as good technical shadowboxing, right? So full movement is one of the keys to good technical shadowboxing. Full movement. All right. So again, we've gone past our warm-up types and our cool-down types. All right. We're talking about we want full extension, we want full rotation, and we want full squeeze. All right. Let's go into each one of these three pieces. All right. So full extension. Does that mean I'm saying you should, when you throw a straight punch, lock your arm out on the elbow joint so it's like this, so it's literally hyperextended or almost hyperextended, all the way straightened out, just like you would if you were to do a deadlift, right? No. So, and this is important stuff for people to learn, and this is why technical shadowboxing is so important, because when you're used to hitting a bag all the time or hitting a mitt all the time, then when you spar, I've seen it happen. Guys miss a punch and they're used to really extending their arm too much, and their elbows get hurt, etc., etc. All right. because they have an external force stopping them, versus being able to use their own arm to stop the punch. And when you focus on, and it kind of relates to the squeeze part, so kind of going from the first item to the last item, when you're snapping at the end of your punch and locking tight, making a tight fist and locking the arm, flexing it before it hyperextends out all the way, that's going to demand a lot more of your muscles that you might not be used to acquiring or to activating when you are hitting a bag, believe it or not, right? Sure, you probably are going to you're probably going to squeeze fairly tight when you hit a bag, because or else you're going to feel it and you're going to hurt yourself. But as far as tightening up the rest of the arm to stop it from going on the elbow joint, that is something else as well that might not be getting developed as far as strength and conditioning wise in your shadow boxing. So that's where doing technical shadow boxing, getting full extension to the point where you're not just doing half punches, right? You're doing full punches that are the proper amount, all right? They're not too far, they're not too little, they're the proper amount with jabs and right hands, or twos, ones and twos. And then full rotation. So a lot of times people throw let's say their hooks or their twos, and they're not fully rotating their body. Does that mean I'm saying every single punch you ever throw when you box needs to have full massive rotation? No, I'm not saying that, right? But if all you ever practice is minimal rotation of the core and the shoulders with your punches, then you're going to be missing out on a lot of the power that you could be having, all right? And then as well, when you do choose to do a full rotation, your balance is going to suffer. All right. So like one way I like to talk about it with shooting a two, like if you're orthodox, a right hand, or if you're southpaw, a left hand, is to focus on your lead shoulder, pulling back all the way so that you end up, as far as your upper body is concerned, in the opposite stance. Right. So you go from being like this, sided up, to all the way turned, so you're like that with your upper body. And if you shadow box properly, you're able to do that. It's going to maximize your range of the punch, because obviously, right? But then also it minimizes how much you need to lean with it to land the punch, and then it maximizes that rotational torque and power that we're going to achieve. And when you do this enough and often enough, you'll be amazed at, one, how you can miss punches and be on balance, but then two, and therefore return fire or defensively react, but then two, massively increase your conditioning, because you miss a punch and it's not the end of the world. It's not this like energy zapping thing as much as it once was, because why? The body's become more adapted to it. This is not a wonderful thing. All right, and then the full squeeze at the end. One of the biggest things that a lot of folks miss on. And this is where I jump back to the priming stage of the warm-up phase of shadow boxing, right? Section 1 of shadow boxing, is that oftentimes with this one, the focus is relaxation. So therefore, you actually don't probably want to focus on squeezing your punch. Or you want to maybe minimize how tight you squeeze, because we are trying to fight what is natural. What is natural in boxing, and when we typically move our arms, is tension. More often than not, people push their punches. What does push mean versus throw? Push means there's tension throughout the entire movement, versus throw is more of a whipping, relaxation type movement. At the end, you squeeze tight. So like Chuck Bodak would say, it's like throwing a baseball in a guy's face, but at the end, you catch a baseball. But when we're pushing, it's typically, humans are not made to punch. We're made to push, to slap, and to throw things, right? But punching is a weird combo of things. And, we're not, evolutionarily, people didn't really, or, monkeys or whatever the hell didn't really punch, right? So people will tend to push. And so that's where, when you tend to warm up, the focus needs to be relaxation, because the tendency to tighten the arms too much, tighten the shoulders, the traps and everything else, and that can come from also trying to squeeze the end of punch, is going to be detrimental to you priming yourself for snappy punches. All right? But then once we are in our technical phase of shadow boxing, getting that lock right at the end, because that lock and that squeeze at the end is almost all that you need to jar someone's brain, to bounce the brain, the skull, and cause the concussion that you want to create in your opponent. And the better you are at that turnover of the straight punch and things like that, but then that hard grab right at the end, the more it is a jar, a shaking of their brain. And we want to do that. That's part of the sport of boxing. All right? It's like hitting, I know very little about many sports, but I guess it's like with baseball, it's like hitting that ball with the bat at the right place, right? In the right timing. That's what you're practicing when you're snapping your punches. And if you're not practicing that, you are either relying on a little bit of the benefits of other forms of training, but also maybe just a natural ability. And also, if you don't have that natural ability, you might not be a hard puncher, and you say, I'm just not a hard puncher. No, your practices makes a difference. All right, now, mirror work. This falls under still technical shadowboxing. We're still in just number 2, right? So we went through number 1, which is the warm-up and the cool-down type shadowboxing. Now we're still in technical shadowboxing, mirror work. I included pictures of a lot of champions. And to be clear, maybe some of these pictures are done for just publicity, right? Because that's something I want to be hard on as well, is that just because we have a picture of a guy doing it doesn't mean it's like the thing that you need to do or should do or is the way you should do it, right? Because for all many reasons, which I've gone into in other videos. But regardless, you have guys like Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Robinson in the bottom, Rocky Marciano. You have Marvin Hagler, which is covered up by the word mirror. I'm sorry, Mr. Hagler. May you rest in peace. Joe Frazier, Reuben Hurricane Carter. And so these guys, there's a reason why a mirror was in the gym. And it's funny, I've seen this like with martial arts guys where, don't get me wrong, I mean, I'm sure probably if you're a martial art guy, you know what I'm talking about. But I've seen sometimes people that are not steeped in, I guess, a certain upbringing of martial arts, or not steeped in upbringing of being brought up in specifically boxing, particularly boxing with a lineage and a heritage behind it. They underappreciate the mirror, and they won't put a mirror in their gym, and it's really funny. It's really funny because they think it's just the mirror in the gym is there for aesthetics, for you to look at yourself, for your ego, and obviously as well, it does have a psychological effect on people, right? It allows you to, like, for instance, I think about with Muhammad Ali, I think it was Angelo Dundee was talking about how when he would put a lot of more mirrors in the gym, right, it would help Ali get in shape because he would see himself and he would get motivated by seeing himself getting in better shape. The changes in his body. So, I mean, that's a whole nother aspect. But as far as the topic that we're on, which is technical shadowboxing, it allows you to see what is right, what is wrong, when you do it, and when you don't do it. It allows you to almost coach yourself. It's phenomenal stuff. Once you know what to do, it is your automatic feedback tool. Before the age of cameras, video, right, phones where you can film everything on it, this was the thing. And again, it's still the thing because, heck, it's an easy setup. It's just a mirror, and it's instant feedback. Now, there's many ways to work with the mirror. I can't go into all of them, but obviously, in some of the ways we see demonstrated here where guys are at different angles on the mirror. Sometimes you're facing the mirror like you're boxing yourself to watch for certain things technically, right? Hand position, rotation, where the feet are. Sometimes you're watching yourself from the side, like you see in the top there where Carter is. Because let's say you have a habit of dropping your right hand when you shoot a left hook. So if you face like how he is to the mirror with it on your right side, then you face where an imaginary opponent would be. You shoot 1, 2, 3, and on the 3 you look at yourself, you see where your right hand is, right? It gives you that immediate feedback. And then oppositely, conversely, going the other way, having the mirror on your left side and facing somebody like they're still in front of you and shooting a 1, 2, looking at where your left hand is and where your 3 is coming from. Is it dropping or looping down? And obviously you can see that from the front side as well. Also, from a side view in the mirror, you can see where your weight is, right? Is it relatively even? Is it falling too much forward? Are those different things with it? Is your foot too far back, etc., 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 right? Watching your feet as you move, right? Get that immediate feedback. So you're not relying on your coach's eye, right? Because coaches are important. They're essential. But let's not make them more essential than they have to be. And this comes from someone who's a coach. I want every boxer to have all the tools they can have so that they can succeed, so truly they can take their passion for the sport of boxing and get to whatever level they want to, because they have the knowledge and they have the tools. And obviously as well, if you're someone who's just getting into coaching or something like that, or just looking to, maybe you've been coaching for a long time and having a different approach or remembering something you might have forgot. Because man, like I've said in other videos, if we just simply did everything, if we simply remembered everything that we know and implemented it consistently, we would all be a lot better than we are. All right. Now, I'm still talking about technical shadow boxing. All right. This is the biggest chunk because obviously this is the biggest benefit, or one of the biggest benefits. Because you can warm up many ways. I argue shadow boxing is one of the best ways to warm up, and one of the best ways to cool down. Maybe you could say maybe jog or something like that's good too, but this is the big topic, is technical shadow boxing. Now, drills. Talk about combo drills, movement drills, and defensive drills. So what does that mean? Without going into every single possible drill you could do, or my favorites, combinations, knowing how to put your punches together. This applies to a 1-2, a 1-1-2, a 1-3-2, that type of stuff. A 4-3, 4-3-2. But this also applies to, for instance, going to the body, finishing at the head, right? Maybe starting at the head, going to the body, finishing at the head, right? And then obviously movement drills. This could apply to just simply side steps, moving forward, moving backwards, creating circles, and then also defense as well, where you're going to maybe catch a jab and slip a right hand, or you're maybe going to dip a shot and come back with some punches, right? You're going to, for instance, step out of something, shoot some punches. You're going to block, counter with a shot. Block 2 shots, counter, etc., etc. Many ways you can use this, but you want to be thinking in terms of how you put your punches together, how you're moving your body, and also what you're doing defensively, and creating drills based around that. And this is where, if you consider joining level 2, that's something that I can definitely help you with. And I'm probably going to put out more videos for members specifically in regards to that. All right, but drills. That wraps that. Let's go to other techniques we can do with shadow boxing that's technical. So level 2 shadow boxing, or section 2 shadow boxing. Missing mitts. All right, it's a big thing. It's funny. I know I've experienced this during my time in boxing, where you make someone miss. Or I've actually heard, I think, people, mitt holders, right? Coaches. That's kind of mean to be like that, but whatever. Anyway, saying make sure your partner doesn't miss the punch, or make sure, you're there for it so you can catch it so they don't hurt themselves. I was like, well, maybe. Because, I work with a lot of different people, and I work with people as well that aren't fighters, so I completely understand. We built our business off of working out with beginners that are not. Most of them aren't going to fight. But but this is where I am a purist, where it's like, no matter who you are, you need to be able to throw a hard punch and miss a hard punch. There's a benefit just as far as the strength that it builds and the coordination that it builds for you, whether or not you want to box at all. But then obviously there's a dramatic benefit and importance for you as a boxer. But so, for instance, me holding mitts for someone, it also allows me to see what's going on technically, right? Because you can tell someone to shadow box and throw hard, maximum rotation, squeeze tight in their punches, etc., 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 etc. But there's a part of our mind, our subconscious, which is a little bit lazy, and that that there's not something in front of you that you're trying to hit hard, that doesn't give you immediate feedback that you are hitting hard or not. So therefore, that changes things. So if I say, give me a 1, 2, 3, and I go boom, boom, bam, and let's do it again, 1, 2, 3, and I go boom, boom, and I make you miss the 3 at the last moment, I'm going to get more data on how you are actually trying to produce power with your 3. You're going to feel where your balance is, how much you are on balance or how much you aren't. We're also going to be able to identify too, maybe if it's more the arm is leading too much and the body isn't leading at all. Many, many, many things, all right? Or with even a jab, right? Like jab, boom, jab, and you make them miss it. Easy way to see if someone's leaning, because think about how important that is for you as a fighter. If you tend to lean with your jab, obviously you're going to smother a lot of your other work if you miss the jab, but then also you're falling right into some easy counters like the uppercut, which we don't want to make available. All right. Missing the bag purposely. So common drill that I see a lot now, but I didn't see it a lot 10 years ago, is like missing a right hand on a bag and coming back with a hook, right? Or you could miss a hook, come back with a right hand. Purposely, to get that used, to get the muscles in the body and the mind used to, I'm going to miss a maximally rotated punch to set up another punch. And what's so cool about that is that setup punch or follow-up punch is going to be harder because you're really torqued for it. All right, it's a big benefit. Then certain marks or set parameters. Right. So what do I mean by that? That falls under mirror work. It falls under a lot of things that we could do. So like as far as mirrors go, I know there's like the products with like there's squares and stuff in it, and maybe buy that if you have if you make $100 million a year, or you take painter's tape and put it up on a mirror. Different shapes you could create, whether it's the boxes or like a triangle for your head movement, let's say, or even as a point to just get your head off line, like a line to help you with your slipping, or even shooting for specific targets. You could also have external things outside of the mirror that help you keep your technique in certain form. So let's say it's like a rope and you're jabbing over the rope, and so therefore there's not the drop down or the come up or anything like that. Or same thing with a hook, let's say, to make sure you're not looping the hook as you're shooting it. And also as well, let's say you have something touching your right hand, like you're up against the wall or something like that, and you can feel if you pull it back or drop it because it moves on the wall before it goes. Little things like that are helpful. I just hit a small amount of examples of that, but there's a lot of ways you can be creative and actually beneficial to technique with different marks or set parameters or closed conditions, so you can only do something within a certain. And that's actually to lead me to kind of the motor learning ideas and concepts. A benefit as well is that to think about as far as with coaches, but also with yourself, how can we, for athletes, design circumstances where the athlete has a certain confined way to accomplish something, but they can within that set area they can have creativity for how they accomplish it, right? To experiment, to kind of find what might work best for their body. It's an interesting idea and concept, but how can we set up practices where an athlete can experiment a little bit and see what might be most optimal after they've built up the foundational basics. All right, quick stop here to say, like I mentioned earlier, consider becoming a channel. Don't be a child. Well, grow out of being a child. Being a channel member. So when you go to the channel page, you see that join button. See, a few people have become members. Awesome. And click join. Do level 2, because that's where you can send me your sparring and training footage, and I'll give you feedback just like this, a video just like this on your technique and everything else, breaking it down for you. And then also, great way to support, if you don't want to do that, is go on the video, see where it says thanks with the heart and the $sign, drop a super thanks or whatever it is. And for instance, here's one person, LF, dropped $9.99. Freaking amazing. Awesome. So, really appreciate the support. It's a way to really help the channel and contribute. All right. So now we're going to level 3. Make sure you stick around, by the way, for when I'm going to talk about the specific tools that are going to help you with whatever it is that you're struggling with shadowboxing, or whatever you're struggling with in general, and how we can have shadowboxing help you. All right. So level 3, here it is. What's level 3? This is the last level. Open shadowboxing. All right, open shadowboxing. So what does that mean? This is the shadowboxing that in that video I did where the guy was trying to say shadowboxing is, you shouldn't shadowbox or whatever. This is the type of shadowboxing that he was talking about. This was the type of shadowboxing he was saying that like you have to have a lot of experience to do. Correct. Like for open shadowboxing, to do it properly and to do it fully, you do need to have experience in the ring a little bit. Right? And it could just be from some sparring sessions, and really taking what it is that you're struggling with and plugging in there and working on the answers that you and your coach work on, and or also working on the things that you do well and doing what would be the follow-up after that. All right, so I'll give you an example. For me, I would, being a guy that really into Joe Frazier and stuff like that, I would definitely find a home for my big left hook, right? But obviously, like a lot of us know, after a big left hook, we could do even better things if we could follow that up, whether it be with a right hand, or maybe we go down for the body afterwards and come back up top. So recreating the same feel and conditions of a sparring session where you would be throwing, let's say, like a big left hook, or maybe a really hard jab that you're great at landing, or a hard right hand, whatever it is that you actually do well when you spar, and then following up with the logical conclusions, and or let's say dealing with someone's movement, right? Whether it be working on cutting off the ring, or just jumping ahead here real quick. Yes, so we're gonna get to those exact tools in a second. Working on cutting off the ring, that's a big one, right? So changing directions as you cut someone off along the ropes, or working on evading, right? And shooting punches as you evade. One thing comes to mind for a more higher level that I've worked on with a few of my guys that need it is kind of walking around the ring and throwing punches out of position when it looks like they're not ready for it, right? That's just like kind of like a way more advanced thing to do, but it's still an important thing to be able to do. And then, jabbing, moving with the jab, and also all the while remembering that you are not boxing a bag, right? You are not boxing, just some inanimate object. You are actually boxing a person that also wants to win, that is throwing punches. And that is something time and time again that we all need to remember when we shadow box, is that you are preparing to box somebody that also wants to beat the hell out of you. And that applies two ways to how you train when you shadow box with open shadow boxing. Number 3 is you need to throw your punches with mean intentions. Mean intentions. Put that snap, that squeeze, that jaw-shaking snap at the end of the punch. That's one thing. With maximal rotation, even though you know it's not landing. Because if you can throw a punch with maximum power and know it's not going to land, then when you think it might, you're not going to pull anything off of it. It's going to be more powerful. So throwing those punches with mean intentions and snapping, rotating the body and everything else, learning how to do that, build the conditioning to do it. And then again, it doesn't have to be every single punch, but at least being able to do that for a combination or within a combination, versus just kind of always doing throwaway punches. And then the next is, though, the second way that applies is that dealing with somebody who is trying to do the same thing to you. So reacting with quick defensive movements, quick head movements, quick blocks that also you counter the counter. You counter inside of shots. You shut them up with whether it's your movement, smothering them down, stepping out, or interrupting them with your combination. All right? A lot of things we could go into in this section, but those are the broad strokes that I know are going to help the most folks. All right. Now, the exact tool you're missing in your shadow boxing that is going to help you. All right. There's some major chunks here, which are going to cover 80% of people. All right. You might be that special 20, but 80% this is going to cover. All right. So not hurting people. I kind of touched on this a lot throughout this whole video, but if you are not hurting people, and I know obviously like when we spar with our own team, we don't necessarily want to hurt each other because we're all the same team and we want to build up each other as team members, because the more you have good guys at your weight class in your gym, the better you're going to be, right? So trying to stick within that 75, 80-ish range of power. But whether it's in sparring or in fights, if you're not hurting people, sure, bag work, sure, some different things. But shadow boxing, and like I mentioned earlier, maximally rotating the body, throwing your whole weight behind a punch and behind your punches, putting them together, because like I talked about in the power video, it's like, everyone has a number, meaning a code to break them. We're all human beings and we all are mortal, all right? Everyone has a code to break them. And you might be punching the wrong numbers in the code, or you might be stopping a few numbers short, right? You have a 5-digit code that you need to punch in to open up the door, right? Or to self-destruct the enemy you have in front of you. But you're only punching 3. You're only punching 1. So often I see that with fighters where they'll be doing the first 1 or 2 punches that they need to do to get someone out of there, and it has an effect. It's like, I see it, and they see it afterwards, where it's like, man, if we put the 3rd punch, the 4th punch, it's done. And if it's 5, it's like a complete done deal. Like that becomes excessive now, right? So that's where you work on it, is with your shadow boxing, putting the right punches together that create the right openings. And remember, harder punches create better openings. All right? Not that there isn't such thing as a throwaway punch, right? You can do a throwaway left hook to set up a right hand 100%. But guess what? If you shot that left hook really hard earlier, then they're going to react more and open up more. It's going to set up the right hand. Or even if you just throw a hard hook, they're going to react more, and that opens up another path for the right hand, and arguably might create more torque for that right hand to follow up. Right? Those are very important things to think about. All right, so that's the answer for you there. Now, are you getting hit too much? Again, as you've gone through this video, hopefully you actually have the answers now, right? As you've been listening to this whole thing or watching this whole thing, you actually have the answers if you didn't. Getting hit too much. I've had plenty of people get hit too much. Guess what? When they start working on shadow boxing, their defense, all of a sudden now, just like their technique with their punches, their technique with their defense improves. It's unnatural things to use our hands, our arms, our head movement, and our feet to avoid punches. But if we practice the things we get hit by, defending that in shadow boxing, you will stop getting hit by them. Of course, you have to be aware. Don't do your first month for the next 12 months. You've only been boxing for a month, let's say, or 2 months. That's been 2 months. Awesome. Let's not repeat those 2 months. So you notice, hey, I get caught by right hands. Let me practice my defense of right hands. And also, let me be aware of what they might be doing that sets up that right hand, or what they might be countering of you that creates an opening for the right hand. All right? That's where it comes to filming your sparring is very important. And, not to post on social media, but so you can watch yourself. All right? And then also having the watchful eye of a coach and things like that. And also just going back through and being mindful. Obviously, it's going to be hard initially if you're new to boxing to be aware of a lot of things going on. But with time, you'll become more in the moment and present mentally when you're boxing. And you'll be able to identify these things and take them back into the workshop and work on them. All right? But so many people do not practice their shadow box, their catching and blocking and slipping and things like that, and their defense suffers because of it. All right, are you flat-footed? Right? Do you tend to stay in one spot? Again, if you've been listening throughout this whole thing, you know the answer now. It's been given to you. It's come out from yourself. You shadow box the movement. You shadow box it, and you integrate that into your punches. Maybe you throw your punches and then you move. A basic simple thing is to help you just build patterns of movement is if you finish with a right hand, move to your right. If you finish with a left hand, move to your left. Is that always going to be the case? Is that always the perfect answer? No. But it's a good way that when you're shadow boxing and you're having trouble kind of putting this together, okay, let me make this whole round or this whole shadow boxing session. When I finish with a left hand punch, I'm going to go left. When I finish the right hand punch, I'm going to go right. And that's an easy way to help get yourself to not be so flat-footed. And again, done over enough time, it becomes more automatic and will just apply to your sparring and your fighting without you even thinking about it. All right, are you getting gassed? If you're getting gassed, you probably are not shadow boxing hard. This is where you need to focus on hitting a punch number when you shadow box in open shadow boxing. Or it could even be drill shadow boxing. But open is even better because then you also have to think while you're getting gassed, which is also like a thing as well that happens is it's hard to think when you're getting gassed. So we got to build those two abilities together. But you set a punch count number. I'm going to throw 100 jabs in every single round. All right? Really, it could be more. But to give you an idea, like within a 3-minute round, you should be hitting 250 punches. 300 punches within that round where you're rotating your body. You're snapping those punches out there. And when you shadow box like that for even just 3 or 4 rounds, that's going to, over a few weeks even, going to help increase your conditioning when you actually box. Now, we're wrapping it up to the video. Make sure you click like if you haven't already, and make sure you click subscribe. Most people that watch this are not subscribed. We're already at like 11,600 subscribers. That's amazing, guys. I really appreciate that. We get even higher. Let's get it higher. And also as well, consider supporting the channel by becoming a channel member, whether it's level 1 or level 2 member. Level 2 is where you can send me your sparring footage, your shadow boxing footage, and I can give you some specific things you can do, a ton of specific things you can do, as well as your fights as well. And then also support, guys. You can do a super thanks right now on this video. Go right down there. You see where it's the heart and the $sign, whether it's $2 or whatever, or like freaking, $10 or whatever, $5 like so many people have done. That support would be amazing. It would help me do more of these videos.